I awakened the devil's law known as the strongest, but I made a contract with an ant. This scene caused those classmates who had contracted the mighty white tiger and even the six-winged angel to cast endless ridicule and contempt on me. However, they did not know that I was favored by the demon god. Even a seemingly insignificant ant has the extraordinary talent of plundering high-level flesh and blood, and thus gaining unlimited evolution and reproduction capabilities. As time went by, my queen ant gradually emerged and eventually achieved the glorious status of the Zerg Queen. At that moment, I single-handedly declared war on all nations, vowing to prove that even the most insignificant existence could, under my leadership, overturn the entire world. In the classroom of Class 2-1 of Donching No. 7 Middle School, noises were heard one after another. The head teacher, Lu Jun, patted the podium and announced that summer vacation was approaching, but his voice was drowned out by the noise of the students. So Lu Jun suddenly released a black tiger with flames burning all over its body, and the deafening roar made the whole class silent in an instant. I was sitting in the last row of the class and was brought back to my senses by the sudden sound. The confused memories were gradually pieced together, and I realized that I had traveled to the year 2024 in the new calendar. This is a world 137 years after the global beast disaster. Humans have mastered the beast taming system, but I am an ordinary student who has never tamed a beast. Lu Jun's voice fell again, announcing that a mock entrance examination drill would be held in 7 days, and those who failed would face the fate of repeating a grade or being expelled. At this moment, everyone in the class looked at me, full of sarcasm. However, at this moment, I noticed that a system panel popped up in front of me, showing my various data and a puzzling talent, Devil's Law. After school, I was about to go home when I was mocked by Zhao Shichen, a rich second-generation student in my class. He laughed at me for not even having a pet and not being worthy of being called a beastmaster. I frowned, and a spirit of not admitting defeat surged in my heart. I told him that if I could contract a beast pet, he would give me 500,000. Zhao Shichen looked disdainful and mocked me, saying that I was only worthy of being an ant. However, my eyes were attracted by an ant on the roadside flower bed. Can I only be like an ant? No, I want this ant to be my pet. I grabbed the ant fiercely, bit my finger, blood dripped, and light flashed. The contract was done. I smiled and looked at Zhao Shichen, asking him how to give the 500,000 yuan. There was a dead silence around me, and everyone looked at me in shock, as if they were looking at a madman. I know they all thought that I had signed a contract with an ant just to win money. They thought I was crazy and that I was destroying my future. Facing the laughter of Zhao Shichen's lackeys, I shrugged and responded easily. Just tell me if I have a contracted beast pet, or do you want to default on your debt? If you can't pay, just call me daddy. Zhao Shichen's face suddenly changed after hearing this. He could only grit his teeth and transfer the money because of his face. After receiving the money, I smiled with satisfaction. You were quite honest. Young Master Zhao is really generous. Zhao Shichen was heartbroken and angry. What are you so proud of? You only lost money, but you ruined your future. In order to stimulate me, Zhao Shichen ignored the rules and summoned the Songbei Snow Wolf and said proudly, "Did you see that? I contracted the Songbei Snow Wolf, so it's no problem for me to be admitted to Dongda. What about you? What's the point of having a moment's pleasure?" I turned to look at him, a smile on my face. Then let's make another bet. I can still pass this mock test. Do you believe it? Everyone looked at me like I was a fool. Zhao Shichen even laughed out loud. You're still thinking about the mock test? Relying on that little ant of yours? Huh. Okay. I'll double the stakes to 1 million. The loser will have to kneel down and call me daddy when we meet from now on. It's a deal. I grinned, as if I had seen the million. Then I turned and left, but I was full of confidence. I have the talent of Devil's Law. Even if the contract is with an ant, there is still the possibility of unlimited growth. I spread my palm and stared at the little ant in front of me. The data panel popped up. Name, worker ant, level, 0, quality, low-level creature, talent, none, loyalty, 100%, features, strong endurance and great strength. Although its level and quality are shockingly low, its loyalty is full. This means that if it is ordered to commit suicide, it will do it without hesitation. Moreover, its endurance and strength are far superior to creatures of the same size. I started to look forward to it. When I got home, I immediately took out a piece of steak from the refrigerator and put it in front of the little ant. I couldn't bear to eat this, but now I'm giving it to you, little guy. Don't let me down. According to the devil's law, beast pets need to devour the flesh and blood of living things to evolve. I began to observe it attentively. However, the little ants ate at an alarmingly slow speed. I waited so long that my eyelids drooped and I fell asleep on the table. The next morning, the first thing I did when I woke up was to check the changes in the ants. Surprisingly, the steak had disappeared and the little ant was lying there lazily, as if it was full. Moreover, it had grown from the size of a mung bean to the size of a peanut. The data panel also changed. Name: Army Ant. Level: 0. Quality: Common creature. Talent: None. Loyalty: 100%. Features: Strong endurance and great strength. It works, I whispered to myself, with anticipation glittering in my eyes. I was delighted, as the situation I had expected actually happened. Through observation, I also found that this little ant has a unique talent and seems to be able to eat unlimited food. As long as it keeps eating meat, it can continue to evolve. Too slow. I shook my head and sighed. There were only 7 days left, and the evolution speed was far from fast enough relying only on ordinary beef and mutton. I have to buy beast meat. I made up my mind. Beast meat refers specifically to the flesh and blood of magical beasts. Most of them are produced by herbivorous magical beasts. They are low in aggressiveness and easy to raise. They are the delicacies of high-level magical beasts. They are in great demand among beast masters and are also very easy to buy on the market. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang and the meat I bought online arrived. I opened the door to take it in, poked the little ant who was still sleeping soundly with my finger, and smiled like a loving father. My dear son, get up and eat the rabbit. Only when you are full can you gain strength. The little ant smelled the meat and instantly became energetic and pounced on the calf-sized rabbit meat. This was a frost rabbit, a low-level magical beast with extremely high nutritional value and a high price. But for this little ant, I risked everything. If Zhao Shichen hadn't given me 500,000 yuan, I really wouldn't have been able to afford it. A day later, I watched with satisfaction as the little ant finished eating a whole frost rabbit, which had grown to the size of a fist. Name: Killer Ant. Level: Level 1. Quality: Low-level magical beast. Looking at the changes on the system panel, I was so happy that I couldn't express it in words. In just 2 days, this little ant I picked up on the roadside had evolved into a real monster, and it even lost interest in frost rabbit meat. Looks like I have to change your food again, I said with some pain. Next, I plan to try feeding its second-level monster meat, which costs tens of thousands per pound. Just as I was searching for orders, a cockroach crawled by. Cockroaches are common in humid weather in the south. I was about to slap it to death, but a small ant pounced on it and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. He would not eat the frost rabbit meat, which cost thousands of yuan per pound, but he had a special liking for the smelly cockroaches. After eating the cockroach, the little ant seemed to have opened up a new world of food and rushed forward when he saw the cockroach. I simply ignored it, which is a good idea as it saves me from having to buy cockroach repellent. However, when I got up the next day to check, I realized that the problem was not simple. It turned out that the glass box was full of holes filled with ant eggs. The ants, which were originally the size of a fist, now had wings on their backs and were lazily basking in the sun. Name: Cockroach Ant Queen. Level: Level 1. Quality: Low-level warcraft. Talent: Super fertility. Loyalty: 100%. Looking at the latest panel, I froze, then took a sharp breath. Everything displayed on the panel illustrates one problem. That is, this little guy seems to have integrated the advantages of all ants and cockroaches and has evolved again. Super fertile? Iterative evolution of genetic properties? This means that when these ant eggs hatch, I will have more than just one pet. In time, I might even have an entire army of ants. 7 days passed by, and I came to school to prepare for class. But along the way, look, this is the fool who contracted the ant, isn't it? Is there really an idiot who does this just for a bet? And I also heard that this idiot even bet with Zhao Shichen that he can pass the simulation test. You have already made ants your pet, and you are still dreaming about this? Obviously, it was probably Zhao Shichen who spared no effort to publicize it, and the fact that I contracted an ant has probably become a joke in the entire school. As soon as I arrived in the classroom, my head teacher Lu Jun called me to the office with a cold face. This is the application for withdrawal from school. Please sign it yourself. I frowned. Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Bang. Lu Jun jumped up and roared. What do you mean by asking me? Don't you know what you did? Your parents gave you to me before they died and asked me to take care of you. What about you? Is this how you repay me? Chapter 4. Shin Luo chuckled and shrugged indifferently, dismissing Lu Jun's concerns. Isn't it just a contract with an ant? Is it necessary to be so angry? But Lu Jun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became sharp. Where's that ant of yours? Summon it. Now, there is only one way. Shin Luo was slightly startled. He understood what Lu Jun meant. Each beast master can only contract one pet in his life. Unless the pet dies in battle, he will have the opportunity to change, but this situation will cause great damage to the beast master himself. Shin Luo smiled bitterly. Uncle Lu, I'm sorry. I can't let you kill it. Besides, he secretly thought that Lu Jun might not be able to do it. Lu Jun's face turned livid, and he suppressed his anger and said, Hand it over. I will help you solve it, and I will find you a stronger monster later. Shin Luo sighed. Uncle Lu, do you really think that I can't pass the test? Lu Jun frowned. He had never seen Shin Luo do such a reckless thing before, so he was so angry. Shin Luo smiled and proposed. Why don't we make a bet? Not only can I pass this test, but I can also take first place. If I win, you have to promise to help me join the 11th round. Lu Jun was stunned, then nodded in agreement. Okay, I want to see how you get first place. Shin Luo left the office. The corridor was crowded with students. It was obvious that the quarrel just now had caused quite a commotion. Zhao Shichen sneered and said, Shin Luo, it's still too late to regret it. 7 schools will take a mock test together, so you don't become the laughingstock of the whole city. Shin Luo smiled lightly, turned and left. The whole city together? It just so happened that he was secretly determined to let these people truly see his strength. At 12 o'clock at noon, the announcement sounded in the examination room, and the joint simulation test of the 7 schools in Dongcheng officially began. Thousands of people gathered in the audience. The principals were enthusiastic on the surface, but in fact they had their own thoughts and hoped that other schools would be eliminated. The test is divided into 3 steps: mental strength test, animal pet simulation test, and comprehensive combat. Mental strength is an important indicator to measure the strength of the beast master. After the test started, the students came forward one by one, either succeeding or failing. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded. Zhao Shichen walked off the stage proudly with a mental power score of 416 and sneered at Shin Luo. This is the gap between us, a talent you can never match. The students who were watching looked at them with envy and ridicule, but Shin Luo responded calmly. It's just over 400 points. Is it worth being happy? As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter and mocked him for pretending. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again. Dongcheng number 7 middle school, Shin Luo, please come quickly for a test. Shin Luo walked to the test monument, put his hand on it, and the numbers on the LCD screen began to beat. 302, 437. As the numbers continued to rise, the laughter of the onlookers gradually disappeared, replaced by murmurs of shock and disbelief. 541? How is that possible? Isn't his pet an ant? How can his mental power exceed 500? Shin Luo's mental power has soared, breaking the historical record of number 7 middle school. Even the principals of each school were stunned, especially the principal of number 7 middle school, who was already smiling from ear to ear. As test numbers continue to rise, everyone's eyes are glued to their screens, stunned. Chapter 5. Shin Luo stood on the test platform. The atmosphere around him was tense and exciting. The observers stared at the rising scores and discussed in low voices. Go and check the instrument. Is it malfunctioning? Someone shouted, with disbelief in his tone. Score 788. Is our Dongcheng number 7 middle school, or even the entire Dongcheng, about to produce a peerless genius? Another observer couldn't hide his excitement. Dongcheng number 7 middle school has not seen such a high mental power score for 10 years. Even the score of 729 back then was considered a limit that was difficult to break through. But today, this limit was broken by Shin Luo. When the staff reported that the equipment was normal, the principal of number 7 middle school flashed with ecstasy in his eyes, as if he had seen a rising star. Break 800, fight for first place, someone in the crowd shouted, instantly triggering a response from the entire audience. The students from the entire Dongcheng 7 schools shouted in unison, seeming to be celebrating a new glory. However, Zhao Shichen stood aside with a gloomy expression. How is it possible? He just contracted an ant. How could he have such a high score? Zhao Shichen was filled with anger, and the 500,000 and the additional 1 million that had been defrauded weighed on his heart like a big stone. The test instrument made a soft sound, and Shin Luo walked down the steps. The final score was fixed at 796 points, and the audience fell silent. This is Dongqing's highest score in history, and it is only 10 points away from the record of Leng Xiyan, the #1 genius in the country. Okay, the principal of number 7 middle school stepped forward to greet Shen Luo, his eyes full of pride. However, Zhao Shichen came over unwillingly, with a cold smile. Principal, Shen Luo's pet is just an ant. Such a genius will be laughed at by the outside world. Ant! The principal was slightly startled, and the faces of the people around him showed strange expressions. A genius, with nearly the best mental power in the country, contracted an ordinary ant? Shen Luo, is this true? The principal's tone became serious. As a beast master, strong mental power must be matched with a powerful beast pet to be effective. Are ants weak? Shen Luo responded calmly. Zhao Shichen sneered and continued to sarcastically say, "Ha! The pet animal must be a warcraft. What are your ants? It's not even a warcraft, so how can you talk about being powerful?" Listening to the ridicule around him, Shen Luo sighed helplessly. "My ants are really not weak." The principal was a little annoyed. "Then let me see how your ants are not weak." After he finished speaking, he signaled Shen Luo to conduct the next animal pet simulation test. Under the gaze of everyone, Shen Luo summoned his pet. An ant the size of a walnut appeared at his feet and began to circle around him. Everyone burst into laughter, but the laughter soon stopped. With the appearance of the second, third, and fourth ants, the entire scene instantly became silent. Zhao Shichen, the principal of number 7 middle school, and all the observers showed incredulous expressions. The iron rule that a beast master can only contract one pet was actually broken by Shen Luo. The 4 ants formed a black circle of light under Shen Luo's control, and then lined up neatly in front of him. What's even more surprising is that under Shen Luo's command, these 4 ants actually started to play complex stacks of arhats, with silky smooth movements and no sense of violation. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the principal and observers of number 7 middle school became solemn. They realized there might be more to these ants than meets the eye. An observer took out a pet tester and examined the ants carefully. When the results were displayed on the screen, everyone could not help but stare wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. Chapter 6. In the testing field, Shen Luo's 4 soldier ants were concentrating on preparing to face Zhao Shichen's Songbei Snow Wolf. These seemingly ordinary ants actually displayed the data of level 1 low-level monsters on the tester, completely subverting the perceptions of everyone present. Ant is actually a world of Warcraft? The observers looked at the tester in disbelief, exchanging confused glances with each other. As we all know, the biggest difference between Warcraft and ordinary creatures is bloodline, and bloodline determines the quality of Warcraft. However, how come these ordinary ants have the blood of Warcraft? Shen Luo stood there, frowning slightly when the principal asked him about the evolution conditions of his beast pet. This kind of information is related to the safety of the Beastmaster and is generally not disclosed easily. But facing the eager eyes of the principal and observers, Shen Luo decided to give it a try. He said calmly, "Principal, I can share the evolution of ants, but I cannot guarantee that it will contain the information you need. However, I hope to receive corresponding compensation." The principal readily agreed. In his opinion, this exchange was undoubtedly a small gain. Later, Shen Luo was taken to a special testing venue, and Zhao Shichen was allowed to enter, with gloom and disdain in his eyes. Classmate Shen Luo, the true value of a beast pet lies in its combat effectiveness. The test results will be kept confidential no matter what. Anyone who violates the rules will be deprived of their status as a beast master. The principal announced solemnly that the test officially began. Zhao Shichen summoned his pet, a level 2 advanced magical beast, Songbei, Snow Wolf. As soon as this 2-meter-tall behemoth appeared, the entire venue was filled with a sense of oppression. Shen Luo waved his hand gently, and 4 soldier ants quickly appeared at his feet, which were insignificant compared to the Snow Wolf. "Attack!" Shen Luo gave the order, and 4 soldier ants rushed towards Songbei Snow Wolf like arrows. However, Snow Wolf remained motionless and the soldier ants were bounced back, but Shen Luo got useful feedback from it. "Attack with all your strength!" Shen Luo ordered again, and the 4 soldier ants suddenly glowed with black light. Their speed and strength increased at the same time, and they launched a fierce attack directly towards the Snow Wolf's defense. Zhao Shichen did not dare to take it lightly and immediately commanded Snow Wolf to launch a defense. A layer of golden light rippled around the Snow Wolf, forming a solid barrier. However, the attack rhythm of the four-soldier ants suddenly accelerated, launching 6 high-frequency attacks within 3 seconds, each time hitting the same location accurately. The painful howl of the Songbei snow wolf rang out in the field. The principal and observers, as well as Zhao Shichen who looked confused, all looked at Shuelang. I saw a bright red scar on the chest of this giant creature. The first-level low-level soldier ants actually successfully broke through the defense of the second-level high-level monster. Everyone present was shocked by this result. Shenluo's pet seemed to be far more powerful than they imagined. Chapter 7. When Zhao Shichen saw the bright red blood on Songbei Snow Wolf's chest, he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He couldn't believe that a poor guy contracted with an ordinary ant could actually hurt his high-level monster. Shenluo, you deserve to die. Songbei Snow Wolf roared furiously, ordering Songbei Snow Wolf to launch a fatal attack. The huge Snow Wolf roared and pounced on Shenluo. Shenluo was slightly nervous, but when he saw Zhao Shichen, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He gave the order coldly, "Go!" The 4 soldier ants instantly turned into black lightning and rushed toward Zhao Shichen. Bang! Zhao Shichen let out a scream, and his body was knocked away by the fierce impact of the soldier ants, drawing a bloody arc in the air. Only then did the principal and observers react and hurriedly took action to stop the Songbei Snow Wolf's attack. The principal's pet, the elite Thunder Demon Ape, suddenly appeared, and with a powerful slap, the Songbei Snow Wolf flew away and protected in front of Shenluo. After the observers checked Zhao Shichen's injuries, they were shocked to find that his sternum was shattered. At this moment, everyone realized that Shenluo's soldier ants had the ability to threaten the life of the Beastmaster, and this was caused by Shenluo's care. Zhao Shichen endured the pain and left the testing site in embarrassment, roaring, "Shenluo, wait for me!" The relationship between the two completely broke down. However, the principal did not blame Shenluo, but showed a satisfied look. In his opinion, a truly powerful beast master not only relies on animal pets, but also knows how to seize fighting opportunities, and Shenluo obviously has this quality. Don't worry, starting from today, the school will list you as a key training target. As long as you perform well, resources will not be a problem, the principal promised Shenluo with a smile. After hearing this, Shenluo felt happy and his eyes narrowed. After returning home, Shenluo immediately took out the 5 kilograms of high-grade magical beast Hellfire Wolf meat presented by the principal and began to feed his Zerg Queen ant and 20 soldier ants. To Shenluo's surprise, the queen ant and the soldier ants showed great interest in the piece of monster meat, quickly surrounding it and eating it. As time passed, Shenluo discovered that the ants began to undergo strange changes. The abdominal legs of the soldier ants began to turn fiery red and gradually become thicker, with faintly visible texture clinging to them. All this suggests that the ants are undergoing some important evolution. 3 hours later, all the soldier ants sank into the monster's flesh. The meat began to tremble violently, and eventually turned into a meatball covered with a red light film. Shenluo's heart was full of expectations, and the system's prompts sounded at the right time. Under the influence of the Devil's Law, the Queen Ant is feasted on the flesh and blood of the high-level monster, the Dark Fire Wolf, eager to break through her own limits, and entered the cocoon to be reborn. Stage Chapter 8. Shenluo was slightly startled when he heard the system prompt. The Queen Ant is eager to break through the limit, break out of the cocoon, and be reborn. These words confused him. As a new beast master, Shenluo's understanding of the evolution of beast pets was still at the theoretical level, and he had never witnessed a similar miracle happen with his own eyes. Now, for the first time, he witnessed the evolution process of a pet animal, and he was both looking forward to it and nervous. Shenluo knew that he had talents that others could not match. As long as he did not give up, his future would be different. The situation at hand can only wait and see what happens. After all, this step is related to the future of him and the Fey Sickle Ant Queen. Shenluo took a look at the meatball covered with red light film and decided to put it into the pet space to avoid any accidents. As night falls, the joint test of the 7 schools is coming to an end. To the disappointment of the observers, no particularly outstanding geniuses emerged in this test. The only exception was Shenluo, a freak who contracted an ant, and he successfully broke through the Songbei Snow Wolf's defense. However, Zhao Shichen still participated in the final simulated battle after being injured, brutally injuring his opponent's pet, which made people shudder. Early the next morning, Shenluo received a notice and went to the principal's office to participate in the selection of the number 7 middle school team. For him, this kind of opportunity was unimaginable before. In the principal's office, Shen Luo was the last one to arrive. In addition to the head teacher Lu Jun, there are 3 students Zhao Shichen, Su Qinxue, and Qin Feng. They are all the strongest beast masters in the 7th school, and Chu Wanwan, the only daughter of the richest man in Dongcheng, also appears in the team. The combination of this school team can be described as extremely luxurious. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the school team this time. The principal glanced at Shen Luo with complicated emotions in his eyes. Although the number 7 middle school team has existed for a long time, it has not produced a real genius in 50 years. Now, the principal sees hope, hoping to revive the glory of number 7 middle school during his tenure. I'm betting on the honor of number 7 middle school this time. If you have any needs, please ask. I have only one condition. The principal smiled helplessly. This year, the 7 schools in Dongcheng will focus on number 7 middle school and participate in the National Middle School League. They cannot be at the bottom. There was a brief silence in the office. Shen Luo thought to himself that the students in front of him were obviously difficult to deal with, and the principal seemed to intend to let them solve the problem on their own. This prospect was not very optimistic. After a moment of silence, Su Qinxue took the lead to break the deadlock. I only have one condition. The captain must be mine. Her tone was cold, and she glanced at the people present, clearly not allowing for refutation. Qin Feng shrugged and said it didn't matter. Zhao Shichen lowered his head and remained silent, not daring to look directly at Su Qinxue. Chu Wanwan blinked and said slyly, I support Sister Qinxue, and I support Brother Shen Luo. This sentence immediately attracted Su Qinxue's cold gaze, making Shen Luo feel nervous. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a fool. Shen Luo quickly made his attitude clear. He didn't want to stand out. Chu Wanwan, on the other hand, seemed to be deliberately provoking conflicts, leaving Shen Luo a little confused. Then, Chu Wanwan said deliberately and provocatively, Sister Qinxue, this guy was crippled by Brother Shen Luo. She pointed at Zhao Shichen, her tone full of contempt. When Su Qinxue heard this, she glanced at Zhao Shichen indifferently and turned her attention to Shen Luo. Zhao Shichen felt powerless. He seemed to have no status in the eyes of this group of people. However, what he cares more about is Shen Luo. That test made him lose face. Now Shen Luo still doesn't forget the past and forces him to fulfill his bet. What classmate Zhao doesn't want to give money? Shen Luo said with a smile. Or is one of the top 3 of our 7th middle school a person who doesn't keep his promise? Zhao Shichen's face was ashen and he was burning with anger, but he did not dare to break out. Others also expressed pressure, and in the end, Zhao Shichen had to give in and handed the 1 million to Shen Luo. The principal nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this, announced the end of today's meeting, and asked them to gather in the school battle room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to prepare for the next challenge. Class teacher Lu Jun also emphasized before leaving, if you want to get more resources, let me see if you have this ability. Chapter 9. After leaving the principal's office, Shen Luo went home directly. He is very concerned about the school team. After all, it is directly related to the allocation of school resources. Members of the school team can use the virtual battle room, the pet training room, and the experience and guidance of senior beast masters for free. This is an excellent opportunity for Shen Luo, especially for a new beast master like him. Among the 5 people, except Zhao Shichen, the other 3 were difficult to deal with. Especially Chu Wanwan, the only daughter of Chu Wancheng, the richest man in Dongcheng. When she was only 16 years old, her father spent a huge amount of money to buy a lord-level beast pet for her, and also hired a king-level beast master. The teacher gave her guidance. Chu Wancheng is also the largest shareholder of Dongcheng No. 7 Middle School, which is one of the reasons why Chu Wanwan can join the school team. Her strength and background put a lot of pressure on Shen Luo. After returning to the room, Shen Luo immediately released the evolving queen ant. The red light film outside the netherfire wolf's flesh became more solid, revealing a frightening blood-colored light. Shen Luo read all the books on the evolution of animal pets, but was still confused about the current situation and could only wait quietly. As night falls, the red light film in the room begins to tremble violently, like a red ball that keeps bouncing. The system prompt sounded again. The queen ant has completed the bloodline evolution under the huge energy of the hellfire wolf meat, and is sending a signal to the generous master, asking for help in choosing the direction of evolution. The system gives 2 options: Holy War Ant King and Recast Bloodline Ant Queen. The Holy War Ant King has strong combat power and can fight alone, but the price is lifelong loneliness. The queen ant has retained the ability of super fertility and gained the enhanced light of favor talent, which can ensure the number of the group and become stronger over time. After careful consideration, Shin Luo chose the Fey Sickle Ant Queen who reforged her bloodline. He knows that with his current resources, it is unrealistic to cultivate a single powerful Jihad Ant King, and the Fey Sickle Ant Queen's numerical advantage and group enhancement ability are more suitable for his current situation. Choose recast the bloodline of the Pheasant Ant Queen and evolve. Shin Luo gave the order decisively. The red light film vibrated violently and then spread into a dazzling light, covering the entire room. Finally, these rays of light condensed into a beam of red light and rose into the sky. Shin Luo felt the relief and joy deep in his soul. At the same time, the 11th Bureau of the Demon Control Alliance far outside the E-City also noticed this strong light of evolution. The person in charge, Yi Qing, ordered his men to immediately find out the source of this energy and try to recruit potential genius beast masters to join the 11th Bureau. Shin Luo didn't know that he had received attention. He was just immersed in the joy of improving his attributes. The system showed that his mental threshold exceeded 30 and his physical threshold exceeded 20. The Queen Ant had also successfully completed bloodline recasting. This means that Shin Luo is already a qualified intermediate beast master, with stronger combat effectiveness and survivability. The benefits of becoming an intermediate beast master are obvious. Not only can you register as a formal member of the Beast Master Association, you can also enjoy monthly subsidies and be eligible to participate in national online virtual battles. The most important thing is that Shin Luo can now communicate spiritually with his animal pets, not just through mental control. What kind of changes will happen to the Queen Fey Sickle, who has reforged her bloodline? Shin Luo summoned the Fey Sickle Ant Queen expectantly. A ray of light flashed, and powerful pressure instantly filled the entire room. Chapter 10. The Queen Ant slowly appeared, and the first thing that caught Shin Luo's eyes was its skyrocketing height, which was a full 30 centimeters tall. The blood-colored light lingering all over her body exuded strong bloodline pressure. Shin Luo couldn't help but be amazed that the Queen Ant Queen had actually completed the recasting of her bloodline. This is a qualitative leap for it, which was originally just an ordinary ant. After careful observation, Shin Luo found that the head of the Queen Ant had become higher, and a looming black light film appeared on her back, like a cloak. There are two thin golden lines extending down from the head of the Queen Ant, which are obviously transformed from the tentacles. The faint flashing light and shadow make it look more powerful. Under the light film, 3 pairs of long legs shone with dark light, as if they could tear apart any enemy who dared to approach at any time. Amidst the rustling, 20 dark red giant ants slowly walked out. They are about the size of fists, with a pair of compound eyes burning with flame-like light, and their tentacles trembling slightly, making a creepy sound. Shin Luo realized that these ant soldiers evolved together with their mother body and were continued and strengthened by their bloodline. So, Shin Luo immediately opened the animal pet panel to check in detail the new attributes of the Queen Ant. Name: Queen Ant Level. Level 1 Quality. Intermediate Rare, Talent. Super Fertility. Light of Favor, Loyalty. 100%. Features: strong endurance, strength, and strong self-healing ability. The endurance can reach 100 times of the same body size, and the strength can reach 1,000 times of the same body size. The body damage degree is higher than 50%, and the self-healing mode is turned on. Super Fertility. The reproductive cycle is shortened by 10 times. The number of children is increased by 10 times. The offspring can fully inherit the attributes of the mother, and 20 ant soldiers can be maintained at any time to protect the group no matter what the situation. Light of Favor. The ant soldiers led by the Queen Ant have all their attributes doubled. Seeing these attributes, Shin Luo was stunned. The Queen Ant Queen not only evolved to an intermediate rare quality, but also gained 2 powerful talents. In particular, Super Fertility has been greatly enhanced, allowing the Queen Ant to continuously produce new ant soldiers during battle, while Light of Favor has doubled the attributes of all ant soldiers. When Shin Luo looked at the attributes of the ant soldiers, he found that they had also been significantly improved. Name: Phasian Ant Soldier Level. Level 1 Quality. Intermediate. Rare Features: Rapid March, Compound Eye Attack. The Rapid March is a speed-type characteristic, while the Compound Eye Attack is most likely a long-range attack method. Shin Luo's heart moved, and he ordered the Fey Sea Ant soldiers to launch a Rapid March. These ant soldiers were enveloped in a faint black light, and they quickly came to Shin Luo's feet and lifted him off the ground. Interesting, Shin Luo sighed, and then the Fey Sea Ant soldiers led him forward slowly. Although the speed was not yet fast, Shin Luo felt that he was beginning to master this power. Later, Shin Luo asked other ant soldiers to join him. Feeling the powerful power of this group of ant soldiers, he couldn't help but feel happy. Shin Luo decided to continue practicing rapid marching. By adjusting his breathing and body center of gravity, he gradually mastered the skills of controlling the ant soldiers. Despite falling down many times, Shin Luo was not discouraged. Instead, he focused more and more on fine control, trying to perfectly synchronize himself with the ant soldiers' actions. After countless attempts and falls, Shin Luo finally reached a state of tacit control. The speed of the Fey Sea Ant soldiers also gradually increased, even pulling up phantoms in the small space. At this time, Shin Luo felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure, as if he and these ant soldiers had become one. At this moment, the black film of light behind the Phaeacian Ant Queen trembled slightly, and a faint golden ripple covered Shin Luo and the Phaeacian ant soldiers. Shin Luo instantly felt the ultimate compatibility of mental powers, and all instructions could be transmitted to the ant soldiers with almost no communication. The system's prompts sounded again. With unremitting efforts and a perfect tacit understanding between the Beast Master and the Beast Pet, the rapid march achieved lossless control. As the voice fell, Shin Luo felt that his mental energy was released like a wave, and his body seemed to be drained. He instantly lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. The Queen Ant then disappeared and returned to the pet space. And Shin Luo also fell to the ground and entered a deep sleep. Chapter 11. Article 2. Shin Luo woke up from the floor and stretched, but unexpectedly his mouth touched the floor directly, almost breaking his teeth. Shin Luo looked up and found that he had been lying on the ground all night. However, Shin Luo quickly realized that he had not slept for too long, because the last time he saw on the wall clock before fainting was less than 3 hours. The memory is so clear, Shin Luo said to himself, realizing that after contracting a pet, his physical and mental state had undergone tremendous changes. The spirit of the Beast Master and the animal pet are in perfect harmony, making it possible to get twice the result with half the effort, whether sleeping or fighting. Moreover, Shin Luo's mental threshold and physical threshold were both increased, which further enhanced his physical recovery ability. After Shin Luo washed briefly, he quickly went out and went straight to school. Today is the day of the school team's civil war. Whether he can get more resources depends on his performance. When Shin Luo left the community, he was keenly aware of some strangers around him. These people were holding machines similar to animal pet testers, which caught his attention. Who are these people? Are they here for a census? Shin Luo was confused, but didn't think much about it, thinking that they might be counting those unregistered beast masters. When Shin Luo rushed to the school battle room, the other 4 people were already waiting for him. Head teacher Lu Jun looked at Shin Luo and announced, "Since everyone is here, let's start." Lu Jun briefly introduced the new rules of the National Middle School League next year. The 10-man system will be changed to 8+2, which means that 2 people will become substitutes and may not even have a chance to play. 2 teams formed by 7 schools in Dongcheng will select 20 people from nearly 10,000 people to participate in the league. The competition is extremely fierce. Shin Luo listened and observed others. When Lu Jun mentioned the battle for the strongest seed, he noticed a trace of hatred in Su Qianxue's expression. It was obvious that she had an unknown past in this battle. At this time, Zhao Shichen suddenly interrupted Lu Jun's words, looked directly at Shin Luo, and his tone was full of provocation. "It's too early to say this now. Some people don't even have a chance to pass the school team test, let alone participate in it." "League." Shin Luo smiled slightly and replied with a silent insult. "Idiot." Zhao Shichen was furious and was about to explode, but was stopped by Lu Jun. "Whether you can stay in the school team, or whether you can enter the 20-person quota, all depends on your own strength," Lu Jun said calmly. Then, the team leader Su Qianxue spoke first. Su Qianxue, the association rated the senior beast master, the pet netherworld Black Phoenix, advanced to the Lord level a month ago. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Senior beast masters with Lord-level beast pets are rare in the National Middle School League. Afterwards, others reported their information one after another. Qin Feng, a senior beast master rated by the association, with a pet blue-eyed violent bear, elite level. Chu Wanwan is rated as an intermediate beast master by the association. The pet Sacred Heart White Fox is at the Lord level. However, it is still in its infancy and cannot fight. Chu Wanwan added, giving Shin Luo a playful look, as if intentionally teasing him. Shin Luo felt the pressure doubled. There were actually 2 Lord-level beast pets among the 5 members of the school team, and his sickle and Ant Queen seemed particularly weak. Zhao Shichen, an intermediate beast master rated by the association, his pet Songbei Snow Wolf, a high-level magic beast. After Zhao Shichen finished reporting, he glanced at Shin Luo proudly. When it was Shin Luo's turn, he said calmly, Shin Luo, the beast pet Face Sickle Ant Queen, is an intermediate monster. It has no rating yet. Although his beast pet is already powerful, he has not yet gone to the Beast Master Association and has been graded and recognized, so it is not yet an official beast master. As soon as he said this, Su Qinshua looked at him coldly. I have read your information. If your pet is really what you said, then you will not even have a chance to enter the selection of the 7 schools in Dongsheng. Zhao Shichen immediately took the opportunity to taunt. That's right, a rotten beast like you doesn't deserve to be here. I advise you to quit as soon as possible. However, Su Qinshue immediately interrupted Zhao Shichen. Shut up. What qualifications do you have to be proud of here? A beast master with high-level magical beasts had his sternum broken by an ant. How can he have the face to show off here? Zhao Shichen was speechless immediately. His face turned red, but he did not dare to refute. Facing a senior beast master with a lord-level beast pet, he knew that he had no power to fight back. Lu Jun looked at everything in front of him and knew very well the grudges between Shin Luo and Zhao Shichen, but now was obviously not the time to discuss these. Enough of the small talk. Let's see what's happening, Lu Jun said in a serious tone. No matter who is last, I will only give you 1 month to get promoted. Otherwise, please leave the team. Chapter 12. Su Qinshua suddenly stood up, looked around, and said in a cold and firm voice, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Whoever beats me will be the captain. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong aura emanated from Su Qinshua, as if she was ready to summon out her pet, Netherworld Black Phoenix, at any time. At this moment, Qin Feng took the initiative to stop her and said with a smile, Let me do it, but there are only 2 or 3 kittens. Although he said it with ease, there was a bitter smile in his eyes. He knew very well that the power of the Nether Black Phoenix was extremely terrifying. Once it was summoned, the entire battle room would probably be reduced to ashes. Qin Feng summoned his elite pet beast, the blue-eyed Violent Bear. As soon as the Violent Bear appeared, it immediately let out an angry roar, and the powerful sense of oppression made people terrified. Who comes first? Qin Feng shouted loudly, his eyes full of challenge and confidence. Chu Wanwan pretended to be scared and muttered, It's so ugly, don't scare my little bye-bye. However, Chu Wanwan's movements were quick and precise. A white light flashed through, and a glimmer of dullness flashed in the blue-eyed Violent Bear's eyes. Zhao Shichen was also affected and was shaken. Qin Feng noticed this subtle change and glanced at Chu Wanwan, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously, this is the spiritual bewitching ability exerted by Chu Wanwan's lord-level pet Sacred Heart White Fox. Seeing this, Shin Luo thought to himself that it would not be wise to directly attack the 3 of them, and Zhao Shichen was a soft target. He then said, How about we let classmate Zhao and I have a showdown, and ask the 3 of us to give us some guidance? Qin Feng smiled and nodded, turned around and patted Zhao Shichen's face. Hey, wake up! Zhao Shichen responded vaguely, obviously still under the influence of the mental attack just now. When Zhao Shichen finally came to his senses, his eyes were immediately full of provocation and confidence, and he summoned his pet, Songbei Snow Wolf. Little trash. Today I will show you what a real beast master is. Zhao Shichen roared, commanding that Songbei Snow Wolf to charge toward Shin Luo. Shin Luo looked calm, and when he raised his hand, 4 black lights shot out, which were his ant soldiers. Up and down 3 times, the ant soldiers quickly met the Songbei Snow Wolf. However, this time, Songbei Snow Wolf's defenses were fully activated, and the golden light rippled, directly blocking the ant soldiers' offensive. Despite this, Songbei Snow Wolf was still knocked back 1 meter by the ant soldiers' power. This scene made other people on the field look shocked. Seeing this, Zhao Shichen still sneered disdainfully. Ants are ants after all. You can't even break through the defenses. Yet you dare to show off your power here. A cold light flashed in Shin Luo's eyes, and he responded in a cold tone. Zhao Shichen, we are already teammates, so it's better to be polite. You're so polite? Are you worthy of such a piece of trash? Zhao Shichen became more and more excited as he spoke, and even cursed viciously. You are just a piece of trash who doesn't even have a parent. Go to hell. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the field suddenly solidified. Su Qinchue's eyes instantly became sharp, and Chu Wanwan and Qin Feng also cast disgusted looks at Zhao Shichen. Shen Luo's face instantly turned as cold as ice, and his voice was low and dangerous. Zhao Shichen, as you wish. Immediately, Shen Luo waved his hand, and the ant soldiers attacked again. This time the number increased from 4 to 6. Zhao Shichen's expression finally became panicked, and he hurriedly directed Songbei, Snow Wolf, to fight back, but it was too late. Shen Luo's eyes became colder and colder, and he was determined to make Zhao Shichen pay the price. With a low shout, 2 more ant soldiers joined the battle, and 8 ant soldiers appeared on the field instantly. Zhao Shichen finally realized something was wrong, but he was unable to reverse the situation. Songbei Snow Wolf's defense was crumbling under the successive attacks, and the golden light gradually dimmed. Shen Luo sneered. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and as he raised his hand, 8 ant soldiers flew back. In just a moment, 10 black lights flew out again, hitting the Songbei Snow Wolf's head. Lu Jun realized something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, Shen Luo, stop. However, it was too late. 10 black lights broke through the defense and directly shattered the Songbei Snow Wolf's head, killing him with a headshot. Zhao Shichen's face was pale and his body was shaky. He heard Shen Luo's cold voice echoing in his ears. Zhao Shichen, you are perfect. I'll send you back to the west. Chapter 13. Shen Luo's Fei sea ant soldiers were lined up in front of him, still stained with some of the Songbei Snow Wolf's minced meat, and the murderous intent in their eyes was not diminished. This scene shocked everyone present, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. Then, Zhao Shichen let out a strange howl of pain, squatted on the ground holding his head, and his body began to twitch wildly. After letting out several wild beast-like screams, he fainted. The relationship between the beast master and the pet is one, and the death of the pet will cause serious backlash to the beast master. The backlash Zhao Shichen suffered at this moment was so serious that he might even be unable to contract a new animal pet in his lifetime. This was tantamount to severing his future in this era where beasts were king. Qin Feng watched all this in disbelief. He never thought that Shen Luo would directly kill the opponent's pet, and he never expected that 10 ant soldiers would appear in the end. Although Su Qinxue was also shocked, a hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Boy, you are in big trouble, Qin Feng said helplessly. Killing the opponent's pet with malicious intent is a big or small crime. If there is someone in your family, now is the time to find some connections, otherwise, you might die. The Beast Masters Association clearly stipulates that maliciously killing another person's animal pet is a felony. Especially for students, the consequences are more serious. At this time, Zhao Shichen's tragic situation made everyone realize that the impact of this incident could be very serious. Shen Luo responded calmly. Anyone who insults my parents should die. He knew that he might face serious consequences, but his parents' dignity should not be insulted. This was his bottom line. After the medical staff carried Zhao Shichen away, class teacher Lu Jun walked to Shen Luo, his eyes full of disappointment. Lu Jun sighed. Shen Luo, go back and wait for the news. He did not expect that Shen Luo would be so impulsive. He knew that Zhao Shichen's provocation was intentional, but he still chose the most extreme method. Shen Luo smiled slightly and asked nonchalantly, Did I pass the school team test? Lu Jun shook his head helplessly. Now it's not a question of whether you can join the school team, but your own safety. He wanted to see some regret or nervousness in Shen Luo's eyes, but he only saw a deep pool. Such peace. Shen Luo turned around and left the battle room. He never expected to get help from anyone. He knows that everything must be fought for by himself. After leaving school, Shen Luo did not go home directly. Instead, he went to the largest pet store in Dongqing to buy some resources. This store has a variety of items needed for animal pets. Although the prices are expensive, the resources are complete. When Shen Luo saw the Beast Pet Evolution Pill, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This kind of elixir can allow beast pets below the Lord level to advance without any damage, and is an extremely precious treasure. Boss, how do you sell this? Shen Luo couldn't help but ask. The shop owner Yi Hong smiled bitterly and replied, This elixir is not for sale. You can only get it by helping to complete a commission. Shen Luo felt a little strange. What kind of commission could be worth a pet evolution pill? Just when Shen Luo was confused, A dirty man walked into the store and complained directly to Yi Hong. Uncle Yi, can't anyone in the entire Dongqing help me dig that piece of ore? I wasted 10 days. The man looked very anxious. Yi Hong explained helplessly. Wu Dong, I really have no choice. The only one who can help you now is... Wu Dong interrupted Yi Hong's words and said with a grimace. The guy in the 11th round is too shady. He asked for 10 pet evolution pills when he opened his mouth. No matter how prodigal I am, I will not give out 10 pills for a piece of ore. My father will beat me to death. Speaking of this, Wu Dong accidentally saw Shen Luo on the side. His eyes lit up and he asked directly, Brother, do you want to give it a try? Get that piece of ore for me, and I will give you a beast pet evolution pill, and then add 1 million. When Shen Luo heard this, he couldn't help but trembled in his heart. The beast pet evolution pill plus 1 million. This condition is extremely tempting to him. He twitched the corners of his mouth slightly and sighed inwardly. What a damn rich man. Chapter 14, Lapis Lazuli Mother, the young master of the Demon Control Alliance. To be honest, Shen Luo was really moved. In addition to the rare animal pet evolution pill, if successful, there will be an additional income of 1 million, which is enough to support him to evolve the Ant Queen to a high level. However, no matter how you look at the guy in front of you, he doesn't look very reliable. The surname Wu is from the capital city. Could it be that Wu clan? Will you really give it to me? Shen Luo was still skeptical about Wu Dong. Anyone who can take the beast pet evolution pill as a commission reward is either inhumane or just stupid. Brother, you can question anyone, but you can't doubt my Wu Dong's character. Hearing this, Wu Dong jumped up immediately. Someone in this damn place dared to question his character. Haha, you and I have never met before? Why can't I doubt you? Shen Luo smiled slightly. The more Wu Dong acted like this, the more he felt there was something fishy in it. Well, you are right, but no one may know my Wu Dong name here. But in the capital, you can doubt me about anything, but you can't doubt my character. In the capital, my martial name is my character. As Wu Dong said this, he became more and more excited. He actually took Shen Luo's hand and left the pet shop, leaving only Yi Hong smiling bitterly. Striking Pegasus, come out! Following Wu Dong's soft shout, a horse with a white body and a black tail and a golden horn on its head slowly appeared in front of the two of them. Wu Dong turned over and mounted the Pegasus, then leaned forward and directly pulled Shen Luo up. Shen Luo didn't even have a chance to resist. Hey, where are you taking me? Shen Luo was a little panicked. From the animal pet shop to now, he didn't even have the ability to resist after being caught by Wu Dong. It had to be said that the Beast Master was really weak after leaving the animal pet's assistance. Of course I'm going to mind. Is it possible that I still have thoughts about you? Wu Dong sneered, and the one-horned Pegasus galloped past on the long street, causing waves of angry curses. On horseback, Shen Luo tried to summon the Fey Sickle Ant Queen several times, but after realizing that Wu Dong didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he just let it go. He never thought that one day he would be forced to ride with a man. The Pegasus was very fast, and it had already reached its destination in just half an hour. Chengxi Stone Factory. Shen Luo is very familiar with this place. Before there were contracted beasts, he often came here to work, but it was later abandoned for unknown reasons. You're not saying that the ore is here, are you? Shen Luo was speechless as Wu Dong took him under a huge blue stone. Yes, it's right here, at a depth of about 50 meters. The ore is there. As long as you can take it out for me, 1 animal pet evolution pill plus 1 million. It will be yours. Wu Dong pointed to a basketball-sized hole under the bluestone and said. Not only that, Wu Dong also took out a professional exploration equipment, which clearly marked the location of the ore and the depth of the pit. The current depth of the pothole is only 30 meters. This huge bluestone is connected to the mountain. It is impossible to move it. Moreover, within a radius of 10 miles of this place, there are all stones on the ground and underground. No wonder many people accepted the commission, but failed. No. Bombardment? Impossible. That would destroy even that piece of ore into slag. Brother, this ore is very important to me. As the eldest master of the Demon Control Alliance, I solemnly tell you that as long as you get the ore and the reward is paid, I owe you another favor. Hearing this, Shen Luo was shocked. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unreliable guy turned out to be the eldest master of the Demon Control Alliance. You know that the 11th game you want to join is just the East City branch of the Demon Control Alliance. Are you trying to get a hold of it? Okay, I'll try. In order to obtain the resources needed for the evolution of the Queen Ant, as well as the crisis caused by killing the Songbei Snow Wolf, Shin Luo had to do everything possible to improve himself, and this commission was the best opportunity. Mining? There is nothing more suitable than the evolved Fey sickle ant soldier. Whoosh! Wu Dong felt a flash of black light in front of his eyes and instantly fell into the pit, followed immediately by a clicking sound. What the hell? When Wu Dong saw clearly the black light that was rapidly eating the boulders at the bottom of the pit through the exploration equipment, he suddenly exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, Wu Dong's eyes changed when he looked at Shin Luo. Brother, are you the Shin Luo who contracted an ant as rumored in the past 2 days? What, is there a problem? When Shin Luo heard this, he smiled noncommittally. Haha, Wu Dong, don't owe any favors. This 100,000 yuan can be used as brother's errand expenses. Wu Dong smiled and took out 100,000 yuan. I really don't know why he would carry cash with him. What? You don't want the anymore? Shin Luo was slightly startled. This guy wanted to regret it. Brother, you have to be self-aware. It's impossible for an ant to drop. Didi. At this moment, bursts of beeps suddenly came from the exploration equipment, and a red dot also appeared at the location marked above. Fuck. Wu Dong's eyes widened, looking at the ore that was already exposed on his face, and he was speechless for a moment, his eyes full of shock. In just a few minutes, an ant actually dug more than 10 meters into a deep pit filled with rocks. Who would believe it? Brother, this? Do you want to continue? Shin Luo was speechless. He did not order the ant soldiers to withdraw, but looked at Wu Dong with a scrutinizing face. Snap! Go on! Wu Dong slapped himself hard. A flattering smile appeared on his face, but the next moment, he immediately changed into a look of disbelief. So many ants. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. A total of 16 ants appeared on the exploration equipment, digging rapidly towards the ore in the middle from different directions. 10 minutes later, 16 sickle ant soldiers slowly walked out, carefully carrying a piece of ore with a blue-gold hue. Squeak! As if showing off, the sickle ant soldiers stopped in front of Shin Luo. Wow! Ha, my lapis lazuli mother! Wu Dong immediately threw away the exploration equipment in his hand and rushed over like crazy, trying to pick up the so-called lapis lazuli mother. Bang! However, unexpectedly, the sickle ant soldiers suddenly launched an attack and knocked it away. The flame flower in the dark red compound eyes became more and more intense. No way of snatching food from the mouth of ants. Are you okay? Shin Luo was also a little embarrassed, but when he saw Wu Dong running back again with a painful expression on his face, his hanging heart dropped. With that said, he withdrew the Fey sea ant soldiers and placed the lapis lazuli mother in his hands. Good brother, I will recognize you as my brother. Wu Dong put away the lapis lazuli mother with a smile on his face, and when he looked at the 16 ant soldiers, there was a solemn look in his eyes. With his status as the eldest master of the Demon Control Alliance, he could naturally see that these ant soldiers were not simple. With his strength, he did not see the attack of the ant soldier clearly. Horrible. This guy is not simple. Thinking of this, Wu Dong said seriously, Brother, do you want to join the Demon Control Alliance? Chapter 15. Promoted to 3 levels in a row and evaluated as an intermediate beast master. The Demon Control Alliance. Shin Luo was a little moved. After all, the 11th Bureau he wanted to join belonged to the Demon Control Alliance. But he also knew that even if the other party was the eldest son of the Jingxing Wu family, the actual controller of the Demon Control Alliance, it would still be very difficult for him to join the Demon Control Alliance based on his identity alone. With my current strength, even if I join, I won't be taken seriously, and it will be a waste of favor. What's more, there is still trouble. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your kindness. I will definitely join the Demon Control Alliance, but not now. Shin Luo rejected Wu Dong's kindness, but this move made the other party look at him with admiration. You must know that the eldest son of the Wu family in the capital is very generous. In the subsequent chat, Wu Dong was even more curious about the number of Shin Luo's ant soldiers. But this question was immediately ignored after he learned that Su Qinxue was actually in Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. Then, Wu Dong left in a hurry. I never expected that Captain Su Qinxue is actually from the Su family in the capital. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the school team. Shin Luo sighed, and then left the stone factory. As soon as he entered the Dongqing area, Shin Luo found that he seemed to be being watched. At first, Shin Luo thought that his feeling was wrong. But after walking around for a few streets, he was sure that the 2 people who had been following him must have come for him. Seeking revenge? Thinking about what happened before, Shin Luo had some concerns in his mind. Dongcheng Beastmasters Association Branch. I need a pet evolution room. Every branch of the Beastmasters Association has a pet evolution room. Almost all Beastmasters certified by the association will choose this room when their pets evolve. 10,000 for the junior level, 20,000 for the intermediate level, and 50,000 for the advanced level. Which level do you want, little brother? The old man in charge of registration glanced at Shun Luo with a professional smile on his face, but the wrinkles on his face made his smile a little weird. Intermediate, 10 hours. The corners of Shun Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It was too dark. With some heartache, he transferred 200,000 yuan. In addition, he had spent more than 300,000 yuan on buying the flesh and blood of the beast pet. The 1.5 million yuan he received from Zhao Shichen shrank by more than half in an instant. Fortunately, Wu Dong gave back 1 million yuan before. It can still be supported for a while. Xiaobao, there's a male guest named D16. Please book a room. As the old man shouted, a young man immediately came over and took Shen Luo to the pet evolution room number 16. Hearing this, Shen Luo's face was filled with dark lines. He glanced at the door seemingly unintentionally and hurriedly turned around and walked in. Pet evolution room. Shen Luo summoned the queen ant and 20 ant soldiers, and immediately took out the wolf breast meat and the black bear heart, and placed them on the evolution table in the middle. Zitsidi, the queen ant targeted the black bear's heart, while the ant soldiers surrounded the gray wolf's breast. The two balls of beast meat exuding the smell of blood began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! A faint light shield slowly lit up around the evolution platform. In addition to protecting the evolution of the beast from interference, it also allowed the beasts to absorb the energy in their flesh and blood to the maximum extent. This is also the reason why most beast masters choose this place. Hey, what's going on? Shen Luo discovered that while the ant soldiers were eating the wolf's breast meat, the two tentacles on their heads were also trembling regularly, and a bloody line with kanai was connected to the direction of the queen ant. Then, the queen ant's body moved slightly, and these blood lines instantly became transparent, and then appeared every minute. Is the daughter body transmitting energy to the mother body? Seeing this, Shen Luo already understood that this was the ant soldiers transferring energy to the queen ant. After the mother body evolved, these ant soldiers would also inherit its attributes. In fact, it was okay even if the ant soldiers were not to be eaten now. However, the advantage of this is that the speed at which the queen ant devours and evolves is accelerated invisibly. All this should be due to the recasting of the bloodline of the sickle ant queen, because the previous evolution was not like this, but each one took care of its own business. An hour later, the black bear's heart was halved, and only 1/3 of the wolf's breast meat remained. The queen ant of the sickle ant has gained a huge amount of energy and has reached the standard for advancement. The queen ant of Fascia has successfully advanced to a higher level, and her attributes have been improved. As the system prompt sounded, the sickle ant queen's body trembled slightly, and after a flash of blood around her body, she successfully advanced. Name, Cockroach Queen. Level 2. Quality, intermediate rare. Talent, super fertility, light of favor. Loyalty, 100%. At the same time, the Fei Sea ant soldiers also changed like the mother body, but the movement was much smaller. What follows is a long wait. Perhaps it was because the last time she ate hellfire wolf meat, the queen ant had reached the advancement limit. She only ushered in the second advancement 3 hours after the first advancement. During this period, Shen Luo put another piece of wolf breast meat and the last black bear heart into the evolution table. The current queen ant is already at level 3. I hope I can advance to the next level. In this case, I will be more confident of passing the intermediate beast master's assessment. Shen Luo stared at the queen ant nervously. At this time, all the energy in the evolution platform rushed towards the queen ant, and a thin, blood-colored light film had formed outside the body. Throw in snow leopard guts, too. Seeing that the ant queen was still unable to advance, Shen Luo threw 2 snow leopard gallbladders into it at once. Boom! The blood shot into the sky. After receiving energy replenishment, the queen ant returned to the next level as expected. Call! Shen Luo let out a long breath. This advancement has exhausted all resources, except for the beast pet evolution pill. The queen ant has been promoted to 3 levels in a row. The ant soldiers also inherit all the attributes of their parent body. Name, Cockroach Ant Soldier. Level 4. Quality, intermediate rare. Characteristics, rapid march, compound eye attack. Through this advancement, Shinluo discovered that the resources for the advancement of Fei Sahan Ant Queen had almost doubled. After a rough calculation, all the resources this time combined could not meet the requirements for advancement to the 5th level. What a waste of money! After leaving the evolution room, Shinluo immediately applied for the Beast Master level assessment. The grade evaluation of a Beast Master is divided into 3 stages: the mental threshold test, the physiological threshold test, and the animal pet's comprehensive ability test. As long as these 3 tests are met, you will get the corresponding level of Beast Master rating. After the Fika Ant Queen advanced to the 4th level, Shinluo's Beast Master attributes also increased slightly, and his mental and physical thresholds also had a small breakthrough. Host, Shinluo. Beast Pet, Fei Sickle Ant Queen. Mental threshold, 41. Physiological threshold, 28. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. Devil's Law. If you are favored by the devil and obtain a pet of any quality, you can evolve by eating flesh and blood. The higher the level of flesh and blood you eat, the stronger your evolution will be. There is no upper limit. The second talent, Lord of the Other World, has not been able to be activated until now. Shinluo guessed that in addition to the fact that its own attributes were not up to standard, it is very likely that, as the literal meaning suggests, the beast pet must at least reach the Lord level. Finally got the intermediate Beast Master badge. Half an hour later, Shinluo walked out of the Beast Tamer Association with a look of joy on his face, holding a bronze badge in his hand, which was the symbol of an intermediate Beast Tamer. Chapter 16. Dark Alley Murder. Advanced Warcraft Bloodthirsty Bat. It's getting dark. Go round and round. Shinluo did not go home directly. The guy who had been following him showed up again. To be precise, that guy has never left since he entered the Beast Masters Association. He spent 10,000 yuan to get this news from the old man. Dongcheng is a large area, and there are mostly alleys. People often find strange corpses in the alleys. Apparently, Dongcheng is not as safe as officials say. At least for Shinluo now, he smelled a hint of danger. Tread tap, tread. The footsteps behind him were very regular, and they kept a certain distance from him. The mysterious man, whose whole body was shrouded in a black cloak, roughly confirmed the direction in which Shinluo was heading, with a sinister smile in his eyes. Damn, this guy is really here for me. Shinluo's speed gradually increased, but he couldn't get rid of the mysterious man's tracking, and his face suddenly darkened. Zhao Shichen. It must be because of Zhao Shichen. He knew very well that he had rarely offended anyone except Zhao Shichen, but he did not expect the other party's revenge to come so quickly. If you are rich and willful, you are also very difficult to deal with. Shinluo smiled bitterly and turned directly into a slightly cramped alley next to him. This was the planned place for his trip. At the end of the alley, Shinluo suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction he came from. What? You're not running away? The mysterious man in black looked at the prey that suddenly stopped. His voice was slightly hoarse, and a playful smile appeared in his eyes that kept flashing. I'll pay you double the amount they gave you. Being chased for the first time, Shinluo's voice was slightly nervous. Haha, young man, do you think people like me would care about things outside of ourselves? The mysterious man shook his head. He was happy to let the other person say a few more words about this life that was about to disappear. Whether it was his last words or his hobby of appreciating fear, the killer named Yi Xiao didn't know that the young man opposite him, who looked terrified, had already prepared a plot for him to kill him. So, what about this? Shinluo took out the animal pet evolution pill, his eyes filled with the desire to survive. Looking at this beast pet evolution pill, Yi Xiao's eyes showed a look of shock. He didn't expect that this young man actually had such a rare item in his hand. Don't you know that wealth should not be revealed? But Yi Xiao didn't know that at the moment when he was stunned, there were several football-sized bumps on the walls on both sides of the alley, quietly hiding against the night sky. Innocent boy! Night Owl sneered, and a faint light flickered as he raised his hand. A blood-red bat with a pair of wide wings and 2 ferocious lights like copper bells appeared above his head instantly. Advanced Warcraft, Bloodthirsty Bat. The eyes are like copper bells, and there are vein-like blood lines on the wings. This is a sign that it is about to advance to the elite monster. Moreover, flying monsters are more difficult to deal with than other monsters of the same level. Last question. Who are you, so that I can die clearly? A look of solemnity appeared on Shinluo's face. The other party is most likely an intermediate beast master who is about to advance to the advanced level. To be able to do such a thing, he must be much stronger than the rich second-generation Zhao Shichen, who only knows how to show off. My name is Yi Xiao, young man. It's time to hit the road. As the night owl's voice fell, the bloodthirsty bat flapped its wings and pounced on Shinluo like lightning. Kill! Without any choice, Shinluo directly threw the Fey sea ant soldier out and directly hit the flying bloodthirsty bat. Bang! Flap! The powerful force of the Fey sea ant soldiers directly hit the bloodthirsty bat's wings. Although it did not cause damage to it, it also stopped the bloodthirsty bat's ferocious momentum. It's interesting. When Yi Xiao saw this, he grunted, his bloodthirsty bats shook again, and their feathers were like knives, shooting at Shinluo. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Shinluo saw this, he hurriedly avoided it. He didn't expect that the feathers of the bloodthirsty bat could be used as an offensive weapon. He glanced at the gash on his left shoulder, and his eyes became even more solemn. At this time, Yi Xiao suddenly twisted and rushed over, wanting to kill Shinluo quickly with a two-pronged approach. Bang bang! Two rays of black light reappeared, and Yi Xiao smashed away the ant soldiers with a wave of his hand. His ferocious face was revealed in the night, and he hit Shinluo's chest hard with his fists. Bang! Shinluo was knocked away and fell to the corner of the alley. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. The beast pet's attack is fake, but Yi Xiao's desire to end Shinluo with his own hands is real. He's not dead. Yi Xiao was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Shinluo to be so physically strong. Kill! At this moment, Shinluo shouted sharply, and Yi Xiao subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but he did not expect a shrill scream to be heard from the sky. Phew! Blood rain poured down from the sky, and feathers flew all over the sky. The body of the bloodthirsty bat fell from the air, and its originally small head had been blasted into a ball of flesh, making it impossible to distinguish its original appearance. Snap! 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 Amidst the continuous sound of landing, 20 ant soldiers fell from the sky and surrounded the night owl. In a pair of compound eyes, flame flowers gradually bloomed. At the same time, Shinluo, who was knocked into the corner, slowly stood up and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, which made his smile even weirder. As early as when he entered this dead-end alley, Shinluo had already laid out a killing plan. 10 ant soldiers were already lurking on the wall before Night Owl appeared, just for this sure blow. Originally, these were prepared for Night Owl, but I didn't expect that the opponent's pet was actually a flying bloodthirsty bat. I could only take a blow from Night Owl and take the opportunity to decapitate the bloodthirsty bat, killing him with one blow. Night Owl, ranked 136th on the Demon Control Alliance's most wanted list, with a bounty of 800,000 yuan. The bonus is good, but what I can't understand is that for a small role like you, who gave you the courage to kill me alone? No matter how bad I am still an intermediate Beastmaster. Do you just look down on me like that? Why do you talk so much nonsense? When Yi Xiao reported his name, Shinluo knew that the other person was on the wanted list of the Demon Control Alliance, but he didn't expect that this guy would talk so much, so he gave himself more opportunities to prepare and finally struck a decisive blow. Bloodbath. Looking at the bloodthirsty bat on the ground with its head smashed to pieces, Shinluo felt inexplicably excited. I have to say, the headshot feels really good. At this time, Yi Xiao had a look on his face, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Intermediate Beast Master. 20 giant ants? Aren't they 10 ants and unrated Beast Masters? Didn't you say that Songbei Snow Wolf was headshot because of a sneak attack? No, the bloodthirsty bat also died in a sneak attack. Only then did Yi Xiao realize that not only did he underestimate this seemingly harmless young man, but even the person who gave him the news probably didn't know that this guy actually had 20 giant ants that could be used for headshots, right? Boom! 20 flame rays flew out, killing the night owl. Cause of death, talk a lot. Damn it, it hurts me so much. Rubbing his aching chest, Shinluo directed the ant soldiers to start devouring the bloodthirsty bat, and the faint bloodlines quickly disappeared into the pet space. Snap! 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 Just when Shinluo was about to leave, crisp applause suddenly sounded, which seemed unusually harsh in the quiet alley. Chapter 17. Coincidental layout becoming a blue-robed witcher. The moment the applause broke out, Shinluo's expression instantly became tense. If another beast master with similar strength as Yi Xiao comes here at this time, he may not be able to handle it. Bold but careful, decisive and ruthless. At the same time as the sound rang, two figures appeared at the entrance of the alley, an old man and a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and admiration. Shinluo knew this old man. He was the principal of Donchi No. 1 Middle School. As for the middle-aged man, Shinluo had never seen him before, but he felt a hint of danger from his body. Swish swish. 20 ant soldiers appeared quietly and surrounded Shinluo. In the compound eyes that had emitted flame rays, flame flowers began to slowly condense. Haha, don't be so nervous. When the middle-aged man was about to speak, several figures appeared again on the walls on both sides of the alley. The principal of number 7 middle school, Su Qinxue, Lu Jun, and Wu Dong, who had just parted ways. Seeing these people suddenly appearing, Shinluo's expression became a little strange. What the hell? Ha ha ha, brother, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Wu Dong was a familiar person. He jumped off the wall and greeted Shinluo with a smile, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. 20 giant ants? This guy actually still has reservations about the Qingxi Stone Quantity Factory. Su Qinxue's eyes were full of disbelief. They all saw the process of Shinluo killing Yi Xiao just now. It was precisely because of this that she was even more shocked. Even she, a senior beast master with the Lord-level Netherworld Black Phoenix, could not kill the people on the Demon Control Alliance's wanted list so lightly, even though Yi Xiao's ranking was very low. However, this guy who was looked down upon by him actually did it. Bold, careful, plan in advance, use small to fight big, kill with one blow. I have to say, we still underestimated you. You really gave us a surprise. The middle-aged man did not hide the admiration in his eyes, and turned to look at the principal of number 7 middle school. Old Wang, your number 7 middle school is really going to turn around this time. Wang Yi, the principal of number 7 middle school, looked happy. He didn't expect that Shinluo gave him such a big surprise and actually attracted this person's attention. Student Shinluo, if you are willing, I will handle the transfer matter for you immediately. The conditions are whatever you want. How about it? The principal of Dongqing number 1 middle school, the old man, was even more direct and wanted to take Shinluo away. Shinluo was speechless, but his nervous mood gradually began to relax. Mister, why, Yi Qing, you want to rob me? Xia Lao's eyes widened, and the middle-aged man Yi Qing smiled and said nothing. In the following conversation between several people, Shinluo finally realized that this was a plan full of coincidences, targeting him. Ever since the bloody vision that night, Bureau 11 quickly found Shinluo, but they didn't find Shinluo directly. However, after things like Zhao Shichen happened, they had to intervene. In particular, according to the information on the evolution of beast pets provided by Shinluo, the Beast Masters Association has already produced some research results. In this way, Shinluo will definitely attract attention from above. It happened that the wanted criminal Yi Xiao accepted a mission from a mysterious man and entered the East City. The clever layout of the 11th Bureau facilitated this test. However, no one expected that Shinluo would give them such a big surprise. Not only did they easily kill the Night Owl, but they also saw the power of a total of 20 ant soldiers. In other words, one of the two people following me is in the 11th round. Shinluo seemed to have remembered something and looked up at Yi Qing. Yes, for a rising star like you, protection work still needs to be done. As the person in charge of Bureau 11, Yi Qing did not expect that Shinluo would also notice that another person was following him, and he was even more surprised. Stop talking nonsense. Classmate Shinluo, I just want to ask you, do you want to transfer to number 1 middle school? I can guarantee that I will give you the best resources. Seeing that the two of them still wanted to talk, Mr. Xie called directly. Break. On behalf of the 11th Bureau of the Demon Control Alliance, I invite student Shinluo to join. There is no need to take another test. You can directly become a blue-robed witch hunter. Apart from the required demon hunting missions, your studies will not be affected, he said. Here, Yi Qing turned to look at the principal of number 7 middle school. Of course, it will not affect his efforts to win honors for number 7 middle school in the National League. As soon as these words came out, Su Qinxue was shocked again. There are 4 colors of witch hunters in the Demon Control Alliance, namely gold, purple, green, and black. It is very difficult to join. It can be said that more than 90% of the beast masters who can join the Demon Control Alliance can be invincible at the same level, or even beyond. It's no big deal to fight on every level. The remaining 10% can only be joined by beast masters with special abilities. As far as Su Qinxue was concerned, she had gone through no less than 10 assessments before successfully joining the Demon Control Alliance, but she was just a black-robed demon hunter. But with Shinluo's current strength, he doesn't seem to have the qualifications to become a blue-robed witcher, right? I will not leave number 7 middle school. As soon as these words came out, the principal of number 7 middle school and Lu Jun both showed a smile on their faces. This child is so benevolent and righteous. Snort. Mr. Xie, the principal of number 1 middle school, snorted coldly and walked away. Shen Luo was speechless. This old man had a very bad temper. Shen Luo, a student in Class 1, Grade 2, Dongqing number 7 middle school, is rated as an intermediate beast master by the association, and his pet is Fei Sickle Ant Queen, an intermediate rare quality. I am willing to join the 11 rounds of the Demon Control Alliance to eliminate all evil spirits and protect the lights of thousands of families. Shen Luo spoke out his information generously, without worrying about anyone eavesdropping. If Yi Qing was here in the 11th round and anyone dared to listen, he would not be in charge of the position. Okay, what a great person to eliminate evil spirits and protect the lights of thousands of families. There was an unconcealable smile in Yi Qing's eyes. In addition to Shen Luo's message, it was also because of his words of protecting the lights of thousands of families. This is the responsibility of the Demon Control Alliance. Intermediate rare quality beast pets are rare even in the Beast Masters Association. Su Qinxue and others could no longer hide their shock at this time. How many trump cards does this guy have? So, can you let me see your true strength now? Yi Qing smiled and asked something that shocked everyone. Does this guy still have reservations? Shen Luo blinked, as if thinking about something. In a flash, he raised his hand. Several rays of black light flew out. After the queen ant rose to the 4th level, a total of 40 ant soldiers spread out in front of her. There were dense, squeaking sounds and flames that were about to spit out from her compound eyes. Flowers instantly make everyone's scalp numb. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath sounded in the quiet alley. Chapter 18 Ant Colony Tactics. Clever use of rapid marches. After passing through the alley, Shen Luo finally gained the approval of Su Qinxue and others. At the same time, the harvest this time is also great. The first is that the Queen Ant has been upgraded to level 4. The all-round attributes of the Beast Pet and the attributes of the Beast Master themselves have been improved. After becoming an intermediate level Beast Master, with the help of Yi Qing, Shen Luo received a monthly subsidy of 200,000 yuan, which was already the limit for his level. The second is the reward from the 11th round, which is more generous than the subsidies from the Beastmaster Association. In addition to the fixed monthly salary of 500,000 for the green-robed witcher, Yi Qing also applied for 2 additional pieces of high-grade animal meat for Shen Luo based on his needs. This was a benefit that others did not have. Of course, everything is based on Shen Luo's strength far exceeding the same level. My use of the ant soldiers is still a bit crude. In the animal pet training ground of Dongqing Bureau 11, Shen Luo, after a life-and-death fight, also realized his problem. That is, his use of the Fei Sea Ant soldiers was too superficial. Especially after listening to Yi Qing's personal explanation and analysis, especially the fighting experience derived from actual combat, Shen Luo felt a little ashamed. According to Yi Qing, with his current strength, he could kill an entity like Night Owl instantly without taking any damage. In addition to individual strength, your advantage lies in numbers. How you use these depends on you. You must not hold back when dealing with the enemy, let alone trade injuries for injuries or lives for lives. Just like when you resisted forcefully before Night Owl is so stupid. If Night Owl had a fatal blow, and if he didn't despise you, I'm afraid it would be a different situation now. Since we are definitely the enemy, why are we showing off those unnecessary moves? Every hit must be a killing move. You must not take any chances. Yi Qing watched Shen Luo turn around and leave with a pensive look on his face. He was still very satisfied with this guy who had personally recruited him into the 11th round. Unfounded pride and inexplicable self-confidence lead to carelessness. When did you start having these emotions? If there was no system like the Devil's Law, no talent that fell from the sky, and no numerical advantage, what would happen if I faced a killer like Yi Xiao? The ending is very clear. He will definitely die. Even against Zhao Shichen under such conditions, victory is not necessarily guaranteed. After pondering for a long time, Shen Luo summoned the Fei Sea Ant soldiers and began to think about how to effectively use his powerful advantages. The Fei Sea Ant soldier has perfectly inherited the attributes of its mother body, and its power after being upgraded again has become very terrifying. For an advanced monster like Songbei Snowwolf, only one ant soldier can achieve the effect of breaking through the defense. However, Shen Luo did not use this power to the extreme. In the next period of time, Shen Luo focused on how to maximize the characteristics of the ant soldiers and effectively utilize the number of ant soldiers. So, Shin Luo started various tests on the 11th inning training ground. It was absolutely safe here, and he had no worries about anyone disturbing him. Bang, bang, bang. Zit Sidi. Shin Luo controlled the ant soldiers to assume various postures. No, various attack methods. Straight line attack. Group combos. Turn around and turn. Throwing attack. Flame ray cross. Shin Luo tried all the attack methods he could think of. The manipulation and use of the Fey sea ant soldiers quickly put him in a state of selflessness. Yes, he knows his shame and then becomes brave. This boy is very good. Shin Luo didn't know that on the top floor of the 11th inning, two figures were staring at him on the training ground, making comments from time to time. Only now did he really come into the sight of the top management. In a state of selflessness, Shin Luo's thinking became more active. Ant colony tactics? It didn't take long for Shin Luo to determine his direction from the numerous thoughts. With the diversity and flexibility of ant colony tactics, how can we fully unleash the power of ant soldiers? Shin Luo frowned slightly and muttered to himself. It will definitely be difficult to deal with complex and changeable battle scenarios just by relying on a single attack method. We have to think about how to make the ant soldiers cooperate with each other to form a more efficient combat combination. Reconnaissance, vanguard, squad assault. Encirclement, charge, scattered attack. As his thoughts became clearer, Shin Luo had already controlled these 40 ant soldiers as an army. On the training ground, the ant soldiers began to practice according to Shin Luo's method. If some ant soldiers serve as vanguards and draw the enemy's attention, other ant soldiers can attack from the side or rear. Shin Luo touched his chin and continued to talk to himself. We still have to think about how to use environmental factors to enhance the combat effectiveness of the ant colony. For example, in areas with complex terrain, let the ant soldiers take advantage of the terrain to hide and attack. As the thought came to mind, the ant soldiers on the field changed quickly and took an open space as their target. 3 ant soldiers rushed forward, and then 4 teams spread out to the 2 wings, and finally met in the middle of the open space. Boom! Under the attack of the ant soldiers, a huge hole instantly appeared in the center of the clearing. 3 hours later, Shin Luo's use of ant colony tactics had achieved certain results. Encirclement, raid, penetration, individual assault, etc. Although there are still many shortcomings, it has already taken shape. Then, on the basis of the ant colony tactics, Shin Luo added the feature of rush march, which brought about earth-shaking changes in both attack and retreat. For example, in the case of a normal speed attack, if the rapid march feature is suddenly turned on, the opponent will definitely be caught off guard, resulting in panic caused by misjudgment, making the ant soldiers' attack more sudden. The Fey Sea ant soldiers can be used as a front-on attack, or they can be used as surprise killers. When the two are combined, the lethality is even more terrifying. At this time, Shin Luo urgently needed some opponents to verify his conjecture. Everything must be tested in actual combat. It seems that I will be very busy in the next period of time. Just as Shin Luo thought, in the next few days, apart from going home occasionally, Shin Luo spent most of his time running back and forth between school and the 11th inning. A new teammate was added to the school team. In addition to the usual daily training, Shin Luo spent most of his time studying ant colony tactics in the 11th game. After learning about Shin Luo's situation, Qin Feng's eyes full of envy. A green-robed demon hunter. This is even higher than his status as a senior beast master. What's more, joining the Demon Tamer Alliance, more importantly, gives you some more privileges than ordinary beast masters, and even the Beast Master Association cannot interfere with these, and even has to make concessions at critical moments. Just when Shin Luo became more and more proficient in using ant colony tactics, Qin Feng specially came to inform him to participate in a competition between number 7 middle school and number 1 middle school. Contest. Chapter 19. The confrontation begins. The Emperor's Beastmaster appears. After getting the news, the image of Mr. Xie, the principal of number 1 middle school, appeared in Shin Luo's mind. Is this old man holding a grudge? Shin Luo was very happy to participate in the match against number 1 middle school. After all, his current research and application of Fey Sea ant soldiers are only theoretical ideas, and this competition just gave him the opportunity to test them in actual combat. But his intuition told him that this sudden confrontation might not be so simple. As for why, Shin Luo couldn't tell. The key is that it was too sudden and did not give both parties enough preparation time. It was very much like a spur-of-the-moment move. Intuition told Shin Luo that this competition was probably aimed at him. Dongqing Arena is the venue for this competition. It is intriguing that they did not choose the normal on-campus communication mode, but instead held it in a more public place like the competition square. The arena, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was almost full at this time, and the place was bustling with noise and bustle. Look, these two most beautiful girls from number 1 middle school, and Qing and Zheng, they are definitely the best among the 7 schools in East City. I didn't expect to see them in person today. At the south entrance of the arena, a 5-member team from number 1 middle school slowly walked in. The leaders were a man and a woman. The man had a resolute face, and the woman was beautiful, fresh, and refined, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. They were the 2 proud children of number 1 middle school, the 2 siblings of the Dongqing family. One of the 5 members of the team was covered in a black robe, just like Night Owl's outfit before, very mysterious. I never thought that number 1 middle school would actually challenge number 7 middle school to a competition. It's been a long time since we had a competition for the public like this. I'm really looking forward to it. That's right. In my opinion, there's no need for that. With the 2 brothers and sisters here, number 7 middle school doesn't stand a chance at all. I haven't seen any students from number 7 middle school yet. Could they be suffering from stage fright? Amid the discussions of the onlookers, the 5-member team from number 1 middle school entered the rest area under the leadership of the brothers and sisters. What was the principal thinking? Why did he suddenly hold this competition and even invite an outside player? Did he think we were no match for number 7 middle school? My sister in Qing was muttering softly in the rest area, her eyes looking around gracefully, and her gaze occasionally glanced at the man in black robe beside her. Until now, no one except the principal of number 1 middle school knows this identity. Don't worry about this. Let's just be ourselves. And Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although number 1 middle school was the initiator of this sudden competition, they themselves didn't know the reason. Here we go. Number 7 middle school is entering. At this moment, the crowd surged again. At the north entrance, the number 7 middle school team, headed by Su Qinxue, filed in. Shen Luo sat on a chair in the rest area and glanced across the audience. When he saw the man in black robe in the rest area of number 1 middle school, he was slightly startled. This guy's dress looked so similar to Yi Xiao. The man in black robe seemed to feel Shen Luo's gaze. After just a casual glance, he lowered his head. What? The principal and the others haven't come yet. Shen Luo turned to look at Su Qinxue. Although he was the last one to know about this competition, others didn't seem to know the reason. Especially now, the principals of the 2 schools have not shown up, and even the leaders of the respective school teams have not shown up yet. It is really strange. I don't know. I haven't seen the principal today since last night. Looking at Shen Luo, who automatically sat in the last seat, Su Qinxue had a complicated look in her eyes. Shen Luo was speechless. This feeling was too weird. Finally, 10 minutes later, a bluestone platform with a diameter of several meters rose in the center of the arena, and then a black shadow fell from the sky and landed steadily on the bluestone platform. The shadow was dressed in black robes, but the difference was that there was a golden crown badge on the chest. Emperor-level Beastmaster. Seeing this dark shadow falling from the sky, the entire arena instantly became silent. There are 7 levels of Beast Masters in the world, namely Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, King, Emperor, Legend, Myth. The corresponding badge colors are Black Iron, Bronze, Platinum, Dark Gold, and Crown, while the legendary Beast Master's the badge of the Master is the form of his own beast pet. As for the badge of the mythical Beast Master, it has not appeared so far. Seeing this situation, Shen Luo frowned slightly. Dongqing is the worst middle school in the country, and the 7th among the 7 schools in Dongqing is the worst. Even if it is a competition with the strongest middle school, an Emperor-level Beast Master will not be dispatched to host it, right? What's more, an Emperor-level Beast Master who is guarding one side is so free to host a competition between the worst middle schools. Shen Luo was not the only one in the audience who had this idea. And those who are interested have also discovered that so far, the heads of the 2 schools have not been present, which is a bit unusual. The atmosphere suddenly became a little dull, and the noisy and lively scene before was completely gone. Dongqing number 1 middle school versus Dongqing number 7 middle school. The competition has officially begun. This competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is an individual competition, and the second round is a team competition. The winner will receive a high-level beast crystal and has the right to allocate league quotas. After hearing the words of the Emperor's beast controller, the faces of the students from other schools who came to watch the game darkened. Is the right to allocate league quotas such a child's play? However, Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show it. If the Emperor's beast master got angry, it would not be their responsibility. Moreover, the strength of number 1 middle school among the 7 schools in Dongqing is completely deserved. Subconsciously, everyone felt that the winner of this strange and rushed competition must be Dongqing number 1 middle school. As for number 7 middle school, it has no sense of existence over the years. Something's wrong. Shenluo couldn't help but murmured to himself. He noticed that when this person was speaking, he didn't look at anyone present at all, but looked in the direction outside the city. Don't worry about it. Our mission is to play the game well. The right to allocate league quotas is very delicious. Qin Feng on the side seemed to have heard Shenluo's words and smiled. Shenluo turned his head, and he clearly saw a glimmer of excitement in Qin Feng's eyes. Now, according to the seats in the rest area, the first round of individual competition begins. Seeing the Emperor-level beast master who had left, the members of both teams looked at each other. What a joke! Whether it's the seating arrangement or the school leaders who haven't shown up yet, this sudden competition is full of weirdness and mystery. The only host also left at this time. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Ahem, everyone from number 1 middle school. How about we all go back to our homes? At this time, Shenluo stood up. This game was no longer a simple game, and there was no point in continuing. It's a joke. When did Dongqing number 7 middle school dare to stand up and speak out? But a rubbish school that is about to be eliminated really doesn't know how high the sky is. A curly-haired boy in the number 1 lieutenant colonel showed disdain and jeered. Bang! With a flash of black light, the curly-haired boy was immediately blown away, and Shenluo took a step forward. If you talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will kill you. Chapter 20. The confrontation between the two heroes, the kindness from Su Qianxue. Ha ha, it's so majestic. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 young men and women walked out of the number 1 squadron and looked at Shenluo with provocative expressions. Zheng and Qing, the unrivaled twins of number 1 middle school. The whole place fell into silence for an instant. Qing raised her head proudly and looked at Shenluo and others with disdain in her eyes. The family brothers and sisters have always been the top beings among the 7 schools in Dongqing. Their goal has always been the National Middle School League, not a meaningless confrontation with the number 7 middle school here, which exists like cannon fodder. Of course, this is also related to the relationship between the 2 schools. Originally, the number 1 school in East City was number 7 middle school, but due to some events, number 1 middle school not only always dominated number 7 middle school, but also received strong support from above. Whether it was resources or other things, it far surpassed number 7 middle school. Invisibly, the students in number 1 middle school all took on a sense of arrogance. Little girl, please speak politely. Be careful of your tongue flashing. Qin Feng frowned and walked out slowly. His tall and strong figure gave people an invisible sense of oppression. So much nonsense, brother. Beat him up. And Qing waved her hand, her eyes revealing an undisguised look of contempt. And Zheng behind him said very little. He was one of the tough guys in number 1 middle school who didn't talk much. He walked straight up to him, staring at Qin Feng with his eyes as sharp as knives. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, both of them summoned their own pets. The Earth Demon Bear surrounded by black light. The brutal and bloodthirsty Blue-Eyed Bear. In the first individual match, there was a showdown between 2 bears. Blue-Eyed Violent Bear, attack. Earth Demon Bear, attack. Following the roar of Qin Feng and the other man, the 2 bear-like pets moved out almost at the same time. In an instant, 2 huge beasts met on the battlefield, like 2 moving mountains, majestic and powerful. The Earth Demon Bear was surrounded by black light, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble, as if showing its unparalleled strength to its opponent. The bear's paws were huge and powerful, and every time it was swung, it brought up gusts of wind and rushed towards the blue-eyed Violent Bear. With every step, the ground shook slightly, as if it couldn't bear the weight. The blue-eyed Violent Bear exudes a brutal and bloodthirsty aura, and its eyes glow with a creepy blue light, revealing endless wildness and ferocity. Unlike the Earth Demon Bear, the blue-eyed Violent Bear is more agile and flexible, and its sharp claws flicker through the air, flashing a cold light. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 bears collided, and the earth shook. Roar, roar, roar. The roars continued, and the punches hit the flesh. The 2 beast masters had almost the same idea, wanting to defeat the other party with the power of their pet beasts. Unfortunately, the The strength of the Earth Demon Bear and the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear was almost equal, and neither caused any substantial damage to the other. And Zheng frowned slightly when he saw this situation. It was obvious that he did not expect the opponent's pet to be so strong. Although they seemed to be evenly matched, he sensed a hint of danger from Qin Feng's indifferent expression. This is a feeling I have never had before. Black flame. Following in Zheng's angry roar, layers of black flames suddenly burned on the Earth Demon Bear's body, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. As the black flame appeared, the Earth Demon Bear instantly reversed its defeat, and with a roar, it actually smashed the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear away. That's quite interesting. They are indeed the two most outstanding students in number 1 middle school. But if that's all, it's not enough. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear roared and attacked again. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, almost tearing the blue and black flames on the Earth Demon Bear's body. Humph, you're so conceited. I want to see how you can break the black flame of the Demon Bear. A trace of solemnity flashed across in Zheng's eyes. The black flame of the demonic bear did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. It seemed that the quality of the opponent's pet was better than his. In fact, although the two people's pets are of the same type, their origins are very different. The most powerful part of the Earth Demon Bear is the layer of black flame on its body. Once it is exhausted, it will fall into a brief period of weakness. However, the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear has not shown any abnormalities so far, so it must have been able to withstand the attacks of the Demon Bear's black flame. Wrong. The Blue-Eyed Violent Bear is destroying the black flame. Each claw could tear the black flames on the surface of the Demon Bear, and the black flames would be reduced accordingly. At this time, the Earth Demon Bear's attack power was still there, but the intensity was much less than before. The Earth Demon Bear can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Su Qinxue suddenly spoke. Before the voice fell, something strange happened in the field. Boom! The Blue-Eyed Violent Bear suddenly roared, and strong winds began to gather around its huge body. In just a blink of an eye, it blew the Earth Demon Bear away with one claw. A tragic line of blood rose in the air. The winner is decided, and Zheng's face turned pale instantly. He actually lost. Shen Luo, who was watching the battle, was confused. Why did the Earth Demon Bear lose? It's the beast pet skill and attribute suppression, Su Qinxue explained as if she saw the confusion in Shen Luo's eyes. Qin Feng's Blue-Eyed Violent Bear is of the wind attribute, while the Earth Demon Bear is of the fire attribute. The power of fire is hard to distinguish, but with the addition of animal pet skills, the situation will change instantly. Qin Feng's beast pet skill is Storm Fist, and he has perfected the beast control technique. He can control the actions of the Blue-Eyed Violent Bear at will with just a thought. Compared with his opponent who only knows how to use the characteristics of the beast pet itself to attack, it is superior. More than one thing. Beast pet skills, beast control techniques. After listening to Su Qinxue's words, Shen Luo was a little confused. He knew the skills of animal pets. What the hell is the beast control technique? You don't know this, right? After noticing Shen Luo's expression, Su Qinxue was speechless. I have never learned the art of controlling beasts. In fact, because Shen Luo had never been able to contract a beast pet before, he had never paid attention to anything about the beast master. Even the beast pet skills were mentioned by Yi Qing in the 11th game. As for the relationship between pet characteristics and pet skills, he really didn't know. Su Qinxue, who is as cold as an iceberg, can explain this to herself. Is this showing kindness? Su Qinxue on the side gently patted her forehead. A person who can instantly kill a killer, like Yi Xiao, has never learned the beast control technique. How could he control 40 ant soldiers without any pressure, without learning the art of controlling beasts? This guy is hiding very deep in the arena. And Qing, with a cold face, came to her brother's side and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of hatred. How dare you hurt my brother? And Qing never thought that her brother would be defeated, and what she didn't expect was that the opponent was actually from Dongqing No. 7 Middle School, which they had always looked down on. Hey, little sister, can't you afford to lose? Qin Feng curled his lips and was very disdainful of Qing's reaction. Shen Luo felt the same way. If this was not a competition, based on his performance on the field just now, Qin Feng would definitely have the ability to kill his opponent with one blow. At best, the infamily brothers and sisters are just doing well in a small place like Dongqing. You deserve to die. Suddenly, Qing's eyes instantly turned blood red. At the same time, a huge creature slowly poked its head out from behind her. Just when everyone thought Qing was about to explode, The somewhat illusory head behind her suddenly disappeared quickly. Click! Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise in the clear sky, and the sky instantly darkened. Countless black clouds gathered and formed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large net as black as ink quickly spread over Dongqing. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the earth shook. The black net fell at lightning speed, and its target was the crowd gathered at the Dongqing Athletic Plaza. How dare you! Evil beast! Chapter 21. Changes in the arena. Shen Luo was kidnapped on the island in the middle of the lake. A terrifying roar was heard. It was the voice of the Emperor-level beast tamer from before. Following that, a huge fiery red shadow rose from somewhere in East City. Boom, boom, boom. Cry. Legendary pet. The flaming bluebird. Countless flame rays hit the black net instantly, continuously devouring the energy in the black net. You all should disperse immediately. The voice of the Emperor-level beastmaster sounded again, obviously directed at the people in the square below. However, at this time, the black net in the sky had been shattered into pieces by the bombardment of the flame rays. The fragments of the black net still contained huge energy, and as if someone was controlling it, it quickly covered the crowd in the square. Run! At the same time as the Emperor-level beastmaster's voice sounded, Shen Luo roared and ran towards the south gate quickly. Ah! Help! I don't want to die! The crowd fled in all directions. Screams came one after another, and there was a continuous sound of explosions where the black net fell, and the screams also sounded. At the same time, accompanied by bursts of burnt fishy smell, it spread with the wind. There were nearly 10,000 people in the arena, and among the fragments of the black net that exploded, nearly 1,000 people had died. Maybe they never thought that they would lose their lives watching a game. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky, and a faint dark red claw shadow hit the square again. Hammer of fire! With a hammer coming from the west, the giant flame hammer transformed by the blazing blue bird directly hit the dark red clawed shadow. Boom! Due to the impact of the flaming blue bird, the dark red clawed shadow deviated from its original direction, but the falling force did not stop, and it still grabbed towards the south gate of the square. Fuck! Seeing the claws falling suddenly above his head, Shen Luo only had time to utter a curse word and took off directly, flying towards the outside of the city. At the same time, claw shadows of different sizes fell one after another, but were crushed by a group of black-robed men who suddenly appeared. The 11th round of the Demon Control Alliance, the black-robed Witcher. The arena was in ruins, and the sounds of wailing could be heard from everywhere. Damn it! The Emperor-level beast tamer looked at the scene in the ruins with an extremely gloomy expression. Look up. Not far away, a dozen figures were running towards here. How could it come out? When these figures stopped, the Emperor-level beastmaster hurriedly questioned. These people were none other than the demon hunters headed by Yi Qing from the 11th Bureau, as well as the senior officials of the 7 schools in East City, including the principals of number 7 Middle School and number 1 Middle School, and Lu Jun was among them. Everyone was covered in blood, as if they had just experienced a bloody battle. The seal was loosened, and the Dark Lord's final desperate attack released the Blood Dragon. Yi Qing had a grim look on his face. He thought that there would be no accidents in strangling the Dark Lord this time. Although he succeeded, he released another more terrifying guy. What about the casualties? What about the hidden beast slaves? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's beast master's expression froze. Beast slaves are humans who are controlled by those magical beasts that claim to never surrender. No one knows what methods are used, but they're no different from normal people at ordinary times. They will only show their true colors when their lives are threatened. The magical beasts that can control humans are at least at the Lord level. The Dark Lord that Bureau 11 is planning to encircle and suppress this time is a giant demonized lion at the peak Lord level. The purpose of this temporary competition is to find out the beast slaves hidden in East City, so as to be able to deal with the beast tide that may occur in the future more safely. But unexpectedly, the beast slaves were not caught, and some of them were captured by the Blood Dragon. This was a slap in the face. Director Yi, there are not many casualties this time, but some students have been kidnapped. The infamily brother and sister from number 1 Middle School, Shen Luo from number 7 Middle School, and He Xiaoying from number 4 Middle School. These are the students who need to be focused on before. At this moment, a black-robed Witcher came to report. What? You said Shen Luo was taken away. Damn it, why is it him? Hearing this, the principal of number 7 Middle School, Lu Jun, and Yi Qing immediately turned ugly. Why him? The infamily brothers and sisters have been confirmed to be beast slaves, and they are of a very high level. As for Shinluo, do you care about him? The emperor-level beast master frowned slightly and said, well, the principal of number 1 middle school, Mr. Xie, paled a lot when he heard this. It was obvious that he had doubts about the infamily brothers and sisters, but it was just hard to accept them after they were confirmed. Who would have thought that the two prides of Dongqing number 1 middle school would actually be shameful beast slaves? Mr. Gu doesn't know that the things that the association has been researching recently are exactly the ideas provided by this student named Shinluo, and he is also a rare genius in his own right. He uses ordinary creatures as contract pets, and after evolution, it has become a rare quality, and the higher-ups are paying great attention to it. Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. If this were not the case, I would not personally recruit him into the 11th round, and even use my privileges to be directly promoted to a green-robed witcher. Hearing this, Mr. Gu showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Rare quality beast pets are rare, especially those that are advanced from ordinary creatures. Currently, they are unique. The way his pet evolves is by devouring flesh and blood. Suddenly, Mr. Gu seemed to remember something and asked aloud, yes, could it be? Yi Qing frowned as if he thought of something. Director Yi, we must find Shinluo. The principal of the number 7 middle school, Wang Yi, had a sad face. Finally, a good prospect appeared. Moreover, he also spent a lot of money to find 2 foreign players from the capital. Together with the little witch from the Chu family, the number 7 middle school of the National League next year will definitely be able to win. Rank up. But now, Shinluo was kidnapped by some strange combination of circumstances, and it was still the terrifying place in the middle of the lake in Dongqing. Wang Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck when he thought of the island in the middle of the lake. Don't worry, the blood dragon was seriously injured by me just now. Coupled with the seal for nearly 100 years, it will be good if the legendary monster can still retain half of its strength. Mr. Gu smiled slightly and continued, as long as that child is not unlucky. Being pulled directly into the blood dragon's lair, maybe I can still gain something. After hearing Mr. Gu's explanation, Wang Yi and Lu Jun, who looked nervous, felt a little relieved, but they raised the subject again in an instant. Legends are always legends. No matter how weak his strength is, it cannot be compared to Shinluo, an intermediate beast master. That's all. I didn't protect my home this time. Let's go to the island in the middle of the lake and see how much strength the blood dragon has left. Chapter 22 Blood Swamp. Crazy, evolving ants. Mr. Gu shook his head and turned to leave. Then thank you, Mr. Gu. Shinluo didn't expect that the match that he was still looking forward to would turn out to be another round. Even if I know it now, it won't help. After the dark red claw shadow kidnapped Shinluo, when it was approaching the sky above an island in the middle of a lake 100 miles away from Dongqing, the claw shadow suddenly collapsed, and Shinluo fell directly from a height of tens of meters. At the same time, a weak roar sounded from the depths of the island in the middle of the lake, and then gradually faded away. Oh! The strong wind roared, and the falling speed was extremely terrifying. Shinluo was like a cannonball, falling uncontrollably towards the bloody red ground. Shouldn't he just die like this? In an instant, Shinluo thought of many things. I haven't married yet. A desperate roar sounded from the air. We can't just die like this. In an instant, the desire to survive made Shinluo wake up, and his eyes were fixed on the boulder raised amidst the blood red on the ground. Face sickle ant soldiers. Compound eye attack. When 40 ant soldiers were summoned by Shinluo, countless flame rays blasted towards the boulder crazily. Boom! The boulder exploded. The air wave of the explosion directly pushed Shin Lang away, diagonally. Emergency march! The air waves mixed with gravel did not cause any harm to these ant soldiers. A faint black light suddenly rose under Shinluo, and then they were thrown away into a pool of blood not far away. Bang! Stinky blood splashed, and most of the falling gravel was blocked by the ant soldiers. It hurts me to death! Shinluo struggled to stand up. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, but fortunately, there was not much damage. Upon entering the eyes, there was blood. The blood-colored pit kept rolling, making gurgling sounds, and from time to time the bones of unknown monsters would emerge. In the distance, the tall iron-green trees were covered with a thin layer of blood mist, which looked a bit weird no matter how you looked at them. Bloody Swamp. Unique iron-green tree. The forbidden area in the East City, the island in the middle of the lake. In an instant, Shinluo thought of this name, and his face instantly turned livid. Even though I didn't pay much attention to some information before I had a contracted pet beast, the most frequently mentioned topic among the instructors and my class teacher Lu Jun was the Lake Heart Island. The island in the middle of the lake is not natural, but man-made. 50 years ago, a huge beast tide destroyed almost all the city's Near East City. The appearance of 6 legendary monsters caused the population of this area to drop by 2/3. This was the biggest disaster that had ever occurred since the global beast disaster. The Beastmaster Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance were dispatched urgently, sending nearly 100 king-level Beastmasters and 4-color Demon Hunters, and even a legendary Beastmaster. In that battle, less than 1/3 of the Beastmasters survived, and the legendary Beastmaster was also seriously injured. In the end, 5 of the 6 legendary monsters died. One was seriously injured and was sealed deep in the island in the middle of the lake. Then the Beastmaster Association sent a large number of manpower to rebuild the East City and forcibly opened up an island in the middle of the lake from what was originally a piece of land. The surrounding area was densely covered with agencies and assisted by formations, just to seal and consume it. This legendary monster. Shenluo guessed that the owner of the dark red-clawed shadow that captured him should be the last legendary monster. Blood Dragon. As for why the Blood Dragons were not completely eliminated, Shenluo didn't know. What he knows is that he is very likely to face this terrifying legendary monster now. Even if it is sealed, it is not something that an intermediate beast master like him can resist. What an unlucky thing. Why is it me? Shenluo couldn't help but complain, and subconsciously recalled the Fey Sea Ant Soldiers. The Ant Soldiers are absorbing the energy in the blood. Please confirm whether to recall them. Shenluo was slightly startled by the system prompt. When he turned to look at the Ant Soldiers, he was stunned for a moment. 40 Ant Soldiers formed a circle, and their target was the deep pit in the swamp where the corpses of monsters gushed out from time to time. Threads of blood-colored energy continued to converge from the pit into lines, but within a few minutes, unexpectedly, a network of blood formed in the sky. Squeak! As if aware of Shenluo's gaze, the Ant Soldiers all squeaked rapidly. The strange thing is that Shenluo seems to understand this. Queen Fei Si, come out. Raising his hand, Shenluo summoned the Queen Ant. As soon as the Queen Ant appeared, she immediately jumped into the blood web above the deep pit of the swamp. Buzz! Amidst a long buzzing sound, the blood network controlled by 40 Ant Soldiers seemed to suddenly come to life and gradually solidified into a blood-colored light shield, covering the deep pit. Squeak! After another rapid beep, the Ant Soldiers began to absorb the energy in the pit at an accelerated rate. Seeing this scene, Shenluo suddenly realized. This was the place where the battle was most intense. In addition to those magical beasts that never surrendered, there were also many beast pets of king-level beastmasters, all of which were buried in this place forever. The beast pets of king-level beastmasters are of elite quality at the lowest level. Although a long time has passed, due to the seal of the island in the middle of the lake, the corrupted blood of the monster corpse has not dissipated, but has been absorbed by the earth. From the changes in the iron blue tree, it can be seen that only extremely strong blood energy can change the soil and make the iron blue tree appear half blood red and half iron blue. The sickle ant soldiers have absorbed enough blood and energy, and their characteristics are changing. The Queen Ant Phaegian felt the pure blood energy and decided to personally guide the ant soldiers to absorb the blood energy more effectively. The Phaegian Ant Queen has activated the Light of Favor, and the ant soldiers who share her bloodline have all their attributes doubled. If the speed of the sickle ant soldiers before was like drinking milk tea with a straw, now with the bonus of the Light of Favor, it is like a pump, and the blood energy gushing out from the ground has formed pieces of blood mist. Not only that, ripples also appeared in the pools of blood all around, and traces of blood quickly gathered towards the direction of the deep pit. Subconsciously, Shenluo took a look at the attributes of the Fey Sea Ant Soldiers. Name: Fey Sickle Ant Soldier. Level: Level 5. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Characteristics: Rapid March, Transforming. Compound Eye Attack, Transforming. After absorbing some blood energy, in just 1 hour, the ant soldiers actually rose to a level. What made Shenluo a little surprised was that the level of the Queen Ant had not changed. However, the characteristics of the Fey Sickle Ant Soldiers are marked with the words Transforming. Seeing the ant soldiers trying to absorb it, Shenluo had a wry smile in his eyes. Flustered. This is the territory of the legendary Warcraft Blood Dragon. If you do this, won't the person underground have any objections? Shin Luo carefully observed the surrounding situation. Except for the squeaking sounds of the ant soldiers, the entire bloody swamp was eerily quiet. The ant soldiers have been upgraded, and their characteristics are being transformed. The ant soldiers have been upgraded, and their characteristics are being transformed. The system prompts kept ringing in Shun Luo's mind. The lonely figure looked extremely small in this swamp, but what he didn't know was that there was a bloodthirsty gaze deep in the island in the middle of the lake. Stare at him. Chapter 23, Exploring the Swamp, the Voice from the Underground. After nearly 5 hours, the Phaeacian ant soldier has absorbed a large amount of blood energy, and its level has soared to the 7th level. But the queen ant still hasn't advanced, but the aura on her body is getting stronger and stronger. Shin Luo's heartbeat became faster and faster, and he vigilantly paid attention to any disturbance around him. As the ant soldiers continued to absorb the blood-colored energy, their bodies began to glow faintly. The carapace of the ant soldiers in the process of advancement shimmers with mysterious light, and the sharp ant legs exude a frightening aura and can bring out a bloody light with a gentle wave. Blood energy continued to flow into the body of the queen ant, and a thick cocoon of blood had formed outside the body. Is it finally over? Within 100 meters, the smell of blood became weaker and weaker, and the ant soldiers finally stopped devouring them. Buzz! The queen ant, surrounded by blood cocoons, automatically returned to the pet space. It should be to absorb the energy transformed from these blood cocoons to complete the advancement. Name: Phase Sickle Ant Soldier. Level: Level 7. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Characteristics: Rapid March, Transforming. Compound Eye Attack, Transforming. In addition to the ant soldier's attributes being upgraded to the 7th level, the two characteristics still retain the words transforming. Other than that, there are no substantial changes. It's really fatal. Shin Luo shook his head helplessly. There were not many such deep pits in the swamp, but they were still dangerous. We can only take one step at a time. Shin Luo took a deep breath and decided to explore this mysterious bloody swamp. This was his only way out at the moment. I took steps carefully. The soil under my feet was soft and moist. I felt a strange feeling, as if I was being swallowed every step I took. There was still a strong smell of blood all around, and even after being there for so long, it still made him feel sick. The deeper you go, the more oppressive the atmosphere of the swamp becomes, and the stronger the evil atmosphere. From time to time, you pass by ancient iron-green trees, which seem to be forced to twist by an inexplicable force, seeming to tell the horror of the past. Suddenly, a gust of wind came, carrying a strong smell of blood. Hiss! A huge bloody toad suddenly appeared, blocking Shun Luo's path. Well, there are actually living creatures? After seeing the bloody toad, Shin Luo breathed an inexplicable sigh of relief. Since arriving in this bloody swamp, apart from the ant soldiers, he has not seen a single living creature. Shin Luo actually felt a sense of joy in his heart. Puff! Before the joy could be digested, the bloody toad opened its mouth and spat out a ball of venom exuding a fishy smell. Kill! Shin Luo raised his hand, and 2 black lights flew out, blocking the venom and knocking the bloody toad away. Hey, you didn't get a headshot? 4 more black lights shot out. Bang! His brain was shattered, and before the bloody toad could get up, he was shot in the head by an ant soldier, and his entire body was shattered on the ground. It's so cool! Inexplicably, Shin Luo actually liked this feeling, and a flash of blood flashed in his eyes from time to time, full of cruelty and bloodthirsty. Even Shun Luo himself didn't realize that after staying in the bloody swamp for so long, his mind had been unknowingly eroded by the rich blood energy, which was very dangerous. Move on. Blood lizard, blood devil rabbit, one-eyed spider, giant swamp crocodile, black bear with half its head missing. Without exception, they were all killed by the unconscious Shin Luo with one blow. Taking advantage of the constant headshots from the Fey Sea Ant soldiers, Shin Luo walked out of a straight line in the swamp, without any room for change, and seemed to be heading in a specific direction. 2 hours later, a piece of slightly dry land finally appeared in the direction of Shun Luo's advance. When he was about to set foot on this piece of land, as if he heard something, his body turned strangely and continued walking along the edge of the bloody swamp. The saint of blood buried deep in the earth longs for the endless light in the sky. The creatures that accidentally break into this place will follow the footsteps of the saint and reach the top again and again. The king of Warcraft who never surrenders, the orthodox leader of tens of millions of elites, begins to attack the rich and fertile land. The Saint of Blood needs your blood. The King of Warcraft is extremely eager for your soul. Dedicate your useless body to the great king of all races. You will become an eternal monument. Come, my child. Inexplicable voices kept ringing in Shen Luo's mind, and his eyes became duller and duller, and his whole body was shrouded in a vague, blood-colored light. Squeak! The surrounding ant soldiers seemed to have noticed Shen Luo's abnormality and kept making rapid squeaking sounds. They even stood in front of him, but were kicked out mercilessly. Just when Shen Luo was about to step out of the land area, the system's beep sounded suddenly. Beep! The loyal queen ant has evolved successfully. After feeling the danger of her master, the light of favor begins to shine. This sound is like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. Shen Luo stopped in place for an instant, and his dull skin gradually returned to its original color. The blood-colored light on the surface of the body is also being swallowed up by the pale, golden light of care of the Fey Sickle Ant Queen, and is slowly fading away. Damn it, how could this happen? The moment he woke up, Shen Luo quickly jumped onto the dry land like a cat with its tail between its legs. Bang, bang, bang. The heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the blood in the whole body was trembling, as if it might burst at any time. Get down here! Shen Luo roared angrily, and after the light of care completely swallowed up the layer of blood on his body, the changes in his body stopped. You refuse to offer your loyalty to the Saint of Blood and the King of Monsters, and you will face eternal punishment. A sound like thunder exploded in Shen Luo's mind. Ah! Shen Luo let out a scream. His face was extremely pale, and he lay weakly on the ground, breathing heavily, as if his heartbeat would stop at any time. Squeak! The Fey Sea Ant soldiers circled around Shen Luo anxiously, with a light golden light of care lingering all over their bodies, forming a halo around him. Tip! The care of the beast pet protector, the Sickle Ant Queen, shines brightly. The absolute loyalty of the people inspires the brilliance of the blood and has a halo that can block all evil atmosphere. As the system prompt sounded, Shen Luo stopped screaming. It was as if a stream of fresh air was injected into his mind, and the pain disappeared without a trace. Even the violent aura caused by the previous killings faded away. Shen Luo straightened up and sat up. Looking at the halos on the 40 ant soldiers, a look of deep shock appeared in their eyes. The Beast Pet Aura is a type of Beast Pet skill. After all skills, Aura skills can only be evolved by the Beast Pet itself, instead of being learned through the purchase of skills through the Beast Master Association like other skills. Shen Luo had a look of ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect that by chance, he would allow the Fey Cyan Ant Soldier to derive the Halo skill. Chapter 24 Underground Labyrinth, Natural Beast Meat Storage Repository. The appearance of the Halo skill surprised Shen Luo. He still remembered that in the competition, Qin Feng's blue-eyed Violent Bear skill easily crushed in Zheng's Earth Demon Bear, which shows the importance of beast pet skills. Although this Halo skill seems to be auxiliary, it is better than nothing. An extremely rare Halo skill. Even if it is a support, it is not too bad. Thinking of this, Shen Luo looked eagerly at the Fey Sea Ant soldiers. Name: Fey Sickle Ant Soldier. Level: Level 8. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Characteristics: Rapid March Enhanced, Compound Eye Attack Enhanced. Skill: Aura of Favor. Halo of Favor. Derived from the light of favor, it is naturally immune to all negative conditions and the erosion of evil forces, and provides an extremely high mental improvement to the Beast Master. Active skills: after each use of the current Beast Pet will reduce by 1 level. After seeing the introduction of this Halo skill, Shen Luo instantly understood the power of this skill. Immune to all negative states and evil forces. This is enough to make Shen Luo invincible when facing some special animal pets, like Chu Wanwan's Sacred Heart White Fox, which should have the effect of bewitching people's hearts. No wonder, as soon as this Halo skill came out, I immediately broke away from the control of the mysterious voice. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little scary. If the Halo of Blessing hadn't appeared in time, I might have become the slave of the legendary monster by now. Compared with the pet downgrade penalty of this skill, it is simply negligible for Shen Luo, an army of ants. In addition to these, the 2 characteristics of the Fey Cyan Ant Soldier have also been transformed into enhanced versions. In this way, the effect of his ant colony tactics and combo headshots has also been greatly enhanced. An extremely high mental improvement for the Beast Master should be related to the mental threshold, right? Host: Shen Luo. Beast Pet: Fey Sickle Ant Queen. Mental threshold: 68. Physiological threshold. 30. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. When Shun Luo saw the attributes on the Beast Masters panel, he found that the mental threshold had risen by more than 20 points, already more than twice the physical threshold. This situation made Shun Luo frown slightly. The basic attributes of the Beast Master complement each other. The best ratio is for the mental threshold and the physiological threshold to develop smoothly. There is no big problem if the physiological threshold is higher, because this is the basis for supporting the control of the Beast Master. The problem now is that the mental threshold is too high. With an army of ants like Shin Luo, when high-intensity manipulation occurs and the mental power is sufficient, the body will inevitably be unable to support it, which is very dangerous. It seems that the physiological threshold will need to be improved in the future. Everything has two sides, but overall it is still good. After all, the Motherworm Queen is only of intermediate quality. At least before it is upgraded to elite quality, there should be no excessive manipulation. Well, Shin Luo sat on the ground and let out a long sigh. The main problem now is how to get out of this hellish place. Looking at the boundless bloody swamp, Shin Luo gave up the idea of continuing to enter. Although he now has a halo of favor that can immunize him from all negative states, what he has to face is the legendary monster Blood Dragon. Who knows what other unknown abilities this Blood Dragon has? By the way, the head teacher once said before that there is an underground labyrinth on the island in the middle of the lake, which is the only way out of the island. This underground labyrinth was left by the legendary Beast Master. On the one hand, it was to trap the Blood Dragon. On the other hand, it is to have a chance of survival in case someone enters here. Thinking of this, Shin Luo's eyes lit up. According to records, the entrance to the underground maze is on a piece of land, but the chance of encountering a blood dragon in the underground maze is much greater than outside. Because if the blood dragon wants to escape completely, it must destroy the underground maze. This should be the only land in the entire Lake Center Island that is not contaminated by blood, right? Shin Luo murmured to himself, turned around, and walked towards the depths of this land. In his recollection, the area of this land was not large, less than 1/10 of the island in the middle of the lake. It was all covered with the original iron green trees. The entrance to the underground maze was at the largest iron green tree. Under the tree, whoosh! Raising his hand, Shin Luo threw an ant soldier into the air. Although the sight of the ant that had become a monster was still weak, it was much better than before. After countless forward experiments, he finally determined the direction. It's so rough, so big and strong. When Shin Luo came to the foot of this iron green tree, which could be called an ancient giant, his face suddenly showed a look of ignorance. The entrance is in a tree hole with intertwined branches and vines. Different from the rotten and bloody smell outside, the coolness inside the tree hole made Shin Luo's mind clear. The real iron green tree originally had the effect of calming the mind. In the period before the global animal disaster, owning a house made of iron green tree was definitely a symbol of wealth. The tree house winds downwards. There are no so-called secret passages and no hidden guardian monsters. Shin Luo smoothly arrives at a maze that exudes an ancient atmosphere. If a person dies and a bird looks up to the sky, he will not die for tens of thousands of years. There was only one real entrance, and Shin Luo dove in without thinking. This was his only way to survive. However, he still put an ant soldier in first, and unexpectedly, there were bursts of excited buzzing sounds. When Shin Luo actually stepped into the maze, he was immediately stunned by the sight in front of him. The long passage was covered with finely divided ice crystals, and there were room entrances on both sides. The temperature dropped sharply here, and it was the contents of these rooms that excited the ant soldiers. Warcraft, all Warcraft, the complete monster that was frozen. This is definitely the masterpiece of the legendary Beast Master. Each monster's head has a bloody hole the size of a fist, which is filled with fine ice crystals. It is similar to Shin Luo's combo headshots. For Shin Luo, the most important thing is that these monsters are complete, which means that there must be beast crystals. Get rich! This is completely a natural storage warehouse of high-grade animal meat. Looking at the lifelike monsters preserved by ice crystals, this place is simply a treasure for Shin Luo, who has the talent of demon law. When Shin Luo controlled the Fey Sea ant soldiers to break the ice crystal and take out a piece of beast crystal from one of the bird monsters without any danger, the smile in his eyes became stronger. As for how to take away these monsters, Shenluo doesn't have to worry at all. Wu Dong, the eldest master of the Demon Control Alliance, gave him an animal skin storage bag when he left Dongqing. There was enough space inside. Click, click, click. The ice-breaking operation begins. Shenluo began a crazy search. Chapter 25, Beast Control Minutes, Shenluo's Bold Guess. The underground labyrinth on the island in the center of the lake is built against the mountain and winds downwards. The ice crystal room where Shenluo is located is just the entrance to the maze. As for why there are so many magical beasts frozen here, it is impossible to evaluate. Shenluo didn't bother to think about it. At this time, he was enjoying the joy of harvest. The Flame Lion Demon, a high-level monster, actually has a beast crystal. I didn't expect that a monster like the three-headed hell dog would appear here. Isn't this a legendary hell creature? Elite-level Wind Demon Wolf, elite-level Blood Beast, elite-level Goo Eagle. Haha, I'm rich. While mumbling to himself, Shenluo and his 40 ant soldiers were very busy for a while putting all kinds of monsters after breaking the ice into storage bags. Perhaps because of the long history, at least 2/3 of the monsters shattered into ice crystals when they broke through the ice. Although it was a pity, a few beast crystals were still harvested. It's time to be content. It's not an exaggeration to say that these monsters combined are worth tens of millions of dollars. After the last monster corpse was put into the storage bag, Shenluo roughly calculated the harvest. Based on the current market price, it was over 10 million, not counting the 12 beast crystals. After handling everything, Shenluo turned his attention to the end of the passage. There was an ice gate quietly placed there. It was only 30 centimeters long and wide, but it exuded such extreme coldness that it completely froze the only downward passage. Little darlings, crush it! Shenluo pointed at the icebox, and dozens of ant soldiers rushed over immediately. A crunching sound followed. Ice shards flew, and the icebox gradually revealed its original appearance. The entire body of the icebox is pale green, with thorn branches entwined all over the box body, intertwined vertically and horizontally, and converging in the middle of the top, with a dim stone bead inlaid on it. Click, click, click. No matter how the ant soldiers attacked, they could not damage the green box. Shenluo frowned slightly and reached out to touch the stone bead on it. Buzz! There was a slight buzzing sound, and some small branches suddenly appeared around the stone bead, tightly wrapping Shenluo's palm inside. Damn it! Shenluo cursed lowly, and suddenly felt the world spinning. His spiritual power surged out like a tide, and the stone bead shimmered, slowly becoming fuller. In just 1 minute, when Shenluo collapsed to the ground, the light of the stone beads suddenly appeared, reflecting the entire ice crystal channel. Click! The ice and snow melted, and after a soft sound, the green wooden box slowly opened. Dip! Get the beast control minutes. Dip! Obtain the legendary Arctic Black Turtle Crystal. After hearing the system prompt, Shenluo was stunned for a moment, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Beast control notes. The beast control techniques passed down from ancient times can better handle the relationship between humans, monsters, and all living things, and are the basis for the achievement of myths. Beast Crystal. The Beast Crystal of the legendary Extreme Cold Turtle contains huge energy and is universal. Seeing the introduction of these two items, Shenluo was slightly stunned. As we all know, the most widely circulated thing in the world since the global beast disaster is the beast taming technique published by the Beast Tamer Association. This is the only way to improve the attributes of the beast tamer itself. It also records how to cultivate, train, and to control beast pets. All beast control masters at this stage practice the beast control technique. So far, no mythical level beast master has appeared in any country in the world. Fortunately, there are rumors that there can be an existence that can fully utilize the power of magic beasts and change the world. But if you want to become a mythical beast master, you must find a book called Beast Master's Notes. The Beast Master Association tried every means to find it, but it unexpectedly appeared here. Why didn't the legendary Beast Master take the box away? Did he not discover it? Shenluo was puzzled. Legendary Beast Crystal. If he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it. Shenluo focused on the Beast Crystal of the legendary Extreme Cold Turtle, which was even rarer than the Beast Pet Evolution Pill. Especially the universal feature means that the Beast Master himself can also use it. Although the Extreme Cold Black Tortoise is not one of the 4 original holy beasts, it can be regarded as a branch of the Xuanwu line of holy beasts. It has extremely heaven-defying defensive power, and can only be compared with Qinglong, one of the 4 original holy beasts. If I eat this beast crystal, will I have a defensive power comparable to the holy beast Xuanwu? Thinking of this, Shen Luo's eyes lit up, and he wished he could swallow this legendary beast crystal now. However, he still suppressed the desire rising in his heart. Not to mention whether he would have a defense comparable to that of a holy beast after eating this beast crystal. The huge energy contained in this legendary beast crystal alone was enough to make him the body exploded more than 100 times. Life is precious. It's better to be careful. After putting the 2 things back into the green wooden box and throwing them into the storage bag, Shen Luo began to look at the scene in front of him. After unsealing the green wooden box, everything here returned to its original state, and 10 unknown passages appeared. This is what a maze should be like. Maze trial? Among the 10 passages, the middle one is engraved with the 4 characters Maze Trial, and it is also the quietest looking one. There are faint beast roars from the other passages, which are crazy and bloodthirsty. Perhaps this underground maze existed originally and was not left by the legendary Beastmaster. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken advantage of it. Shen Luo frowned slightly. According to the records, after killing several monsters, the legendary Beast Master sealed the blood dragon here and laid an underground maze, leaving a glimmer of hope for future generations. But his current experiences show that the legendary Beast Master probably just knew that there was an underground maze here, but never entered it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave the blue wooden box, let alone the one that could become a mythical level. A great opportunity for a Beast Master. Even the blood dragon was forced to enter here in order to escape for his life. It was the underground maze that trapped the blood dragon, but it was definitely not because of the legendary Beast Master. The reason why it is spread like this is because the Beast Masters Association just wants to let the public know this. So, will the owner of this underground maze be more powerful than the legendary Beast Master? Mythical Beast Master? Probably not. Shen Luo was startled by his guess, but his heart suddenly became hot again. If he was really a mythical Beast Master, the wealth he would leave behind would be unimaginable. Whether it is the inheritance of wealth or experience, Shen Luo is jealous, but the current question is to leave this dangerous place like the island in the middle of the lake. If he fails to pass the trial, will he die? This is a big problem. After a moment of silence, Shen Luo strode into the labyrinth trial passage. Find wealth in danger. Chapter 26. Ordinary, the secret of low-level creatures. Chi. The moment Shen Luo stepped into the trial passage, a dense and harsh chirping sound shook his eardrums, and an inexplicable feeling of irritability arose. Fuck! Looking around, he could see the overwhelming rats rushing toward him like huge gray waves. Hey! The host accepts the inheritance test of the mythical Beastmaster. The first level, the low-level creature test, begins. Hey! Explore the trial conditions by yourself. After passing the level, the host's basic attributes will be increased by 5. Sure enough, the owner of this underground maze is really a mythical beast master. Shen Luo blinked. It was obviously impossible to lie down, so he could only fight his way out of this sea of rats. Face sickle ant soldiers attack. Without any hesitation, before the sea of rats came, 40 ant soldiers came out. Fortunately, the passage was not too wide, and the ant soldiers could completely defend it. It's better to be careful. Just in case, Shen Luo left 2 ant soldiers beside him to deal with unknown emergencies. The first test for a mythical beast master is a mouse, and his pet is an ant. Does this mean that he also has the potential to become a mythical beast master? After all, they were all born from low-level creatures, and Shen Luo subconsciously began to move himself closer to the mythical level. Hey! Shen Luo giggled inexplicably. Shen Luo became more and more comfortable controlling the ant soldiers. But for these mice, which could only be regarded as low-level creatures, there was no need to control them. The ferocious impact of enhanced rapid march and the compound eye attack of spitting flame rays, under his simple control, presented an echelon attack, and a large number of rats were killed by the 2 characteristics of the Fey Sea Ant soldiers. Even though there are many rats, they can't defeat the mid-level rare quality ant soldiers. Gradually, the rat sea became smaller and smaller. However, I still haven't received the prompt to clear the level. Shen Luo discovered that every time he killed the last rat, a group of rats would appear out of thin air. The number would not increase or decrease, and would always maintain a certain number. Just like the introduction and the super fertility of the queen ant, there will always be 20 ant soldiers guarding the group at all times. Isn't the first level just a simple kill? Thinking of this, Shinluo frowned slightly, realizing that this trial might not be as simple as imagined. Low-level creatures. After pondering for a long time, Shinluo's eyes lit up. The problem appeared in the words low-level creature. The minimum standard for a beast master is contracted monsters. Low-level creatures such as ants, rats, chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs are obviously not among them. But why is the first level of the mythical beast master's trial a low-level creature? Recalling his own experience, Shinluo suddenly figured out the key. Bloodline evolution. Perhaps the key to clearing the level is to evolve these mice into monsters. Return. Thinking of this, Shinluo immediately recalled the Fey sea ant soldiers and threw a piece of animal meat to the last group of rats. Chi. As expected, the rats did not continue to pursue, but instead pounced on the piece of animal meat and began to gnaw at it crazily. Grumble. A quarter of an hour later, the first mouse completed its evolution, and its gray-brown fur instantly turned into blood red. Name: Blood Demon Rat. Level: Level 1. Quality: Low-level Warcraft. After all the evolutions were completed, the information about the Blood Demon Rat appeared in Shinluo's mind. It was a success. However, what surprised Shinluo was that these evolved Blood Demon Rats, under the watchful eyes of the Scythe Ant soldiers, instead of launching an attack, instead, they pointed in his direction and bowed gently with their forelimbs touching the ground. Then, the Blood Demon Rats disappeared out of thin air. Dip. Pass the trial of low-level creatures, and you will be rewarded with +5 basic attributes. After hearing the system prompt, Shinluo felt an inexplicable energy pouring into his body and subconsciously opened the Beast Master's attribute panel. Host: Shinluo. Beast Pet: Fey Sickle Ant Queen. Mental Threshold: 73. Physiological Threshold: 35. Talent 1: Devil's Law. Talent 2: Lord of Other Worlds. Sure enough, the system is the most reliable. As the Blood Demon Rats disappeared, a winding downward staircase slowly appeared. Shinluo did not hesitate. This may be a road of no return, but it may also be the starting point for reaching the top. Just when Shinluo entered the second level, a huge fiery red beast shadow suddenly appeared over the island in the center of the lake, and a human figure was vaguely visible above the beast shadow. It was none other than the Emperor-level Beast Master, Mr. Gu. It's strange. Why is there no one there? Mr. Gu's face was a little gloomy. He had already come to the island in the middle of the lake when Shinluo was bewitched by the blood dragon. However, Shinluo, who was in the blood swamp at that time, seemed to be blocked by some kind of force, causing the Emperor-level the Beastmaster didn't notice his whereabouts either. The 38 people who were taken captive seem to have become that person's blood food. Although Mr. Gu also knew that there was a glimmer of hope left on the island in the middle of the lake, but regardless of whether those few guys, who were the most senior Beastmasters, could find that glimmer of hope, the hidden beast slaves inside were already deadly enough. As for Shinluo, who attracted Yi Qing's attention, I could only wish him good luck. Roar! Phew! A beast roar sounded from the depths of the island in the middle of the lake, and a flaming blue bird let out a long demonstration cry. Damn it! Mr. Gu took a deep look at the location where the beast's roar came from, then turned around and left with an unwilling expression. The legendary blood dragon that was left behind at the beginning is almost out of trouble. Even if it has not fully recovered its strength, it is not something that an Emperor-level beast master like him can fight against. At the same time, Shinluo has already started the second level of the trial. Hey! The second level of the mythical beast master trial, the evolution of the monster, begins. The sound falls and the scene changes. 6 statues appeared in front of Shinluo. Upon closer inspection, the statues have different shapes from small to large, and even the last one has nothing to do with the first one, but their bodies are all the same. Pangolin, another low-level creature. Even though it was a first-level protected wild animal before the global animal disaster, it cannot escape the fact that its roots are too shallow. The 6 different forms of the statue represent different stages of pangolin evolution. This is the evolutionary path of lower-level creatures. These 6 forms are Ordinary Pangolin, Mountain Drilling Beast, Mountain Collapse Warrior, Earth-Devouring Demon Soldier, Sky-Devouring Troll, and Golden Armor General. In the last form, in addition to the head, there are traces of beasts. The whole thing shows that this ordinary pangolin has evolved into a human form. The pangolin has become a spirit. Shinluo blinked, pacing back and forth in front of the 6 statues, occasionally stopping to observe, and frowning from time to time, with deep doubts in his eyes. In the evolution of Warcraft, what exactly is this second level going to do? Huh. When Shinluo knelt down to observe again, he found that there were rows of small characters on the stone platform of the statue. After careful identification, he could clearly see the description. Astonishingly, there are ways to advance pangolins at each stage. And in the advancement method of each stage, the ancient book he got at the entrance before, the Beast Control Notes. Chapter 27. Fantasy Space, Simulated Evolution of New Talents. The beast taming minutes are obviously the key to advancing to become a mythical beast taming master. The reason why it has not been spread to the outside world is that after previous experiences, Shinluo can conclude that this must be intentional by the top management of the Beast Controllers Association, and even the Demon Control Alliance, which is on par with it, is involved. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why beast masters compete with each other at the same level, and it must be the reason why Witchers are superior. The result of this speculation is that the Demon Control Alliance may have revealed part of the real thing, which can make the witch hunters below extremely powerful. After all, these witch hunters are the ones who face the most danger. Shinluo stood up and looked at the trial space. Surrounded by fences with no top visible, it is empty and quiet, a bit like a pet training ground, but it is obvious that this is not a place for fighting. Is it learning? Shinluo couldn't help but raise his hand and tap lightly on the hard shell of the ant soldier beside him. The ant soldier's tentacles trembled slightly and let out bursts of comfortable moans. Can this really make someone become a mythical beast master? Taking out the beast control minutes from the storage bag, Shinluo showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. However, pure theoretical study only increases knowledge. If it cannot be practiced, the effect does not seem to be very good. As soon as he thought of it, the records of beast control suddenly shook slightly. A faint ray of light suddenly emitted from the statue of an ordinary pangolin and disappeared directly into the beast control notes. Wow! The beast control minutes in Shinluo's hand were opened, and his eyes gradually became glazed over. The next moment, Shinluo's figure disappeared, and the ordinary pangolin statue was instantly covered by a ball of extremely rich white light. In the fantasy space, Shinluo looked embarrassed. In front of him was an ordinary pangolin that was rubbing against him, grunting like a pig, seeming to be expressing something. Well, Shinluo, who originally wanted to touch a pangolin, suddenly stopped. This creature seemed harmless, but it was once an extremely powerful virus carrier. It was better to be careful. Just when he was confused, the system prompt sounded as expected. Beep! It has been detected that the host has entered the illusion space, and it is being analyzed. Beep! The detection is completed. The current space belongs to the fantasy space of the evolution of beast pets. The path to mythical advancement begins with familiarity with the body structure. After hearing the system's explanation, Shinluo understood immediately. Since it is a fantasy space, everything is illusory, and there is no need to worry about any deadly viruses that pangolins will bring to themselves. Curiosity arose again, and Shinluo's hand touched it directly. Buzz! A ray of light flashed, and when Shinluo came into contact with the pangolin's body, the pangolin shuddered slightly, and its entire body became extremely transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its clear body structure gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Colorful lines crisscross inside and outside the pangolin's body. Shinluo frowned slightly, unable to understand. Immediately, as if he remembered something, he flipped his hands and took out the beast control notes. It didn't take long for his mind to be attracted to it. From time to time, he showed a touch of joy and sometimes frowned slightly, as if he had encountered some problem. So that's it. I don't know how long it took, but Shinluo's eyes lit up, as if he had figured something out. The evolutionary method recorded in the beast control notes is similar to what is circulated in the outside world, but the most basic thing is to understand the physical structure of the beast pet in order to set up a targeted training method. There are many ways to evolve beast pets, and flesh and blood evolution is only a small category among them. Through the combination of flesh and blood with different attributes, the results of cultivating beast pets at different stages of evolution are different. Understanding the body structure of a pet can better allow the pet to evolve. Any part of the body can become the sharpest weapon, and it can reach its peak through correct training methods. Shinluo shook his head helplessly. He had only paid attention to the quality of flesh and blood before. After reading the contents of the beast control notes, Shinluo felt that his rough feeding method could not even be regarded as cultivation. At best, it could only be regarded as herding. The most important thing for the evolution of animal pets is that the direction must be correct. Buzz! Shinluo raised his hand, and the light bloomed. The colorful lines on the pangolin's body were constantly reorganized under his control. Pangolins of different shapes appeared and disappeared one after another until they returned to their original appearance. This is the perfect body structure. It is also the basis for being able to transform into a monster. Shinluo originally thought that his ants could evolve into magical beasts just because they were fed high-grade animal meat. But in fact, it was precisely because these high-grade animal meats made the ants' body structure closer to perfection that they could no longer be defined as low-level creatures. Of advancement. As time goes by, Shinluo's understanding of the records of beast masters becomes deeper and deeper. He has completely understood the secrets of the body structure of beast pets, and his understanding of beast masters has also undergone some changes. Buzz! Shinluo was forced to leave the illusion space, and when he reappeared in the trial space, the statue of the ordinary pangolin had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the statue of the Diamond Mountain Beast lit up. The fantasy land of collapsing mountain warriors. Earth-devouring demon soldier illusion. The illusion of the sky-swallowing troll. These 4 stages took Shinluo 7 days. But after completing each stage of study, his mental power improved and his physiological threshold also increased a lot. When Shinluo came out of the last illusion of the Golden Armor General, there was an incredible look in his eyes that could not fade away for a long time. How much are these world leaders hiding? Shinluo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally thought that it was just the beast control technique that was different, but this experience made him understand that what the higher-ups let people see was just the tip of the iceberg. Hey, pass the trial and get the talent to simulate evolution. Host, Shinluo. Beast Pet. Physical Ant Queen. Spiritual Threshold, 102. Physiological Threshold, 64. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. Talent 3. Simulated Evolution. Simulated Evolution. You can simulate the evolution of all living creatures and provide the best advancement plan, and have the opportunity to evolve the ultimate rare creature. Looking at his attribute panel, Shinluo looked surprised. The mental threshold exceeds 100, which means that as long as he meets other conditions, he can advance to the advanced level of Beast Master. Although the increase in physical threshold is very small, it has also reached the threshold for advancement. The most important thing is that through this trial, I actually gained a talent of simulating evolution. Money-making machine. In addition to the Beast Master, there is also a rare profession in the world, the Pet Evolver. This profession is like the alchemy master in some fantasy novels, with a very high status. For animal pet evolvers, wealth, reputation, and status are all at their fingertips. With a crazy look in Shinluo's eyes, he used the methods of a beast pet evolver to accumulate wealth and embark on the road to pursue the pinnacle of mythology. Chapter 28, Harvesting the Inheritance, the Cunning in Family Brothers and Sisters. The next 5 trial levels were all related to pet battles. This also allowed Shinluo to make up for the regret of interrupting the competition. He became more comfortable in using the ant soldiers, and his control and combat experience was greatly improved. Boom! After the last giant hammer monster was destroyed by the Fey sea ant soldiers, a small temple-like room slowly rose from the ground. The temple, which was as big as a small temple for sacrifice, enshrined a statue of a god inside. When Shinluo saw the statue, his expression was slightly startled. It's him. After the global beast disaster, the world's first mythical beast master, Di Chinchio. For all beast masters, the appearance and disappearance of Di Chinchio is like a mystery. When he appeared, he was already a mythical beast master. He not only helped mankind resist beast disasters, but also established a beast master system. It can be said that it is no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 hero in the human world. However, why would a person with such astonishing achievements have his statue appear in a place like the underground of Lake Center Island? Just like his appearance, Di Chinchio's life and death is also a mystery. Shinluo, the junior student at the end of the school, has no intention of living here. If he can inherit the inheritance from his predecessors, he will definitely carry forward the true beast masters together, so that mankind will no longer suffer the disasters of beasts, Shen Luo paused and murmured. In fact, what I hope more is that humans and monsters can live in peace, instead of controlling each other and becoming beast pets or slaves. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue suddenly cracked open, and a Na ring rolled out from inside. Inside the cracked statue, there was a page of yellowed animal skin. Neji should be the wealth left by Di Chinchio, and there are only 2 lines of large characters written on the animal skin. The iron painting and silver hook are very beautiful, and on the back of the animal skin, there is a map of the underground labyrinth, including how to leave the lake. Heart Island Roadmap. In terms of Chinchio's merits and crimes, life, death, and disillusionment are all caused by the living beings themselves. Having mastered the secret method of eternity, myths and legends are no more than mortal ants. Myths and legends are nothing more than earthly ants. What a crazy tone. Shen Luo blinked. Could it be that myth is not the limit of a beast master? Di Chinchio is actually still alive, but he is just pursuing a higher peak? If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. I'm only an intermediate beast master, so I should worry about my life and death. Thank you, senior, for the gift. Shen Luo bowed slightly and picked up the ring. With a loud roar, the temple sank into the ground again. He did not try to open the Na ring now. After all, it was a thing of the mythical beast master. To open it would definitely require a huge amount of mental power. Shen Luo didn't want anything to happen during the process of opening the Na ring. Well, if nothing else, there will be an accident. Shortly after Shen Luo walked out of the trial passage and reappeared in the underground maze, he met 2 familiar figures. The unparalleled geniuses of number 1 middle school, and Zheng and Enqing. Hi, how are you? After Shen Luo saw the 2 of them, he waved his hands happily, completely unaware of the flash of red in the eyes of the brothers and sisters. Why are you here? Enqing's face was sullen, but her eyes were still full of disdain. Don't be like this. We are all fallen from the world. One more person will bring more strength. You don't know that this place is really scary. I fell into that swamp and almost couldn't get out. If it weren't for my strong water ability, well, I probably won't see you 2 again. Woo woo woo. I finally found the organization. Looking at Shen Luo, who was crying, the corners of Enqing's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really good at talking. Falling into a swamp has something to do with being watery. Even if you are the world surfing champion, you will definitely die if you fall into the swamp, let alone the island in the middle of the lake. Moreover, we are here specifically to find you. Brother Shin, you are lucky to be alive. With more people and strength, there is always a way out, right? Despite this, Enjung still comforted him solemnly, pushing away Shen Luo, who kept wiping his tears with his sleeve, a look of disgust flashing in his eyes. Roll! Seeing the tearful Shen Luo looking at her clothes again, Enqing glared coldly. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm so excited to finally see a living person. Shen Luo kept sniffing and showed a flattering smile, as if he regarded the infamily brothers and sisters as his saviors. But in his heart, he had a different scene. Really hammered. The aura on Enjing's body was exactly the same as the aura that had seduced him in the bloody swamp before, but the aura on his body was much lighter. After his personal test, Shen Luo was even more sure. Moreover, the 2 siblings behaved abnormally, such as how they found this underground maze. There is only one entrance here, and the direction they came from was exactly opposite to theirs, which proved that the infamily brothers and sisters did not enter the maze through the ancient tree. Then there is only one possibility. Someone sent him in. To be precise, it was sent in by the blood dragon who called himself the Saint of Blood. Beast slave. The infamily brothers and sisters are beast slaves. Shen Luo was secretly shocked. If this speculation was true, and combined with this already hasty competition, he was very sure that this was another setup by some senior officials. The purpose is unknown, but it won't be anything good. What's on your mind? A violent red light flashed in Enqing's eyes, interrupting Shen Luo's thoughts. I was thinking what happened to the others. If we find more classmates, our chances of going out should be greater, right? Shen Luo's eyes showed a trace of sadness. Don't think about it. The 27 people who were captured are all dead and have long been turned into blood. Ahem, Qing'er, don't scare Brother Shen. Although there are only 3 of us left, we still have a chance to go out. And Zheng coughed suddenly, interrupting his sister. And Qing seemed to realize something, glared at Shen Luo fiercely, and stopped talking. Caught? 27 people? You know quite clearly. Shen Luo was a little amused, and he became more and more certain that these 2 people were beast slaves. Really? Brother, do you really have a chance to go out? I don't want to stay here. It's too scary here. However, Shenluo still cooperated with Injung and put on a crying look again. Act, you brothers and sisters, keep acting. Anyway, I already know the way out. Of course, as long as we find the treasure left by Di Chinchio, we can definitely go out. Injung nodded, looking at Shenluo with more scrutiny. Di Chinchio, where is he? Brother, let's go find him quickly. After hearing what Injung said, Shenluo immediately looked impatient and grabbed his sleeve. Ahem, Brother Shun, do you really not know who Di Chinchio is? He is the world's first mythical beast master. It is recorded in some ancient books in the school. You must be hiding something. Us. And Zheng stared hard into Shenluo's eyes, as if he would kill him immediately if he could not give him a satisfactory answer. And Qing, who was on the side, slowly clenched her hands hidden behind her back, and her long fingers were vaguely covered with a layer of ferocious blood. Chapter 29, Abyss Blood Tree, Crazy Beauty Beast Slave. At this time, Shenluo also smelled a hint of danger. On and Qing, this little girl really wants to kill someone. Brethren, I really don't know. You should know that I just contracted a pet a few days ago, and it's... Shenluo pretended to be embarrassed on his face. It's an ant. The school has given up on me, and all my resources have been taken away except being able to stay in school. As he said that, Shenluo suddenly looked at Injung with a hint of excitement. Brethren, why don't you take me in? I can be your little brother. I can do whatever I want. Shenluo strode forward and hugged Injung, with mucus flowing from his nose and wiping it all over his body. Brother Shen, please respect yourself. Looking at the stained clothes, and Zheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he pushed Shenluo out. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Impossible? Mingming Mingxing said that there was only one person here, and he had probably obtained the inheritance of Emperor Qinxiu. He asked his brother and sister to find and kill him, and then they could go one step further and continue to hide as students. But after seeing Shun Luo's performance, the family brothers and sisters were a little undecided. A guy who could only contract with ants would not be able to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Qinxiu, even if he found it. I'm sorry, I'm a misophobic person, and I forgot about Brother Shin's situation for a moment. I'm sorry. And Zheng made no secret of the contempt in his eyes. Since it was useless, let's kill him. The two siblings looked at each other, murderous intent rising. Look, there's a handgun. Just when the two were about to take action, Shenluo suddenly pointed behind them, with a look of horror in his eyes. Damn it! The family brothers and sisters turned their heads subconsciously before they realized they had been tricked. When he turned around, he realized that Shenluo's figure had run into a passage not far away. After Shenluo ran into the passage, he was like a fish entering the sea. Relying on the familiarity of the terrain with that animal's skin, he nimbly shuttled through the narrow passage. Except for the trial passage, all other passages have traps. Once triggered, you will face attacks from powerful monsters. Roar! Although the family brothers and sisters had blood dragons to help them, they triggered the trap first in a hurry. A tree demon rose into the sky and blocked the way of the family brothers and sisters. Damn it! And Qing's claws that had turned blood red suddenly swung out, directly cutting the tree demon in front of her into several pieces. The poor elite tree demon was sent to hell in less than a breath of time. Looking at the flexible and jumping figure in front of him, and Zheng's face turned pale. At this time, he had realized that Shenluo had most likely obtained the inheritance from Di Chinchio. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why a person who had just entered this place was so familiar with it. Damn it! And Zheng roared angrily and chased after Shenluo. Boom! The earth demon bear appeared, surrounded by thick black flames. It ran all the way and broke through countless traps. Countless powerful demon beasts roared out and surrounded Zheng. Come on, catch me! Shenluo in front suddenly stopped. He was not far from the exit marked on the map at this time, and looked at the family brothers and sisters who were surrounded by warcraft with a playful expression. Idiot! Call! The wind howled, and Qing also chased after him, glaring at Zheng fiercely, which was completely unlike her sister's attitude towards her brother. Behind her, a huge tree shadow was slowly taking shape. Abyss Blood Tree, kill him! And Qing pointed angrily at Shenluo, who was gloating about his misfortune. The huge Abyss Blood Tree trembled slightly, and countless branches full of bloody energy spread out quickly, mincing the monsters around Zheng into a pile of minced meat, and then moved towards Shenluo's direction. Shoot away! It's actually a plant-based pet. Looking at the bloody branches flying towards him, Shenluo didn't have a trace of panic on his face. On the contrary, and Qing's abyss blood tree successfully aroused his curiosity. Under the global beast disaster, in addition to the powerful monsters raging everywhere, these ancient tree species have caused the greatest damage to this land. They can keep growing, cracking the earth, and causing natural disasters because they cannot be completely eliminated, making them more terrifying than the likes of Warcraft. To this day, there are still countless huge tree mounds left around the world, and witchers regularly check for signs of resurrection. This little girl is pretty awesome. Shen Luo's eyes flickered, but he didn't expect Qing to contract an abyssal blood tree that was at least elite level, which was difficult to deal with. Facing countless bloody branches, Shen Luo thought of retreating for the first time. Too many. Even if he summoned all the ant soldiers, he would not be able to compete with the number of these bloody branches. Escape. Shen Luo knew that the two brothers and sisters were backed by a legendary blood dragon. If he was entangled, there was no guarantee that the other party would not have some means of killing them with one blow. You can't be tough, you can only be smart. Shen Luo fled frantically, racing all the way through the chaotic maze passages, and hidden traps were triggered one after another. Roar! 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 Angry roars were heard endlessly, and the awakened monsters jumped out of the trap one after another. Before they could launch an attack, their bodies were pierced by the bloody branches that followed and turned into flesh and blood. Fortunately, these monsters successfully slowed down the pursuit of the abyss blood tree. Shen Luo, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces and make you into a human pig. Shen Luo turned around when he heard the sound, made a face in Qing's direction, and then continued to run wildly. Ah! And Qing stood at the top of the blood tree in the abyss, her whole body dyed blood red, blood flying from the back of her head, her fingertips protruding like 10 bloody knives shining with evil light. Her body-hugging dress cut her figure. The display is vivid, and the fullness on the chest is ready to be revealed, which has a unique style. If it weren't for her beautiful face, distorted by anger that ruined her overall image, Qing would definitely be called a bloody enchantress who brought disaster to the country and the people. After going around in countless passages, Qing, who had been chasing after him, suddenly lost his target. Boom! The bloody branches were beating wildly, but they still couldn't force Shen Luo out. Not good! Qing's expression suddenly changed as if she remembered something, and she hurriedly controlled the abyss blood tree to run towards the road she came from. Just as Qing thought, Shen Luo had already used his familiarity with the terrain to return quietly, and his target was Zheng, who was lagging behind. I've been being hunted all the time, so it's not too much to fight back, right? Taking advantage of the hurried march of the Fey Sea Ant soldiers, Shen Luo appeared quietly in front of Zheng. Zheng was slightly startled and was about to speak, but found two black lights flying towards him, and subconsciously blocked the earth demon bear in front of him. Pity! The corners of Shen Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Then he turned around and ran away. Puff! Behind Zheng, a series of black lights flew towards him, directly blasting his head, and his brain exploded instantly. Elder brother! And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Qing, who hurried back. Shen Luo, you deserve to die. The shrill wail resounded throughout the underground maze. Chapter 30. A narrow escape from death. The curse of the blood saint. Zheng is dead. There is no real dead body. Qing's eyes were full of disbelief, and there was faint blood flowing out of her eyes. Ah! 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 There were 3 extremely shrill sounds in a row, each wave stronger than the last. The entire maze began to shake, and the overwhelming blood began to spread to the entire underground maze. The long hair on the back of Qing's head grew endlessly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally charming face was instantly covered with ferocious blood lines, and the rich blood energy gathered into a huge blood dragon shadow. The sinister blood eyes looked in the direction of Shen Luo's escape, and he suddenly let out a cold snort. Snort! With this sound, the space shook, and the underground maze collapsed inch by inch. Puff! Shen Luo, who was running towards the exit, was hit hard inexplicably. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his speed suddenly dropped. The blood energy all over the sky gathered into blood-colored ropes as thick as a wrist and quickly wrapped around Shen Luo. In just a few breaths, Shen Luo was unable to move. Ah! Shen Luo roared angrily, and the blood-colored rope on his body tightened tighter and tighter. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his veins were bulging. Human ants, bear the wrath of the saint of blood. A cold voice came, and Shen Luo's whole body began to explode, as if his bones would be shattered into mud and buried in the sea of blood in the next moment. At this time, it was only 1 meter away from the exit of the underground maze. 1 meter is like a chasm. My life. By me. I can't help it. The queen ant appears. The ant soldiers of Fey Sickle appear. The blood resonates, and the sound is loud. Under the blessing of the light of care, the ant soldiers' attributes doubled, and they crazily devoured the blood energy turned into ropes. Unfortunately, this move was like a worm shaking a tree, and it was instantly suppressed by the bloodline of the legendary monster. Ah! Shen Luo's eyes were weeping with blood. Not far behind him, and Qing, who was wearing long hair and was radiating chills, was walking towards him step by step. There was endless killing intent in his blood-stained eyes. Boom! 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 His heartbeat quickened, his blood flowed, and strange blood spots appeared all over Shen Luo's body. The halo of favor. At the critical moment, Shen Luo roared, and light golden halos suddenly appeared. Halo of favor. Derived from the light of favor, it is naturally immune to all negative conditions and the erosion of evil forces, and provides an extremely high mental improvement to the Beast Master. Active skills. After each use of the current Beast Pet will reduce by 1 level. As soon as the halo came out, the blood-colored rope on Shen Luo's body instantly burst apart, and the huge inertia made him rush forward 2 steps suddenly. However, puff! The ant soldiers that had been reduced to 1 level suddenly exploded. The next moment, the halo suddenly disappeared, and the bloody rope reappeared. Ah! Shen Luo felt the pain of being pricked by needles in his mind. His face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his face. The destruction of a Fey sea ant soldier only advanced less than 1/10 of the distance. Behind him, Qing's mutated blood claw was slowly raising, and the blood around her body was solid. Damn it! The halo of favor. Puff! The ant soldiers exploded, pushing Shen Luo forward. Puff! 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 Following Shen Luo's heart-rending roar, the sickle ant soldiers exploded one after another. The powerful blood suppression from the legendary monster made the punishment of the favored halo increase infinitely. Don't even think about killing me. Looking at the exit in front of him, Shen Luo had no scruples at all. With a thought in his mind, a beast crystal glowing with green light floated out from the storage bag, and he swallowed it without hesitation. Beast crystal. The beast crystal of the legendary extreme cold turtle contains huge energy and is universal. The precious extreme cold black turtle beast crystal contains huge energy, but at this time, Shen Luo is using it in exchange for a glimmer of life. At the entrance of the beast crystal, huge energy exploded instantly, and a layer of cyan ice crystals formed around Shen Luo's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the blood-colored ropes. The halo of favor. Go to hell! Shen Luo's roar, and Qing's cold voice full of murderous intent sounded at the same time. Bang! Bang! The 2 ant soldiers exploded at the same time, and the short-lived halo of blessing finally pushed Shen Luo into the exit. The blood claws behind him, which were as solid as substance, were suddenly photographed. Unfortunately, the pictures were lonely. Waste. Behind Qing, the shadow of the blood dragon snorted heavily. Qing instantly felt as if he had been hit hard, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out from his scarlet lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadow of the blood dragon suddenly became illusory, and 2 groups of blood light shot out. One group flew in the direction where Shen Luo disappeared, and the other group disappeared into Qing's body. Curse of blood. Hunt for eternity. Never ending. As the voice fell, the blood dragon's shadow slowly disappeared, leaving only Qing, who had returned to her original appearance, kneeling on the ground with a dull look on her face. The blood dragon, who claims to be the saint of blood, has a curse that is difficult to eliminate due to the transformation of his essence and blood, but now he has connected 2 unrelated people with a curse, and they will fight to the death. Qing didn't expect that the brother and sister had become beast slaves due to a difference of thought. Now her brother died in the hands of Shen Luo, and her own fate was tied to the other party, leaving no room for turning around. Is it worth it just for that unrealistic mythical opportunity? Qing was a little confused as to whether Shen Luo had received Di Chinchio's inheritance. Ha! Shen Luo, you damn ant! After taking a thoughtful look at the exit of the maze, Qing turned around and left in the opposite direction. Thump! Outside the exit was a rapid artificial river. After Shenluo was pushed out by two ant soldiers, he was immediately washed out by the rapid water. Because he had swallowed the legendary beast crystal, extremely cold cyan ice crystals were still condensing around Shenluo's body. The sudden impact of falling into the water and the sudden drop in body temperature made him faint. Before fainting, Shenluo remembered a method recorded in the Beast Master's notes on how to improve the attributes of a Beast Master, and subconsciously activated it. At this time, a thin layer of ice had formed around Shenluo's body, and it was still thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed, Shenluo, who had been drifting with the current in the river, had a cyan ice coffin several meters long and wide formed around his body. The artificial river outside the island in the center of the lake is the last barrier to prevent the birth of the blood dragon, and there are countless magic circles. It has to be said that Shenluo was really lucky. Although he triggered many traps, whether it was a monster attack or a mechanism, they were all blocked by the cyan ice coffin outside his body, thus avoiding the fate of a wasted death. After passing through countless turbulent passages, the cyan ice coffin stopped in a water-filled cave on the outskirts of the river in the center of the lake. Shenluo's breathing was still steady, and wisps of cyan energy kept pouring into his body. The cyan ice coffin was also shrinking due to the loss of energy. Click! 3 days later, numerous cracks appeared in the ice coffin, and Shenluo slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 31. The situation changes and Shenluo suddenly returns. East City. 14 days have passed since the last match between the two middle schools. On that day, almost everyone saw the bloody giant claws that covered the sky and the sun. The cold and brutal aura lingered for a long time, and the shadow of fear began to be buried in people's hearts. In addition to fear, there is also doubt. The world order that had been re-established after the global beast disaster seemed to have suddenly erupted with many voices of doubt at that moment. All major media, broadcasting platforms, video platforms, and social networks have taken action. Why would such a horrible thing appear in the East City area? Since the reconstruction of East City, has there been a huge hidden danger? Why did the two powerful organizations, the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance, allow the terror to escape? What happened to those abducted students now? Besides East City, are there any other hidden dangers like this in other urban areas? The public needs the right to know, as well as a reasonable explanation and subsequent solutions. Are the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance hiding something from the public? Various voices are overwhelming, and the two major power institutions are obviously unable to suppress these voices. Once they take action, they will inevitably usher in a crazy counterattack from the lower classes, and the order that has been painstakingly established after the global beast disaster will be destroyed. The best way is undoubtedly to divert attention from East City, the center of the storm, so that the public no longer pays attention to the terrorist incidents. Time will naturally eliminate everything. And Xing, one of the two most beautiful girls in number 1 middle school, finally managed to escape from the island after 14 days of suffering. She was seriously injured and brought back the sad news that the kidnapped students had died. This is the first student to survive since the establishment of the Forbidden Area on Lake Hart Island. The message jointly issued by the two organizations subsequently successfully diverted the attention of the public and some media. Are the brothers and sisters beast slaves? No, that was just a misunderstanding. And Xing, who narrowly escaped death, is the hero of number 1 middle school. Because of his own mistakes, the Emperor-level Beast Tamer Gulao was urgently recalled by the Beast Tamer Association, and he tacitly agreed with the top management statement. Faced with this situation, Mr. Xie, the principal of number 1 middle school, could only swallow the bitter pill silently. The decision of the top management was not something that he, as a principal, could interfere with. If the sky fell, there would always be taller people to hold it up. Strike while the iron is hot, and the top leaders of the two institutions are particularly adept at this. The monsters suppressed in the forbidden area of Lake Hart Island are about to escape. The Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance have sent a legendary Beast Tamer and 4 golden-robed demon hunters to Lake Hart Island to resuppress the monsters that are about to escape, in order to ensure the safety of the East City area. When the news came out, the public was shocked. A legendary Beast Master and 4 golden-robed demon hunters. This lineup is enough to easily suppress a large-scale beast tide. As a result, the public's fear gradually disappeared, and some unscrupulous media that attempted to take advantage of the wave of popularity gradually died down under the hints from relevant parties and under strong pressure. In order to quell the negative impact of this incident, the official actions go beyond this. The flames of war have reignited. Live up to our youth. The preliminaries for the National Middle School League have begun. All schools that qualify for the league will receive a mysterious reward. After this wave of operations, the public completely shifted their attention. After all, it concerns the future of their children, and everyone turned their attention to the school team qualifiers in various regions. The two major authorities also approached number 1 middle school and number 7 middle school, respectively. In addition to providing additional compensation, they also guaranteed that at least 2 students from each school could be shortlisted for the league. Under high pressure and inducement, the 2 schools could only compromise. For number 7 middle school, it can even be said that they have made a lot of money. At least Principal Wang no longer has to worry about his career. As for Shin Luo, he is just an orphan. Yi Qing, who had always been optimistic about Shin Luo and even personally recruited him into the 11th round, walked away after a meeting and did not cancel Shin Luo's position as a green-robed witcher as required. Number 7 middle school, in the school training room. The qualifiers have begun. Although there are already 2 places, don't slack off and try to get more places. Otherwise, I'm sorry. Lu Jun, with a gloomy look on his face, looked at the reselected members of the school team, and his voice stopped abruptly. If the person who is most worried about Shin Luo is Lu Jun, teacher, we can understand your feelings, but student Shin Luo has been killed. Now we are the main force of the school team. You should be responsible for us and the honor of the school. A newly selected member of the school team expressed doubts because Lu Jun, the head of the school team, was completely out of shape during the past few days of training. What do you want to say? Su Qinxue raised her head and looked at this senior high school student who was similar to Zhao Shichen, with disdain in her eyes. Captain Su, what I want to say is that Shin Luo is just an intermediate beast master, and his beast pet is an extremely rubbish ant. What contribution can such a waste make to the school? Do you think that even if he is still alive, he can lead number 7 middle school to enter the National League? It's just a waste, not that. The new school team members are getting more and more excited, and there is even a hint of questioning in their words. Snap! Qin Feng, who was next to Su Qinxue, finally couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the new member away. Trash? If Shin Luo is a trash, you are worse than a trash. What? You don't accept it? Come on, let's duel. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Looking at the unhappy new member, Qin Feng hooked his fingers, not hiding the contempt and provocation in his eyes. What the hell, I know how to talk every day. If it weren't for Su Qinxue, Qin Feng would have left number 7 middle school long ago. Su Qinxue also revealed some information about Shin Luo's strength to him. Even without the news that shocked him, the ability to kill Zhao Shichen instantly was enough to surpass this guy in front of him. However, some people just don't have self-awareness, and they stand on the moral high ground and suppress their classmates. Does that make him feel good? Squeak! At this moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and a familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Brother Qin is right. If I am a waste, then you are worse than a waste. Come on, let's fight if you don't accept it. The voice was filled with extreme fatigue and vicissitudes, and a figure in disheveled clothes slowly entered everyone's sight. Shen Luo! Shen Luo! Su Qinxue and Chu Wanwan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exclaimed and looked at the figure standing in front of the school team member in shock. Hello, I'm back. Shen Luo raised his head and looked at the few people with a smile. A gust of fragrant wind blew by, and Chu Wanwan quickly ran to Shen Luo and pinched his face hard. Hiss! It hurts! Shen Luo was speechless. This little witch's hands were so strong. It's so alive. I want to go back and tell my dad. After saying that, Chu Wanwan left the training room, jumping up and down. What the hell? What does it have to do with your dad if I come back? Chapter 32. For places, the enchantress hiding in the bed. Raising his hand, Shen Luo summoned the Fey Sea Ant soldiers. 10 ferocious ant soldiers directly surrounded the new team member, and the trembling tentacles made bursts of squeaking sounds, which were obviously much louder than before. Name: Fey Sickle Ant Soldier. Level: Level 9. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Characteristics: Rapid March Enhanced. Compound Eye Attack Enhanced. Skill: Aura of Favor. Halo of Favor. Derived from the light of favor, it is naturally immune to all negative conditions and the erosion of evil forces, and provides an extremely high mental improvement to the Beast Master. Active skills: after each use of the current Beast Pet will reduce by 1 level. It is worth mentioning that after these ant soldiers devoured those blood-colored ropes, they directly improved to a level, and they were only short of the energy of a piece of high-grade beast meat before reaching the 10th level. In order to get rid of the control of the blood dragon, Shinluo also paid an extremely heavy price. Due to the excessive punishment of the favorite Halo, more than half of the 40 ant soldiers were lost. If it were not for the protection of the super fertility group, it is very likely that the entire army would be annihilated this time. Even so, there were only 20 ant soldiers left, and the queen ant fell into a deep sleep due to the suppression of the bloodline of the legendary monster. However, Shinluo's gains from this trip were also huge. Thinking of this, a smile finally appeared in Shinluo's tired eyes. If you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. Teacher, I'm back. Ignoring the frightened new team members, Shinluo went straight to Lu Jun and bowed slightly. Okay, just come back. Lu Jun came to Shinluo with an excited face and patted him heavily on the shoulder twice. His concern was beyond words. For Lu Jun, Shinluo has always treated him like a father, and he is the best person to him in the world. Not one. Therefore, after Shinluo returned to Dongcheng, he immediately came to the school to find Lu Jun. As for what happened in Dongcheng during this period, he had heard about it and made his own judgment in his heart. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes with a faint flash of cyan light. If anyone betrays me, I will kill him. If the sky fails me, I will destroy this sky. However, it's better to wait and see for now. Don't worry, go back and have a good rest. Now that you're back, everything is unknown. Lu Jun naturally felt the change in Shinluo's mood, comforted him, and turned around to leave. However, a trace of imperceptible determination flashed through his deep, watery eyes. After watching Lu Jun leave, Shinluo raised his head and looked at Su Qianxue and the two. Captain, I think the four of us are enough for the number 7 middle school team. What do you think? There was an ultimate confidence in Shinluo's eyes, something he had never seen before. Shinluo returned to Dongcheng from the island in the middle of the lake 2 days later than in Qing. Too many things happened during this period. He couldn't control the high-level games, but when it came to his own interests, he would never allow any accidents. Are you sure? Su Qianxue frowned slightly. Although she didn't know why Shinluo had such thoughts, it was completely different from her previous tepid attitude. Of course, for is enough of the qualifiers. National League, I want to be first. This change in Shinluo had something to do with the news he heard when he came back. Even in Qing, a beast slave has become a hero in number 1 middle school, while she is almost ignored except by a few people. Do you really think you are dead? Strength. All because of strength. If you don't have a backer, then be your own backer. Okay, he's a man. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, full of appreciation. TCH, men are useless. Even a poor guy wants to be first. The new team member who had been ignored for a long time finally found a chance to speak up for himself. I am the nephew of the principal. With me here, you are a poor man. Don't even think about returning to the school team. Bang! Shinluo raised his hand, and a sickle ant soldier knocked him into the corner. He rolled his eyes and fainted. You too, see you in the preliminaries. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinluo turned around and left. He didn't even look at the new team member from the beginning to the end, and his fate had already been decided. The principal's nephew, what nonsense! After leaving school, Shinluo immediately returned home. There has been no popularity for more than 10 days, and the huge living room seems a bit deserted with a vague smell of blood. Shinluo frowned slightly and looked towards his bedroom. Squeak! Opening the door, a light blue plaid quilt has been spread out on the soft big bed, with clear curves. Snort! Without any hesitation, Shinluo raised his hand and 2 black lights flew out. 2 ant soldiers quickly lifted up the corner of the quilt, revealing an enchanting figure inside. The figure slowly turned his head and looked at each other. It's actually you. Looking at Qing with a cold face on the bed, Shinluo was a little surprised that this little girl would actually come to him. Shinluo, give my brother his life back. Unexpectedly, Qing jumped up from the bed when she saw him and rushed towards him like a shrew. Bang! Shinluo raised his foot and kicked him back. Then he rubbed his body and pressed him down unceremoniously. With a hint of coldness in his body, Shinluo clearly felt the slight tremor being suppressed, and then an evil smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. You are so weak, let me guess why. He stretched out his hand to lift Qing's chin. Surprisingly, he received no resistance. On the contrary, the strong hatred and unwillingness in the other person's eyes made his heart move. Deliberately showing weakness? Or did your master have other plans? Or did the higher-ups make some promises to you in order to calm the incident, such as letting you survive? Shen Luo vaguely remembered the scene in the underground maze. Once this little girl went crazy. Even he couldn't handle it at the time, but now, she is so weak. After hearing Shen Luo's words, and Qing was shocked because he had guessed everything right. Now I'm like a puppet on strings. Whether it is the blood dragon that is about to escape from trouble in the center of the lake, or the top management of the two major power agencies, I am just a tool to maintain balance. Once this balance disappears, I am afraid that the first person to die will be myself. Even so, I must kill the treacherous person in front of me before I die. But now she doesn't dare to take action, not only because the methods left by the blood dragon were sealed by the top management, but also because of the agreement between her and the top management that she cannot make any extraordinary moves before the National League in exchange for her original freedom. Identity. She only has one chance to take revenge, and that is to kill Shen Luo in the game. Otherwise, you will die. Why? Don't you say anything? Seeing and Qing not saying a word, Shen Luo smiled evilly and controlled the two sickle ant soldiers, slowly climbing up the proud twin peaks. Get these dirty ants away. If you have the skills, come on. Chapter 33. Fight if you don't accept it. Don't be arrogant with me. Me? This little girl really dares to say that. I don't want to. Shen Luo blinked, looking at the red light flashing in Qing's eyes, and suppressed the restlessness rising in his heart. If I really get fucked, I still don't know who is sucking who. Behind this little girl is a legendary monster. Girl, do you mind a full body massage? As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Luo's palm began to touch all over Qing's body quickly. Every time his hand landed, a sickle ant soldier was left behind, and some ferocious mouthparts were directly attached to it, with a faint trace visible. Silky red energy was sucked out of Qing's body. Of course, in order to prevent Qing from suddenly losing control, Shen Luo did not attack some unspeakable positions. Ah! A trace of embarrassment flashed in Qing's eyes. Looking at the ants covering her body, a low and weird cry suddenly sounded. Her body kept twisting, and no matter how she moved, the ant soldiers on her body seemed to be frozen, sucking in, and the slightly trembling tentacles kept making squeaking sounds. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded, and Qing's eyes quickly turned red. At the same time, the ant soldiers absorbed on the body suddenly began to tremble, and the flowing red energy suddenly increased, and the ups and downs of Qing's body continued to accelerate. Call! Until Qing let out a long breath. Her whole body went limp, and she looked at Shen Luo again with eyes full of resentment. The decrease in red energy made her feel inexplicably much better. Really? A flash of light flashed in Shen Luo's eyes. The bloody energy that those ant soldiers sucked out of Qing's body just now should have come from the legendary monster blood dragon. Not only did these ant soldiers become much stronger, but the bloody smell that filled the room also gradually disappear. Be slave? How do Warcraft control humans? Let's open the sky and tell the truth. It's you brothers and sisters who want to kill me, so you should have the consciousness to be killed by me. Of course, as you be slaves, even if I kill you now, it will be to eliminate harm to mankind. Shen Luo looking at Qing, there was a hint of depth in her eyes. Since you are still alive now, cherish it. Presumably, there should be some agreement between you and the higher-ups. It's nothing more than using each other. However, don't even think about touching my cake. Otherwise, there was a fierce glint in Shen Luo's eyes, and he wiped Qing's neck. Life and interest, this is the bottom line. And Qing was silent. After hearing the news of Shen Luo's return, she came here immediately and wanted to kill Shen Luo at all costs. As for the consequences, she had not thought about it. But those high-level officials didn't know what tricks they had played on her, so that when she faced Shen Luo, she actually had no ability at all. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a weak woman, unless she used animal pets. But she didn't dare to try. And Qing didn't know if those hypocritical senior officials had done anything to her pet. After all, she was forced into a coma for a period of time. I will definitely kill you. After Shen Luo put away the ant soldiers, and Qing stood up with a weak look on her face that couldn't help but make people feel pity. Welcome again. More exercise is good for your health. Watching Qing leave, Shen Luo's face instantly turned gloomy. How did Qing find her place to live? Even a legendary monster is impossible. After all, the blood dragon itself is still imprisoned on the island in the middle of the lake. Shen Luo frowned slightly. Could it be that mass of blood? Shen Luo, who couldn't figure it out, stopped thinking about it. After experiencing the pressure of being able to see but not move, his already extremely exhausted body could no longer hold on. So he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Early next morning, Shenluo woke up from his sleep and immediately threw the corpse of a monster into the beast pet space. The queen ant was still sleeping. Shenluo guessed that she was on the verge of advancement. After thinking about it, she threw in another beast crystal and then started to wash up. After that, Shenluo opened the properties panel. Host, Shenluo. Beast pet. Phase sickle ant queen. Spiritual threshold, 156. Physiological threshold, 134. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. Talent 3. Simulated evolution. Simulated evolution. You can simulate the evolution of all living creatures and provide the best advancement plan, and have the opportunity to evolve the ultimate rare creature. Devil's Law. If you are favored by the devil and obtain a pet of any quality, you can evolve by eating flesh and blood. The higher the level of flesh and blood you eat, the stronger your evolution will be. There is no upper limit. After seeing his attributes improved again, Shenluo's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy. It is always true that danger and opportunity coexist. Whether it is the pure energy from the blood dragon or the improvement brought to him by the legendary magic crystal, it is unimaginable for him at this stage. If converted into wealth, it can't be converted. The things Shenluo got from this trip to the Lake Center Island were difficult to buy even if he had money. Whether it is the Beast Master's minutes that allow the Master to advance to the mythical level, the legendary beast crystals, or the complete corpses of monsters that are at least elite level, they're all rare. Shenluo believed that as long as he was given time, his strength would show a geometric explosion. It's time to show up, but we can't let our great hero be favored by just one person. After leaving home, Shenluo went straight to the 11th round. At this time, the 11th inning was noisy, and there were many more unfamiliar faces than usual. Shenluo just glanced at them and ignored them and walked directly upstairs. You stop. But it seemed that someone didn't want to let him go, and a slightly provocative voice came from behind. Is something wrong? Shenluo turned around and looked at the little crew chief with disdain in his eyes, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Are you Shenluo, the trash who contracted ant? Zhao Pingtu spoke very rudely and pointed at Shenluo's nose. People watching the excitement gradually gathered around. Click! Ah! A scream came out, and Zhao Pingtu's fingers were directly broken off by Shenluo. Everyone looked at each other. Is he so cruel? Didn't your family teach you to be polite? You're just a black-robed witcher who doesn't know how to bow when you see your superior and dares to insult him. You really don't know how to write the word death. There was a hint of coldness in Shenluo's eyes. It was obvious that this group of people were waiting for him here on purpose, and they must have been instigated by others. Zhao Shichen, nephew of the principal, and Qing. Shenluo immediately thought of these three people. Bang, bang, bang. Before Zhao Pingtu could react, Shenluo strode forward and slapped him both front and back. The slaps made Zhao Pingtu's eyes flash with stars, but he did not dare to fight back. Everyone was stunned, and now they remembered that the man in front of them was the green-robed witcher. The four-color demon hunters of the Demon Control Alliance have different levels of strength, which also represents a strict hierarchy. Subordinates are subordinates. Even if Shenluo kills him now, no one will say anything. Probably not. The next moment, puff! There was a flash of black light, and a big hole was blown out of the little crew chief's head, without even having time to look at it. Just do it if you don't accept it. Don't be arrogant in front of me. Chapter 34. Arguing with Reason, the Advanced Ant Queen. The following offenders deserve to be killed. Shenluo's cold voice rang in everyone's ears, his eyes swept over the onlookers, and a chill instantly rose in everyone's hearts. However, there are still people who are not afraid of death. Shenluo, even if he commits the following crimes, why do you have to do everything right? Bang! There was a flash of black light, and the person who spoke flew out. How brave! At this moment, a loud roar sounded from upstairs, and three witchers, 2 green and 1 purple, walked down the stairs. In the 11th round, it is forbidden to fight within oneself and fight between colleagues. If you have any objections, you can go to the stage of life and death. If they all kill people as randomly as you do, and these people don't die at the hands of monsters, but die at the hands of a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, what do you want your other comrades to think? And what do you want those warriors who desperately protect the lights of thousands of families to think? I don't care who you are. Since you let me meet you, I will make you pay the price. Shin Luo's eyes were cold. He crossed his arms and looked directly at the purple-robed witcher without fear, and responded proudly. He committed the following crimes, and I was just enforcing the rules. If there is no punishment, how can we establish authority? If the rules are empty talk, how can we restrain everyone? When he said this, his chin was slightly raised, revealing a sense of determination and confidence. The purple-robed witcher's eyes widened with anger, and he pointed his right index finger at Shin Luo and said sternly, "Rules are not an excuse for you to kill people at will. Your behavior is simply trampling on the rules." The sound was deafening, causing everyone around to look sideways. The shadow of the beast floated behind him, and it seemed that he might summon his pet beast at any time to kill Shin Luo. I did not kill people arbitrarily, but I was upholding the dignity of the rules. He made a mistake and should be punished. Shin Luo sneered, his eyes shining with determination, as if telling the other party that his decision was unquestionable. Good. Very good. A newcomer who just entered the 11th round not only rose to the top of the ranks of Qingpao, but also committed a murder. It's really great. The purple-robed demon hunter's beard trembled with anger. He clenched his fist with his left hand and waved his right hand in the air. You are using strong words to make excuses. It is only right that the murderer pays for his life. Shin Luo responded tit for tat, without taking a step back. He straightened his body and said, "If this kind of behavior is allowed to spread, wouldn't the 11th game become a mess? I'm thinking of the overall situation. Why didn't you show up when they committed the crime? Instead, you are now exerting strong pressure on me. What's the reason?" The onlookers were stunned. These three people were sent from the headquarters of the Demon Control Alliance to deal with the Dongqing incident. I didn't expect Shin Luo to be so strong and directly confronted the opponent. I'm guilty of committing the crime below? Aren't you committing the crime of committing the crime below now? The purple-robed demon hunter was angry. Even if Yi Qing, the head of Bureau 11, was here, he had to be respectful to him. This young boy in front of him actually dared to talk to him like this. It was really outrageous. Boom! A huge beast shadow suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Elite-level monster, Frost Hunter. The following offenders should be killed. The purple-robed witcher repeated Shin Luo's previous words, with a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Ha! You just want to do it after you can't say it, right? Regardless of the indiscriminate nature, if the superiors bully the inferiors, you are worthy of it. Just when Shin Luo was about to summon the Fey Sea Ant soldiers, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Bit. The Queen Ant has advanced, her bloodline has evolved, and the number of her group has increased. Shin Luo subconsciously glanced at the pet space. 60 ant soldiers were neatly arranged, like a team of elite soldiers who had fought in hundreds of battles. They were completely different from the previous ones, and could be summoned at any time. Name, Cockroach Queen. Level 5. Quality, intermediate rare. Talent, super fertility, light of favor. Loyalty, 100%. Characteristics, strong endurance, strength, and self-healing ability. The endurance can reach 100 times of the same body size, and the strength can reach 1,000 times of the same body size. The body damage degree is higher than 50%, and the self-healing mode is turned on. Super fertility. The reproductive cycle is shortened by 10 times. The number of births is increased by 10 times. The offspring can fully inherit the attributes of the mother, and 20 ant soldiers can be maintained at any time to protect the group no matter what the situation. Light of favor. The ant soldiers led by the Queen Ant have all their attributes doubled. Seeing this, Shin Luo suddenly felt confident. So what about the elite Frost Hunter? There's nothing else but a lot of ants. Boom! 40 advanced ant soldiers were summoned instantly. Abuse of power, bullying those above and those below. I can't bear to be angry with you. Shin Luo has already seen that these people are deliberately looking for trouble for him. No matter whether they are instigated or not, he does not want to be angry with this now or in the future. Power or strength must be something that allows him to settle down and live his life. Asshole! The purple-robed witcher roared angrily. Under his control, the Frost Hunter exuded an icy aura. His huge body was like an insurmountable iceberg, and his cold eyes stared at the ant soldiers in front of him. Hiss! The onlookers immediately stepped back in horror. Things had developed out of control. Among the crowd, a witcher looked at Shin Luo with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. At this time, the ant soldiers were arranged closely together, and their tentacles kept shaking, as if they were conveying some kind of message. The sharp sickle flashed with cold light, revealing a majestic aura. Stop! Do you still take me seriously? Just when Shen Luo was about to take action, Yi Qing finally appeared, looking at Shen Luo with a complicated look in his eyes. This kid is not dead. When Shen Luo heard Yi Qing's voice, his tense expression suddenly relaxed, his eyes blinked, and his expression instantly changed like a face-changing master. Boss, you're here. I have no choice but to do this. This purple-robed witcher is unreasonable. It's obviously the guy below who is guilty. I just follow the rules, but he is so aggressive. Shen Luo was seen walking quickly towards Yi Qing, tears welling up in his eyes, and he was crying with a slightly choked voice. There was a trace of surprise in Yi Qing's eyes. This kid can act better than me? Li Qi, is he right? Helpless. Yi Qing turned to look at the purple-robed demon hunter Li Qi, feeling very unhappy in his heart. Isn't it noble to send someone from the headquarters? It is extremely rude to dare to touch the genius who was personally recruited by the director. I'm just a little witcher. How dare I fight against them? If you don't come again, I don't know what to do. Shen Luo continued to cry, and the Phase 6 soldiers in the field disappeared instantly. The Frost Hunter is confused. The onlookers were stunned. Even the 3 superior demon hunters were confused by Shen Luo's sudden change. How can people be so shameless? Are everyone's eyes blind? Chapter 35. Mythical Bee-Skin, Shock of Halo Skills. Facing Shen Luo's performance, even the 3 witchers from the old city could only stare. You can't forcefully kill this shameless boy after Yi Qing shows up, right? If that is really the case, the following crimes will really fall on them. However, they really couldn't bear this tone. Director Yi, as a witcher, what crime should I take if I commit the crime of murdering my colleagues? Li Qi, the purple-robed witcher, did not respond to Yi Qing's question, but asked instead. Yi Qing frowned, but he didn't expect Li Qi to seize on this matter. Although he was the leader of the round, the opponent was sent from the headquarters and held Shang Feng's sword in his hand. The following offenders, of course, deserve to be killed, but we must also clearly understand what the situation is. This kid has been insulting me since I came in. He is so unruly, so of course he deserves to be killed. Shen Luo also noticed Yi Qing's embarrassment and raised his head to look at Li Qi. You want to kill me indiscriminately and silence me. Do you want to hide something? Or maybe this person's behavior was ordered by you. Could it be that is there any hidden secret between them? Or you high-minded men, do you think I'm easy to bully in the 11th round? Shen Luo's words made Li Qi turn blue with anger. With Yi Qing present, there was no way to punish this arrogant boy. He immediately rolled his eyes and hatched another plan. Director Yi, when Shen Luo comes back from the island in the middle of the lake, it is not yet known whether he has been selected as a beast slave. He must be brought back to the headquarters for trial. This is the rule. Li Qi knew that this was the 11th Bureau after all, and he had nothing to do with it. Advantages. It's not necessary. It's the same as censorship here. Yi Qing refused decisively. At least for now, he did not detect a trace of the unique aura of becoming a beast slave from Shen Luo. He turned to look at the witchers who were watching. It's all gone. What happened today must be resolved. Investigate strictly, and if I find anyone cheating, I will punish them severely. Hearing this, Li Qi's expression changed slightly, and it happened to fall into Shen Luo's eyes. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yi Qing and 5 others in the field. Old man, you are so shameless. And Qing, who is clearly a beast slave, is treated as a hero, and now you want to cause trouble for me. How shameless are you? Shen Luo's face turned cold, and he felt very sure. This old thing has absolutely nothing to do with what happened today. How brave. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Li Qi waved his hand, and the Frost Hunter took a step forward, and an extremely cold aura instantly rippled out. I'm really blind. Not to mention that I didn't get a reward for turning in the bloodline evolution method. I narrowly escaped death and still had to stand trial after killing In Zheng, a beast slave. It's really a shame if the headquarters of the Demon Control Alliance is filled with people like you. Facing Li Qi's oppression, Shen Luo's expression became increasingly cold, and he raised his hand and took out something. An animal skin with a faint golden color. This was something in the mythical beast master Emperor Qianqiu Neiji. Shen Luo couldn't understand it, so he simply took it out. Originally, I came here to give this thing to Director Yi, but it seems there is no need now. I might as well destroy it. After saying that, Shen Luo was about to destroy the animal skin, and at this time, Li Qi's attack also came down. Roll! At this moment, Yi Qing suddenly took action, sending Li Qi and the others flying away with a wave of his hand. His eyes were fixed on the animal skin in Shun Luo's hand, with a look of shock on his face. Obviously, Yi Qing knew this thing. Mythical animal skin, where did this thing come from? Yi Qing's voice was trembling, and the three people who got up were stunned when they heard the words mythical animal skin. Each mythical animal skin records the opportunity to step into mythology. The underground labyrinth of the island in the center of the lake, the trial passage of Emperor Qinxiu. After surviving a narrow escape, I obtained the inheritance of the Evolution Master, a legendary beast crystal, and this animal skin. Shin Luo said lightly, but deep down in his heart, I was a bit nervous, but I didn't expect that this animal skin would be so valued by Yi Qing. Diqianqiu? There is no beast master who does not know the weight of these three words. Anything belonging to Emperor Qinxiu has great research value, especially the mythical animal skins. But the guy in front of him actually had one, and he wanted to dedicate it to the 11th round. Li Qi's face suddenly became ugly. You mean you came here to give me this animal skin? Yi Qing was a little confused. This was a mythical animal skin. Of course, Director Yu was very kind to me. After I was kidnapped on the island in the middle of the lake, he made all kinds of efforts. I, Shin Luo, am not an ungrateful person. I naturally know the name of Di Qinxiu, and I also know the value of this animal skin. Shin Luo paused and continued. To be honest, I decided to take out this animal skin, firstly because of Director Yi and secondly because I can't understand it. But if I take it out, Director Yi will definitely not treat me badly. Yes, but now, I feel a little chill. With that said, Shin Luo turned to look at Li Qi and the others, with a cold look in his eyes. You just said that you obtained the inheritance of the Senior Emperor's Evolution Master? After hearing Shin Luo's words, Yi Qing's eyes showed a hint of relief. This child can handle it. Yes, I am now a pet evolver. There was a look of pride in Shun Luo's eyes, while Li Qi's face became increasingly ugly. Okay, very good. Yi Qing suddenly laughed loudly, and instead of taking the animal skin handed over by Shin Luo, he raised his hand and released a flying bird. Messaging bird. It was obvious that Yi Qing was sending a message to the headquarters. He did not dare to monopolize the value of a mythical animal skin made by Emperor Qinxiu. After seeing Yi Qing release the messenger bird, Li Qi's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he knew that he was finished. If I had known this, I shouldn't have waded into this muddy water. Director Yi, I wonder if the Halo skill of the Beast Pet is useful. This time, I was lucky enough to awaken a Halo skill when passing through the trial inheritance of Senior Emperor. Shun Luo smiled and pushed Li Qi into the abyss again. The rare Halo skill is definitely something that all major forces are competing for. Even if the Halo is not very good, it will become a guest of all major forces. Oh, your pet has actually evolved a Halo skill. Tell me. Yi Qing's eyes once again showed a hint of surprise. You must know that there is only one Witcher with a Halo skill in the 11th game. That is a precious existence. The Halo of Favor is immune to all negative conditions and the erosion of evil forces. Active skills can be used alone or in groups. After checking his attributes, Shin Luo had a thorough understanding of this favoring Halo skill. That was why he brought it up at this time. It seemed that the effect should be pretty good. Somebody come. Call. Following Yi Qing's loud shout, two purple-robed demon hunters immediately rushed down from upstairs. Li Qi and others intend to murder the genius of the 11th Bureau. The superiors bully the inferiors, and the inferiors offend the superiors. They will be arrested and await trial. Chapter 36. Everyone takes what they need. Zhao Shichen's red flower stick. Yi Qing's eyes when he looked at Shin Luo suddenly changed. A rare Halo skill is also a super rare skill that is immune to all negative conditions and evil forces. At least as far as he knows so far, there are no more than 10 rare Halo skills in the world. Maybe Shin Luo doesn't even know that his Halo skill alone can make him soar instantly. Send the order. Shin Luo is promoted to the commander of the blue-robed demon hunters and enjoys special resources. Yi Qing could not hide the ecstasy in his eyes. After thinking about it for a while, he seemed to feel that it was not enough. He raised his hand and released another messenger bird. From now on, you stay here, and I will definitely fight for the best interests for you. If those old guys don't show some blood this time, they won't want to borrow anyone from me in the 11th round in the future. Shin Luo blinked. He seemed to have thought of his Halo skill too simply. Although there was a notification from the messenger bird, it would take time for people to come from the headquarters. After Shun Luo occupied a training room in the 11th Bureau, he began to study the talent of simulated evolution. Simulated evolution. You can simulate the evolution of all living creatures and provide the best advancement plan, and have the opportunity to evolve the ultimate rare creature. The simulation of all living things is not only limited to animal-type monsters, but also includes some plant-type monsters, as well as some special species, such as spirits and elemental bodies. The simulated object was naturally the queen ant. Start your first simulated evolution. A ball of emerald green light appeared all over Shinluo. If there were any animal pet evolvers here, they would definitely scream in surprise, because only high-level animal pet evolvers would have an emerald green light appear around them when they were performing simulations. Faint. The halo gradually spread until it completely enveloped the queen ant, and two golden and red lines symbolizing the evolutionary path appeared in front of Shinluo's eyes. The red line represented ordinary evolution. Shinluo simply skipped it and focused on the increasingly thick golden line. Start Holy Rare Evolution Simulation. Keep the current talent characteristics. Strange shadows appeared in front of Shinluo's eyes. These shadows solidified extremely slowly, just like letting the queen ant grow again. Every step she took was extremely solid. An hour later, the first evolution simulation of Queen Ant is successful. Looking at the results of this simulation, Shinluo shook his head. It was not what he wanted, and he gave up decisively. The second evolution simulation begins. The third time, the fourth time. When it came to the ninth time, Shinluo couldn't hold on any longer, and there was a strong look of exhaustion in his eyes. Holy Rare Evolution Simulation successful. The completely different tone from before made Shinluo's spirit suddenly excited, and his eyes were fixed on the golden evolution route. The queen of the sickle ant, the seven-star insect, the flame ant emperor, the red-armored black horse, and the empress of the Zerg. Each evolutionary stage is marked with the required materials, including Warcraft flesh and blood and beast crystals, which are so densely packed that Shinluo is a little dizzy. When he saw the materials required for the queen ant to advance to the 7 stars, Shinluo's eyes showed a look of despair. 10 kinds of elite-level monster flesh and blood, 10 elite-level beast crystals, 1 legendary-level beast crystal. There are a lot of designated monster flesh and blood behind, and Shinluo has no intention of reading anymore. He originally thought that this trip to the Lake Center Island, where he had a narrow escape from death, would make him rich overnight, which would be enough to support the advancement of beast pets. But now I see that I am just a nouveau riche. Forget it. There will be bread and milk. Shinluo could only comfort himself in this way. But when he saw the evolved beast pets combat power table and the minimum number of groups, his mentality instantly became balanced. 7-star insects, 107-star war ants. The flame ant king, 1,000 personal guards of the ant king. Red-armored black horse, 10,000 black horse flying generals. Empress of the Zerg race. Wherever she goes, they are all my people. Shocked. Shinluo was shocked, especially when he saw the description of the Zerg Empress. Shinluo instantly realized that if he evolved his beast pet to this stage, then he would be a proper mythical beast master. Mythical level. Shinluo took a breath and couldn't even think about it. Hey, hey, hey. Silly laughter rang out, but within a moment, dull snores began to fill the training room. I don't know how long it took, but Shinluo was awakened by a burst of noise. Shinluo, get out! Shinluo, get out! Dozens of people have gathered downstairs in the 11th Bureau. The leader is holding a stick engraved with red patterns, his face showing a sickly red color. Zhao Shichen. Shinluo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the row of black-robed witchers guarding the door. This situation is not right. Zhao Shichen shouldn't be so bold and dare to attack the 11th round, right? Is it possible that he made a mistake? Zhao Shichen, you're not dead yet. Commander Shin. Looking at Shinluo, who had a calm expression on his face, the black-robed demon hunters all saluted, with a look of awe in their eyes. He dares to challenge the purple robe of the headquarters, and Director Yi is not willing to take action for him. He is also a pet evolver. Such a person should be supported. The fox is pretending to be the tiger's power. Zhao Shichen, who looked sick, was a little confused when he saw this scene. This guy became the leader of the 11th Bureau after just sleeping. Isn't this nonsense? Subconsciously, Zhao Shichen thought that Shinluo was just taking advantage of the situation to show off. Everyone, Zhao came here this time just for this piece of shit Shinluo. I hope you can give me some face. Zhao Shichen waved his hand, and a stick shadow flashed in the air. The people behind him took a step forward, with a look of madness in their eyes. Red flower stick, invincible. Red flower stick, invincible. As Zhao Shichen shouted loudly, the looks in everyone's eyes became more and more crazy, and they even lost their minds. There was a hint of doubt in Shen Luo's eyes, and the people in black robes also noticed the strange behavior of everyone, and their faces showed a look of caution. Could it be that stick? Suddenly, Shen Luo remembered an elite-level monster. It was an extremely rare monster in the forest south of Dongqing. It was extremely lewd, good at bewitching, and could beat people with just a stick. Just fight, but not kill. Beg for mercy if you can't beat. Elite-level monster, red flower. Commander Shen, is there really someone who can contract with that kind of magical beast? It's better than just one. One of the black-robed witchers subconsciously glanced at Shen Luo and hurriedly suppressed his unspoken words. Contracting a red flower beast is really not as good as contracting an ant. That thing will make beast masters want to stop, especially men. Haha, I didn't expect that you actually contracted the red flower beast and bewitched so many men. It's really hard for you. Seeing Zhao Shichen's sickly blushing face and the identical expressions of everyone behind him, Shen Luo was sure that this guy was contracted by the red flower beast. It was so disgusting. You go out and dare to besiege the 11th round. You are really brave. If anything happens, I will be responsible. After saying that, Shen Luo turned around and left. Under Shen Luo's instructions, a group of black robes directly summoned their pet beasts and swarmed forward. The shadow of the red flower stick above Zhao Shichen's head flashed away, and in an instant, a slightly passionate cry for mercy could be heard. Chapter 37. Geniuses compete. If you dare, come and fight. As soon as Shen Luo went upstairs, he saw Yi Qing waiting for him with a smile. Do you think his pet is funny? Yi Qing looked at Shen Luo with a smile and would give him a heads up whenever he had time for the person he had personally recruited. Isn't it? It's so disgusting. Shen Luo didn't know why the other party said that, but his intuition made him think that Zhao Shichen was in a hurry and sought medical treatment. After the pet's backlash, he was eager to find a replacement. No, you saw what happened just now. If these people who were bewitched are higher-level beast masters, can these black robes below still stop them? Yi Qing pointed to those below who were knocked over by black robes. The crazy crowd. Hearing this, Shen Luo's heart moved, as if he thought of something. Actually, the red flower beast is not without its advantages. Just like what you think of as bewitching, in fact, it is just one of the characteristics of its skill excitement. If this characteristic is added to you, even if your pet is just an individual, the more it's not difficult to fight at the next level. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Shen Luo frowned even more tightly. You are now a pet evolver. Have you never thought about the evolution direction of pet animals? Not just the same kind. Boom! Shen Luo's mind was shocked, as if something had been opened, and powerful spiritual power rippled out. The mountains and rivers are full of doubts, and there is no way out. And the willows are dark, and the flowers are bright in another village. When he was conducting simulated evolution before, he always felt that something was missing. Now he thought that the direction of his evolution was too single, focusing only on the development of a single race, while ignoring the previous exchanges between different races. That's right, it's communication. For a moment, Shen Luo felt that there were thousands of ideas in his mind, waiting for him to develop them. Okay, the beast control process is ever-changing. There is no need to rush. Suddenly, Yi Qing raised his head to the sky. They are coming! On the rooftop of the 11th round, a storm suddenly arises. The shadow of the beast that covered the sky suddenly descended, and the legendary magical beast purple lightning blue bird converged its wings, splashing wind and sand all over the ground. For figures filed down, too old and too young. Wu Jing, leader of the Demon Control Alliance, and Wu Dong, the eldest young master. Qin Wuyong, the president of the Beastmaster Association, and Su Nanzhao, the genius Beastmaster. Leader Wu, President Qin, please. Yi Qing bowed slightly to the two of them and stepped aside to get out of the way. Behind Wu Jing, Wu Dong, who had met Shen Luo once before, smiled slightly and waved gently. Are you the Shen Luo who contracted with Ant, that trash school? But another genius beast master, Su Nanzhao, stopped beside Shen Luo, his eyes full of contempt. Shen Luo was speechless. It seemed that the two of them had just met. Why did they feel an inexplicable hostility? However, Shen Luo didn't care. There were so many arrogant geniuses in the world. How could he look up to them one by one? Who the hell are you? Haha, Brother Wu, we meet again. After passing Su Nanjiao directly, Shen Luo and Wu Dong gave him a big hug. They were very happy in their words and did not take Su Nanjiao seriously at all. I'm just an ant. I'll let you know later what a true genius is, rather than a piece of rubbish that competes for favor by offering treasures. Seeing that he was the only one left on the rooftop, Su Nanjiao's face became extremely ugly. No one had dared to ignore him in so many years. Forget about using force. After all, he was the eldest master of the Demon Control Alliance. As for Shen Luo, there was a faint murderous intent in Su Nanjiao's eyes. In the lobby on the top floor, a group of 6 people took their seats one after another. This must be classmate Shen Luo. Wu Dong often mentioned you when he went back this time. This time he was able to advance successfully, thanks to your help. I would like to thank you. After a brief silence, Wu Jing, the leader of the Demon Control Alliance, smiled and expressed his goodwill to Shen Luo. The leader of the alliance is serious. Brother Wu and I have the same temperament, not to mention that we are both members of the Demon Control Alliance, so we should help each other. Shen Luo gave a slight salute, not at all the submissiveness he had when he first met the boss. Wu Jing smiled slightly and continued, I heard from Yi Qing that you have become a beast pet evolver, which is really gratifying. I didn't prepare anything for this. This is a legendary beast crystal, so it can be used as a gift. Before he finished speaking, Shen Luo felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a piece of beast crystal emitting dense light fell into his hand. Damn it! Shen Luo was shocked. What happened? The boss is indeed a boss. He uses legendary beast crystals, and he is so particular about giving gifts. I was still worrying about evolution resources just now. Now I'm going to buy a piece of legendary beast crystal. Ha, Lord Alliance Leader, I'm so happy. I don't have much else to say. From now on, whenever I need you, I'll fight with swords, mountains, and seas of fire. Ah, no, I am originally a member of the Demon Control Alliance, and the Alliance Leader's instructions are appropriate. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Shen Luo hurriedly slapped the rainbow fart, and couldn't help but look up at the president of the Beast Tamer Association. Why hasn't this person said anything yet? I still have the mythical beast skin in my hand. Ha ha. What an interesting little guy, Yi Qing. You have recruited an incredible talent. Shen Luo's seemingly funny performance made the leader of the alliance elated. Even Yi Qing felt his face was bright, and the admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. Ah, he's just a clown who has never seen the world. He's been in a garbage place for so long. He really doesn't know how much he weighs. It's so ridiculous. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao sneered and mocked, but when he looked at the legendary beast crystal in Shen Luo's hand, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes unconsciously. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became quiet. Trash, who are you talking about? Trash, I'm talking about you. Shen Luo suddenly spoke, and Su Nanjiao reacted subconsciously before realizing that he had been tricked. Trash, you are looking for death. Trash, you are looking for death. Shen Luo took a step forward and looked directly at Su Nanjiao, showing no sign of weakness. You must be really sick. Can you please stop imitating me? Su Nanjiao was furious. If he didn't worry about the presence of 2 big guys here, he might have already taken action. But Shen Luo blinked and did not continue to talk. The key is that the president is too calm. Doesn't he want the mythical animal skin here? Let this ignorant guy nonsense? There's no rush, right? Just take your time and play. Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you don't accept it, let's fight. Whoever loses gets out. Shen Luo rolled his eyes and glanced at the expressionless Qin Wuliang. Damn, this old guy can really keep his composure. Just you, a mid-level beast master from a rubbish school? You don't even have the qualifications to let me do it. For some reason, Su Nanjiao's mood suddenly returned to calm. Bah, just say you don't dare if you don't dare, and you gave such a high-sounding reason. I'm really convinced. Shen Luo sighed and took out the legendary beast crystal he just got. Whether you want it or not, you also take one out and make a bet. As you wish. Looking at the legendary beast crystal, Su Nanjiao's eyes lit up, and he turned to Qin Wuliang, President. That's it. Qin Wuliang's voice sounded hoarse, and he turned to look at Su Nanjiao with a look of disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, the sound of martial arts suddenly sounded. Brother Shen, no, he is a king-level beast master. Chapter 38. Queen Naga, elite 4-armed ant soldier. King-level beast master. After hearing Wu Dong's words, Shen Luo was also shocked. Is there any reason for this? However, at about the same age as himself, he actually became a king-level beast master. When he saw that Qin Wuliang was still expressionless, Shen Luo's face turned grim. What I fight is the king. What? Don't you dare? A hint of joking flashed in Su Nanjiao's eyes, and he didn't care about Wu Dong's reminder. He just wanted to show this country bumpkin what a real elite is. And there's just how rubbish the East City, a desert of elite beast masters, is. The king is great, but now the conditions have changed. You are 2 levels higher than me. Isn't it too much to ask you to produce 2 legendary beast crystals? Shenluo blinked and continued. Of course, you can choose refuse, but it would not sound good if word like that spread out. A majestic king-level beast master doesn't even have a few beast crystals. This will make President Qin very embarrassed. Qin Wuliang glanced at Shenluo and said nothing. As you wish, I won't let you increase your bets. If you lose, you just have to admit that you are trash. A trace of contempt flashed in Su Nanjiao's eyes. Will you lose? It's obviously impossible. How could the king-level genius beast master of the Majestic Beast Tamer Association lose to a country boy? Not only did Su Nanjiao feel that he had a chance to win, but Wu Jing and others also felt that no matter how evil an intermediate beastmaster was, it would be impossible to defeat the king beastmaster by 2 levels. Only Yi Qing had a thoughtful look in his eyes. In that case, that's for the best. Don't cry if you lose. Although the top floor hall is not a dedicated battle room, as long as it is not attacked by legendary monsters, there will be no problem. After all, this is the territory of the 11th round. Queen Naga appear. Seeing Shen Luo's expression of needing a beating, Su Nanjiao summoned his pet without saying a word. Elite level, 4-armed Naga. With the head of a human and the body of a snake, the 4 arms were waving nonstop. As soon as he appeared, a cold aura rippled through the hall, especially the light green gem inlaid on the forehead, as if it had a third eye, exuding a cold light. Attack! Su Nanjiao didn't give Shen Luo a chance to react at all, and immediately controlled the Naga Queen to launch an attack. He waved his 4 arms and whipped them towards Shen Luo like 4 whips, with a faint red smell floating in the air. Facing the 4-armed Naga's attack, Shen Luo did not change his expression and dodged sideways. However, once the 4-armed Naga's attack was launched, it was like a windmill, like a perpetual motion machine, forcing Shen Luo to dodge continuously. But even so, Shen Luo did not summon the ant soldiers. What is this kid doing? Several people watching the battle had a look of doubt in their eyes. Facing a king-level beastmaster who was 2 levels higher than themselves, they actually didn't summon their beast pets. Arrogant or confident. What the hell, this 4-armed Naga's attacks are really fast. If the basic attributes hadn't already exceeded 100, I'm afraid they really wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Shen Luo cursed secretly while dodging the 4-armed Naga's attack. It is recorded in the Beast Master's notes that when facing a Beast Master whose level is higher than your own, if you are not sure of killing with 1 hit, the first thing to do is to observe the attack habits and skill characteristics of the opponent's beast pet. The premise is that you are confident that you can avoid the opponent's skill characteristics when attacked by the opponent's pet. And what Shen Luo is doing now is observing. On the one hand, it was because of the combat experience from the 6 pangolin statues that he could easily deal with it even without summoning a pet. On the other hand, it was also because of the considerations of a pet evolver. Most people only know that pet evolutionists only help others plan the direction of pet evolution, but they ignore that the reason why they can become pet evolutionists is because they can discover the strengths and weaknesses of Warcraft and then plan the direction. And Shen Luo has the talent of simulating evolution, which is naturally different from those ordinary pet evolvers. In just a few minutes, Shen Luo became familiar with the attack characteristics of the 4-armed Naga. Speed plus the advantage of having multiple hands, as well as skills whose effects are yet unknown. Extremely arrogant. Su Nanjiao saw that under the attack of the 4-armed Naga, the other party did not react at all, as if he was strolling in the garden, not taking him seriously at all. The binding of the mire. Finally, Su Nanjiao couldn't help but use the 4-armed Naga's skill, binding of the mire. In an instant, Shen Luo felt as if his speed was inexplicably restricted, and it would be difficult to break through this invisible barrier no matter what. Look how you keep running. As Su Nanjiao raised his hand and waved, the 4-armed Naga's attack suddenly accelerated. Come out! Shen Luo shouted softly, and a black light suddenly greeted the 4-armed Naga, and the target of the attack was the gem on its forehead. The 4-armed Naga turned back to block, but was thrown out by the powerful impact. Su Nanjiao was slightly stunned. He had long known that Shen Luo's pets were ants, and there were quite a lot of them, but he didn't know that they were so powerful and could actually block Queen Naga's attack. Strike! A faint light suddenly appeared on the four-armed Naga, and his whole body became restless. I see. After seeing the state of the four-armed Naga, a flash of realization flashed in Shun Luo's eyes. Attack is not its strong point, but limitations are. In this case, it's easy to handle. The King of Beast Masters is nothing more than that. Thinking of this, Shin Luo smiled slightly, and the counterattack officially began. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As he raised his hand, 4 rays of black light shot out quickly, and 4 ant soldiers charged directly at the Naga Queen with powerful power. Target arm. Treat him like a beast, and treat him like a beast. Limit the attack and mobility of the Naga Queen, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack, either by exploding human heads or animal heads. This is Shun Luo's plan. The mantis is using his arms as a chariot, and he is overestimating his own abilities. Su Nanjiao snorted coldly, obviously seeing through Shun Luo's intention. Yeah, Shun Luo blinked and saw that Queen Naga easily blocked the attack of the Phase 6 soldiers and didn't care. Isn't it just that I have too many hands? I have too many ants? For more black light shot out, and Queen Naga's 4 arms were suddenly busy, and she was still trying to prevent ants from attacking her forehead from time to time. Emergency march. Compound eye attack. Just when Su Nanjiao thought that Shin Luo had exhausted all his means and was about to use his ultimate move, Shin Luo suddenly shouted angrily. For more black lights shot out. But this time the target is not Queen Naga, but him. Damn it. Su Nanjiao didn't expect that the other party actually wanted to attack his body. Queen Naga was recalled when he raised his hand and blocked Shin Luo's sneak attack. However, it was Su Nanjiao's retreat that completely fell into Shin Luo's trap. Chapter 39. Beating up the king. Both old men are very embarrassed. Shin Luo smiled slightly and raised his hand to summon 4 more ant soldiers. 16 ant soldiers directly suppressed the Naga Queen. No matter how much Su Nanjiao controlled, he could not get rid of the ant soldiers' offensive. Queen's Curse. Amidst Su Nanjiao's roar, a black light shot out from the gem on Queen Naga's forehead and landed on Shin Luo accurately. Shin Luo was stunned for a moment, and the attack of the Fey Sea Ant soldiers stopped. Rubbish is rubbish. Before Su Nanjiao finished speaking, Shin Luo's body suddenly lit up with a faint golden light, transforming into a halo floating above his head, and smiled at Su Nanjiao. Halo skill. Everyone was shocked. First, gain insight and find gaps, then take advantage and counterattack. This is simply a textbook example of the weak defeating the strong. Wu Jing's eyes lit up with a strange light. Alliance leader, this is the halo skill of favor. It can be immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces. It can be said that with such a halo skill, at least elite-level monsters are invincible when they are not violent. Unless this kid. Upon hearing Yi Qing's explanation, Qin Wuyang's ears twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The look of surprise in his eyes flashed away. However, they all misjudged Shin Luo's current character. In other words, Shin Luo's mentality changed after what he saw and heard after he came out of the Lake Island. The King of Beast Masters is nothing more than that. Queen Naga is nothing but a piece of garbage. Shin Luo's roar suddenly sounded in the field, and the dazzling black light fell to the ground like a meteor, madly hitting the Naga Queen. Name: Sickle Ant Soldier. Level: Level 5, Level 3. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Features: Rapid March Enhanced, Compound Eye Attack Enhanced. After the Phasian Queen Ant was promoted to the 5th level, the overall attributes of the ant soldiers were greatly improved, and their numbers also changed after they woke up from their slumber. A total of 60 Level 5, Grade 3 Sickle Ant soldiers surrounded the Naga Queen and Su Nanjiao. Their continuous bouncing attacks seemed chaotic, but in fact they were connected to each other with no gaps in their attacks. Their attack was much stronger than the previous one by the Naga Queen. You rubbish. You're looking for death. Su Nanjiao was furious, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He had never thought that things would develop to this point. A king-level beastmaster was actually pushed to the point of desperation by a country bumpkin. How? The wails of the Naga Queen and Su Nanjiao's angry roars rang out at the same time. Bound by the swamp. Strong attack. The Queen's Curse. The 3 major skills were used at the same time, and a layer of pale green light rippled around the Naga Queen's body, instantly knocking the Sickle Ant soldiers away. There was a moment of silence. Aura of Favor. 60 Sickle Ant soldiers launched another attack, suppressing the Naga Queen who had not yet fully erupted. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and the slightly fishy blood was all over the sky. 3 of the 4 arms were gone. Queen Naga's momentum dropped rapidly, like a roller coaster, and Su Nanjiao's face also turned pale. Shen Luo sneered. After the ant colony tactics, he would hit consecutive headshots. Looking at Qin Wuyang, who was still unmoved, Shen Luo's face hardened, and the black light gathered into a line between his raised hands. Let me, a countryman, see what other trump cards you have. Kill. With murderous intent rippling, the Fei Si ant soldiers were divided into 2 columns under Shen Luo's control. One group directly hit the gem on Queen Naga's forehead, while the other group shot at Su Nanjiao. Enough! A low and hoarse voice sounded. A strong wind suddenly blew up in the field, and the legendary magical beast purple lightning green bird appeared. Boom! 60 sickle ant soldiers were directly blown away. 5 of them exploded on the spot, and more than half of the ant soldiers were almost shattered. Booz, booz, booz. A series of buzzing sounds followed, and the almost broken ant soldiers began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Name, Cockroach Queen. Level 5. Quality, intermediate rare. Talent, super fertility, light of favor. Loyalty, 100%. Features, strong endurance, great strength, and strong self-healing ability. Endurance can reach 100 times that of the same body size, and strength can reach 1,000 times that of the same body size. When the body damage is higher than 50%, the self-healing mode is activated. Obviously, this is the self-healing property inherited from the sickle ant queen, but Shen Luo remained expressionless. As long as the queen ant was not harmed, some damage to the ant soldiers would have basically no impact on him. On the other hand, Su Nanjiao's face was pale. Queen Naga was directly knocked back to the beast pet space. Even if she could recover, it would take a long time. You're so young. You're a bit cruel. Qin Wuyang raised his head and looked at Shen Luo, his cloudy eyes filled with shock. 60 ant soldiers. A halo of blessing that is immune to all negative states. The intermediate beast master rated by the association defeated the strong with the weak, completely defeating the king level. He is also a pet evolver. What a freak. Young man is so strong. Qin Wuyang couldn't help but let out a sigh, and when he looked at Su Nanjiao, his eyes became more disappointed. Not bad, Lao Qin. It seems we have another genius in our alliance. At this time, Wu Jing's eyes were shining with excitement. Shen Luo's performance was even better than he expected. Originally, he thought that it would be good to tie with Su Nanjiao at most, but who would have thought that if Qin Wuyang hadn't taken action, Su Nanjiao would have "I'm afraid my life is in danger." Qin Wuyang was speechless, knowing that in this competition, the Demon Control Alliance had the upper hand. Yi Qing, where is Shen Luo's position in the 11th game now? Wu Jing glanced at Yi Qing and asked. Now that the winner has been decided, the next thing is about the mythical animal skin, but judging from the boy's expression, it will be difficult to get it if he doesn't come up with something good. The green-robed demon hunting commander, special resources are tilted. Yi Qing said solemnly, this is already the limit of 11 games. Promoted to Qingpao commander, with first-level authority in the headquarters, Wu Jing pondered for a moment before continuing. After Li Qi's case is found out, he will be severely punished. In addition, he will be given a piece of the God-locking jade. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang, Wu Jing, and Yi Qing's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief in their eyes. Shen Luo didn't know why. It didn't sound good. 10 Lord-level beast crystals. 3 legendary-level beast crystals. Association first-level privileges. Shen Luo was stunned. Hearing the reward given by Qin Wuyang, Shen Luo clenched his fists subconsciously. This old man was too arrogant. Including the 2 pieces he had bet against before, he already has 5 pieces of legendary beast crystals in his hand. With the addition of 10 pieces of Lord-level beast crystals, he should be able to consider the evolution direction of ultra-rare cross-race beast pets. Looking at the 2 old men with excited faces and leaving with the mythical animal skins, Shen Luo was in a daze for a moment. Especially Wu Jing's reward made him a little confused. Commander in green robe? Locking God Jade? Chapter 40 Training Arrangements, Preliminary Trial of Cross-Race Evolution. Do you feel that the Alliance leader's reward is not as beneficial as President Qin's? After the 2 bosses left, Yi Qing came to Shen Luo with a smile on his face. The benefits of discovering a genius to him, as the director, are obvious. Not only will he receive resource support from the headquarters, but the status of the 11th Bureau's headquarters will also be greatly improved. Especially a super genius like Shen Luo who directly defeated the king genius of the Beast Tamer Association. And in front of the two bosses, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear when he didn't see Wu Jing leave. I really didn't understand. Shen Luo blinked and said a little embarrassed. The Demon Control Alliance has 4 great commanders, who command all the demon hunters in gold, purple, green, and black. The Blue Robe Commander is also called the Blue Robe Commander. He can manage and mobilize all the Blue Robe Commanders in the Alliance for your use. The premise is that you don't do anything harmful to the law. If there is anything gained, 10% should be handed over to the headquarters. As for the first level authority of the headquarters, this function is much greater. With this authority, you can mobilize all resources including the 11th Bureau. Although some rare resources also have restrictions, for you at present, it is more valuable than giving them directly. Some of your resources are much more useful. As for the Locking God Jade, I can only tell you that there are only 4 pieces of this thing in the Demon Taming Alliance. If my guess is good, it should be the last piece. The owners of the other 3 pieces are now at least Emperor-level Beast Masters. Well, as for the effect, you can figure it out yourself. When talking about the Suo Shin Jade, Yi Qing showed a look of envy in his eyes. This was something that even he didn't have. After listening to Yi Qing's explanation, Shen Luo felt warm in his heart. The reward given by the Alliance would definitely be greater than that of Qin Wuliang. The resources would be gone once they were exhausted, but these powers were the basis for his rapid development in the future. You don't have to worry about school affairs during this period. You only need to show up during the competition. Now you need to train hard and try to make your beast pet go further. If my guess is good, President Qin can give it to you. With so many resources, they must be interested in your Halo skills, and they will take action soon. After explaining everything in detail, Yi Qing turned and left. Not long after, Yi Qing sent someone to bring a box, which contained the piece of God-locking jade. Shen Luo opened the box with a little curiosity. Inside was a golden circular jade pendant with a cloud pattern. It was slightly cool in his hand, which immediately made him feel refreshed. The fatigue caused by controlling the ant soldiers before was also swept away. And empty. Lokshin Jade. A mysterious jade originating from ancient times. Long-term wearing can slowly increase mental power, allowing people to gain strong spiritual satisfaction. It contains powerful energy, which can be replenished immediately when you are mentally exhausted. Mental power corresponds to the mental threshold, and this is one of the 2 basic attributes of the Beast Master, which is directly related to the control of beast pets and the diversification of fighting methods. It can be said that after having the Lokshin Jade, Shen Luo does not need to worry about his mental threshold falling into the trough in the future. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Shen Luo returned to number 7 middle school. Principal Wang Ye's flattering smile made him feel uncomfortable. He even called his nephew in front of him and scolded him, expressing his full support for Shen Luo. Shen Luo smiled and did not continue to pursue the matter. Back in the 11th round, Shen Luo immediately began research on the evolution of ultra-rare cross-race beast pets. The evolution of animal pets is based on blood. As for reproducing individuals, it seems that it is not suitable for the current situation. Looking at the ant soldiers in front of him, Shen Luo frowned. Yi Qing's previous words gave him a big hint. The evolution of a beast pet does not necessarily have to be of the same race. It can also absorb the strengths of other monsters and merge them together. But now 2 questions arise. Is it to extract the blood of other monsters to promote evolutionary mutation, or to directly use reproduction? The advantages of the Fei Sea ant soldiers are threefold: strength, endurance, and quantity. In terms of vision and speed, it is much worse. Shen Luo chose to give priority to strengthening his speed. The increase in speed not only added to the hurry march characteristic, but also made him faster when attacking. For him who is used to using the ant soldiers as hidden weapons, it is most suitable. In his first research, Shen Luo did not start with the mother body of the Fei Sea Ant Queen, and the remaining 55 Fei Sea Ant soldiers became his experimental subjects. Regarding the choice of speed-type monsters, Shen Luo's priority was ferrets and golden-backed black wasps. Their sizes are not much different from the current ant soldiers. If they need to move in a circle during the evolution process, they should not be able to do so. Too big a problem. Fortunately, I became an evolutionist. Otherwise, the cross-race problem would be really difficult to solve. Cross-race evolution of beast pets must be carried out within the evolution aperture, which is also one of the abilities of the pet evolver. Because of the system, Shenluo's simulated evolution talent directly pushed him to the level of a high-level animal pet evolver. Simulate evolution talent. Turn on. The emerald green halo first enveloped an ant soldier and a ferret. The ant soldier immediately rushed towards the ferret. Shenluo found that the halo seemed to add an excitement to the ant soldiers. Squeak! The ferret seemed not to be affected and kept running away from the ant soldiers, making intermittent squeaking sounds from its mouth. Boom! Finally, the ferret ant soldiers seized the opportunity and tore the ferret into pieces, which were eaten clean in an instant. Shenluo was dumbfounded. I asked you to fork it. Why did you just eat it? This method didn't work. There was also the problem of insufficient control. The emerald green halo reduced Shenluo's control over the ant soldiers, but there was also the problem of Shenluo's lack of understanding of the ferret's body structure. What if we use bloodline evolution? Continue. Shenluo turned his gaze to the golden-backed black bee, and the emerald green halo lit up again. Fuck! What surprised Shenluo was that the moment the Fey sickle ant soldier and the golden-backed black bee met in the light, the 6 legs of the ant soldier directly entangled the golden-backed black bee, and at the same time, the black bee's tail needle also instantly pierced the Fey's body. The abdomen of the sickle ant soldier. Buzz! The emerald green halo suddenly shrank, wrapping the 2 monsters of different races directly in it. Gradually, they became indistinguishable from each other, forming an intertwined emerald green and gold-red light group. As time passed, when Shenluo looked at the light group again, an evolution line had appeared, slowly extending forward. It seems like it should be successful. After all, it is the birth of a new species. In terms of time, it takes longer than the previous simulation of the queen ant. Moreover, it is Shenluo's first time to make such an attempt. I don't know what the ant soldiers and the golden-backed black bee will do. What kind of monster can be fused? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the ball of light began to roll, and a burst of excited neighing came out. Chapter 41. Lord of Shadows, the murderer on the wanted list reappears. At this time, the evolutionary line in Shenluo's eyes also came to an end, and the moment it lit up, his first attempt finally came to fruition. Shenluo, who was a little worried in his heart, finally saw what kind of monster would be born from the combination of Fey sea ant soldiers and golden-backed black bees. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and as the light group surrounding the 2 monsters exploded, a novel species slowly appeared. The slender abdomen is glowing with a touch of gold, and there are 2 pairs of almost transparent wings on the back. The 2 small claws are as sharp as hooks. On the head, like a dragon's head, a pair of blood eyes reveal an indescribable depth. The whole body is no more than 30 years old. About centimeters, it looks a bit like a dragonfly at first glance. What the hell is this? When Shenluo gently touched the new creature's body, the latter immediately stretched straight, like a steel needle, and there was a faint sound of gold and iron in the gentle tapping. Hey! The new species Shadow Dragon evolved successfully. Shadow Lord, Dragon, the result of the passion between the pheasant ant soldier and the golden-backed black bee. Under the blessing of the magical light of evolution, 2 unrelated creatures actually gave birth to dragon creatures. What a great creation! Name: Shadow Lord. Level: Level 5, Level 3. Quality: Intermediate Rare. Characteristics: Ignore defense, ignore mental impact. Skills: Shadowless, Assassination. When Shenluo saw the introduction of the Shadow Lord, he was immediately stunned. He was simply a natural-born killer. Especially when he saw the introduction of those 2 skills, Shenluo couldn't wait to evolve a killer army. Shadowless. Ignores the influence of the environment, directly enters the shadowless state when attacking, and will not be disturbed by any form of attack. Assassination. When the attack starts, the body is transformed into a dominating needle with corrosive and poisonous effects. Ha ha ha! Shenluo's proud laughter sounded in the evolution room. With a new species of Shadow Lord, it is natural to try out its power in order to become familiar with the abilities of this new beast. Therefore, the Witcher who did not go on a mission in the 11th round was unlucky. What the hell? Who stabbed me? What the hell? There's a big hole in my infinite beast armor. Who did it? No, there are several big holes in the door of the training room. They can't be repaired. As Shenluo kept experimenting, not only the Witchers suffered in the 11th round, but also some infrastructures were damaged to varying degrees. Without exception, the damaged areas of these facilities spread at an extremely slow speed. At the same time, Yi Qing, the director, was also alarmed. However, after he used his abilities to investigate, he found nothing unusual. He once thought that the 11th Bureau was invaded by some powerful monster, and even sounded the invasion alarm. I didn't expect that the Shadow Lord could actually corrode matter. Even with the director's ability, he couldn't find it. Shen Luo, standing in front of the crowd, had a glint in his eyes. I originally thought that this new pet could only pose a threat to life, but I didn't expect to find out during an accidental test that its corrosion and toxins had miraculous effects on substances. This kid, Yi Qing, who was keen, immediately noticed something strange about Shen Luo, and immediately understood that all this was the fault of the blue-robed commander. What, have you got anything new? After retreating everyone, Yi Qing looked at Shen Luo with a smile. When Shen Luo showed the effect of Shadow Master, even someone as powerful as Yi Qing was shocked. What kind of freak is this guy? He turned a good pet evolution into a hybrid. What's even more annoying is that a monster that can be called the King of Assassinations was created. But the horror was yet to come. After Shen Luo activated the Shadow Master skill in front of him, even he couldn't detect any abnormality, but as long as he entered within 1 meter, he would sense it. A distance of 1 meter is enough for this type of pet to do a lot of things. In particular, Yi Qing was only 1 step away from being promoted to a legendary Beastmaster. So even if he was a legendary beast, he might actually be tricked to death by this kid. What? You actually want to form an army of killers? You are such a genius. Although Yi Qing was speechless about Shen Luo's request, he also gave strong support. He also wanted to see if the Shadow Lords could pose a threat to him after reaching a certain number. Unfortunately, in the end, after using the power of 11 rounds, only 11 golden-backed black bees were found. 2 days later, after consuming an entire elite-level monster's flesh and blood, 11 Shadow Masters were neatly arranged in front of Shen Luo. These 11 Shadow Masters, who provided the flesh and blood of Warcraft, were obviously much stronger than the previous one. This was also the result of Shen Luo's sudden experiment. Just when Shen Luo was about to continue the great cause of evolving cross-race beast pets, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the 11th round. Real alert! The Night Demon number 49 on the wanted list has appeared in the East City. 10 beast masters have died inexplicably. 2 of them are black-robed witch hunters from the 11th Bureau. According to the data, Night Demon entered Dongqing this time, most likely for revenge. Yi Qing said with a serious face and glanced at Shen Luo subconsciously. He still remembered the scene in the alley. Shen Luo immediately understood what Yi Qing was thinking. This Night Demon was probably coming for him, but he had been staying in the 11th round during this period, so he didn't attack him. Night Stalker, Night Crow, brothers? Night Demon, a senior beastmaster. His pet is a 1,000-faced magic bat that is good at assassination and can transform into a human form. He was last seen in an underground casino in the center of East City. This hunting mission will be led by Shen Luo. We must deal with this guy as soon as possible. After saying that, Yi Qing turned and left. An assassination-type senior beast master would not let him, the director, take action. Without saying a word, Shen Luo called 3 people casually, then left the 11th round and went straight to the underground casino in Dongqing. What a damn good choice of place. When Shen Luo arrived at the underground casino, he was immediately dumbfounded by the noisy crowd. Such a chaotic scene was definitely the best choice for assassination or escape, especially since Night Demon also has a 1,000-faced magic bat that can transform into a human form. It's a bit tricky. A wry smile appeared on Shen Luo's face, and after instructing 3 men in black robes to guard several exits of the underground casino, he walked in alone. Walking into the underground casino, Shen Luo's ears were immediately filled with all kinds of noisy sounds. The shouts and shouts of gamblers came and went, mixed with the crisp sound of chips colliding. The dice rotated wildly in the dice cup, making a crisp impact sound. People on the gambling table looked nervous and stared at the table. The thick smoke made the whole environment look more hazy and chaotic. From time to time, there were bursts of excited cheers, but there were still mostly complaints. Shen Luo shuttled carefully and observed his surroundings vigilantly. In such an environment, any slightest negligence may lead to the failure of the mission. At this moment, Shen Luo noticed a group of gamblers in the corner. Chapter 42, Underground Casino. Incarnation of the 1,000-faced magic bat. In the corner, a group of people gathered around a gambling table and loudly discussed the trend of the gambling game. On the other side, several gamblers were arguing excitedly with the dealer, and the scene was very chaotic. In such a chaotic scene, There was one person who seemed to be aloof from the incident, glancing towards the door from time to time. This was a little old man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, piercing eyes, a thin body, and a slight hunchback. When his eyes swept over Shinluo, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Come on, have some fun. Shinluo raised his eyebrows and squeezed indirectly. At first, the people around him wanted to shout, but when they saw the green robe unique to the Demon Control Alliance on his body, they suddenly became silent. In Dongcheng, the Demon Control Alliance is also in charge of public security. Even this underground casino can be open to this day because of the tacit approval of the two giants. It is also the best place to collect intelligence. Ashida, the gambling game at this table is a simple bet on big or small. Although there are not many people gathered, it is the most lively table in the entire casino. Shin Luo sat calmly at the gambling table, seemingly participating in the gambling game casually, but in fact he was secretly observing the little old man's every move. He noticed that the little old man's fingers were trembling slightly from time to time, as if he was controlling something secretly. The little old man's aura was very peculiar. Although on the surface he looked like an ordinary person, Shin Luo relied on his rich experience to feel that he was exuding a strange aura, a faint mental wave, and a faint aura unique to Warcraft. Ha ha, old man Fu, you have been at this table for 3 days. Your luck must have come to an end today. A bearded man put the chips on the table into his arms and laughed proudly. Why? This old man had good luck before. Shin Luo's heart moved and he looked at the man. Not only is it good, I won a lot in the past few days. Today is the first time I lost. It's a pity that he is mute. The man glanced at Shin Luo and muttered, I really don't know who the dumb guy is so lucky, but it should be the end today. Dumb? Shin Luo realized that even if a magical beast could transform into a human form, it would not be able to speak human words if it could not reach the level of a blood dragon. In the next gambling game, Shin Luo paid more attention to the little old man's actions. The other man seemed to be losing money on purpose, which aroused the excitement of other gamblers. It's a pity that Shin Luo doesn't have so much time to waste here. Even if you are not completely sure, you can take action as long as there is suspicion. The 11th round is so tough. Old man Fu. There was an angry shout, and a black light flashed between Shin Luo's raised hands, hitting Old Man Fu's face directly. Old Man Fu dodged, but was hit by another black light, freezing him in place. Boy, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked, thinking that Shin Luo wanted to cause trouble, and there were already some casino guards surrounding him. In the 11th round, clear the place. In the blink of an eye, the witchers who had been hiding in the casino appeared one after another. The entire underground casino was in chaos, but they were quickly screened and released one by one. There is nothing that can be done about it. Most of the people in underground casinos are ordinary people. Once a fight breaks out, casualties are inevitable. Quack, quack. At this moment, an eerie cry came from Old Man Fu's mouth. His body with his back to Shin Luo trembled slightly. His head turned around and he smiled evilly at Shin Luo. Boom! Old Man Fu's body exploded with a bang, and the bat shadows screamed and gathered into a group, forming a huge and ferocious bat shadow in the blink of an eye. Thousand-faced magic bat. Prove your identity. The corners of Shin Luo's mouth raised slightly, and with a thought, the shadow masters who had been deployed around the casino immediately entered the shadowless state and sneaked into the casino quietly. Squeak! The thousand-faced demon bat let out a shrill scream and took the lead in launching an attack. Dozens of shadows rushed toward Shin Luo, and a strong fishy smell hit his face. Bang, bang, bang. The black light flew, and the shadows were beaten into nothingness by the sudden appearance of the ant soldiers before they could get close. The powerful strength and the increase in attributes after advancement made the Fey Sea ant soldiers deal with these bat shadows like a cannon against mosquitoes. Boom! The bat shadow disappeared, and behind the huge, thousand-faced magic bat, a human figure slowly emerged. Are you Shin Luo? The figure slowly turned around, and it turned out to be a white and beardless scholar. A night devil? Are you the night demon? What does Night Crow have to do with you? Shin Luo didn't answer the question, but unexpectedly, this white and beardless scholar rushed over directly, even faster than the thousand-faced magic bat. Bang! When the wind came, Shin Luo punched, but his fist was wrapped with a huge ant. This was an accidental discovery made by Shin Luo when he was studying the evolution of cross-race beast pets. It allows the ant soldiers to be attached to any part of the body, which will have a good effect in both attack and defense. You're cheating. As expected, The force 1,000 times the size of Night Demon could not be resisted, and his body was smashed away like duckweed. "You're a joke!" Before he could finish his words, Shen Luo flew up, and the fierce wind of fists knocked the Night Demon back again, and bursts of angry roars resounded throughout the underground casino. At this time, the thousand-faced magic bat was entangled by dozens of scythe ant soldiers, and one person and one beast could not take care of it at all. Night Demon, if you dare to enter Dongqing and kill innocent people indiscriminately, today is the day you die. Possessed. Boom. In an instant, Shen Luo's whole body turned into pitch black, and a total of 20 ant soldiers clung to him. The sudden increase in power made Shen Luo hit the Night Demon like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Puff. Faced with such a powerful force, the Night Demon had no power to resist. Blood spurted out, and his face turned pale in an instant. Gather! With a roar from the Night Demon, the thousand-faced demon bat desperately broke free from the suppression of the ant soldiers, grabbed the Night Demon's body like lightning, and flew into the air to escape. Trying to run away is ridiculous. Just as the man and the beast were floating in the air and were about to break through the top of the head, a thin needle about 30 centimeters long appeared in front of the Night Demon. Before he could finish his words, the thin needle trembled slightly and instantly pierced the Night Demon's forehead. Shadow Master, Magic Needle Headshot. Boom! Bang! With a loud bang, the bodies of the thousand-faced demon bat and the Night Demon exploded at the same time, and blood mist and flesh fell like rain all over the sky. Not even a complete corpse was left. Hiss! The eyes of all the Witchers looking at Shen Luo suddenly changed. Seeing through the thousand-faced demon bat, forcing the Night Demon to appear, the magical ant possession, and the weird and transparent needle that appeared at the end actually killed the Night Demon directly in the head, leaving no trace of his body. He is indeed the commander-in-chief of Qingpao, who attracted two big men to come here in person. Ranking 49th is nothing more than that. With a proud smile on Shen Luo's face, he turned around and left the underground casino with a group of Witchers. Among the crowd following closely behind him, a flash of blood flashed in the eyes of one of the Witchers, but disappeared in an instant. Chapter 43. Operation Slave Clearance. Night Demon's Real Body's Uneasiness. After leaving the underground casino, Shen Luo came to the pet supply store where he met Wudong before. Commander Shen is here, but it's too late to welcome him from afar. As soon as he entered the store, Yihong greeted him with a smile. As the owner of the largest animal pet shop in Dongqing, Yihong was naturally well-informed. Not to mention that two top executives from the capital were here just for the sake of the young man in front of him. Qingpao Commander, Yihong knows the importance of this position better than Shen Luo. "Ah, bossy, you have gained weight again?" Shen Luo laughed out loud, gave Yihong a big hug under his surprised gaze, and took the opportunity to whisper a few words in the other person's ear. "Bossy, give me 10 yuan of elite beast meat and 10 bottles of elite beast blood." After getting acquainted, Shen Luo left the pet supply store with a large bag of things. After that, Shen Luo took a group of people to visit several animal pet stores and bought many strange things under the surprised eyes of everyone. Animal pet stimulant, animal pet corset whip, powerful electric clamp, 8-piece animal training set, and so on and so forth. When the Witchers saw the things Shen Luo bought, they couldn't help but replay some unrealistic scenes in their minds, and there was an indescribable expression on their faces. Everyone, that bullshit Night Demon is completely useless. Since so many of us are out, do you want to do something big? Shen Luo turned his head and looked at the Witchers with strange expressions. What does the commander mean? A green-robed demon hunter, who was also one of the leaders of this trip, asked. Clear all known beast slaves within the East City. Shen Luo waved his hand and took out a list. When he came out, he asked Yi Qing for a list of beast slaves and got the other party's permission. As long as a few important informants stay, the others can be regarded as Shen Luo's merits, provided that he can eliminate them. Commander, just based on the words of us people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean them all. If the news comes out, the green-robed Witcher frowned slightly. Ever since the match, the 11th round had completely figured out the details of all the hidden beast slaves in the East City. However, there was no requirement to eliminate them immediately, so they could only monitor them at all times. The consequence of this is that a large number of Witchers have been restrained, and the strength of the 11th round is now somewhat stretched. Don't worry, as long as we are fast, these beast slaves can't escape. Then, Shen Luo assigned tasks. The group of 17 people was divided into 5 groups, and Shinluo only led 2 people, including the man in black robe. Is it possible that this kid discovered something? The black-robed demon hunter following Shinluo had a puzzled look in his eyes. The slave purging operation was not Shinluo's intention yesterday. It had already been planned in the 11th round. After the incident on Lake Island, the blood dragon has awakened and is constantly destroying the seal. Within 2 years at most, a beast wave will break out again in East City. If there are still a large number of hidden beast slaves in the East City by then, the power and destructiveness of the beast tide will definitely increase exponentially. Especially now that it is the pre-selection stage for the National Middle School League, all the major forces are worried. Therefore, the action to clean up the beast slaves was imminent and had to be launched. Taking the center of the East City as the 6 teams, including Shinluo, were like blooming flowers, clearing out the unsuspecting beast slaves bit by bit. Boom! In a blacksmith shop, a big man with bulging muscles showed a look of despair in his eyes. He never expected until his death that this young man who suddenly appeared did not even give him a chance to speak, and sent him directly to see the king of hell. Li Tietue, remember to be a human being in the next life. A cold flash flashed in Shun Luo's eyes. In this seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop, there were actually nearly 10 corpses of ordinary people who had been drained of their blood. The beast slave deserves to be killed. But he didn't notice that the big man looked at the black-robed witcher with a look of doubt and questioning in his eyes before he died. Next place, Qingxi Tavern. Hey, old classmate, I didn't expect to see you here. You look beautiful again. Shinluo was a little surprised. The beauty in front of him, who was no less beautiful than Su Qinxue, was the class beauty, Lu Ying, who had dropped out of school for half a year. Shinluo, why are you? Why did you come to a place like a bar? I thought you were dead. Lu Ying was slightly stunned when she saw Shinluo, and then greeted her familiarly. Why can't I come? This is a man's paradise. The tavern after the beast disaster is no longer pure, and there are also some unknown services mixed in. You can tell by looking at Lu Ying's appearance, she probably does a lot of exercise. Hi, you finally figured it out? The voice stopped suddenly, and Lu Ying looked at Shinluo with a puzzled look. There was a blood hole in the middle of his eyebrows, and the vitality slowly dissipated. Animal slaves cannot experience the true happiness of human beings. It's such a pity that they have such a figure. Shinluo shook his head, hugged Lu Ying's still warm body, and left the tavern directly. Outside, the 11th Bureau staff responsible for handling the aftermath were already waiting. Tell me, why are these people willing to become beast slaves? After half a day of killing, Shinluo lost more than a dozen lives in his hands. Although these people had become beast slaves, they were still human in nature. There was even a situation where the whole family were animal slaves, which made him feel even heavier. Maybe it's freedom, maybe it's desire. Behind him, there was a look of uneasiness in the eyes of the black-robed witcher. Shun Luo's assassination method was too terrifying, especially the master needle that would appear at an unknown time. Freedom? Desire? How ridiculous! If he gives up the opportunity to be a human being for freedom and desire, then he will lose everything. Shinluo suddenly turned around, with a strange cyan light in his eyes. I have given him many opportunities, but unfortunately, he did not cherish them. The black-robed witcher subconsciously took 2 steps back, with a look of caution in his eyes. I am a student and an orphan, with no support or even money, but someone gave me a chance to fly into the sky. Shinluo continued, as if he was remembering something. I have worked hard for these opportunities myself. I can fight for them, grab them, and cheat them, but I have to treat myself as an individual. The black-robed witcher retreated again, and although the person next to Shinluo was confused, he also saw something from his colleague's performance, and his expression became wary. Once you don't treat yourself as a human being, you will have no chance. Shinluo smiled faintly, looking at the black robe that was already several meters away from him, but still had no intention of taking action. At this moment, the previous groups of witchers suddenly returned and blocked the black-robed man's retreat with a confused look on his face. Night Demon, do you think you can escape from my hands? Night Stalker. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Didn't the Night Demon die in the casino? Chapter 44. The third in the capital. Wei Yuanying comes with bad intentions. Commander Yi, he is Li Tong. One of the witchers couldn't help but remind him that the person in front of him was his partner who had worked with him for many years. How could he be the Night Stalker on the wanted list? Li Tong? Haha, the person with his face is already dead. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Shin Luo continued to explain. Whether it's Old Man Fu or the scholar in the casino, they're all just clones of your beast pet. Originally, you wanted to use the clone to save the clone to paralyze me, but my last blow made you, the killer. I had concerns and decided to endure it before I was sure of my methods. Am I right? At this time, the black-robed witcher, Night Demon's true form, had a solemn look on his face. However, during the period of time when he was forbearing, he had already seen Shin Luo's situation. Unfortunately, for the sake of a chance that almost never appeared, he still chose to stay and complete the mission. But now, if you retreat quietly and don't do evil again, maybe I will let you go once, Shin Luo said softly, looking at the confused Night Demon. It's a pity that you have been following me, wanting to find out what I am, and then take the opportunity to kill me, right? That's right. Night Demon has no need to pretend at this time. Not to mention that Shin Luo has already seen through his plan, and he has not yet found a way to crack the domination needle. Even the demon hunters behind him will tear him into pieces. If the killer's methods and whereabouts are known, he can basically be declared cold. Crunch. Night Demon shook his head slightly, and as slight bones cracked, the familiar face became unfamiliar, and in just a few breaths, he turned into a different person. He has low eyebrows, a somewhat pale complexion, a small mustache, a gray mole between his eyebrows, and a strong sense of viciousness in his small and narrow eyes. Then he clenched his fists. The huge, thousand-faced magic bat slowly appeared behind him, staring fiercely at Shin Luo. Why, you still want to take action? I really don't know how much I weigh. Shin Luo suddenly felt a little irritable. I originally thought that you beast slaves were just being controlled, but unfortunately in the end you just surrendered. In this case, there is no need to exist. Boom! Densely packed scythe ant soldiers suddenly appeared around Night Demon. In midair, 12 shadows loomed, ready to smash the huge, thousand-faced magic bat into a sieve at any time. How is it possible? This is impossible. When Night Demon saw these sickle ant soldiers, he was dazed for a moment. It would be fine if they were just ants the size of a ball, but why are there so many of them? Can't a beastmaster only contract one pet beast? Why does this guy have a bunch of them? This is unscientific. Not only the Night Demon thought so, even the demon hunters were incredulous. And when they looked at the Night Demon again, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. You want to play one-on-one, but they are born to be group fighters. It's over. Boom! 43 sickle ant soldiers attacked with all their might and hammered the Night Demon into blood mist. Not even a trace was left. This time, he truly returned to heaven. Squeak! At the same time, the 12 Shadow Masters also stabbed the wings of the thousand-faced magic bat into sieves and fell from the air with a plop, letting out a sharp and ear-piercing scream. Whoosh! Shin Luo raised his hand and struck out an object, which he put directly around the thousand-faced magic bat's neck. The latter shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into the size of an owl. Beast Locking Ring. It can imprison monsters below the Lord level. The confinement time is determined by the user's mental power and cannot be destroyed. This Beast Locking Ring was exactly what Shin Luo asked Yi Hong to secretly prepare in the animal supply store. Naturally, he did not kill the thousand-faced magic bat to prepare for his cross-race evolution. Done, call it a day. Pets that were not contracted by him could not be put into the pet space. Shin Luo simply grabbed the shrunken thousand-faced magic bat and returned to the 11th round, and immediately locked himself in a special pet evolution room. He immediately took out some miscellaneous things such as animal pet stimulant, animal pet corset whip, strong electric clamp, 8-piece animal training set, etc., including some small tubes with unknown uses. Hey. Shin Luo looked at the thousand-faced magic bat with a lewd smile. Draw blood, refine, inject, whipping, corseting, electric shock. As the strange sound of the thousand-faced magic bat sounded, Shin Luo once again began the great cause of evolution in both bloodline and physics. While Shin Luo was busy, the 7th school in Dongqing welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Mr. Xie, I'm Wei Yuanying from Beijing No. 3 Middle School. I brought my juniors here to have a friendly match with the students from the 7 schools in East City. I hope Mr. Xie can agree. In the principal's office of Dongqing No. 1 Middle School, a tall, handsome, and heroic man looked at Mr. Xie with a rebellious look in his eyes. The pride on the faces of the other students from Beijing No. 3 Middle School was even more obvious. Oh, Beijing No. 3 Middle School, right? Since it's a friendly match, of course we can arrange it tomorrow morning. Mr. Xie had a blank expression on his face, but he was actually annoyed with these guys in his heart. Beijing number 3 middle school ranks third in overall strength among all the schools in Beijing. Judging from the strength of the 5 students in front of them, they have all reached the level of high-level beast masters, which means that their beast pets are at least elite level. What's more, students who can enter the top 3 schools in Beijing are either rich or noble. It is not impossible for someone to buy a lord-level pet beast for his daughter, just like Chu Wanqing, the richest man in Dongqing. The schools in the capital have not had any contact with Dongqing for decades. This time they are definitely here to establish their authority. Moreover, this Wei Yuanying is not a simple person. He comes from the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing. He is connected with Su Qinxue and the other person from number 7 middle school, as well as Su Nanjiao, the talented beastmaster who recently suffered a big loss in the 11th game. The purpose of Beijing number 3 middle school coming here is obvious. Want to get your revenge? Mr. Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He still remembered the scene when he was banished from the capital. The other party had promised that Dongqing would never produce a genius, and the students of Dongqing would never see the sky in their entire lives. In fact, the other party did it. In the past 50 years, the 7 schools in Dongqing have never won a place in the National League, including number 1 middle school. Mr. Xie, we don't have that much time. The schedule before the league is already full. We can stay here for a maximum of 3 days. Can we start in the afternoon? A trace of disdain flashed in Wei Yuanying's eyes. Just as Mr. Xie thought, they came here to get back their grievances. Of course, there was also the suspicion that Su Nanjiao was exaggerating. After all, they all belonged to Beijing number 3 middle school. I said tomorrow. Don't you understand? Hearing this, Elder Xie's expression suddenly turned cold. When he thought of a certain kid, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. If you don't have time, go back and study hard. What a rubbish you learned. Don't you know how to respect your teachers? Wei Yuanying's face froze. He didn't expect Mr. Xie to react so strongly. Since you were still young, I still want to remind you. Don't come to me and cry when you get beaten. Unfortunately, when Mr. Xie wanted to continue speaking, he was interrupted by Wei Yuanying. Thank you for your kindness, but in my eyes, Dongqing number 7 middle school is just a necessary process. Tomorrow morning, at the Dongqing competition square, Wei Yuanying will be waiting for the Dongqing students. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Contempt, Naked Contempt, Chapter 45, Bat-Winged Flying Insects, Biological Version of Bombers. The third in the capital, he comes with bad intentions. The eldest son of the Wei family in Beijing, Wei Yuanying, is here in East City to give us guidance. A profound analysis of the Wei families coming to East City is just a formality. The next day, the headlines of all major media platforms in Dongqing were all read, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. Wherever there were people, they were talking about the purpose of Beijing number 3 middle school this time. Some people have pointed out that the so-called following procedures of Beijing number 3 middle school is a great insult to Dongqing number 7 middle school. If Dongqing number 7 school really does as it says, it will never get ahead. A mere trifle. When Wei Yuanying saw these media's comments, he showed a trace of disdain and ridicule on his face. They're just a bunch of trash. In this case, we don't need to be polite. Let's go all out and try to destroy the 7 schools in East City within 2 days. Wei Yuanying was very arrogant. He directly separated all 5 people and faced the 5 schools of Dongqing number 7 middle school on the first day. At the same time, all major media platforms set up their cameras and began live broadcasting of these 5 talented young people from Beijing. In the first battle of Beijing number 3 middle school, Captain Wei Yuanying challenged Dongqing number 1 middle school. Except for Inqing, all members of the school team were completely defeated. In the first battle of Beijing number 3 middle school, team member Tai Qing challenged Dongqing number 3 middle school and won 5 out of 5 games with only minor injuries. In the first battle of Beijing number 3 middle school, team member Hua Yuya challenged Dongqing number 5 middle school and won 4 out of 5 games without any injuries. Just when Dongqing number 7 middle school was facing the crazy challenge from Beijing number 3 middle school, Xin Luo's experiment was also in full swing. During this period, the principal of number 7 middle school and Mr. Xie came to the door many times, and even Yi Qing was alarmed. However, the door of the evolution room was always closed tightly, and various sounds came from inside from time to time, making several people puzzled. Evolution indoors. Xin Luo's face showed a strong look of exhaustion, but his eyes were fixed on the red light group in front of him that contained a dangerous aura. After countless blood extractions, The path for bloodline fusion and evolution was completely blocked, and the thousand-faced magic bat was tortured until his eyes were full of resentment, and his momentum suddenly changed. While retaining 20 ant soldiers, Shen Luo put all the remaining nearly 30 ant soldiers into the evolutionary aperture. From that moment on, for 2 full days, the ant soldiers inside where the movement never stopped. Danger! Extremely dangerous. Just a moment ago, there was suddenly no sound inside, but it made him feel an unprecedented danger. It must be successful, otherwise all the investment this time will be in vain. Shen Luo looked at the quiet red light group and murmured to himself. For this fusion, he had invested a lot of elite beast meat and even a legendary beast crystal. If it didn't succeed, then big loss. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a violent heartbeat came from the red light group. The next moment, the red light group exploded, and the second new creature evolved from the cross-race beast finally appeared in front of Shen Luo. Beep! The new species, bat-winged flying insect, evolved successfully. Bat-winged flying insect. A flying type, a combination of the thousand-faced magic bat and the fey sickle ant soldier. A mutation occurred during the evolution of the bloodline, which turned the resentment of the thousand-faced magic bat into the most powerful weapon, vowing to destroy all enemies. Killed to pieces. Name: bat-winged flying insect. Level: Level 5, Level 3. Quality: intermediate rare. Characteristics: super defense, super endurance. Skill: indiscriminate bombing. Indiscriminate bombing. Thousand-faced magic bat's resentment is carried by the sickle ant soldiers and thrown out, bombing the target range indiscriminately, with a chance of causing dizziness and hallucinogenic effects. Seeing the introduction of the bat-winged flying insects, Shen Luo's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy, and he subconsciously activated the skill indiscriminate bombing. Buzz! The 4 wings on the back of the bat-winged flying insect suddenly unfolded, and it slowly lifted into the air with a bomb-shaped belly. When it reached the top of the evolution chamber, a hole suddenly opened at the front of the giant belly. The next moment, countless black and red light groups flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The ball of light landed. Explosions came one after another, and the powerful shock wave pushed Shen Luo several meters away. The specially treated floor of the evolution room instantly became pitted. Sand and dust splashed all over the sky within the bombing range, and a thick gray mist gradually spread. Kulme. Cough, cough, cough. Following a burst of rapid coughing, the door to the evolution room, which had been closed for 3 days, finally slowly opened, and Shen Luo appeared in front of everyone with a disgraced face. Even so, it was difficult to conceal the excitement in his eyes. A proper biological version of the bomber. Although it requires sufficient support from beast crystals, the effect is definitely overwhelming. According to his estimation, an elite beast crystal is enough to support bat-winged flying insects for 10 bombings. Strategic weapons. Shen Luo immediately positioned the bat-winged flying insect. If he cooperated with the Shadow Lord, he would definitely be there in seconds. Why are you all here? Finally, Shen Luo found the 3 people staring at him with strange expressions. What did you do again? If I don't come back, you will blow up the 11th round. Yi Qing said angrily and glanced at the messy evolution room with a flash in his eyes. A touch of helplessness. This kid is really capable of twisting things, and it looks like he has evolved into some amazing pet. Evolution Master and Beast Control Master. The combination of the two is really a little scary. Hey, unexpected, unexpected. Shen Luo scratched his head in embarrassment. This time he really gained a lot. I was also thinking about merging the Shadow Lord. Beijing No. 3 Middle School challenges Dongqing No. 7 School. The entire Dongqing is almost in disgrace, but I'm here to guard you. Now it's the final battle, Mr. Xie said in a deep voice with a black line on his face. Beijing No. 3 Middle School, embarrassed? What the hell? Finally, with the explanation from Wang Yi, the principal of No. 7 Middle School, Shen Luo understood what had happened in the past few days, but he frowned in an instant. It would be understandable if other schools failed, but in Qing from No. 1 Middle School was not like that. That girl was very crazy when she was on the island in the middle of the lake, so she probably retained her strength. As for No. 7 Middle School, Su Qinxue and Chu Wanwan have Lord-level beast pets. Even Qin Feng's elite-level blue-eyed violent bear is not a good opponent. How could he lose? Beijing No. 3 Middle School has a king-level beast master, 3 Lord-level beast pets, and an elite-level auxiliary pet. There is no problem in one-on-one battles, but there is almost no advantage in team battles. Seeing Shen Luo with a confused look on his face, Wang Yi explained aloud. Where is Chu Wanwan's sacred heart white fox? Shen Luo blinked. He knew the terror of the holy heart white fox. If it grew up, it would definitely kill people invisibly. Alas, the holy heart white fox is in the process of advancing and is completely useless. As soon as these words came out, Shen Luo instantly understood that in addition to being generally weak in level, the 7 schools of Dongcheng did not have powerful auxiliary pets. Chapter 46. Athletic Plaza, the first show of Dongcheng No. 7 Middle School. After understanding what happened, Shen Luo returned to No. 7 Middle School without stopping. Oh, those guys are so bullying. They said that coming here was a waste of time. They changed the location directly to the arena square and planned to return to the capital after the fight. The gatekeeper's words brought a chill to Shen Luo's face. A bunch of sticks that deserve a beating. At this time, the Dongqing Athletic Plaza was already crowded with people. Not only was it packed with people, but even the big screen outside was lit up. This showed that the people of Dongqing attached great importance to this decisive battle. Dongcheng can be defeated, but he must not be insulted like this. Borrowed it. Shen Luo finally squeezed through the crowd and went directly to the rest area of Dongqing School No. 7. I'm going to tell you what's going on. When he saw all the 7 members of the Dongqing school team in the rest area, Shen Luo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It was such an unprecedented unity. The key is that, except for a few people, almost everyone has injuries on their bodies. Just waiting for you. Su Qinxue raised her head and looked at Shen Luo with a hint of expectation. To become the blue-robe leader of the Demon Control Alliance at such an age, this guy must have hidden a lot of strength. Hey, aren't you the unparalleled twins of No. 1 Middle School? You can't do it no matter what. Shen Luo nodded slightly at Su Qinxue, then turned to look at Qing, with a hint of joking in his words. I'm afraid of beating them to death. And Qing frowned, and an imperceptible glint of blood flashed in her eyes. Hey. At this moment, a tall man walked over from the opposite side. Judging from his appearance, he definitely did not look like a student. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get ready to start. The air in Dongcheng is really bad. After the big man finished speaking, his eyes swept across Shen Luo's face, and then he turned and left with a look of disgust. What are you doing? Do you want to be so crazy? Shen Luo was speechless. We are all just students. Do we want to be so social, and do we want to be so arrogant? I even defeated a king level 1. Am I proud of myself? Brother Shen Luo, Xiao Bai is still evolving, otherwise I will kill them, and you must vent your anger on me. Chu Wanwan suddenly spoke up, looking pitiful. Please, you didn't take action. Do I need to vent my anger on your behalf? Now Shen Luo had a headache when he saw Chu Wanwan, and his intuition told him that this little witch must be up to something evil again. They have a black fox, and they actually say that no fox can compare to it. They make me angry. Shen Luo was speechless and turned to look at Su Qinxue. I have never seen that black fox. It seems that he only attacked once. Su Qinxue shook her head helplessly. Let me tell you, although that black fox is only at the elite level, it can display many negative states. These states last for a long time. It seems that it also has the ability to mentally attack, similar to bewitching. The person who spoke was the captain of Dongqing No. 2 Middle School. Before the infamily brothers and sisters appeared in No. 1 Middle School, it could be said that he was the strongest beast master of Dongqing No. 7 School. Senior Beast Master Yu Shaoshang's pet is the Lord level, 7-patterned longhorn beef. If this beast pet is covered with 9 lines, it will advance to the legendary level. The defensive power of the 9-line beetle can be almost equal to that of the branches of the 4 original holy beasts. In other words, as long as it's not a team battle, you still have a chance against others? Shen Luo blinked and asked something that deserved a beating. Chu Wanwan chuckled, and then Qing turned to look elsewhere. As long as Wei Yuanying doesn't join forces with the owner of the Black Fox, I can try his king-level skills. Su Qinxue gently held her forehead and faced Wei Yuanying alone. She was not sure. Except for Wei Yuanying and the Black Fox, do you have any way to win the others? After a moment of silence, Shen Luo raised his head and asked with a serious face. What do you mean? Do you want to? Su Qinxue frowned slightly, as if she had guessed Shen Luo's thoughts. As long as you can guarantee that you will defeat those 3 people, leave Wei Yuanying and the Black Fox to me. After the words fell, everyone noticed the strong confidence in Shen Luo. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Shen Luo with suspicion, especially Yu Shaoshang, the leader of the 2nd Squadron. Let's declare a challenge. After saying that, Shen Luo stopped talking and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Shenluo was so determined, everyone stopped talking and directly sent someone to write a letter of challenge. The result was soon known. The other party readily agreed and threatened to choose anyone from the 7 schools in Dongcheng. Kill them. Don't hold back. In the last battle, I'm going to blow Wei Yuanying's head off. Shenluo opened his eyes, and strong, murderous intent surged out. This is so fucking bullying. If you want to play, then play big. The first battle between the 7 schools in Dongcheng and the 3rd middle school in Beijing. Senior Beast Tamer Qin Feng vs Senior Beast Tamer Tai Qing. Elite Blue Eyes Violent Bear versus Elite Violent Monitor Lizard. The 2 people and 2 beasts instantly appeared on the big screens inside and outside the arena, and the crowd was excited. Boom! The 2 men attacked almost at the same time. Facing the violent attack of the blue-eyed bear, the violent monitor lizard opened its mouth and sprayed out a ball of dark green venom. Clown, you only deserve to be in a place like this. A gleam of contempt flashed across Tai Qing's eyes. Even if all the people from the 7 schools in East City united together, in the eyes of these students from the capital, they would just be transformed from one piece of trash to a group of trash. Stop talking so much nonsense. When I was in the capital, you didn't even know where you were hiding. Qin Feng immediately responded sarcastically. Roar! He directly activated the blue-eyed violent bear's skill, Storm Fist. After the venom was blown away by the strong wind, Qin Feng rushed out instantly. Man against man, beast against beast. Qin Feng knew that his blue-eyed violent bear and the violent giant lizard were similar, and the final decision on victory or defeat would still be made by the Beastmaster himself. So he decided to strike first. Snort! Tai Qing snorted coldly, frowned slightly as he looked at Qin Feng, who was rushing towards him. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to use this kind of fighting style. He raised his hand and summoned the violent giant lizard back. Bang! Qin Feng's attack was blocked, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. His mental power fluctuated slightly, and he gave the blue-eyed violent bear the order to fight to the death. Boom! The blue-eyed bear suddenly became violent, and its huge body suddenly accelerated, directly knocking the violent monitor lizard away. It was also swept by the monitor lizard's tail, and blood splattered all over the bear's waist. Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. The bear's paw faced the lizard's tail, and both beasts were instantly covered with wounds. The roars were endless and exploded in the sky. Are you freaking crazy? If your pet is seriously injured, it will be downgraded. Ha, so what if I'm demoted? I'm a Beastmaster, not a beast slave, you coward. Looking at Qin Feng rushing towards him again, a hint of fear flashed in Tai Qing's eyes. After he clasped his fists to block the attack, he was knocked back by the opponent's violent force. Damn it! Subconsciously, Tai Qing wanted to call back the violent monitor lizard, but he didn't expect that there was no response. He turned around and got angry. In just a moment of distraction, the violent monitor lizard had been caught by the tail by the blue-eyed bear and was thrown to the ground with a series of bangs. A large part of the monitor lizard's spine was visible to the naked eye. Bang! Idiot! You dare to be distracted under my attack. What did your teacher teach you? Qin Feng quickly approached and directly knocked the stunned Tai Qing away. Ah! Tai Qing climbed up with blood foam in his mouth. After a roar, the violent giant lizard that was about to be blown to pieces suddenly changed. Chapter 47. The beast pet is determined to die. How can the Beastmaster live alone? Whirlwind Poison Dragon Drill. Qin Feng's brutality finally forced out Tai Qing's pet skills. The giant lizard that was being thrown wildly by the blue-eyed violent bear suddenly straightened up, and its instantly surging strength broke free from the control of the bear's paw, and a layer of light green light rippled around its body. Oomph. These trash want to use a tactic that will hurt both sides. Even if we win, we will lose face. Wei Yuanying has been paying attention to the situation on the field, but his eyes still reveal a strong disdain. Even if they were of the same grade, students from a declining place like Dongcheng were not worthy to compete with the geniuses from Beijing. The reason why Wei Yuanying chose the competition square for the final battle was that he wanted to slap the 7 schools in East City in front of everyone and make East City unable to raise its head forever. Roar! As a deafening roar sounded, the violent giant lizard had already gathered its strength. Its straight body began to spin rapidly, and it shot towards the blue-eyed violent bear like lightning. Flying bear, bend your back. Behead him instantly. At the same time, Qin Feng, with bloodshot eyes, roared loudly, and violent mental power surged out. His hair and beard stood upside down, and he looked like a madman. The blue-eyed violent bear seemed to sense its master's emotions. After a burst of angry slaps, its huge body bent at an extremely strange angle, and its pair of bare paws suddenly closed up and down. Boom! Howl! The two behemoths, both in a violent state, collided with each other with a loud bang. The blue-eyed violent bear was knocked back, and the right side of its waist was pierced. Its bloody intestines could be seen rolling on the ground. Snap! Bang! The violent bear's palms quickly closed and twisted up and down, and the monitor lizard let out a scream and was thrown to the side. The back half of its body near the tail had been twisted off, and it kept rolling and blood was spilled all over the place. There was a big hole on the waist of the blue-eyed violent bear, and its eyes were wide open as it half sat on the ground. The upper body of the violent monitor lizard was slapping the ground frantically, blood was flowing like a river, and soon there was no movement. Kill! If animals are like this, why should humans be afraid? Qin Feng and Tai Qing pounced on each other in an instant. The latter flew away at the contact and fell far away, bleeding from his mouth, but he could no longer stand up. Puff! Ha 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 ha! Qin Feng from E-City No. 7 Middle School has lived up to his education and won the first game. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, whose mouth was full of blood and still holding on to himself. After a moment of silence, applause sounded like thunder, and cheers soared into the sky. Beijing No. 3 Middle School did not have a teacher to lead the team because of its arrogance. The 7 schools in Dongcheng were polite to each other, and the teacher did not come forward. Everything depends on each other's students. Victory or defeat, life or death, are all uncertain. This battle ended with the death of Jingqing No. 3 Middle School Tai Qing. This was an outcome that no one expected. Well done! Amid the cheers, Shin Luo walked over with a heavy face and gently patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. On the side, Wei Yuaning also came to Tai Qing's side. Looking at his teammate, who had no breath left, there was no wave in his eyes, and he was lifted down with a wave of his hand. The violent monitor lizard also completely stopped tossing and followed in the footsteps of its master, but ended up with no one to collect its body. Wrong. Shin Luo is gone. With a wave of his big hand, he put the violent jushi that had been broken into 2 parts into his storage bag. Shin Luo didn't want to expose Di Qinchio's inheritance ring yet. What do you want to do? Wei Yuaning frowned slightly, but did not stop Shin Luo's behavior. Without a beast pet, the name Beast Master is meaningless. The relationship between a beast master and an animal pet is that of master, servant, and partner. Shin Luo looked up at Wei Yuaning with a calm expression. Whether they died in battle or die of old age, that's all. Don't abandon, don't give up. To live and die with your pet. This is the belief that a beast master should have, instead of abandoning it. It's a pity that I only see use in your eyes, and you don't even want to collect its corpse. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into silence. Confused, thinking shocked, Shin Luo's words caused everyone present to fall into deep thought. No one had thought about this issue before. When did the Beast Master appear? Why have Beast Masters become the mainstream in the world? As Shin Luo said, is it necessary for a Beast Master without a beast pet to exist? Hoo-ho! Suddenly, the dying blue-eyed violent bear suddenly let out a slight roar, as if he understood Shin Luo's words, and a trace of softness appeared in the bloodthirsty bear's eyes. Big Bear! Qin Feng seemed to understand something, and staggered to the side of the blue-eyed violent bear, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Booz, booz, booz. At the same time, low growls were heard from the space of almost everyone's pet, which sounded like relief or gratitude. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Finally someone understands beasts. Su Qinxue, Chu Wanwan, and Yu Xiaoshang all had a strange look on their faces. Are you serious? Snort. Seeing this, Wei Yuaning snorted coldly and turned away. There is no explanation and no need for explanation. Every next round will be a battle of life and death. Do you really think he can't see that when this kid put away the violent giant lizard, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes? He was just coveting the elite beast crystal. The beast roared, but the system prompt sounded at this moment. Dip. The heart of great kindness resonates with heaven and earth, and the host's spiritual power increases. Shin Luo blinked, seeing that there was such a benefit, and subconsciously opened the system panel. Host, Shin Luo. Beast Pet. Phase Sickle Ant Queen. Spiritual Threshold. 186. Physiological Threshold. 134. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. Talent 3. Simulated Evolution. The increase in mental power was directly reflected in the mental threshold, which increased by 30 points. The two basic attributes were already very close to each other, but now they are further apart. Good thing. Shen Luo blinked and came to Qin Feng with a smile. Put it away. The big bear will also advance. Let me tell you a secret. I am a high-level animal pet evolver. As long as the big bear does not die, it will be even more powerful in the future. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with suspicion. After seeing Shen Luo's determined eyes, he decisively put away the blue-eyed violent bear. At this moment, he chose to believe it. We must win. We must win. Dongcheng is mighty. Kill them. Amid the passionate cheers of everyone, the second battle between Dongqing No. 7 School and Jingqing No. 3 Middle School began. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Wei Yuanying looked at Shen Gong, a player with a scar at the corner of his eye who was about to appear, and said with a gloomy expression, "Don't worry, Captain. I will let them know what true cruelty is." Chen Gong nodded heavily, with a sinister expression on his face, and looked at the opposite side provocatively. In the rest area, the four people who were determined to fight seemed to know something from Qin Feng's mouth, and they all looked at Shen Luo, who was walking back slowly. Look what I'm doing. Who's going to play in the second game? Shen Luo was speechless. Just by looking at the looks on several people's faces, he knew that Qin Feng was a big talker. Are you really a pet evolver, a high-level one? Su Qinxue, who was about to go on stage, stopped with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Of course, the kind without moisture. Shen Luo shook his hair in front of his forehead, his eyes a little sly. As long as you win this game, I won't charge you any money. Tell me how you want me to fight. Chapter 48. Feng Yin kills instantly the great witch of the Su family in the capital. Yo-ho! Shen Luo blinked. This woman has big breasts and a big temper. If these people all die here, will there be trouble? Shen Luo thought for a while and asked. As soon as these words came out, several people's eyes instantly turned to Shen Luo. This guy is a bit ruthless. If you are really a high-level animal pet evolver, then there is no big problem. Su Qinxue frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking about something in her heart. If that's the case, then kill them. Shen Luo raised his head and paused slightly. If there is really trouble at worst, let the 11th Bureau come forward. My name, as the Commander-in-Chief of Qingpao, should still be useful. Shen Luo didn't want to say anything righteous. The purpose of coming to Beijing No. 3 Middle School this time was to crush them to death. If he really followed their wishes, it would be equivalent to cutting off his own path. This was unacceptable. Now we can only maximize our own value and gain time for development. Good. Su Qinxue turned around and came on stage. The second battle between Dongqing 7 Schools and Beijing No. 3 Middle School. Senior Beast Tamer Su Qinxue vs Senior Beast Tamer Chen Gong. Lord level Netherworld Black Phoenix versus Lord level Tyrannical Jade. When the information from both sides appeared on the screens around the arena, the whole place was in an uproar. No one expected that Dongqing No. 7 Middle School, which had always been at the bottom, would actually have a Lord-level beast pet with the extremely rare Phoenix bloodline. Dongqing No. 7 Middle School is so well hidden. Young lady, why don't you follow me, Chen Gong, and I will ensure you a life of glory and prosperity. After seeing Su Qinxue coming on the stage, Chen Gong's eyes widened and a strong, evil light appeared in his eyes. Snort! Su Qinxue summoned the Netherworld Black Phoenix without saying a word. Cry! After a long whistle, the temperature in the arena suddenly rose, and the air seemed to be burning, making crackling sounds. Baby, come out! Chen Gong looked at the Netherworld Black Phoenix that almost covered half of the arena and the rapidly rising temperature around it. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, and then he summoned the Tyrant Hound. Roar! The Tyrant Hound, standing on the ground with its head held high, gave an angry roar and raised its head towards the sky in a provocation. One breath. Su Qinxue's cold voice rang out above the arena. Before anyone could understand what it meant, the Netherworld Black Phoenix opened its mouth and a horrifying black flame gushed out, instantly covering Chen Gong and Tyrant Hound in the arena. Ah! A quick and short scream came to an abrupt end, and two piles of black ash, one large and one small, suddenly appeared on the field. It's over? Hiss! Wei Yuanying was the first to react. He stood up suddenly and stared at Su Qinxue with a gloomy look as she turned and left. There are differences among Lord-level players as well. It's her, one of the 4 clans in Beijing, the eldest granddaughter of the Su family, Su Qinxue. The Great Witch Su, who was expelled for killing 4 geniuses of her own clan, killed an elder of her clan on her way out of the capital, and seriously injured a king-level beastmaster sent by the Beastmaster Association before leaving her hometown. How is it possible? How could she be here? There was a deep fear in Wei Yuanying's eyes. He couldn't afford to offend the Su family, and he couldn't afford to offend Su Qianxue even more. For a moment, Wei Yuanying actually had the idea of retreating. At this time, Su Qianxue had returned to the rest area and sat down with a calm expression. Goddess! Phoenix Goddess! The belated cheers rang out at this time, and the crowd was excited. Flash sale. High-level Beastmaster. Lord-level pet. Same level, kill instantly. The Phoenix Goddess deserves her title. For a moment, Yu Xiaoshang and others looked at Su Qianxue with a hint of fear. Only Qin Feng looked calm. He was the only one who understood Su Qianxue best. Old Qin, the captain has always been so fast. No, has he always been this fierce? Shen Luo also came to his senses from the dazed state and killed the Lord-level beast in an instant. He asked who could not be dazed. It's just childish. The name of the great witch Su in the capital. Qin Feng, who was lying on his back and occupying a row of chairs, spoke without any scruples. Suddenly, he felt a death gaze coming from beside him, and he immediately suppressed the next words. Great witch Su. Shen Luo murmured to himself and looked at Su Qianxue. It seemed that the water on the captain's body was very deep. At this time, Wei Yuanying still hadn't figured out why there were so many evildoers in Dongqing. Qin Feng and the like were fine, but how could the great witch of the Su family end up in the worst middle school? In addition, Yu Zishang, who had always seemed weak, also seems to be a tough opponent. Wei Yuanying now felt a little regretful. Why did he choose to challenge separately in the first place? Wouldn't it have been done together? At least he could have found out the strength of the 7 schools in East City, instead of finding out now that these guys were hiding so deeply. Since their battle is arranged like this, will it remain the same later? Is it possible that his opponent will kill him? Impossible. Wei Yuanying spoke subconsciously. He was a king-level beastmaster, and his pet was also lord-level. He was much stronger than Su Nanzhao. Just as Su Qianxue said, even if they were at the same level, there were differences in strength. Is my opponent that Chu Wanwan? Subconsciously, Wei Yuanying ignored Shen Luo, a trash who contracted an ant. So what could he do if he defied the will of heaven? Captain, we are now. Behind Wei Yuanying, a girl wearing a vest, leather skirt, and pigtails asked, keep fighting, and after entering the field, don't talk nonsense so that he has no chance to fight back. Wei Yuanying said fiercely. The next match should be Yu Xiaoshang from Dongqing No. 2 Middle School. His pet is not good at attacking. As long as you can suppress it, he is already invincible. The girl in the leather skirt was named Hua Yuye. She nodded when she heard this. The previous 2 battles had already frightened her. Before coming here, she did not expect that things would develop to this point. Dongqing No. 7 School and Jingqing No. 3 Middle School are already in a fight to the death. So far, no teacher from either side has come forward, only the real-time live broadcasts of Dongqing's major media. Even if they win all 3 games, Beijing No. 3 Middle School will be completely humiliated by them. Go to war. Following Wei Yuanying's soft drink, Hua Yuye, a girl in a leather skirt, shook her head and walked towards the field. Lao Yu, this battle is up to you. I thought about it and let them save some face. Besides, this little girl is pretty good-looking. There is no need to beat her to death. Shen Luo looked at Yu Xiaoshang, didn't know what he was thinking about. Classmate Shen, you think too highly of me. My pet is not good at attacking, but its defense is pretty good. Basically, no one in the East City can break through the defense of the 7 heavenly bulls. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoshang seemed to have remembered something. He turned to look at Su Qianxue and silently faced Hua Yuye. Chapter 49. Attack and Defense Confrontation. 7-striped Longicorn fights against the Heavenly Wolf. Both battles were lost. Both battles were dead. For Beijing No. 3 Middle School, which wants to crush the 7 schools in East City, this is definitely an unbearable burden. Now Wei Yuanying does not expect Hua Yuye to win, but even if it is just a draw, it can save some face. As long as this is a draw, they won't have any chance. Wei Yuanying's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he turned to look at the quiet girl who had been sitting quietly in the rest area, who was also his trump card when he came to Dongqing, the senior beastmaster Xu Chang. Just as Wei Yuanying was thinking about how to get the other party to agree to the final 2-person showdown, the third battle began. Senior Beast Tamer Yu Xiaoshang vs Senior Beast Tamer Hua Yuye. Lord Level 7 Striped Longicorn versus Lord Level Phantom Wolf. While the battle information was displayed on the big screen, the leather-skirt girl Hua Yue summoned the Phantom Wolf. Howl! The huge crystal-like body howled towards the sky, and wisps of colorful light appeared under the sunlight. Hua Yue waved her little hand, honestly implemented Wei Yuanying's tactics, and decisively commanded the Phantom Wolf to attack. Moo! Yu Xiaoshang had a blank expression on his face. He waved his hand, and a seven-lined longicorn appeared. The strange patterns almost covered the entire body of the beetle. Perhaps it was true, as the rumors said, that when the body was covered with 9 patterns, it would be the day of advancement to a legend. Phantom Arrow. The skills of Phantom Wolf came like a tide at the moment of charge. Yu Xiaoshang could not even see the figure of Hua Yuye on the opposite side, and his face froze. Colorful light shield. The dazzling colorful light instantly condensed into a thick and solid shield in front, blocking all the crystal-like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The extremely sharp arrows hit the solid and heavy light shield, and dense noises instantly rang out over the arena. The confrontation between Lord-level beast pets is very terrifying. It is rare to see a situation like Su Qinxue, who was killed instantly upon appearance. The duel between the 7-striped longicorn and the Phantom Wolf is the real highlight. What a thick skin! Seeing that the pet's attack did not cause any harm at all, Hua Yuye shook her dreadlocks and muttered to herself. It only took one test to show that if the Phantom Wolf couldn't break the 7-striped longicorn's defense, there would be no hope of winning. Well, here, Yu Xiaoshang also sighed, with a look of helplessness on his face. Although the 7-striped longicorn beetle is at the Lord level, its attack strength is not even as strong as that of the Phantom Wolf. When it saw that the opponent was a pet that was several levels higher than the Songbei Snow Wolf, it had already given up the idea of attacking. We don't seek to achieve anything, but to avoid mistakes. As long as we can maintain a draw, we will win. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of attack by the Phantom Wolf began, and countless crystal arrows flew over like an overwhelming force, and there were even a few giant arrows as thick as small trees in the middle. Bang! The giant arrow hit the light shield, and the 7-striped longicorn just exhaled lightly, and the giant crystal arrow disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, the onlookers' initial excitement turned into boredom. The 7-striped longicorn was invincible in defense and had no advantage in offense. Even the 2 attacks at launch were forced to switch to defense because they could not keep up with the speed of the Phantom Wolf. The long offensive and defensive confrontation has become boring for the audience. How could this happen? This is a Lord-level pet. Captain, you attack. All you know is defense. Attack and kill it. Hey, please be careful with your words. After all, I'm still a little girl. So what? Everyone knows that Beijing No. 3 Middle School came to East City with bad intentions. If there weren't a few capable fighters in the 7 schools of East City, would we still be sitting here now, listening to the noisy voices of the onlookers? Hua Yuye showed a bitter smile in his eyes. Looking up, Yu Xiaoshang was the same. How about it be considered a tie? How about it be considered a tie? The two of them spoke almost at the same time, then looked at each other, took back their pets, and turned around to leave. I'm sorry, I tried my best, but the 7-striped beetle is really not good at attacking. Returning to the rest area, Yu Xiaoshang shrugged with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It doesn't matter. A draw is a victory. It also lets those guys know that Dongsheng is not a place where they can show off their power. Shen Luo had already seen through the outcome and said with a smile. None of them spoke because what they were going to face next was a king-level beast master, a lord-level beast pet, and even an unsolvable auxiliary pet. The key is that Chu Wanwan and Shen Luo are the only ones left on their side. One of the beast pets cannot go into battle, and the other is still an intermediate beast master. Except for Su Qinxue and a few others, no one knows what Shen Luo's strength is. Which rank? However, in terms of level, if you fight an intermediate player against a king, you will lose no matter how you fight. Haha, don't worry, I can't guarantee that I can kill him, but even the king level can't kill me, so the worst this final battle will be is a draw. Looking at the worried looks on the faces of several people, Shen Luohao, he blinked nonchalantly. Don't be careless. The king level is the watershed for beast masters. Their strength will be greatly improved, and you can't underestimate the physical fitness of a king-level beast master. It can really crush all low-level beast masters. Qin Feng reminded him loudly. Shen Luo nodded, but he was unconvinced in his heart. He had swallowed the beast crystal of the legendary extreme cold turtle in order to escape on the island in the middle of the lake. Although it has not been verified, he felt that his physical fitness was not much worse than that of a king, and he should be able to fight against it. The physiological threshold covers the defense, endurance, pressure resistance, and other characteristics of a beastmaster. If calculated based on numerical values, Shenluo has already exceeded the standard of a high-level beastmaster. However, due to the level of the beast pet, it has not yet been reached. Just an advancement. The key now is, do you have any information about the Black Fox Master? Please tell me for reference. Shenluo looked at everyone with a helpless expression. Until now, he didn't know the information about his opponent. You don't know? Then why do you think you can solve them? Hearing this, Su Qinxue glared at Shenluo fiercely. This guy actually didn't know the information about his opponent. I really don't know what he did before coming here. Hey, the name of the Black Fox Master is Shu Chong. She is a senior beast master. Apart from her powerful restriction skills, she doesn't know anything else. But the most important thing is that she is Shu Tianyi's granddaughter. Speaking of Shu Tianyi, a look of solemnity appeared on Qinshue's face. Shu Tianyi? I've never heard of him. Is he very famous? Shenluo was slightly stunned. Could he be a legendary beast master? Everyone touched their foreheads together. There are still people who don't know who Shu Tianyi is, either because they are isolated from the world, or they're just a fool who doesn't hear what is going on outside the window. Even ordinary people know Shu Tianyi's name. Shu Tianyi, one of the top 10 legendary beast masters in the world, is also an intermediate beast pet evolver. In terms of strength and connections, he is the most untouchable being in the world. Chapter 50. Two people form a team. Abuse from the audience. Damn it, is your background so big? Hearing this, Shenluo was a little shocked. It would be difficult to attack others. After all, his backer is a legendary beast master and an intermediate beast pet evolver. Regardless of his connections, strength, and wealth, he cannot compare with him. If Shu Chong is hurt, he may become the public enemy of the world, and even the Demon Control Alliance may not be able to protect him. Now you know how powerful it is. Not only that, do you think Shu Chang's beast pet is just an ordinary monster with a grandfather who is an evolver? That black fox is a new species that has evolved. Su Qinxue angrily scolded her, and Chu Wanwan, who had been silent, couldn't help laughing, which made Shenluo very embarrassed. What's so great about new species? If you're talking about evolutionists, Shu Tianyi has to call me senior. Shenluo was not bragging. After receiving the inheritance from Emperor Qinxiu, he only needed to be given time to absorb the knowledge, and it was not impossible to become a creation-level evolutionist. Evolvers are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and creation levels who are rumored to be able to create things out of thin air, comparable to mythical beast masters. So far, there are only 6 high-level animal pet evolvers in the world. Even Qin Wuyong, the president of the Beast Tamer Association, Wu Jing, the leader of the Demon Tamer Alliance, and Yi Qing from the 11th round did not ask carefully after hearing that Shenluo had inherited the Evolution Master, and they all subconsciously thought that it was just a junior level. For them, the junior evolutionist really didn't play much role. And because the mythical animal skin was so important, Shenluo's true evolutionist level was ignored. Well, Su Qinshue's expression froze, forgetting that the guy in front of her was also a beast pet evolver. But her eyes widened in an instant. Could it be that he was really a high-level person and had not told lies before? For a moment, Su Qinshue's breathing became a little rapid, and her chest rose and fell, which was really beautiful. Just when she was about to ask further questions, Wei Yuanying suddenly came over. To save time, how about a 2-player battle in the next round? Wei Yuanying looked at Shenluo with a gloomy face. There were only 3 people in Dongcheng who did not play. Except for the slightly weird blood-eyed girl in Qing, no one else is worth fearing. Oh, double battle, why? Shenluo blinked and didn't know how to speak, but this guy was delivered to his door. Why? I don't want to wait any longer. I want to kill you now to satisfy my hatred, but I can't say this directly. Wei Yuanying now felt quite powerless and urgently needed a fight to vent his emotions. Otherwise, he suspected that he would probably die of suffocation. There's no reason. I just don't want to waste time here. Wei Yuanying looked at Shenluo with a gloomy look. Of course, if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Shenluo pretended to be embarrassed and remained silent for a long time. 10 minutes later, just when Wei Yuanying was about to walk away, Shenluo finally raised his head. I can promise you, but I have to add some bets. After all, you have an advantage in team battles. Shenluo smiled slightly and continued. 1 legendary beast crystal. If not, use 10 elite beast crystals instead. Who wins? Who takes it and how? Ha, you really dare to speak. Do you think you will win? Shen Luo's temporary raise made Wei Yuanying a little suspicious. Could this guy have some hidden tricks? An ant can't escape the fate of low-level creatures even if it plays tricks. You don't have to worry about it now. To bet or not to bet. Shen Luo didn't talk nonsense and looked directly at Wei Yuanying. I'm betting on a legendary beast crystal. Let me warm your hands first. After saying that, a ray of light flew over, and Shen Luo had a legendary cyan legendary beast crystal in his hand, and Wei Yuanying also turned and left. What a rich man. The legendary beast crystal comes easily and has the same virtue as Su Nanjiao. Well, the ending must be the same. All right, Wan Wan, my sister, come with me to fight. With the beast crystal in hand, Shen Luo no longer hesitated and turned around and walked towards the field. Stop! Do you look down on me? Or do you want to harm her? A voice suddenly sounded, and Qing suddenly stood up from her seat, staring at Shen Luo. She naturally knew what Shen Luo was thinking. Shen Luo had been guarding her, and she wanted to kill Shen Luo all the time. What? Do you have any objections? Shen Luo was speechless. This girl finally jumped out. It wasn't that she didn't want to choose her, but she was really afraid of being stabbed in the back by Qing. The hatred of killing a brother is not something that can be resolved easily. Her pet can't go into battle. Do you want to fight 1 against 2 and die? And Qing questioned. You don't have to worry about it. I never thought about 2 versus 2. Shen Luo's eyes showed a glimmer of confidence. I want to beat them 2-1. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is this guy crazy? Faced with a king-level beast master and a super assistant, he dared to threaten one-on-one. Even Su Qinxue, who knew him somewhat, couldn't help but shake her head impulsive. Okay, I'll go, but I have something to say first. If you can't beat me, I will run away. Chu Wanwan spoke up at this time to save Shen Luo. Since the two of them had no objections, it was hard for the others to say anything more. And Qing sat back down angrily. Damn it, I will definitely kill you if I get the chance. Dongqing 7 Schools versus Beijing No. 3 Middle School. The 4th battle begins. 2 people form a team. Dongqing is going to battle. Senior Beast Tamer Chu Wanwan, Intermediate Beast Tamer Shen Luo. Beijing No. 3 Middle School, King-level Beast Master Wei Yuanying, Senior Beast Master Xu Chang. When the battle information on the big screen of the arena was released, the whole place suddenly fell into deathly silence, and you could hear the drop of a needle in the arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It's even better than Su Qianxue's instant kill before. Moreover, there is a note at the end of the message that Chu Wanwan's beast pet is in an evolutionary state and cannot go into battle, which means that it is very likely that Shen Luo, the intermediate beast master, will fight alone. What the hell? There's no one in Dongqing School No. 7. Hurry up and replace that piece of trash. What a joke. Who is this Shen Luo? He is just an intermediate beast master. Who gave him the courage? After today, Dongqing's face will be shamed all over the world, Matt. Isn't there any teacher who will come forward? Whose clown is this? Take it away quickly. After a brief silence, the audience's anger erupted. The previous cheers and joy turned into abuses against Shen Luo, and some people even began to throw garbage into the field. Get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself there. Chapter 51, A Strange Situation. The comfort of the first defeat. Even Wei Yuanying was a little confused. He originally thought that the blood-eyed girl in Qing would appear this time. He wouldn't mind if Su Qianxue appeared again. But I didn't expect that it was Shen Luo who was going to fight, and he was just an intermediate beast master. Are you planning to give yourself some benefits? Don't be careless. This person is a bit weird. At this moment, Xu Chang beside Wei Yuanying suddenly spoke. What's the meaning? Wei Yuanying was slightly startled. The granddaughter of the legendary beast master rarely took the initiative to talk to others, even in school. But now she reminded herself aloud. Could it be that she saw something? There is a familiar aura on his body, which is stronger than Grandpa's. Speaking of this, Xu Chang's eyes also showed a trace of doubt, and for a while he couldn't figure out where this sense of familiarity came from. Breath? Wei Yuanying couldn't understand how a country bumpkin could have the same aura as the legendary beast master. At this moment, Shen Luo suddenly raised his hand and looked around the audience calmly. I, Dongqing No. 7 Middle School Shen Luo, am waiting for you to apologize to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience's anger was ignited again, as a clown actually wanted them to apologize. I'm really laughing to death. Why did Dongqing No. 7 Middle School produce such a loser? I don't believe in evil. Do you really think that a mid-level beast master can challenge the king beyond the level? CK, if he can win, no. If he can last 10 minutes, I will striptease here for a month. Fuck you. Who cares about you, a hairy-nosed guy, doing a striptease? The audience's emotions have gradually gone astray. On the court, Chu Wanwan looked at Shin Luo and subconsciously moved away. The look in his eyes almost told Shin Luo that you are really hopeless. Get ready to start. Please protect yourself. Shin Luo smiled slightly. He didn't need to pay attention to what these people said. The facts would slap him in the face directly. However, he didn't expect Chu Wanwan to hide so far away quietly. This little witch is also very ghostly. Well, if you hit me, I'm good at running away. Chu Wanwan patted her chest and made a face at Shin Luo. Boom! At this moment, Wei Yuanying, who was eager to vent, summoned his pet without thinking again. Lord level hell, Thunder Lion. The whole body is surrounded by electric light. Black energy is rising, and a pair of eyes flashing with black flames are similar to the flame flowers in the eyes of the ant soldiers. At first glance, he does not look like a master to be trifled with. Well, there aren't many Lord-level monsters that are easy to mess with. In particular, the Hell Thunder Lion from the Abyss Forest has 3 characteristics: darkness, thunder, and fire. This is also the confidence of Wei Yuanying, a king-level beastmaster. It's a bit difficult. There was a solemn look in Shin Luo's eyes. Although he had experience fighting against king-level beastmasters, his attack on Su Nanjiao that time was actually considered a trick. But now his beast pets have also been greatly improved, and he still has confidence. What's more, there is a new species, the bat-winged flying insect. Ouch! 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 The next moment, Shin Luo saw the black fox that everyone was very afraid of. He was only about 1 meter tall and clung to Xu Chang's side. His small black eyes stared straight at Chu Wanwan, and his nose twitched. He was twitching as if he was sniffing something. Lord-level red soul black fox, especially those small eyes, with a strange and soul-stirring light. In contrast, Shun Changluo summoned an ant soldier so quietly that no one even noticed its existence. Hush, how can we fight like this? 2 Lord-level monsters. Hey no, this boy's pet is actually an ant. Finally, someone noticed Shun Luo's ant soldier. The ant soldier, which was as big as a rubber ball, lay quietly on one side, its tentacles trembling slightly, as if it felt the pressure from the 2 monsters on the opposite side. Are you kidding me? How could anyone contract an ant? But this ant is so big. The noise started again, and people were already starting to leave. This is just for fun. How can an ant fight with such a big lion? What's more, there are 2 Lord-level ants opposite. This ant looks a bit big. Who knows if it is a World of Warcraft? Attack! What everyone didn't expect was that Shin Luo actually started to attack on his own initiative. The Fei Sea ant soldiers immediately ejected and turned into a black light and rushed towards the nearest Hell Thunder Lion. The worm shakes the tree. This is a common thought among all. Kill. Under Wei Yuanying's control, the Hell Thunder Lion finally moved. It raised its sharp claws high and struck hard at the Fei sickle ant soldier. Bang! As expected, the ant soldiers were immediately shot away. Cut! The boos rang out. The result was already decided, and the crowd who were still hesitant at first were about to leave. If that's all, then let's end it. Wei Yuanying glanced at Shin Luo, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. The blood debt needs blood to pay for it. Kill. Shin Luo glanced at the unharmed Fei sea ant soldier, raised his hand, and shot out a large black light, blocking the charging Hell Thunder Lion. Bang, bang, bang. This is impossible. The dense crashing sound pulled back the people who were about to leave. Following the gaze of Wei Yuanying, who screamed in surprise, everyone also screamed in surprise. Damn, there are so many ants. What the hell? Why are there so many? A total of 40 ant soldiers lay on the ground in a fan shape, blocking all the Hell Thunder Lion's attack paths. What shocked Wei Yuanying was that these ants actually pushed the Hell Thunder Lion back. Continue. Shin Luo, who has learned the rules of beast control, has reached a new level in controlling beast pets. As long as the tactics are set, these ant soldiers will execute them to the letter. And his tactic is to contain and block the Hell Thunder Lion. Why does he have so many ants? Because of scruples and unknowns. Wei Yuanying did not use his pet skills. Under the crazy siege of the Fei sea ant soldiers, the Hell Thunder Lion roared again and again, and for a while he was unable to escape the siege. Buzz! At this moment, Xu Chang behind him moved, and a gray light floated above the head of the red soul black fox and flew straight to Chu Wanwan. Snort! Chu Wanwan, who was adjusting her position, suddenly let out a muffled groan. and her fast-moving footsteps suddenly stopped. A faint blue-gray color appeared on her face, and her eyes wandered. Seeing this situation, Wei Yuanying was not in a hurry. Su Qinxue and others in the stands had a solemn look in their eyes, staring closely at Shenluo, wanting to see how he cracked the restricted skills of the Red Soul Black Fox. How does it feel, and how long can it last? Unexpectedly, Shenluo did not take action immediately, but instead asked aloud. I can't move. I'm very sleepy and annoyed. I think it will take up to 3 minutes. After hearing Shenluo's voice, Chu Wanwan hesitated and answered, her voice a little erratic, and her body had begun to shake, as if she might fall down at any time. Restrict movement? Bewitched? Shenluo made a rough judgment in an instant, and with a thought, a sickle ant soldier suddenly appeared at his feet. Buzz! A light golden halo appeared on Chu Wanwan's body, and the status was lifted. Favored aura. Derived from the light of favor, it is naturally immune to all negative states and the erosion of evil forces, and it can also greatly enhance the spirit of the Beastmaster. It is an active skill. After each use, the current beast pet will be downgraded by 1 level. Seeing that the Red Soul Black Fox's status was lifted, everyone showed a look of shock on their faces. Aura skill. Looking at the circle of faint golden halo, Wei Yuanying cried out in surprise. Many people present had never seen the halo skill, but as beast masters they had heard of it. What? It's actually an aura skill. How is it possible? How can a piece of trash have such a rare aura skill? Chapter 52. Shocking Shu Chong, the magical use of Shadow Master. The whole audience was shocked. What kind of aura skill can remove the negative state of the Red Soul Black Fox? The appearance of the halo skill made the boos in the audience suddenly quiet down a lot. There are many rare things in this world, but for beast masters, there are only 3 types that are rare and precious. Aura skills. Powerful Warcraft bloodline. A powerful beast pet, evolver. The latter 2 can be seen as the same. In order to use them, you need both powerful Warcraft bloodline and a powerful pet evolver, while the halo skills are purely a matter of luck. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the most precious. Aura skills? However, Shu Chong, a seemingly quiet little girl, didn't seem to give up. After a soft cry, the Red Soul Black Fox next to him began to circle in circles. The little fox began to have strange visions in his head. Red smoke, gray fog, golden stars, black skulls. All kinds of weird lights emerged one after another. Go! With a soft drink, the Red Soul Black Fox bumped upwards like Super Mario, and all kinds of rays of light flew out, rushing toward Shenluo and the 2 people, as well as the Fey Cyan Ant, who was in a stalemate with the Hell Thunder Lion. Soldiers. Crowd control. The corner of Shenluo's mouth twitched slightly. Once so many apertures fell, one of the ant soldiers would probably be beaten back to its original shape. Unfortunately, this skill is impossible to stop. Let's see how you deal with this. A smug smile appeared on Shu Chang's somewhat pale face. Allowing the Red Soul Black Fox to display so many states at once was also a huge burden on her mental strength. Booz, booz, booz. The Black Skull instantly fell into the group of sickle ant soldiers. Bursts of panicked buzzing sounds were heard, and the ant soldiers began to run around like headless flies. Roar! A light flashed in Wei Yuanying's eyes, and the Hell Thunder Lion suddenly began to fight back. The electric light and black air around it began to quickly merge into small blue and black balls, which shot out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, and 40 sickle ant soldiers were blown all over the sky, with electric flashes running all over their ball-sized bodies. At this time, both Shenluo and Shenluo were also blessed with a negative state. Especially Shenluo suddenly felt as if he had entered a golden ocean, with little stars all over the sky and nothing else visible. The halo of favor. Without hesitation, Shenluo's powerful mental power came out, and several pale, golden halos flew out under the guidance of the mental power. Damn it, group aura technique. The audience outside the field was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Shenluo, who had recovered and calmly commanded the ant soldiers, there was a deep look of shock in his eyes that could not be removed for a long time. Kill! After taking a look at the shattered ant soldier at his feet, a roar rang out from Shenluo's mouth. The cold, murderous intent spread quickly, and 40 ant soldiers that had already started self-healing mode gathered again. The dense, rustling sound made people feel numb. Emergency march! Fire ray! The 2 major characteristics came out together, and the ant colony tactics reappeared, rushing towards the Hell Thunder Lion crazily and recklessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boo-hoo! The fast-flying flame rays collided with those blue and black balls, making bursts of shocking explosions. However, due to their large numbers, the ant soldiers were superior, and a small part of the flame rays still hit the Hell Thunder Lion. Too many ants kill an elephant. The Hell Thunder Lion was once again under siege, and it was the 5th-level scythe ant soldiers with full firepower. Do it! Wei Yuanying shouted softly, and with a movement of his body, he rushed toward Shun Luofei. Capture the thief first, and capture the king first. Unfortunately, Shin Luo was already prepared. Shadow Lord! 12 transparent flying needles suddenly appeared as he raised his hand, split into 2, and shot out. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Yuanying's powerful body directly knocked away the flying needle transformed by the Shadow Lord. But fortunately, there was no direct confrontation. Even so, there were several blood marks on both arms that were deep enough to show the bones. Ah! A scream came from behind, but the senior beast control master Shu Chong was not so lucky. His right arm was directly pierced by the Shadow Master, while the Red Soul Black Fox was sent directly back to the beast pet space by 3 flying needles. For these advanced beast masters of the auxiliary system, the Shadow Lord is absolutely a god of death. This was a situation that Shin Luo deliberately held back. He didn't want to be chased by a legendary beast master later. You better not take action again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I'll blow your head off next time. Shin Luo's eyes were fixed on Shu Chong. Although he was no longer a threat to him, there would still be some trouble if she continued to take action. Especially, he will face the wrath of the king-level Beastmaster Wei Yuanying next. Whoa. She was pampered by her grandfather at home, pampered by her teachers at school, and supported by countless seniors. She felt comfortable that she had never suffered any grievances since she was a child. Looking at Shin Luo's somewhat ferocious eyes, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Shin Luo was speechless. How dare Shu Ti and I let her go with such a mentality? Ah, Aunt, you deserve to die. After seeing Shu Chang's tragic situation, Wei Yuanying suddenly became furious and dodged the Shadow Lord who flew back behind him. His speed suddenly increased, and he swooped in with the force of wind and thunder with both fists. Boom! Shin Luo could no longer dodge, and quickly crossed his fists in front of his chest to receive a hard blow. However, he misjudged the physique of a king-level beast master, and an explosive force directly blasted him away. A cloud of blood mist was sprayed in the air, and Shin Luo's body fell several meters away. Ahem! It's so exciting. With a strange smile on his bloody mouth, Shin Luo stood up tremblingly, his eyes fixed on Wei Yuanying, who launched another attack. Kill! As the figure approached, Shin Luo raised his head, and several rays of light fell from the sky. Damn it! After sensing the danger above her head, Wei Yuanying decisively stopped chasing Shin Luo and stepped out decisively when the light was about to hit the ground. Kill! Shin Luo also saw the situation and struck out, his fists hitting Wei Yuanying like windmills. It has to be said that Wei Yuanying has found a way to deal with the Shadow Lord. Bang! Bang! 12 Shadow Masters were instantly whipped away, and Shin Luo was kicked away again. However, Wei Yuanying's legs were also aching slightly at this time, and she looked at the Shadow Master who appeared not far away with a surprised look on her face. Mutated creature? Wei Yuanying felt a little numb. He had never seen such a difficult beast master before. Not to mention the ants he had contracted. Now more than a dozen dragonfly-like monsters appeared. How many pet beasts did this guy have? The physique of a mere intermediate beast master was able to withstand 2 of his attacks without being seriously injured. It seemed that Su Nanjiao's words were not too exaggerated. King level. Nothing more than that. It seems that if I want to win you, I have to be more serious. Shin Luo licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was a little salty and a little excited, and there was bloodthirsty madness in his eyes when he looked at Wei Yuanying. Chapter 53 Ant Superman, Hell Knight Wei Yuanying. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was stunned. You are a middle-level beast master who is fighting against a king-level beast, and you still say you are not serious after the fight. Is this even justified? Very well, I will beat you to death. Ha ha, the king of strong mouth. Shin Luo laughed wildly and waved lightly in the direction of the ant soldiers. Come on. Whoosh whoosh. The ant soldiers quickly broke away from the battle and quickly returned to form a circle around Shin Luo. Possessed. Swish swish buzz. 40 ant soldiers climbed up Shin Luo's body quickly, and they were densely packed. The ant soldiers were connected by 2 tentacles and 6 strong legs, forming black and red chains. After a long buzzing sound, a faint red light lit up on the chain, centering on Shinluo's chest and spreading to all parts of the body. In just a few breaths, it penetrated the whole body, as if covered with it just like a piece of armor. Fuck yeah, man. There was a shout of excitement from the audience. The pet animal can actually be used in this way. Awesome. Is this still an intermediate beast master? This is the pure posture of a king. It's really embarrassing for Donsheng. If you beat the king at the intermediate level, you won't be ashamed even if you lose. Donsheng number 7 middle school Shinluo, I'm blind. I apologize to you. Sorry. For a moment, the crowd was excited, and a group of people who had insulted and abused Shinluo shouted, I'm sorry loudly. Now, Donsheng number 7 middle school gained momentum because of Shinluo. Ha ha ha. Class 1, Grade 2, Donsheng number 7 middle school, Shinluo. Death. As Shinluo burst into laughter, a red light film lit up all over his body, and the strong wind hunted him, like the god of war coming down to earth. Boom! At the same time, combine! Wei Yuanying also joined the Hell Thunder Lion and jumped onto the lion's back with a loud roar. Boom! Black gas turned into flames surrounding his entire body, and the Thunder Lion beneath him turned into a crystal blue color at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the man and the beast were all covered by a layer of thick black flames and merged into one. Buzz! Wei Yuanying stretched out his arm and pointed forward. A black spear about 3 meters long extended from his arm. The sharp tip of the spear was extremely cold and flashed with lightning. It could burst out with a power that could devour everything at any time. Class 2, Grade 3, Beijing number 3 middle school, Hell Knight Wei Yuanying. Please die. Watching the battle that was about to break out, Chu Wanwan and Xu Chong slowly retreated. The air inside and outside the arena suddenly became stagnant. There was a moment of silence. Kill! Kill! 2 loud shouts sounded at the same time. Shinluo rushed forward like a red cannonball, and the hard bluestone slab under his feet exploded into a stone dragon inch by inch. The flashing spear pierced the void and appeared in front of Shinluo in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fists faced the spear, and the violent power collided together instantly. An invisible shock wave spread between the fists and the spear to both sides, and a crack instantly exploded on the ground. The power of one blow is so terrifying. Open! The power of the spear made Shinluo's blood boil. With the blessing of 100 times endurance and 1,000 times the strength, his right fist quickly hit the side of the spear tip, his body spun around, and he came behind Wei Yuanying in an instant. Come die! Wei Yuanying shouted angrily, and without turning around, he stabbed back with his spear like a maggot attached to the bone, and turned back with his carbine. As if he sensed the approaching danger, Shinluo, who had not yet landed, lifted his left hand from bottom to top and backward, and used the force of the countershock to rush forward. Beautiful! What a bargain! There were bursts of cheers from the audience. The two's experience in combat is completely different from that of students. They're like veterans of hundreds of battlefields. They can make the most appropriate response to any situation, eliminate danger and counterattack at the same time. Whether it's a carbine or a pistol, it's amazing. Cool. The moment Shinluo landed on the ground, he let out a strange howl and punched out the flying spear. Boom! The spear was swung away by the huge force. And when Wei Yuanying was about to take advantage of the momentum to pursue, a light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and the spear subconsciously swept out. Bang, bang, bang. Several rays of light were blown away, and a figure appeared not far away. It's those monsters again. These lights are the new species used by Shinluo to appear mysteriously, the Shadow Master. Perhaps Shinluo didn't expect that these new species that had evolved for the first time would actually become the main force in containing Wei Yuanying, giving him a chance to breathe. Su Nanjiao is just a fool. Shinluo cursed secretly and rushed forward again. He didn't dare to be careless about Wei Yuanying, who was also a king, especially after transforming into a Hell Knight. His strength was completely different from that of Su Nanjiao before. Bang, bang, bang. Crazy fighting began. The nerves of both of them were tense, and even a single mistake would cause eternal regret. Even though Shinluo had the attributes of a pet, he was still unable to block the opponent's all-pervasive spear. He even narrowly avoided the vital point several times, only to be whipped out. Damn it, I don't believe you can't be beaten to death. With his rich combat experience, Wei Yuanying forced Shen Luo into desperate situations many times. However, this guy was like an invincible Xiao Chong. Although his momentum was gradually declining, he blocked his killing blow time and time again. Maid, isn't this guy tired? At this time, Shen Luo was helpless. Although he had combat experience in the trial illusion, he was still worse than what Wei Yuanying had achieved step by step. If it weren't for the attribute blessing of the ant soldier's possession and the all-time activation of his self-healing mode, he has died countless times. Coupled with the ubiquitous Shadow Master's restraint, the battle with Wei Yuanying reached this point. King level should not be underestimated. Kill. Finally, during a confrontation, Shen Luo seized an opportunity to fight back and punched Lei Shi on the neck. The violent force directly knocked him to the ground. Court death. Wei Yuanying, who was furious, thrust out the spear before falling to the ground, and it hit Shen Luo's chest. Bang! Boom! Wei Yuanying fell to the ground, and Shen Luo was also thrown away by the sudden shot, drawing a beautiful bloodline in midair and falling into the distance. Thump! Shen Luo, who fell to the ground, rolled forward several meters before stopping under the violent power of the spear. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the blood dyed the ground red. Shen Luo found that the ant soldier on his chest had become a ball of charred black, with a faint flickering black flame. The ant soldier armor is about to collapse. Chapter 54. The final blow. Bat-winged flying insects descend from the sky. Ahem. On the other side, Wei Yuanying's injuries were not as serious as Shen Luo's, but the Hell Thunder Lion beneath him withstood the full force of Shen Luo's punch. The huge punch mark deeply recessed on his neck had already made him a Hell the Knight, is in name only. Rise! Wei Yuanying roared angrily and forcefully pushed the Hell Thunder Lion up, and the black flames covering his body began to crack. Ho! Bah! Shen Luo struggled to stand up, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and then decisively removed the ant soldier armor. Behind him, in the blind spot of Wei Yuanying's sight, a pot-bellied insect slowly crawled forward and slowly rose into the sky in a deserted place. Little did Wei Yuanying know that an even crazier blow would be waiting for him. The whole place was silent. Only the heavy breathing of the two people could be heard from time to time. No one made the slightest sound at this time. Everyone knew that the decisive moment was coming. Wei Yuanying was trying hard to control the Hell Thunder Lion. There was no joy or sadness on her calm face, and the aura on her body was slowly recovering, and she was preparing for the final attack. And Shen Luo always had a smile on his face, as if the situation in front of him had been expected, but he was secretly controlling the speed of the bat-winged, flying insects through his mental power. His eyes swept across the ground in front of him, and the 12 Shadow Masters had now fully manifested themselves, lying quietly on the ground, with two pairs of transparent wings trembling slightly, ready to attack at any time. At the same time, in the large monitoring room at the top of the arena, several figures sat opposite each other. Here you can clearly see the scene in the arena, including the bat-winged flying insects that Shen Luo secretly prepared. Yi Qing, the principal of Dongqing No. 7 School, No. 11 Bureau, a gloomy-looking middle-aged man, and Lu Ming, the teaching director of No. 3 Middle School in Beijing, who arrived not long ago, are staring at the holographic projection equipment in front of them. Dongqing has really produced an extraordinary talent. Although Lu Ming looked gloomy, he had to admit that judging from Shen Luo's current performance, he was the best choice among the schools in the capital. If Mr. Xie had not sent him a message, even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that the exchange between students could be so tragic. Two outstanding students from Beijing No. 3 Middle School were killed in a row. So far, he has not seen any hope of winning. What kind of freak is this? Old Wang. It seems that this time in the league, Dongqing No. 7 Middle School will become famous. The principals of the 7 schools in Dongqing looked at Wang Yi with an unconcealable envy in their eyes. Ha, lucky. At this time, Wang Ye's face was already smiling. Shen Luo once again surprised him. At the same time, he was glad that he didn't have an enmity with Shen Luo because of his nephew's matter. Otherwise, other schools would poach Shen Luo in minutes. If my guess is correct, this Shen Luo should be an evolutionist. Lu Ming's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he turned to look at Yi Qing. In the 11th round, I really found a treasure this time. Like this at this age, 2 new species appear at once, at least to the level of an intermediate evolutionist. Seeing Lu Ming's questioning look, Yi Qing was also slightly startled. They didn't even notice Shen Luo's evolutionist level. It should be so. I really don't know about this. Yi Qing was speechless and decided to ask clearly after the game. If it was really an intermediate evolutionist, then their previous evaluation of Shenluo was a bit low. Silence. Both the principals and Lu Ming thought that Yi Qing was deliberately hiding it. The influence of an intermediate evolutionist was no less than that of a legendary beastmaster. Inside the arena, neither Wei Yuanying nor Shenluo knew that their every move had long been under the attention of the top brass. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from Wei Yuanying. One person and one beast were once again enveloped in black flames. Compared with before, the momentum did not decrease, but increased. The integrated black spear pointed diagonally and took the lead in launching a charge. The final blow. A demonic gun. With Wei Yuanying's angry shout, one person and one beast completely merged, turning into a spear burning with blazing black flames and flying toward Shenluo. The extremely high temperature even caused the ground to explode and turn into dust in an instant. A strong and extremely pungent smell quickly filled the air. Seeing the spear flying towards him, Shenluo laughed as if he was frightened. Then he turned around and ran away. The power of this shot has exceeded all previous attacks. Even if the ant soldier armor is still there, it cannot stop it. Damn it, you're a man who can bend and stretch. Brother, we just started worshipping you, and now you start running away? In the audience, they started talking after seeing Shenluo's actions. No one expected that Shenluo would run away. Only Su Qinxue subconsciously glanced up when she saw Shenluo running around in circles. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. At the center of Shenluo's crazy running in circles, in the sky above Wei Yuanying, a giant-bellied flying insect appeared out of nowhere. Danger! The first time she saw the bat-winged flying insect, Su Qinxue felt a sense of danger in her heart. Wei Yuanying, decisive battle. Suddenly, Shenluo, who was running like crazy, stopped, and 12 Shadow Masters flew out instantly, turning into a huge Master Needle and crashing towards Wei Yuanying. Bang! The powerful force gave Wei Yuanying a pause in his charge. Let's die together. At this moment, a thick emerald green light spread from Shenluo's body and quickly enveloped Wei Yuanying. The light of evolution. Although the light of evolution of the animal pet evolver is not very aggressive, once it enters the aperture range, all attributes of the monster will be suppressed, including speed. But because of the characteristics of the light of evolution, no creature can fight inside. Mental control is possible, but unfortunately Shenluo's current strength obviously cannot control Wei Yuanying, who is both human and animal. Damn it! After rushing into the emerald green aperture, Wei Yuanying's speed dropped rapidly. He only took one step to reach the aperture and then stopped. Look, there's a handgun! Shenluo had been waiting for this moment and stretched out his hand to point to the sky. Wei Yuanying raised his head, and instantly a ghost scared out of his wits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense black dots fell from the sky and instantly submerged Wei Yuanying. Perhaps it had inherited the characteristics of the golden-backed black bee. The bat-winged flying insect was happily dancing the figure 8 dance in the air, and black spheres wrapped in the phantoms of ant soldiers kept spewing out of its huge mouth. Name bat-winged flying insect. Level 5, Level 3. Quality, intermediate rare. Features, super defense, super endurance. Skill, indiscriminate bombardment. Indiscriminate bombing. The resentment of the 1,000-faced demon bats is thrown out with the sickle ant soldiers, bombing the target area indiscriminately with a chance of dizziness and hallucination effects. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued, smoke and dust rose up, and the light of evolution turned into nothingness in the crazy bombing. At this time, Wei Yuanying felt that he had gone insane. This damn little black ball actually had a dizzying effect. The danger that he could have avoided was fixed by the sudden dizziness, and the violent air wave directly blew him away. No, it's poisonous. Chapter 55. The final battle ends, a rising star. Wei Yuanying's face instantly turned ashen, then black and red, and his strong body was constantly being destroyed by these pervasive toxins. If he continues, he will die. A trace of fear suddenly arose in Wei Yuanying's heart. He waved the Hell Demon Spear wildly, but it brought about even more violent explosions. The Hell Thunder Lion roared and began to flee madly with its master. Unfortunately, the bombing of the bat-winged flying insects has a tracking effect. No matter where the man and the beast escape, they will be blown away with incredible precision. Puff! Finally, Wei Yuanying spat out a mouthful of blood, and everything in front of his eyes was an illusion. The stunning performance of the bat-winged flying insects once again ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. What kind of monster is this? It's so scary. The World of Warcraft Encyclopedia doesn't seem to have recorded such a monster. Could it be a newly discovered species? Fuck, this is simply a biological version of a bomber. So powerful. Look, Wei Yuanying is running for his life, and Shen Luo is actually sleeping. This is so insulting. Ignoring everyone's comments, Shen Luo had already gone to a safe corner to watch the show. He has experienced the power of bat-winged flying insects. If he gets too close, he may be accidentally injured, not to mention that he has stuffed 10 elite-level beast crystals into the bat-winged flying insect's backpack. 10. Enough to bomb Wei Yuanying 100 times without stopping. 100 times, 100 times. By then Wei Yuanying will probably die no more. Hey, hey, hey. An evil smile appeared on Shen Luo's face, but he didn't know how many rounds Wei Yuanying, a king-level person, could survive. There is still a fatal weakness. Although the bat-winged flying insects were terrifying, it was mainly due to their uninterrupted bombing and automatic tracking. In addition, the smoke and dust generated by the explosion disrupted the opponent's line of sight, so that Wei Yuanying had no vision to lock onto this threat. But what if the opponent's pet is a flying one? Shen Luo couldn't help but fell into thinking. Can the Shadow Master he arranged around the bat-winged, flying insects play a protective role? On the top floor of the arena, inside the surveillance room. That's enough. That's enough. Lu Meng suddenly stood up, staring at Wei Yuanying, who was about to lose consciousness during the crazy bombing, and turned to leave. What are you going to do? Yi Qing was startled and immediately stood up to stop the other party. He is from the Wei family. You don't want this little guy to be hunted down by the big families in the capital before he has grown up. Lu Meng turned around. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Tai Ching Qingong and his like will die if they die. But Wei Yuanying is not only the captain of the number 3 middle school team, but also the third young master of the Wei family, one of the 4 families in the capital. If he is allowed to die here, the Wei family will definitely not give up, and even he will be implicated. Even Lu Meng suddenly remembered Shen Luo's identity, the blue-robe commander of the Demon Control Alliance. One of the 4 commanders. This is a status that makes people scruple. He couldn't understand how a mere mid-level beast control master could become the powerful Qingpao commander. If Wei Yuanying really died here and the Demon Control Alliance defended Shen Luo, the Wei family would really fight to the end. Lu Meng didn't dare to think about it. All he could do now was to prevent such a thing from happening. Let's go down too. Yi Qing did not stop him anymore. He also realized the consequences of Wei Yuanying's death. The 20th time, the 21st time, Tisk, TSK, you are so strong. You are not dead yet. Shen Luo, who was hiding in the corner, was carefully counting the number of bombings. Wei Yuanying had actually survived 20 bombings. But think about it, the opponent was a king-level beast master without any moisture, and he still had ways to save his life. But what he didn't know was that Wei Yuanying, who was at the center of the storm, was not far from death. After the 19th bombing, the combined state was forcibly released. The Hell Thunder Lion was seriously injured and was forcibly sent back to the animal pet space. With his strong physique and rich combat experience, Wei Yuanying escaped the second 10 bombings. Are you going to die? At this time, his body was on the verge of collapse. His body was in tatters, and his eyes were lifeless. Looking at the 21st wave of black and red bombs falling from the sky, a flash of despair flashed in his eyes. Stop it, he's going to die. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Luo, who was counting carefully. It was Lu Meng, who came from the monitoring room. Who are you? Shen Luo stood up slowly and looked at Lu Meng with a wary expression. A large number of ant soldiers appeared again, guarding in front of him. Lu Meng, the teaching director of Beijing number 3 Middle School and an emperor-level beast master, would like to ask Mr. Shun to show your respect. Looking at the large swarm of Fey sickle ant soldiers, a complicated look flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. The reason why he didn't take action directly was that, in addition to Shen Luo's identity as the Qingpao commander, it was his group of terrifying beast pets. It is conceivable that if Shen Luo had not died midway, he would have been a legend in the future. Well, Lu Meng's attitude made Shen Luo stunned for a moment. When did the emperor-level beast master become so polite? At that time, Mr. Gu didn't bother to say a word. Shen Luo, stop it. The 4 clans in the capital have a profound background. You should not make too many enemies for the time being. At this moment, Yi Qing came over with the principal of the seventh school, and everyone looked at Shin Luo with admiration in their eyes. Weird, genius, freak. All imaginable adjectives were applied to Shin Luo. All right, seeing Yi Qing appear, Shin Luo also realized the seriousness of the matter. Wei Yuanying was actually from the Wei family, one of the four clans in the capital. Su Qinxue didn't tell him. He also said that even if he killed them all, it wouldn't be a big problem. After Shin Luo collected the bat-winged flying insects, Wei Yuanying was immediately exposed to everyone's sight. At first glance, she had no human form at all. Teacher. Wei Yuanying only had time to utter two words after seeing Lu Meng. A look of relief appeared in her eyes, and then she fell to the ground. Everyone, I'll send him to heal first. Lu Meng quickly stepped forward, picked up Wei Yuanying, apologized, and left in a hurry. Boom! The arena and the surrounding areas were suddenly plunged into a carnival. Many people took off their clothes and waved them wildly. Sometimes they laughed, sometimes they cried bitterly. They were so excited. There were many teachers from various schools in the audience who also participated in the carnival. For many years, Dongcheng has been marginalized because there are almost no students in the 7 schools in Dongcheng who can be put on the stage. Whether it is resources or the qualifications to participate in various activities, they are excluded intentionally or unintentionally. Even many people who left Dongcheng have suffered more or less discrimination outside, also because Dongcheng is unknown. But now, they have it. Dongcheng number 7 Middle School, rise up. The 7 schools of East City, rise up. Dongcheng number 7 Middle School, Dongcheng number 7 Middle School. The grand event in the arena spread quickly through major media platforms, and many ordinary Dongcheng people also knew about the result. Cheers burst out in the streets and alleys, and the entire Dongcheng instantly turned into a sea of joy. The whole city was shocked. Star of the East City, Shen Luo. Phoenix Goddess, Su Qinxue. Chapter 56. Strategic talents come from Yi Qing's protection. The 2 main players in the number 7 middle school instantly appeared on the list of hot searches. As for Shin Luo, who became famous in one battle, after he was dubbed the East City Star, almost all the headlines were filled with his battle images. Various articles and comments poured out endless praises, which directly pushed him to the top. On the cusp of the storm, after the game, before Shin Luo had time to return to school to accept the admiration of his senior classmates, he was taken back to the 11th round by Yi Qing with a weird look on his face. Are your 2 new pets evolved from ants? In the hall on the top floor, Yi Qing asked solemnly. To be precise, it should be fusion. Is there any problem? Shin Luo was speechless. Is this why Yi Qing called him back in a hurry? Call? What level is your evolutionist? Yi Qing took a long breath and looked at Shin Luo with intense eyes. Senior, what's wrong? Ha ha, it's really high level? High level? After hearing Shin Luo's answer, Yi Qing laughed subconsciously, but suddenly seemed to react and looked at Shin Luo with a look of disbelief. Advanced? Yes, it's high-end. With that said, Shin Luo unfolded the light of evolution, and the rich emerald light bloomed instantly, and the whole room was filled with rich vitality. You are actually a high-level animal pet evolver. Yi Qing screamed strangely, looked at the rich emerald light in the room, and began to pace nonstop, mumbling something. Advanced animal pet evolver. How could you be a high-level animal pet evolver? You are actually a high-level animal pet evolver. Seeing Yi Qing's expression of doubt and laughter at times, Shin Luo couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Could this director be crazy? Director Yi, can you stop shaking? I'm really dizzy. After a while, Shin Luo couldn't bear it anymore and cautiously reminded him. Ha ha, lost control, lost control. At this time, Yi Qing came back to his senses and looked at Shin Luo with eyes full of ecstasy. Even when he learned the news about the deified animal skin, he did not have such a big reaction. Do you know what a high-level animal pet evolver represents? Immediately, Yi Qing sat back on the chair and looked at Shin Luo solemnly. Shin Luo shook his head. He really didn't know this. A high-level animal pet evolver is like a national treasure. There are only 6 known high-level evolutionists in the world, and there is only one in Daxia District. It is precisely because of this that we can solve some problems in the allocation of Warcraft resources. I have the right to speak. After the global beast disaster, countries around the world formed alliances. After Reconstruction, the original major countries became regions. The 6 regions controlled the World Alliance and determined the distribution rights of Warcraft resources. But what Shenluo didn't expect was that the acquisition of this distribution right was based on being a high-level animal pet evolver. Is a high-level animal pet evolver really that useful? There was a hint of doubt in Shenluo's eyes, but it was just fusion evolution, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. Subconsciously, Shenluo ignored the power of the Shadow Lord and the bat-winged flying insects. Perhaps it was because he was a bit low in level and had no idea what kind of power these two new species would have in the hands of a more advanced beastmaster. Useful and very useful. Every animal pet evolver is a strategic talent. Yi Qing rolled his eyes at Shenluo. He was really a kid who didn't know he was in Baoshan. You know the special forces in the Daxia district? All their beast pets are from the hands of the senior evolutionist. Although they are called the army, there are only 30 people. The reason is that the success rate of the evolutionists is too low. Yi Qing paused and suddenly asked, "What is your evolution success rate?" Success rate? Judging from the experimental results of bloodline evolution and physical evolution, my success rate seems to be 100%. However, after seeing Yi Qing's excited eyes, Shenluo was a little hesitant whether he should say it or not. Is it very low? Seemingly seeing Shenluo's hesitation, Yi Qing subconsciously thought that the success rate was very low, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes for an instant, but it quickly disappeared quietly. Don't worry, even if it's low, I will do my best to get better resources for you, so that you can advance to a high level, or even a king, in the shortest possible time. Not only that, I will also. Although the disappointment in Yi Qing's eyes was well concealed, it was still caught by Shenluo. Listening to the other party's nagging words, all of which were plans for his future, Shenluo felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Thinking about whether he personally brought him into the 11th round, fought for him in the Lake Center Island incident, or sought benefits for himself because of the mythical animal skin incident, the man in front of him had never thought of taking advantage of him. This is a very pure person who treats himself very well. Ever since my parents left, the only person who treats me best is my head teacher Lu Jun. Even when I was unable to contract a pet, he never gave up on me. Therefore, I have always regarded him as my dearest person. Shenluo made a faint sound, with a look of memories in his eyes. Yi Qing was a little surprised and didn't know why Shenluo was talking to him. After entering the 11th Bureau, Director, you helped me a lot. I can see that you also have some selfish intentions, but that is also human nature. I'm not blind. I know who is really good to me, so, you want to recognize me as your godfather? Hearing this, Yi Qing thought he understood. This guy who lacked family affection since childhood probably wanted to recognize him as his godfather, so he subconsciously blurted out what he was thinking. What? Shenluo was confused for a moment. What kind of thinking is this? I want to say that I can determine the evolution route of my pet in advance, and my evolution success rate is 100%. After a moment of silence, with excitement in his heart, Yi Qing stretched out his trembling hands. Hey, what are you going to do? Shenluo looked at Yi Qing with disgust. Why the hell are you talking? Why are you touching me? 100%? After getting Shenluo's confirmation, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled, and he grabbed Shenluo and ran out like a storm. 10 minutes later, Shenluo was taken to another place. This is the safest place in East City, the underground command center of Bureau 11. You will stay here from now on. Everything you need will be delivered to you. You must not go out until I come back. Yi Qing, he said with a serious face. What the hell are you doing? Shenluo's face turned cold, thinking that Yi Qing wanted to put him under house arrest. Don't think blindly. I'm afraid you haven't realized how important the identity of a senior animal pet evolver is. I am protecting you. If you really want to go out, take them with you. Yi Qing waved his hand, and two middle-aged men came over. The golden-robed witcher. Shenluo was slightly stunned. At least he was a gold-robed witcher who was a king-level beast master, serving as his bodyguard. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Now I really want to be your godfather. Haha. After saying this, Yi Qing turned around and left in a hurry. Seeing the strange expressions on the two golden robes, Shenluo suddenly felt that his head was full of black lines. I really want to be your godfather. Chapter 57. The Legend Arrives, Morning Star Alliance Academy. After Yi Qing left the underground command center, he did not make a big fanfare, but quietly strengthened the surrounding defenses. A messenger bird flew out of the 11th inning again and soon disappeared from the sky. After the global beast disaster, there are many communication methods in the world, even more advanced than before, but the messenger bird developed by the Beast Masters Association is the safest communication method. Generally, If there is no important matter, the messenger bird will not be used easily. This guy has already asked the 11th round to use the messenger bird twice. I wonder what the Alliance leader's reaction will be after seeing the news. Yi Qing is looking forward to the reactions of Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang. In particular, this time Shen Luo wins against Wei Yuanying on his own, which will surely cause an uproar among the schools in the capital, and may face greater challenges in the future. After everything was arranged, Yi Qing, who originally had some things to do, decided to personally take charge of the 11th round. At the moment, there was nothing more important than protecting Shen Luo, a high-level animal pet evolver. Inside the underground command center, Shen Luo learned from chatting with two golden-robed witchers that this place had been built 100 years ago, and there were no fewer than 100 well-defended places like this in Daxia. The most important point is that if Dongqing encounters an unstoppable beast tide, the place will be detonated and the beast tide will not be allowed to continue to spread. Then, Shen Luo chose a room and began to study the beast control notes. The beast taming notes contain a wide range of content, such as analysis of the body structure of Warcraft, activation of beast pet characteristics, beast pet skills, evolution methods, beast master's control methods, how to improve the beast master's own attributes, etc. You still have to study. After a long time, Shen Luo closed the beast control notes. The knowledge recorded in it gave him a lot of inspiration, especially about the evolution of beast pets. After reading it, he felt like an epiphany. The previous use of the light of evolution was too rough. Since the beginning of Contract Ant, Shen Luo has never really calmed down to study. Whether it was in school or what he gained during this period, he never studied it carefully. Although his strength seems to be comparable to that of a king-level beast master, in fact it is still a bit weak. In this battle with Wei Yuanying, in addition to his physical fitness, others were not familiar with the new species he evolved, and there was no way to deal with this kind of pet in the past. Analysis on the fighting method of Fia Xianli beast pets. After the video of the battle was leaked, some people were already researching the new species, and some even had a deeper understanding of bat-winged flying insects and shadow masters than he, the owner. Keep learning. In addition to the beast control records as well as the knowledge learned in school, Shen Luo conducted a comprehensive review in just 3 days and gained a lot. Whether it was his understanding of beast masters or evolution masters, Shen Luo's heart had undergone earth-shaking changes. While ensuring that the main line of evolution of the queen ant remains unchanged, cross-racial integration and evolution of the following groups can be carried out. In this case, it can also ensure that these new species inherit the attributes of the mother. Shen Luo's brows relaxed slightly. Originally, he wanted to directly evolve the queen ant into a new species, but he was worried that the talent of superfertility would disappear, so he had to adopt this method in the end. After all, the fundamental reason why he can now resist the king level is not because he has become an evolutionist, but because of his talent of superfertility. Without the threat of quantity, his strength will be greatly reduced. First raise the queen to the full level, and then perform rare evolution. Then you can see the evolution route. This is the foolproof method. When Shen Luo made up his mind, he began to feed the queen ant crazily. Elite-level beast meat, elite-level beast crystals. All resources useful for evolution are being consumed crazily. If Shen Luo hadn't accumulated some wealth before, I'm afraid they would have been emptied out long ago. Even so, the money earned from previous bets was exchanged for various elite-level animal meats. 3 days later, Shen Luo looked at the final evolutionary result with excitement. Name, Cockroach Queen. Level 10. Quality, intermediate rare. Talent, super fertility, light of favor. Loyalty, 100%. Characteristics, strong endurance, strength, and self-healing ability. The endurance can reach 100 times of the same body size, and the strength can reach 1,000 times of the same body size. The body damage degree is higher than 50%, and the self-healing mode is turned on. Super fertility. The reproductive cycle is shortened by 10 times, the number of births is increased by 10 times, and the offspring can fully inherit the attributes of the mother. No matter what the situation, 50 ant soldiers can be maintained at any time to protect the group. Light of favor. The ant soldiers led by the queen ant have all their attributes doubled. After almost consuming all the resources stored by Shen Luo, he upgraded the queen ant to the 10th level. As long as the subsequent resources are sufficient, she can evolve to a high level at any time, and new pet forms will definitely appear. In addition to these, the minimum number of super births has also become 50, and through this period of recovery and birth, Shin Luo's beast pets have reached a terrifying number of 100. This does not include the bat-winged flying insects and the 12 Shadow Masters. Just when Shin Luo was about to take a look at the evolutionary path of the queen ant, the door of the underground command center was opened. A group of 6 people filed in. The leader was a white-haired old man, followed by Wu Jing, the president of the Demon Taming Alliance whom Shin Luo had met before, Qin Wuyang, the president of the Beast Taming Masters Association, and the last one was Yi Qing. As for the other 2 in the middle, they have a rising gold star embroidered on their chests, and their faces are expressionless. Legend. When he saw the golden crown badge on the old man's chest, Shin Luo stood up subconsciously, with a look of respect in his eyes, and bowed slightly to the old man. This is a legendary beast master. Good boy, you really gave us a big surprise. Wu Jing's eyes showed a deep joy, and he patted Shin Luo heavily on the shoulder twice. Shin Luo grinned. This old man has such strong hands. Are you the Shin Luo who hurt my granddaughter, the advanced animal pet evolver? A glint flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes, and he looked at Shin Luo with a hint of scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible arrogance. As soon as these words came out, the other 2 strangers with gold stars embroidered on them also showed a look of curiosity on their faces. In the battle of life and death, I have tried my best to hold back. Shin Luo raised his head, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Is this old man here to cause trouble? But at this moment, he also understood the identity of the old man in front of him, Shu Tianai, an intermediate animal pet evolver ranked among the top 10 legends, Shu Chang's grandfather. Shu Tianai nodded slightly, as if he recognized Shin Luo's words, turned around, and sat down aside. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Yuejin, the teaching director of Daystar Alliance College in Daxia District. A middle-aged man with a gold star embroidered on his chest smiled slightly. My old friend Lu Jun said that there is a child in Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. He is an incredible talent, enough to join Daystar Academy, so I came over to take a look. Daystar Academy? Dean of Students? Lu Jun recommended himself to them. Chapter 58. Chen Gong's Leap Forward, Verification of Evolutionary Probability. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Shin Luo, a student in Class 1, Grade 2, Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. Lu Jun is my class teacher and my relative. After hearing Chen Yuejin's self-introduction, Shin Luo was a little confused for a moment, and he quickly bowed in salute. Daystar Alliance Academy was established in the 10th year after the global beast disaster. It searches for and absorbs various types of geniuses from all over the world. Among them, true strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough, you can get everything you want, whether it's resources or something else. Also, the top 3 in each national league will automatically enter the pre-selection list of the Daystar League Academy. In Daystar College in Daxia District, the most influential person is not the dean, but the Qin Yuejin in front of him. Even senior officials from other districts have to respectfully address Director Chen as Chun after meeting him. Male. This is why Shin Luo didn't call him Director Chen. Oh, it seems that classmate Shin Luo has heard of me? Qin Yuejin was very satisfied with Shin Luo's title and asked with a smile. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword. Truth is only within the range of the cannon, and strength is always the basis for safeguarding justice. I would rather bear the infamy for a lifetime than let the descendants enjoy happiness for generations to come. My father once said when he was still alive that Mr. Chen's quotations were the family motto of the Shun family. Speaking of this, Shin Luo's eyes turned red inexplicably, and he couldn't help but think of his deceased father. Qin Yuejin moved slightly and looked at Qin Wuyang and others, as if asking, Mr. Chun, Shin Luo's father is Shun Qingfeng. He died in the 428 Beast Tide and was once included in the pre-selection list for Morning Star. Wu Jing explained softly. In fact, when Yi Qing recruited Shin Luo into the 11th round, he had already investigated his family background, but he didn't expect that his father, Shin Qingfeng, was one of the 7 warriors of the 428 Beast Tide. 428 Beast Tides, 7 warriors from the East City, so majestic. Hearing this, Qin Yuejin was filled with emotions. That beast wave occurred shortly after the reconstruction of Dongqing. Nearly 10,000 people died in that beast wave. If it were not for the appearance of the last 7 warriors, more people might have died. Thinking of this, Qin Yuejin's eyes looked at Shun Luo much softer. Everyone, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. At this moment, Shu Tianai suddenly spoke up. Although there was no trace of arrogance in his words, it still made people feel a little cold. Ha! Yes, this time we are here to meet the new advanced animal pet evolvers. In this regard, Mr. Shu should have the most say. Seeing Shu Tianye's displeased expression, Chen Yuejin could only laugh. After all, in addition to being an intermediate beast pet evolver, Chen Yuejin was also a legendary beast master. Yes, Mr. Shun's evolutionist qualifications still need to be verified by Mr. Shu. Qin Wuliang echoed. Yi Qing frowned slightly when he saw this situation. He could feel Shu Tianye's hostility toward Shen Luo. Shen Luo on the side became quiet at this time, but looked at Shu Tianyi with a hint of confusion. Is this old man really so vindictive? It's too early for you to speak. It's not certain whether you are an evolutionist or not. Shu Tianyi showed an intriguing smile in his eyes and turned to look at Shen Luo. I heard that you became an evolutionist after receiving the inheritance from Emperor Qianxiu. I wonder if this inheritance is only for evolutionists, or is there something else? As soon as these words came out, several people frowned slightly. This was Shen Luo's secret. It was very rude to ask like this. Everyone thought that Shen Luo would refuse to answer this question, but unexpectedly the other party smiled slightly, with an intriguing smile in his eyes. The island in the heart of the lake survived a narrow escape and gained a lot, including all kinds of flesh and blood, animal crystals, and mythical animal skins. It was even passed down by the Emperor's predecessors. Although the Emperor's Beast Master came and went, I almost died there. But these things should all belong to me. Does Senior Shu want them? Shen Luo's calm voice made a few people's eyes light up. This kid is not a good boy. Qin Wuliang frowned and shook his head slightly. The Emperor's Beast Master, Mr. Gu, was sent by him. It seemed that in Shen Luo's mind, he was just going through the motions on the island in the middle of the lake and had no real intention to save these abducted students. What a mistake. Wu Jing had a smile on his face, but secretly gave a thumbs up to Shen Luo's words. He's just a legend, but he wants to take advantage of the Demon Control Alliance. What a shameless person. Sharp-tongued boy, in that case. Let me see if you are an evolutionist. Shu Tianyi frowned and realized that Shen Luo had misunderstood his previous attitude, but he did not explain it. I am a legendary beast master. Do I need to explain to a young boy? Yes, Commander Shen. Let Mr. Shu quickly identify whether our Demon Control Alliance has produced a high-level animal pet evolver. Wu Jing immediately came out to smooth things over, feeling extremely excited. Forget it. I'm afraid Mr. Shu doesn't have that ability. Unexpectedly, Shen Luo raised his brows, but rejected the request. The old man was a little confused between the intermediate and advanced appraisals. Hearing this, everyone's expressions froze. This was a bit crazy, but what Shen Luo said next awakened everyone. Actually, regardless of whether the intermediate evolutionists have the ability to identify the senior evolutionists or the purpose of your coming here, we need a fact to verify. Shen Luo ignored Shu Tianyi's anger and kept his expression calm. Qin Feng, the 7th middle school team, his pet was seriously injured in the last battle. How about I evolve his pet? After hearing Shen Luo's suggestion, everyone nodded. Only Shu Tianyi looked reluctant, but there was nothing he could do about Shen Luo. If the senior evolutionist hadn't been unable to escape this time, it might not have been his turn. In this case, I will go and pick up that classmate Qin Feng, so as to save the seniors from running back and forth. Yi Qing finally found a chance to speak and sent someone directly to number 7 middle school to pick up Qin Feng. What's going on? When Qin Feng was picked up with a confused look on his face, he was directly forced to summon the seriously injured blue-eyed violent bear. Everyone's eyes turned to Shen Luo, and it was time for this young man to perform. Old Qin, do you have any ideas? Shen Luo looked at Qin Feng with a smile. He originally wanted to do this after the arena ended, but unfortunately Yi Qing got him here directly. I don't have any ideas. It's up to you, as long as it's a bear. Qin Feng also understood at this time that Shen Luo was going to start the evolution path for his blue-eyed violent bear. Just a bear? Including Shen Luo, everyone was speechless by Qin Feng's request. It would be too simple if that was all. Under everyone's nervous gazes, Shen Luo slowly came to the blue-eyed violent bear. Chapter 59, Blue-Eyed Bear King. Amazing evolutionary results. Roar! The blue-eyed violent bear looked at Shen Luo, who was approaching, let out a deep roar, and nudged him gently. Shu Tianyi frowned slightly. The warcraft was a little too close to this boy. Prepare some bear flesh, animal crystals. Gently stroking King Bear's head, Shen Luo casually told a lot of information. Wow! Qin Feng, who had been watching beside him, immediately poured out all the contents of his storage bag. The pile of various materials made Shen Luo's eyes beat wildly. There are actually 2 beast pet evolution pills and one legendary beast crystal. The most outrageous thing is the piles of bear paws and bear bones, and the doll the size of a blue-eyed violent bear. Does this guy have a fetish for bears? Hey, hey. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Not enough. Shen Luo turned to look at Yi Qing, who immediately supplied the missing materials, and the evolution of the blue-eyed violent bear officially began. In order for the blue-eyed violent bear to evolve smoothly, the first step must be to repair the injuries on the body. When a rich emerald green light rose, Shu Tinya's eyes widened immediately, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Emerald green light. Shu Chang had told him about this, but he subconsciously thought it was just a skill of the pet. But now it seems that he was completely wrong, extremely wrong. How is it possible? Shu Tianai murmured to himself. The emerald green light of evolution is the symbol of a high-level pet evolver, but it is too strong. The moment the light appeared, everyone felt a strong vitality spreading in the room. Roar! 10 minutes later, the blue-eyed violent bear let out a deafening roar, and its eyes were once again filled with brutality. The blue-eyed violent bear has recovered. Be honest. Following Shen Luo's soft drink, the blue-eyed violent bear immediately squatted down and lay on the ground, spinning around and licking its tongue like a pug with a flattering look. Qin Feng covered his face. You are such a bear. Simulate evolution start. 2 evolutionary routes quickly appeared in Shen Luo's eyes, one of which was ignored because Qin Feng only wanted bears. Evolution Route 1. After the blue-eyed violent bear was seriously injured, he longed for more powerful power and hoped to become the king of the race. In the hands of the noble evolver, this desire will eventually come true. As the line finally solidified, the image of a huge and majestic bear king appeared in front of Shen Luo. Choose to evolve. The light of evolution. Turn on. Buzz. Following Shen Luo's low shout, the emerald green light of evolution instantly enveloped the blue-eyed violent bear. Roar! Bathed in the light of evolution, the blue-eyed violent bear let out bursts of painful roars until the rich emerald green light completely drowned it and blocked everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Couldn't they see it? Shu Tianai frowned again. He had never heard of such a situation. How could an evolutionist control the evolution of a pet if he couldn't see what was going on inside? The methods of advanced evolutionists are different. Seemingly sensing Shu Tianya's doubts, Shen Luo smiled slightly and began to feed into the light of evolution. The materials prepared before were thrown in by Shen Luo one after another, and the casual look made Shu Tianai a little confused. Shu Tianai couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone evolve a pet like this. In the process of pet evolution, the evolutionist will control every step very carefully to ensure that the evolution of the pet proceeds smoothly. But Shen Luo's approach opened his eyes, and he seemed not to worry about any problems at all. With the continuous input of materials, the roar in the light of evolution gradually became deeper, replaced by a muffled thunder-like sound, and the emerald green light began to flicker, as if it might disappear at any time. Shen Luo's face remained calm. Everything that happened inside emerged before his eyes one by one. It was impossible for the system to make mistakes, which was why he dared to show it in front of everyone. As he waved his hands gently, mysterious runes emerged in the air, and then merged into the light of evolution. Under Shen Luo's control, the light of evolution gradually stabilized, and the light became more intense. Everyone could only see a huge green light group, from which the roar of the blue-eyed violent bear and the dull roar came from time to time. Oh, it's so boring. It's a pity that I can't read the beast control records here. Shen Luo glanced at the people who were staring at each other and cursed in his heart. Why were he pretending to be pretending when he couldn't see anything? The evolution process lasted for 5 hours. When even Shen Luo felt a little bored, a loud noise came from the light group. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the light of evolution suddenly scattered, and a giant beast gradually appeared in front of everyone. Beep! The blue-eyed bear king evolved successfully. As the system prompt sounded, the evolved blue-eyed violent bear also revealed its true appearance in front of everyone. The body shape is completely larger than before. A pair of huge green eyes are full of fierceness. There is also a different strand of green hair on the forehead, and a pair of bear paws look much sharper than before. The most important thing is that Shen Luo saw the attributes of the evolved blue-eyed bear king. Old Qin, you made a lot of money this time. With that said, Shen Luo waved his hand, and the blue-eyed bear king showed a trace of reluctance in his giant eyes, and slowly returned to Qin Feng. Ah! Everyone gathered around him instantly, staring at Qin Feng with expectant eyes. Qin Feng was a little confused. After sensing it, his eyes instantly showed a touch of ecstasy, and he subconsciously reported the attributes of the evolved Blue-Eyed Bear King. Name: Blue-Eyed Bear King. Level: Level 1. Quality: Lord level. Features: Huge strength bonus, King's defense. Skills: Storm Fist, Bear King opens the mountain. After hearing the attributes of the Bear King reported by Qin Feng, everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that it would just strengthen the original attributes of the pet like other evolutionists. But the Blue-Eyed Bear King not only advanced to the Lord level, but also activated two complementary characteristics. What's even more terrifying is that according to Qin Feng's description, an additional skill was actually added. The Bear King opens the mountain. It's incredible. Is this the ability of a high-level pet evolutionist? Chapter 60 Special Invitation. Qin Wuliang's hesitation. Shu Tinya's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He actually advanced directly to the Lord level. He also has two more characteristics and a skill." Qin Feng even gave Shen Luo a bear hug, almost making him breathless. "Thanks." Seeing Qin Feng's excited expression and everyone's shocked looks, Shen Luo couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. "Are you excited about this? If you knew that cross-race evolution would make you stronger, you would be crazy." Qin Feng left with a silly smile on his face. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that Shen Luo could directly advance his blue-eyed violent bear to the Lord level. In this way, among the 4 members of Dongqing No. 7 Lieutenant Colonel, there were 3 Lord-level beast pets. In addition to the gap in Beast Master level, the gap between Dongqing No. 7 Middle School and the schools in Beijing is getting smaller and smaller. Amazing! Incredible! Heavenly talent! The unstinting words of praise came from several people's mouths, making Shen Luo feel a little carried away. Of course, he is still self-aware, and his level as a Beast Master is still too low. If the news about the Advanced Evolution Master spreads, there is no guarantee that people will take notice of him, and the danger level will be greatly increased. What is your evolutionary success rate? At this moment, Shu Tianai, who was also an evolutionist, asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Success rate? My evolution will not fail. Not only that, if Qin Feng hadn't requested it just now, I would have tried cross-race evolution on his pet, just like this. With that said, Shen Luo summoned bat-winged, flying insects, and 12 Shadow Masters. Based on the ant soldiers, I tried cross-race evolution with many other Warcraft, and none of them failed, and the combat power of the beast pets was greatly improved. Shen Luo glanced at Shu Tianai with strong confidence in his eyes. In fusion evolution with the same monster, after determining the evolutionary route, there is almost no possibility of failure. It is just the final difference in characteristics. As for the evolution time, as you have just seen, it will be slightly longer due to different levels. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, with the support of sufficient resources, an elite-level monster can be advanced to the Lord level, no more than 6 hours. With the supplement of Locking God Jade, I can even increase the intensity of the light of evolution and shorten the evolution time. Hiss! After listening to Shen Luo's words, everyone took a breath and looked shocked. This is impossible. No matter what level of evolution, there will be a chance of failure, unless it is the creation level. Shu Tianai opened his eyes and questioned. Based on his understanding of evolution, there is no 100% success rate. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Shen Luo's evolution was derived from the system's simulated evolution talent. As long as you are given system attributes, failure is absolutely impossible. In front of everyone, Shen Luo demonstrated the cross-race fusion evolution of dozens of Warcraft again, and all were successful without exception. Evildoer! At this time, Shu Tianai had to admit that the guy in front of him, who was just a student, really had a 100% evolution success rate, and in some aspects it was even much higher than that guy. Is Di Qinqiu's inheritance really that strong? Shu Tianyasai made Qin Wuliang, Wu Jing, and others' eyes light up. The talents of the inherited evolutionists were so strong, so could the mythical beast skin left by Di Qinqiu really allow them to advance to mythology? After the two of them looked at each other, their hearts suddenly became hot. They wished they could go back right now, continue to study the mythical beast skins, and advance to the level of mythical beast masters as soon as possible. Student Shen Luo, as the teaching director of Daystar Alliance College, I invite you to join Daystar College. This is the college's special invitation card. With this card, you can enroll without taking the exam. From the moment you enroll, you can immediately enjoy the first-level benefits of the college. Subsidy. While everyone was still sighing at Shin Luo's talent as an evolutionist, Chen Yuejin directly issued an invitation. And if you agree, I will immediately dispatch a Star Guard to protect your safety until you enter Daystar Academy. Looking at Chen Yuejin with a smile on his face, Shin Luo was a little confused. Special invitation card for admission without examination. Daystar Alliance College first-level subsidy. After being shocked, Shin Luo turned to look at Wu Jing. Don't worry, becoming a student of Venus does not conflict with your status as the Qingpao Grand Commander. I was also a student of Venus Academy, and you will be better trained there. Seemingly knowing what Shin Luo was thinking, Wu Jing explained with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I choose to join. Hearing this, Shin Luo let out a long breath. As long as there was no conflict. After all, the treatment given to him by the Demon Control Alliance is very good. Of course, he hopes to get even better. Very good, I look forward to the day you enroll. In addition, I would like to remind you that it is best not to reveal his identity as a senior evolutionist. I don't need to explain the significance of the emergence of a senior evolutionist to the Daxia district. A serious expression appeared on Chen Yuejin's face, and everyone nodded. Even Shu Ti and I did not dare to look down upon this man at this time. Oh, you really surprised me. Chen Yuejin left, and Qin Wuyang felt a little uncomfortable. Shin Luo has too much aura. He is one of the 4 leaders of the Demon Taming Alliance, a special student of Daystar Academy, a senior evolutionist, and his seemingly low-level status is comparable to that of a king-level beast tamer. Up and down, even slightly superior strength, made him extremely uncomfortable. Except for some things he exchanged for the mythical beast skins, the Beast Controllers Association didn't give him any benefits. If this kid grows up, will he target him? After all, he feels a little stingy. Snort! When he saw Shin Luo's erratic eyes that glanced at him from time to time, Qin Wuyang became more and more certain that this little bastard would definitely do it. After thinking for a long time, Qin Wuyang realized that he had nothing to give him. With Shin Luo's current status, he had almost no shortage of resources, which was a bit embarrassing. Haha, classmate Shin Luo, I only have a lot of money. 10 million, plus 10 Lord-level beast crystals and 3 legendary beast crystals. This is my gift to you. After witnessing the strength of senior evolutionist Shin Luo, the legendary beast master immediately changed his face and threw a storage bag at him. Thank you, Mr. Shu. If you ask for anything from now on, I will never refuse. Hearing this, Shu Ti and I showed a proud smile on his face. This was what he was waiting for. Qin Wuyang glanced at Shu Ti and I resentfully. This old guy must have done this on purpose. Old Qin, if it doesn't work, just give him that thing. At present, only he can play the role of that thing. What's more, this kid is quite vindictive. Wu Jing had already seen through Qin Wuyang's thoughts. This guy was so confused at the critical moment. No, he was too stingy. You mean? Qin Wuyang frowned. That thing is... I gave him the locking god jade. Besides, do you think his number of pet beasts will always be like this? Why do you think I gave him the position of commander in green robe? Chapter 61. Magical Beast Talisman, Shin Luo's backup plan. Wu Jing asked 3 times, but Qin Wuyang remained silent. But Shin Luo's mind became more active. There was something good. Perhaps it was Wu Jing's words that made Qin Wuyang make a decision. Something appeared in his palm as he turned his hand. I hope you won't do anything that will endanger Daxia District in the future. Otherwise, I will recover this beast talisman at all costs and let you die without a burial place. Qin Wuyang handed the thing in his hand to Shin Luo, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Dip, get the beast talisman. Beast talisman. Within the range that the host's mental strength can bear, it can control all monsters and beast masters' pets, and can arrange troops more accurately to maximize the combat power of monsters. The stronger the mental power, the greater the number of controls. Shin Luo was shocked. This was a good thing that was really suitable for him. The most important thing is that with this beast talisman, you can control other people's beast pets, even other monsters that are not contracted. In theory, you can control as many as you want, and you can truly control them like your arms. The beast talisman and the locking jade are a set, so you might as well give it a try. Seeing Shin Luo's shocked expression, Wu Jing reminded him. The beast talisman is made of an unknown metal, round on the outside and square on the inside, with a small circle inside the square, and the size of the small circle is exactly the same as that of the god-locking jade. Click! With a light click, The God-locking jade and the beast talisman merged into one, seamlessly. Ding! We got the dragon beast talisman. It cannot be disassembled after being combined. Are you sure to combine it? Then, the system issued a prompt sound. Sure. Buzz. As a slight buzzing sound was heard, the God-locking jade completely merged with the metal beast talisman, turning into a round golden-laid jade that was round on the outside and square on the inside, and gold on the outside and blue on the inside. Ding! The combination of the beast-controlling talisman was successful. Beast Taming Talisman. Those who hold this talisman will never run out of mental power. They can command thousands of monsters to form battle formations. They can forcefully open the Beast Tamer's pet space at a higher level and control their beast pets. The number of animals they can control is the Beast Tamers. The multiples of the current mental threshold are beginner *2, intermediate *5, advanced *10, doubling and increasing in sequence. The mythical Beast Master can achieve unlimited control. A flash of surprise flashed in Shen Luo's eyes. Now, even if Qin Wuliang wanted to go back, it would be impossible. However, he was even more surprised by the attributes of the fused beast-controlling talisman. The inexhaustible spiritual power combined with the infinitely increasing number of controls was simply tailor-made for him. What's even more terrifying is that it can forcefully open the animal pet space. This attribute is a bit outrageous. The physique of a beast master is a weakness. Compared with the properties of the beast-controlling talisman, Shen Luo immediately saw the shortcoming of the beast controller's weak physique. The so-called weakness refers to the relative spiritual power, and the spiritual growth rate of the beast controller is always higher than the physical strength. Yes, even if you have strong mental power, if you don't have a matching body, it will be like water without a source. The powerful power may disappear at any time, or even backfire. Qin Wuliang nodded and looked at Shen Luo with a hint of recognition. Thank you very much, President Qin. In the future, wherever I am useful, I will definitely not refuse. Ha ha ha, you kid. Qin Wuliang smiled, Shu Tianai smiled, Wu Jing also laughed. He repeated the same words several times, but the results were very great. It was a bit cunning, but overall it was good. At least it was not the kind of treacherous and evil person. These people here are all people with extraordinary knowledge. If Shen Luo's character and family background were not up to standard, he would not have reached this point at all. Okay, what I'm more curious about now is how many beast pets you have. To be precise, how many can you control with the beast talisman? Immediately afterwards, Wu Jing asked a question that everyone was curious about. No matter how powerful the evolutionists are, they are still in the minority. But when a beast master who can control a large number of magical beasts grows up, he is definitely a very terrifying existence. Have no idea, Shen Luo said naturally. After seeing the dissatisfaction in the eyes of several people, he hurriedly explained, my beast pets increase with the level. As for how much it can increase to the next level, I really don't know. Several people nodded slightly and agreed with this statement. Currently, the number of my pets is 50, which is the minimum number that can be maintained under any circumstances. After hearing what Shen Luo said, everyone's eyes showed doubts and shock, especially Shu Tianai. Why? Shu Tianai asked aloud. Inheriting the mother's racial protection rules, my aunt's soldiers are increasing with every birth cycle. But no matter what situation I encounter, I can guarantee a minimum of 50. Even if the opponent can kill instantly, I can summon it again at the next moment. 50 aunt's soldiers. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Isn't this just infinite resurrection? 50 of them can be resurrected at once. Call. Wu Jing and others were already known. Shen Luo shocked them too much. Damn it. I've lived in vain for so many years. I'm really angry. I'm leaving. Shu Tianai glared at Shen Luo and left angrily. Boy, if you meet my granddaughter again in the future, you will be responsible for her safety. The sound fell and the person disappeared. Shen Luo instantly turned bitter and could only pray that he would not meet Beijing No. 3 Middle School again during the league. Don't worry. We will deal with all matters related to senior evolutionists. Unless it is absolutely necessary, well, don't reveal this identity until you reach the supreme level. Wu Jing stood up and warned with a serious face. In fact, he wanted to say legend, but with the strength of a freak like Shen Luo, he could protect himself as long as he reached Emperor Zun, etc. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, Shen Luo glanced at Yi Qing next to him. His eyes hesitated for a moment and then disappeared quickly. as if he had made some decision. Why? Do you have any other needs? Your authority is already large enough. Don't overdo it by trying to force others to do better. Wu Jing's face darkened, thinking that Shen Luo wanted to make some excessive demands again. However, Director Yi is very good to me. I regard him as a relative, so teachers of relatives should be trustworthy. Shen Luo already knew from the mouths of the two golden robes that Wu Jing was actually Yi Qing's teacher. Just like he and like Lu Jun, the love between father and son is the same. So what? Qin Wuyang glanced at Shen Luo strangely, feeling that this guy was about to release a big bomb. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with relief. He must be his godfather. The next moment, "Maid, you little bastard, you dare to play tricks on us. I'm just saying, how can the things Di Chinchio left behind be nonsense? You are really a master who doesn't let go of the eagle when you see the rabbit." Looking at the gray animal skin that appeared in Shen Luo's hand, Wu Jing and Wu Jing were instantly furious. No wonder the mythical animal skin from before could not be cracked. It turned out that the most critical thing was still in Shen Luo's hand. Hey, don't do anything. I just want to leave a way out. Damn it. I told you not to do anything. It hurts. Finally, the animal skin fell into Wu Jing's hands, and Shen Luokai took the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the clutches, leaving the 11th game like the wind and heading to Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. The next step is to prepare for the municipal competition and let Dongqing No. 7 Middle School officially take off. Chapter 62. Collective Strengthening to Prepare for the Municipal Competition. After returning to Dongqing No. 7 Middle School, Shen Luo found that the campus was almost covered with giant posters. Su Qinshue's instant kill by the ghostly Black Phoenix, Qin Feng's tragic blue-eyed violent bear, the cunning Chu Wanwan, and the scene in Shen Luo's final battle where he used bat-winged, flying insects to blast Wei Yuanying, filled every corner of the campus. In the school broadcast room, a large open-air screen continuously played the video of the battle with Beijing No. 3 Middle School. Obviously, No. 7 Middle School has already started promoting the upcoming municipal competition. In the principal's office, Shen Luo met Lu Jun and Wang Yi. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, principal." Shen Luo bowed slightly in front of the two of them. He knew that Shen Yuejin from Daystar College could come to Dongqing mostly because of the silent efforts of his head teacher Lu Jun. However, he did not expect that Lu Jun, who was usually unobtrusive, could actually come to Dongqing. So much energy. Student Shen Luo, you are the hope of our No. 7 Middle School now. The municipal competition is about to begin. I hope you can achieve good results and enter the National League. Principal Wang Yi was already smiling from ear to ear after seeing Shen Luo. Recently, the entire internet has been full of news about Dongqing No. 7 School, and Dongqing No. 7 Middle School has also greatly increased its popularity because of this. Silence fell. "I'll try." Shen Luo smiled slightly and turned around to leave, followed by Lu Jun. "You must do your best during the competition, not only for No. 7 Middle School, but also for yourself. Although you now have a special invitation card from Daystar, if you don't have any good results, you won't be able to justify it in terms of face." Lu Jun looked at Shen Luo with a smile. He just informed his old friend, but he didn't expect that the other party directly gave Shen Luo a special invitation card. Something must have happened that he didn't know about, and his face not that big yet. No matter what, Shen Luo's current state made him very happy. "Teacher, please rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. My goal is to be No. 1 in the league." No. 7 Middle School Training Room. During this period of time, the school team members have been staying inside, conducting all-round training on the pet animals, including the cooperation of the school team members, the coordination of various abilities, etc. Shen Luo pushed open the door of the training room, and his eyes suddenly became elusive. A very beautiful girl was walking towards him. There was a strong temptation in her watery eyes, and her enchanting figure was revealed as she moved slowly. Show infinite charm. Chuanwan? Wrong. Shen Luo suddenly noticed an unusual aura, and a coldness instantly rose in his eyes. "Get out." Cold, murderous intent rippled out, and the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. Let me tell you, this little fox can't confuse him. You still don't believe it?" Qin Feng's proud voice sounded in the training room. Hey, Big Bear, you've forgotten your ugly behavior before. The ignorant are fearless." The familiar voices of the two women also sounded at the same time, and a familiar scene appeared in Shen Luo's eyes again. "What's going on? This little fox has grown up?" When Shen Luo saw the white fox next to Chu Wanwan that was much larger than before, he knew that she was up to something. Of course, Xiaobai is so powerful now, Even that big bear can't beat him. A flash of disappointment flashed in Chu Wanwan's eyes, but she didn't trick Shenluo. What a big bear. I'm the Bear King, the Bear King. Qin Feng was also speechless. The moment the Sacred Heart White Fox completed its evolution, he found his blue-eyed Bear King. The main fighting Bear King was confused at first sight, and then chased him to fight. In the end, if Su Qinxue hadn't come forward, Qin Feng might have been beaten to death by his pet. This competition is actually a qualifier. I heard that there are already reserved places. Aren't you worried at all? Or do you think your strength is enough to sweep everything? Su Qinshue's cold and serious voice interrupted the playfulness of several people. In this world, besides strength, there is also omnipotent power. Either have unrivaled strength or gain supreme power. The capital is no better than here. If we want to advance all the way to the finals, there are many things we have to consider. Su Qinshue's words caused several people to fall into silence, especially Shenluo. Although he does not completely agree, this is a fact after all, and it is essentially a matter of strength. Captain, do you have any suggestions? Shenluo looked at Su Qinxue expectantly. This was a powerful, which rumored among the 4 clans in the capital, and she had something on her mind. Suggestion? My suggestion is to fight all the way. If you don't accept the fight, kill them. If you don't accept the kill, destroy the group. Hiss. Several people took a breath, and Shenluo was speechless. Just now he wanted to say that you had a brain, but now they can only improve their strength as much as possible. Only in this way can they win as much fairness as possible for themselves. If that's the case, then kill them. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. I am a senior evolutionist. I can evolve or strengthen your pet, but you have to provide resources yourself. Shenluo paused and looked at Qin Feng. Old Qin, there is no need. In a short time, the Lord-level Blue-Eyed Bear King is ready. Hearing this, the 2 women's eyes lit up. They had been waiting for Shenluo's words for a long time. The reason why Chu Wanwan came to Qin Feng after the evolution of the Sacred Heart White Fox was completed was because his beast pet was so awesome after it advanced to the Lord level that it would definitely make this witch and big witch uncomfortable. Don't worry, we won't disclose it. The confidentiality agreement has been signed, and it is still very binding. Su Qinxue said calmly. Simulate evolution start. Shenluo investigated the beast pets of the 2 women respectively, and found that the Holy Heart White Fox's advanced qualifications were much higher than those of the Netherworld Black Phoenix, and its evolutionary path was nearly 1/3 longer. This is troublesome. When Shenluo told the evolution direction and required resources of the 2 beast pets, he thought that even if he used the power of the commander, he might not be able to collect all the materials. T.C.H. isn't it just resources? Chu Wanwan rolled her eyes at Shenluo. After all, she was the only daughter of the richest man in Dongcheng. As long as she took another step forward, she would be the king. She would never be short of resources. There is not enough time, but you must advance to the king before the league. You don't have to worry about resources or anything like that. The same is true for Su Qinxue. After all, she was born into a wealthy family in the capital and has some background. Although unable to evolve, Shenluo used the light of evolution to strengthen the 2 women's beast pets. Unexpectedly, both beast pets were inspired with a new characteristic, which also made the 2 women extremely happy and became more and more I'm looking forward to the next step up. In the last few days, the 4 of them got familiar with their respective beasts and made several alternative team battle plans before preparing to set off for the city. 3 days later, class teacher Lu Jun led the team to set off. The city-level preliminaries of the National Middle School Student League officially kicked off. Chapter 63, Room Card Incident. Defenglu Conspiracy begins to emerge. Qingyuan City. After the global beast disaster, there were only 12 large urban areas left in Dashia District, and 6 large cities were rebuilt after the disaster. Dongcheng was one of them. There were a total of 40 teams in this city-level preliminaries, all of which were arranged in the Dafeng building in the city center. The Dongcheng No. 7 middle school team led by Lu Jun was the last to arrive. Dafeng Tower covers a very large area and has a total of 28 floors. Each floor requires a corresponding identity to enter, and floors above the 20th are only open to demon hunters, because the Dafeng Towers spread all over the world are the property of the Demon Alliance. Hey, aren't these those losers from East City? How dare they come to compete? Aren't they afraid that they won't even be able to enter the stadium? Lu Jun and others, who were about to get their room cards, were suddenly stopped by a group of young people wearing competition uniforms. They seemed to be locals from Qingyuan City. Please hurry up, we're a little tired. Lu Jun frowned slightly, ignored the other party's provocation, and urged him loudly. What the hell? I'm talking to you. Don't you understand? The young man suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon. He took a step forward and said, Xiaohe, if you dare to give your room key to these idiots today, I dare you not to survive in Qingyuan City. Shen Luo, who was behind Lu Jun, frowned. When he was about to step forward, he was stopped. Lu Jun shook his head slightly, signaling not to cause trouble. Young Master Wu, this is Dafeng Tower. This is not a place where you can run wild. Qingyuan City is not the place where your Wu family can control the sky with one hand. You'd better think clearly before speaking. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe, who issued room cards to various teams, did not give young Master Wu any face. I'm just a waiter. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you think Defenglu will turn against my Wu family because of you? Young Master Wu's eyes showed a sinister look, and the people behind him also started to boo. Xiaohe's face instantly turned ugly. If the other party really did this, there would definitely be nothing he could do. As the noise grew louder and louder, more and more people gathered around, directly surrounding the reception area of Dafeng Building. Xiaohe's face instantly became ugly. Brother, people are not afraid of distorted shadows. You are right. Everyone has sharp eyes. Such clowns will only make people sick. Shen Luo couldn't help but say something. Once upon a time, I was not like this. I suffered a lot of discrimination in order to stay in school. Without strength, courage is just a recipe for self-destruction. Hey, you're not being rude. I almost have no place to live, and I still want to stand up for others. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. He has never seen the big day. Taking advantage of Xiaohe's confusion, young Master Wu suddenly grabbed the room card belonging to Dongqing No. 7 Middle School and showed off proudly. Shen Luo's expression darkened. His eyes swept through the crowd behind young Master Wu, and a familiar figure came into view. Zhao Shichen. Why is he here? Before Shen Luo could figure out what was going on, Zhao Shichen's figure in the crowd had disappeared, and a restless mood began to slowly grow in the crowd. The characteristics of the red flower beast, the inexplicable excitement caused by mental confusion. This classmate, please return the room card to us. Thank you. Shen Luo didn't want what happened at the gate of the 11th Bureau to happen again. After all, this was Qingyuan City, and Dongqing No. 7 Middle School was not favored by others. If something happened at this time, he might be disqualified. Pooh! You're a country bumpkin, and you're worthy of calling me classmate. Who gave you the face? Unexpectedly, young Master Wu threw the room card directly on the ground and spat on it with great precision. Come on, pick it up, and I will give you a room. Boom! Qin Feng went berserk, and the blue-eyed bear king was instantly summoned. His lord-level momentum instantly suppressed the entire audience. Oh, there's actually a lord-level animal pet. But is your big bear's brain full of muscles? Do you know where this place is? A trace of surprise flashed in young Master Wu's eyes, and then disappeared. This is anyone who dares to take action in Dafeng Tower's territory will be dead in a matter of minutes. Xiaohe on the side cursed secretly. Damn it. Now I remember that this is the territory of Dafeng Tower. Qin Feng's expression froze as he was about to take action. He really couldn't afford to offend Dafeng Tower. But Qin Feng glanced at Shen Luo, who looked calm. This guy didn't seem to know that Dafeng Tower was a property of the Demon Control Alliance, so he was in for a good show. Pick it up, wipe it with your mouth, and apologize to my teacher to avoid death. Shen Luo's face darkened, and there was endless coldness in his voice. Ha ha, this really made me laugh to death. Does this country bumpkin think Qingyuan City is their little mountain valley? If he dares to take action here, he will lose his head immediately. The majesty of Dafeng Tower cannot be violated. Bang! Before he finished his words, a beam of black light suddenly flew out, knocking young Master Wu out and causing him to fall down the steps of Dafeng Tower. Wow, he actually dared to do it. Xiaohe blinked. Things were getting worse and worse. How dare you to cause trouble in my Dafeng building? As luck would have it, Zhang Ying, the manager of Dafeng Tower, suddenly appeared and looked at Lu Jun with a cunning look. Manager Zhang, someone caused trouble in Dafeng Tower and injured me. There must be an explanation for this. Unexpectedly, the beaten young Master Wu did not attack Shen Luo. Instead, he looked at the steward Zhang Ying, who appeared at the right time, with a smile in his eyes as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. No one has ever dared to break the rules of Dafeng Tower, except the dead. Zhang Ying finished speaking with a smile, then turned to look at Lu Jun. Kneel down and apologize. Give up your qualifications for the competition, and then let your student cut off an arm. This is a serious matter. Hearing this, Lu Jun's face suddenly darkened. At this time, he had understood that this was a game against Dongqing No. 7 Middle School. Teacher, let me handle it. When Lu Jun was about to speak, Shen Luo stepped forward and stopped him. Be careful. As if he had thought of something, Lu Jun nodded slightly and backed away, looking around with a vigilant expression. Manager Zhang, is it really okay to just deal with it indiscriminately? Shen Luo looked at Zhang Ying expressionlessly. Since he was destined to be unkind, he might as well make things bigger. Ha, what kind of wild boy are you from? You are worthy of shouting in front of me. You have the sense to cut off an arm and apologize to Mr. Wu, but you can still save a miserable life. Bang! Ah! Before Zhang Ying finished speaking, Master Wu suddenly heard a scream, and one of his arms was cut off at shoulder level by an inexplicable force, and blood flowed profusely. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. How dare you? Zhang Ying roared angrily, but he didn't expect that Shen Luo would dare to take action again under his nose. I dare to do that. What can you do to me? Shen Luo looked at each other coldly, murderous intent gradually filling the air. Okay. Hillbilly, kill me if you can. Zhang Ying's angry voice and Master Wu's ferocious howling sounded at the same time. As you wish. The voice seemed to come from Juyo. It was bone-chilling, and the lights suddenly appeared. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, the sharp edges pierced young Master Wu's body back and forth. The poor chess piece was stabbed into a sieve by the 12 Shadow Masters before he even had time to summon his pet. He fell into a pool of blood with a trace of despair and unwillingness. Middle. Chapter 64. The Black Robe Commander opens the 25th floor. The whole place was silent. Kill. Really killed. This country bumpkin from Dongqing really killed the famous Mr. Wu from Qingyuan City in front of the manager of Dafeng Tower. How dare he? How dare you? A ferocious look appeared on Zhang Ying's face. Looking at young Master Wu lying in a pool of blood, his heartbeat accelerated instantly. Somebody come. Take down this arrogant man and cut his body into pieces to enhance the power of the Great Wind Tower. Following Zhang Ying's roars, several figures rushed out of the Gale Tower instantly. Each of them was wearing a black robe with a black devil symbol embroidered on their chests, and they immediately surrounded Shen Luo and his party. Kill him! Kill him! The appearance of the black-robed witcher caused the crowd of onlookers to start shouting. You really don't know the heights of the world. Now I'll see how you die. Zhang Ying looked at Shen Luo with murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. This damn country bumpkin. Looking at the demon hunters surrounding him and others, Shen Luo's heart instantly sank to the bottom. There are so many black-robed witchers in Gale Tower. Why? Do the people from the Demon Control Alliance also want to wade into this muddy water? The coldness in Shen Luo's eyes was even worse, and he looked at these black-robed witchers coldly. The witchers who were guarding the safety of one side actually became the weaklings of Dafeng Tower, which made his favorable impression of the Demon Control Alliance drop to freezing point in an instant. Haha, that's ridiculous. Does this country bumpkin not know whose property Dafeng Tower belongs to? The frog in the well. Listening to the onlookers' comments, Shen Luo became even more confused. What's going on? That? Behind him, Qin Feng's voice suddenly sounded. Brother Shen, don't you really know that Dafeng Tower is actually a property of the Demon Control Alliance? Hearing this, Shen Luo turned around and looked at Qin Feng and the other three in shock. Everyone, including Lu Jun, nodded in unison, leaving Shen Luo speechless for a moment. Old Qin, you are not kind. He didn't know that the Great Wind Tower was actually the property of the Demon Control Alliance, and that he, the Qinpao commander, one of the 4 commanders, was going to be killed by his own people on his own territory. How ridiculous. Take it, Zhang Ying roared, and dozens of black-robed demon hunters instantly summoned their pet beasts. With strong murderous intent in their eyes, they were about to surround and kill Shen Luo. Presumptuous. On the Gale Tower, a figure fell from the sky, roaring loudly. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, Shen Luo also summoned the Fey Sea Ant soldiers. 40 sickle ant soldiers are densely arranged in front, like a battle formation. The whole is shrouded in red and black light, and they will launch a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. This is exactly the effect of the beast taming talisman. Ha ha, it's actually Zhao Wuji, the black robe commander in charge of Qingyuan City. Now that country bumpkin is really doomed. Some people in the crowd were talking quietly, and the restlessness quietly disappeared at this time. Commander Zhao, this person ignores. When Zhang Ying saw this figure, A look of joy appeared on his face, and he hurried forward to salute. Bang! I was only out for a short while, and you caused such a big disaster, you piece of shit. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ying was beaten away by Zhao Wuji. His face was covered in blood, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Commander Zhao, did you hit the wrong person? The one causing trouble is this country bumpkin. Bang! You are the country bumpkin. Your whole family is country bumpkins. Zhang Ying was kicked away by Zhao Wuji again and fainted. A bunch of bastards. Get back now. Do you want to die? Zhao Wuji roared. Everyone was shocked. A group of witchers trembled in fear, took back their pet beasts, and retreated to the front of Dafeng Tower. This commander-in-chief was notoriously irritable. Right now, Zhao Wuji suddenly turned around, looking straight at the ant soldiers, and then turned to Xin Luo. It's over. This country bumpkin is hopeless. Ha ha ha, Commander Xin. These guys are blind and don't know the true face of Lushan. Zhao Wuji is here to apologize to you. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Wuji would take action to kill Xin Luo, they did not expect that this person would actually put on an almost flattering smile and come to the country bumpkin side with a look of fear. Commander Xin? What the hell, isn't this country bumpkin a student? Commander Zhao, right? You know me? Xin Luo looked at Zhao Wuji with a puzzled look. It seemed like it was his first time seeing this person. Of course, from the moment you became the commander-in-chief, the alliance leader has entered your information into the headquarters files. However, because the time was too short and the commander-in-chief council was not convened, many people did not know. Although Zhao Wuji didn't know how strong Xin Luo was as a black-robe commander, he could see at a glance how powerful those ant soldiers were. It might not be a big deal if they were taken individually, but there were 40 of them here. Even I don't dare to say that I can definitely get rid of these terrifying ants. What's more, would it be a good thing to have Qin Wuyang, the president of the Beast Controllers Association, and his own alliance leader go to the East City twice and personally promote him to one of the 4 commanders? At this thought, Zhao Wuji looked at Zhang Ying with murderous intent in his eyes. You make the decision here? Xin Luo asked aloud, but his eyes swept across the crowd. Of course, the alliance leader has specifically stated that if Commander Xin comes here, he must receive him with the highest standards. Having said this, Zhao Wuji suddenly didn't know how to continue. These subordinates of his had just wanted to kill the newly promoted commander. Damn Zhang Ying. The specifications are really high. Xin Luo sneered. Before Zhao Wuji could speak, Xin Luo suddenly took action, shooting out several black lights into the crowd. Several figures who had no time to escape were immediately suppressed by the powerful force of the Fei Sea ant soldiers and dragged in front of the 2 of them. Commander Xin. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. His posture was already low enough. This person didn't seem to be very considerate. Brother Zhao, you and I are both commanders, so there is no need to be so polite. Xin Luo's face softened, and he continued, but I still suggest that you investigate these people carefully. You can make your own judgment on the merits, and I, Xin Luo, am not what a messy master. In addition, Zhang Ying must die. The Demon Control Alliance does not need such a person. Zhang Yingzheng, who had woken up at this time, looked over in confusion. He still didn't understand why Zhao Wuji beat him wildly when he came out, but the next moment, boom! Zhao Wuji instantly appeared in front of Zhang Ying, punched his head, and his brains exploded. Hiss! Seeing Zhao Wuji covered in filth, everyone backed away. It was so terrifying. Brother Xin, I'm satisfied. At this time, Zhao Wuji was like a god of murder, and his eyes, when looking at Xin Luo, no longer looked as humble as before. Refreshing. This matter has been revealed. Although Xin Luo was shocked by Zhao Wuji's method of hammering Zhang Ying with his bare hands, it also relieved the sigh in his chest. Somebody come. Open the 25th floor and welcome Qingpao Commander Xin Luo to Dafeng Tower. Chapter 65. Number 1 in Qingyuan, Sun Buer of the Void Spirit Demon. Following Zhao Wuji's order, the 25th floor of the Dafeng building was instantly brightly lit. Somebody come. Take them down, examine them carefully, and if they resist, kill them. Immediately afterwards, several people dragged out by the ant soldiers were immediately taken over by witchers. Seeing this situation, everyone onlookers showed a hint of fear in their eyes. After the global beast disaster, the Beast Master Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance are like 2 major administrative agencies. The former is responsible for overall strategic regulation, and the latter is responsible for the implementation of specific tactics. They jointly serve the highest power core of the Daxia region. To be precise, the role of the Demon Suppressing Alliance in each city is to deter and maintain stability, and it has great power. What are you looking at? Everyone disperse. Everyone who is here today will be registered. If anything is found out, you'd better take care of yourself. Under Zhao Wuji's murderous gaze, the onlookers dispersed. From now on, you are the manager of Dafeng Tower. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Wuji directly promoted Xiao He to the manager of Dafeng Tower. Among the people present, only Xiao He's behavior could help him regain some face. Xiao was a little confused. He didn't expect that he would become the steward of Dafeng Tower. His eyes instantly showed a hint of joy, and he turned to look up at Shen Luo. He knew very well in his heart that his promotion to the position of manager was all thanks to the young commander in front of him. Brother, congratulations. Shen Luo smiled slightly. I don't dare. Thank you, Commander Shen. Dafeng Building on the 25th floor. Exclusive to the blue-robed commander of the Demon Control Alliance. Gale towers all over the world are equipped with this configuration. Shen Luo and his party walked in under the envious eyes of everyone, and were immediately stunned by the luxurious decoration inside. The first thing you see is a magnificent place with gorgeous carpets on the floor, precious gems and artworks inlaid on the walls, and gorgeous chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, emitting a soft light. The spacious living room is filled with high-end furniture, soft sofas, and exquisite coffee tables, making people feel extremely comfortable. Paintings of witchers fighting are hung on the walls, adding a bit of mystery and chill. The independent dining room and luxurious and warm bedrooms make people relax physically and mentally just by looking at them. In addition, there are private cinemas, gyms, swimming pools, and other entertainment facilities on the 25th floor, where people can enjoy the fun of life. Brother Zhao, let's talk. Su Qianxue and others each chose a room to rest. Shen Luo stopped Zhao Wuji, who was about to leave, and invited with a smile. What does Brother Shen want to know? Although Zhao Wuji was somewhat reluctant, the other party was, after all, the new commander-in-chief who was one level higher than him, and it was difficult to refute his face. Brother Zhao, do you think that what happened today is a bit out of a fuss? Shen Luo sat down on the sofa, and the soft sofa made him sink into it. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji did not speak, but looked at Shen Luo quietly, as if he wanted an explanation. Anyone who kills his subordinates with his own hands will always have some grudge in his heart, regardless of whether the other person did something wrong. What happened today was no accident. At first glance, it seemed that it was aimed at me, but didn't Brother Zhao notice anything unusual about those people? Shen Luo explained. Abnormal. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. He really didn't notice it. The emotions are too high, and someone is behind it. Immediately afterwards, Shen Luo revealed the discovery of Zhao Shichen and the grievances between them, and highlighted Zhao Shichen's pet, the red flower beast. He even told Zhao Wuki about other discoveries he made in the crowd. Red flower beast? Do humans have the aura of monsters in their bodies? After listening to Shen Luo's words, Zhao Wuji showed a solemn look on his face. It is normal for humans to have the aura of Warcraft. After all, this is the era of Beastmasters, but it is a bit unusual for Shen Luo to point it out. Beast slave. Brother Shen means that there are beast slaves among those people, and they want to cause trouble in this qualifier. Zhao Wuji immediately thought of beast slave and concluded that the opponent's goal was this municipal qualifier. These beast slaves have never been quiet. This has always been the case. What's more, Brother Zhao must have heard about the matter on the Lake Island in Dongqing. The legendary blood dragon is coming out soon. Let's do something at this time. It's not impossible for things to change focus. I suggest you check Zhao Shichen carefully. It wasn't that Shen Luo wanted to avenge his personal revenge, but when he discovered Zhao Shichen, he clearly felt a completely different aura than before, which was very similar to the aura that erupted from Qing in the underground maze. Even more pure. Okay, I will investigate this matter as soon as possible. Thank you, Brother Shen, for the reminder. Zhao Wuji's expression softened slightly. After all, this is the place he is responsible for. If anything happens, the higher-ups will be held accountable. At the same time, Zhao Wuji also understood that Shen Luo was giving him face. Otherwise, he could have taken over or reported it as the other party, in which case he would have been a little passive. As the chat continued, the two gradually became familiar with each other, and laughter floated in the living room from time to time. By the way, Brother Zhao, is there anything noteworthy among the students in Qingyuan City? The so-called friendship is shallow but deep. After the two gradually became familiar with each other, Shen Luo brought the topic back to this qualifier. After all, Zhao Wuji was the one who was most familiar with this place. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was slightly startled, and then he remembered that Shen Luo was just a student. It's so annoying that people are so angry at each other. I've always managed to survive my school days. There are only 4 schools in Qingyuan City, and the teachers are the strongest. Among the 6 cities under its jurisdiction, Dongcheng has the most schools. In the past competitions, it was just a one-day trip. Hearing this, Shen Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter how many people there are, they can't compete with others, but that may not be the case this time. What is Brother Shin's current strength? At this point, Zhao Wuji paused slightly. He still didn't know Shen Luo's true strength. If it explodes with all its strength, there should be no problem within the king. Shen Luo smiled slightly. Through Lu Jun's analysis of the king a few days ago, he found that if he could fully exert his own strength, the king should have no opponent. Although his level is only an intermediate beast master, both in terms of real strength and panel data, he has already reached a level above the advanced level. This is just because the queen ant has not advanced yet and does not meet the requirements for the promotion of a beast master. If that's the case, then there is only one person in Qingyuan City who may pose a threat to you. Zhao Wuji has naturally seen Shen Luo's information, including the videos of his battles with Wei Yuanying and Su Nanzhao, but hearing Shen Luo admitted himself was still a bit shocking. Which one? Shen Luo was a little curious. Sun Buer, Class 1, Grade 3, Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, is a king-level beastmaster. His pet is a lord-level ethereal demon. I don't know its specific attributes. I only know that this beast came from the Warcraft battlefield in Daxia District. Chapter 66. The pressure is high. It's time to advance to the advanced level. Warcraft battlefield? Void Spirit Demon. A dignified look instantly appeared in Shen Luo's eyes. Every major region in the world has at least one World of Warcraft battlefield, where Warcraft has a natural advantage, both in quantity and quality, just like the difference between a Tibetan Mastiff and a native dog. Being able to contract a pet in the World of Warcraft battlefield is a form of strength in itself. As far as I know, under the Global Post-Disaster Covenant, ungraduated students are prohibited from going to the World of Warcraft battlefield. Shen Luo sat up straight and looked at Zhao Wuji with piercing eyes. Of course students can't, but there are people behind them. As long as they don't make any big mistakes, there will be no problem if their privileges are compromised. The provisions in the covenant are only for the safety of students. Zhao Wuji glanced at Shen Luo subconsciously. If you were not the commander of Qingpao, how could you enjoy the treatment of the exclusive floor of Dafeng Building? This is the benefit of privilege. I see. A flash of understanding flashed in Shen Luo's eyes. There will be no shortage of privileged classes in any era, as long as you have the strength. So what about the World of Warcraft battlefield? What about the Void Spirit Devil? If people can't do it, everything will be in vain. Also, this Sun Buer was once a blue-robed demon hunter, but he quit the Demon Control Alliance after failing in his application to compete for the blue-robed commander. In a sense, you are enemies. Zhao Wuji seemed to have remembered something, and a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Oh, why? There are only 4 generals of the Demon Control Alliance, which symbolize power and status. There are also many people competing for the same position. As far as I know, after Sun Buer, there are 3 people who want to get this position, and one of them is Emperor Zun. They are very unconvinced, and they are only intimidated by the majesty of the Alliance leader, so they do not challenge you. Listening to Zhao Wuji's explanation, Shen Luo smiled bitterly. It was really stressful. As for the Emperor-level Beast Master, if Queen Fei Sahan An advances to a high level, she might be able to give it a try. When she thought of this, Shen Luo could not help but feel a sharp aura. Hiss! Zhao Wuji looked shocked. This man must have some trump cards. By the way, you should see Sun Buer soon. Every time the major school teams arrive in the qualifiers, Qingyuan City, as the landlord, will hold an elite banquet. I guess you will receive an invitation soon. After saying that, Zhao Wuji turned around and left the room, and began to investigate the matter of hiding the beast slaves. An elite banquet? A cold light flashed in Shen Luo's eyes. If someone was really doing something behind his back this time, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. After resting for a while, Shen Luo went to find Lu Jun and found that the other party had left Dafeng Tower long ago, and Su Qinxue and the other 2 were not in the room. According to Xiao He, who was already in charge, the 4 of them went out together and left nothing behind. Talk! Shen Luo didn't feel anything wrong with this. After all, his teammates all had very deep backgrounds, and it was not impossible to have some connections in Qingyuan City. As for Lu Jun, Would a person with a friend like Qinyue Jin be a simple person? Out of boredom, Shin Luo activated his talent for simulated evolution. In recent simulations, he has not been able to find a satisfactory evolutionary route. After learning that many people were concerned about his position as Qing Pao commander, Shin Luo was eager to improve his strength. The current weakness of the Ant Queen is speed. Although the speed of the Shadow Lord is good, it is not from the direct bloodline of the Ant Queen after all. Considering that the number is increasing, it is better to choose the direction of speed evolution. Shin Luo murmured to himself, and the emerald green light of evolution enveloped the queen ant, and the evolutionary routes slowly unfolded. After a long time, night falls. A glimmer of light flashed in Shin Luo's eyes, and a golden evolutionary route appeared in front of him. The red-armored black horse combines endurance, speed, strength, and good defense attributes. It is also the best choice among high-end monsters. When he saw the final panel of the red-armored mysterious horse, Shin Luo immediately decided on the next stage of the evolution of the queen ant. The fusion of the crimson-blooded Pegasus and the Fayscythe Ant Queen not only retains the Fayscythe Ant Queen's talent, but also enhances the weakness of speed. Moreover, in the form of a red-armored black horse, it is more suitable for controlling the beast-controlling talisman. It just so happens that while they are all gone, we can let Queen Fei sickle and advance to a high level. This is the territory of the Demon Control Alliance, so there will naturally be no security issues. Shin Luo thought for a while and decided to advance to the Fayscian Ant Queen now. He originally wanted to wait until after this qualifier, but Zhao Wuji's words and what happened in front of the Gale Tower made him sense a hint of crisis. The Void Spirit Demon, Sun Fuji, and the Unknown Conspiracy forced him to choose to advance his evolution. The blood of the advanced Warcraft red-blooded Pegasus, 10 elite-level beast crystals, 3 legendary-level beast crystals, as well as a large amount of Warcraft flesh and blood and other necessary materials required for this advancement directly reduced Shin Luo's resource reserves by half. I hope there won't be any accidents. Simulate evolution talent. Turn on. Immediately afterwards, the queen ant appeared in the hall. The light of evolution is on. Buzz! With a wave of Shin Luo's hand, a ball of emerald green light of evolution slowly appeared, and at the same time, the blood of the crimson-blooded Pegasus was poured directly into the queen ant. The size difference between the two was too big, so Shin Luo directly chose the bloodline. Evolution. This is also the result of his countless simulations. Boom! The moment the blood was poured down, an extremely violent aura came from the queen ant. As her body of about 30 centimeters kept twisting, the suppressed first evolutionary bloodline began to merge with the new blood. Shin Luo stared closely at the changes in the queen ant. The large piles of flesh and blood were consumed at an extremely fast speed. Even the beast crystals exploded one by one and turned into balls of pure energy. Under the light of evolution, with the help of the helper, it sank into the body of the queen ant. Time flies and resources continue to be consumed. Buzz! A strong blood light burst out in the queen ant's body, and the blood fusion was successful. Squeak! As bursts of shrill screams rang out, the appearance changes caused by bloodline advancement began. The first thing that started was the change in body shape. The height of the queen ant increased by 20 centimeters directly to about 50 centimeters, and the entire appearance gradually transformed into the form of a Pegasus. Immediately afterwards, the giant abdomen of the queen ant also elongated, and then the 6 legs under the abdomen became thicker, and the height also changed slightly. The ant's head was raised high. Its originally less obvious neck was elongated, and its 2 tentacles became sharper and lighter, tilting back slightly like 2 feathers. The most striking thing is the pair of compound eyes. The color of the flame flower is more vivid and solid. It's almost done. A flash of light flashed in Shin Luo's eyes. The light of evolution continued to strengthen, and his mental power monitored the changes of the queen ant in all directions. Boom! When the last piece of beast meat was devoured, and the last legendary beast crystal turned into rich energy and sank into the queen's body, the light of evolution gradually faded until it disappeared. A new species appeared in front of Shin Luo. Evolution successful. Chapter 67. Red-Armored Black Horse, Certified Senior Beast Master. Bit. The queen ant has successfully advanced to the advanced form. Call. Looking at the advanced form, which was dark red and looked like a layer of armor, Shin Luo let out a long breath, and then eagerly opened the pet panel. Name: Red Armor Black Horse. Level: Level 1. Quality: High-grade rare. Talent. Super fertility, light of favor, 1,000 miles of red flame. Loyalty, 100%. Characteristics. Strong endurance, strength, and self-healing ability. The endurance can reach 100 times of the same body size, and the strength can reach 1,000 times of the same body size. The body damage degree is higher than 50%, and the self-healing mode is turned on. Super fertility. The reproductive cycle is shortened by 10 times. The number of births is increased by 10 times. The offspring can fully inherit the attributes of the mother, and the minimum population number of 100 can be maintained at any time regardless of the situation. Red Flame 1,000 Miles. Inherits the characteristics of the crimson-blooded Pegasus. When running, a whirlwind of flames is generated under the feet. The more pets are in battle, the greater the speed increase. Light of favor. The leader is majestic. All attributes are doubled. Looking at the attributes on the pet panel, Shen Luo suddenly smiled like a flower, and he was finally promoted to a senior level. In ancient literature records, ants are also known as Quni and Xuanju, which makes the evolved red-armored Xuanju worthy of its name and has not strayed away from its origin. He is only one step away from becoming a senior beast master. The improvement of the beast pet will definitely lead to the enhancement of the attributes of the beast master. Although the increase from intermediate to advanced level is not large, it also makes Shen Luo's strength increase a lot. Host, Shen Luo. Beast pet. Red-armored black horse. Spiritual threshold, 202. Physiological threshold, 188. Talent 1. Devil's Law. Talent 2. Lord of Other Worlds. Talent 3. Simulated Evolution. Simulated evolution. You can simulate the evolution of all living creatures and provide the best advancement plan, and have the opportunity to evolve the ultimate rare creature. Devil's Law. If you are favored by the devil and obtain a pet of any quality, you can evolve by eating flesh and blood. The higher the level of flesh and blood you eat, the stronger your evolution will be. There is no upper limit. Damn it, the physiological threshold has increased so much. When seeing the data that the physiological threshold and the mental threshold were almost the same, Shen Luo swore directly. He was originally worried that the gap between the two attributes would be widened again after the improvement, but he did not expect that the low physiological threshold would catch up with him, which really surprised him. It should be a problem with the attribute bias of the scarlet-blooded Pegasus itself. Shen Luo instantly understood that the high-level magical beast red blood Pegasus was originally known for its endurance and speed, and the fusion of bloodline made up for his shortcomings. At this moment, a ray of sunlight suddenly shone on Shen Luo through the huge glass window. It was so warm and comfortable that he couldn't help but stretch. Huh? Why haven't they come back yet? At this time, Shen Luo discovered that his evolution process actually lasted all night, and Lu Jun and the others also stayed away all night. Ding ding. Just then the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Shen Luo saw Xiao He's respectful and smiling face. Commander Shen, Mr. Lu, and the others have gone to a mono manor to attend the banquet. This is the banquet invitation. Xiao He smiled, bowed slightly, and handed over a golden invitation. Qingyuan City holds a welcome banquet for elites from each city. We look forward to your visit. It was a very ordinary invitation. One could even say it was rough, with only 3 large characters written at the signature, which added a touch of color to the invitation. Sunbor, the veritable #1 strongman among the 4 schools of Qingyuan, a king-level beast master, and the master of the void spirit heavenly demon. Did the teacher leave any words? Shen Luo put the invitation away indifferently, raised his head, and asked. Mr. Lu didn't say anything. He just told me to hand over the invitation letter to you personally. Xiao He replied respectfully. Okay, thanks. After rejecting Xiao He's offer to send someone to escort him, Shen Luo tidied up and left Dafeng Tower. As the center of the 6 cities and one of the 12 cities in Great Xia, Qingyuan City is naturally not as prosperous as Dongsheng. There was still quite a while before the banquet, so Shen Luo decided to get certified as a beast master first. No way! When Shen Luo came to the building of the Qingyuan City Beast Masters Association branch, he was immediately stunned by the situation in front of him. The place in front of the building was as noisy as a vegetable market. Every one of them was lined up with animal masters waiting for certification. Compared with the 2 or 3 kittens in Dongsheng, it was a world of difference. It is indeed a city-level Beastmaster branch. It is far superior to Dongsheng in terms of personnel and other aspects. Shen Luo couldn't help but sigh. For hours later, it was almost noon. Shen Luo, who was so bored that he was about to fall asleep, finally cheered up. It was his turn. Hello, I want to be certified as advanced. Just when Shin Luo was about to hand over the prepared information, someone suddenly pulled him hard from behind. Go away, a country bumpkin is here to join in the fun. Several people who looked like followers came over with a young man of about 15 or 16 years old, shouting from time to time, "You stinking country bumpkin, you wasted Mr. Lee's time, I will break your legs." With that said, he kicked towards Shin Luo. Bang! Shin Luo's eyes turned cold, his body turned slightly to one side, and he easily dodged the kick. Standing still, Shin Luo looked at the arrogant and domineering young man in front of him and said coldly, "You are so uneducated and act recklessly in broad daylight. I want to see how you break my legs." At this time, Shin Luo just wanted to complete the certification quickly and then go to the banquet. But these people obviously didn't want to let him go, and some of the people watching looked at the young man with a hint of fear in their eyes. Really? The young man was irritated by Shin Luo's words and shouted angrily, "You dare to say that I am uneducated? I think you are impatient with life. Come on, teach him a lesson." "No one in Qingyuan City dares to touch me, Li Zitsong." Li Zitsong gave the order, and the followers rushed forward, but they did not know that they had hidden iron plate. Several of them could not hold on for more than a minute under Shin Luo's hand, and that was because he kept his hand. Cool. Shin Luo discovered that this improvement in basic attributes actually caused great changes in his body. Whether it was reaction speed, strength control, etc., there was a step-by-step improvement. He estimated that based on physical fitness alone, he was not much worse than Wei Yuanying before. "You, how dare you fight back?" Li Zitsong's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that a country bumpkin would dare to fight him. Shin Luo's eyes turned cold, and he stared at Li Zitsong with his cold eyes. "If you dare to say anything more, I will make it impossible for you to speak for the rest of your life. You just wait for me, I won't let you go." A look of fear flashed in Li Zitsong's eyes. He said a harsh word and turned around to run away. Waste. Shin Luo didn't care about these at all. After completing the certification of Senior Beast Master, he rushed to Amano Manor. Chapter 68 Elite Banquet. Take action when it's time to take action. Amano Manor is located in the northern suburbs of Qingyuan City. This is the residence of Lu Fei, the Emperor-level Beast Master in Qingyuan City. He is also Sun Buer's master. He is the richest man in Qingyuan City. He is many times more powerful than Chu Wansheng in the East City. The most important thing is that Lu Fei is one of the first batch of Emperor-level Beast Masters after the global beast disaster. Because of the relationship between beast pets, people's lifespans have been improved to varying degrees after becoming Beast Masters, and they can live to be over 100 years old. The phenomenon has become very common. What's more, in order to extend his life, he specially contracted a magical beast that can increase his life attribute. This is the case for Lu Fei, who is already 108 years old. "Hello. Please show me your invitation." At the gate of the manor, after Shin Luo showed the invitation letter, a servant came to lead him in. Shin Luo followed the servant into the manor. Along the way, he felt all kinds of looks from around him. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were hostile. The interior of the manor is very large, with green grass, rockeries, bamboo forests of different sizes, and a group of ancient villas built on the mountain. It looks quite like a paradise. In particular, the place was full of vitality, which surprised Shin Luo even more. The elites from each school gathered together in small groups and were talking loudly and gracefully. One of the young men, who looked like a scholar and wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked at Shin Luo, who was joining Lu Jun and others, with a flash of light in his eyes. "Is the certification advanced?" Lu Jun looked at Shin Luo, who had arrived late, with a smile in his eyes, as did everyone else. Yesterday, Lu Jun and Su Qinxue had some exchanges with people from the other 7 schools in Dongqing. When they came back, they found that Shin Luo was evolving into a beast pet, so they asked Xiao He to arrange another room. Well, what do other schools think? After yesterday's conversation with Zhao Wuji, Shin Luo knew that the other schools in Dongqing had little hope unless they united. If Yu Xiaoshang and Qing and others were integrated into a team, there might be hope. The number 1 middle school and the number 2 middle school have the idea of joining up, but several other schools still want to fight on their own. They probably know that even if they join forces, they will not be able to escape the fate of one round. Lu Jun said with some sigh. Dongqing has been weak for a long time and is far behind in all aspects. This kind of distance cannot be shortened by time. "Hello everyone, welcome to Amano Manor." At this moment, the young man with gold-rimmed glasses came to a few people with a smile on his face. followed by elites from various schools who came to attend the meeting. "Who are you?" Shenluo turned around and saw the heroic young man in front of him, who had already guessed his identity. "Tisich, I don't even know Qing Yuan's first grandson brother. He is really a country bumpkin." Before anyone else could say anything, a bald man behind Sun Buer sneered, with a deep sense of ridicule in his eyes. Sun Buer was still smiling, but did not say anything to stop him. Seeing this, the elites from other schools cast contemptuous glances at Shenluo. One of them said in a sinister tone, "Is this a person from Dongqing? I don't know what ability he has to come to this party." The people around him also echoed, mocking Dongqing to the fullest. "Ha, the place is nice, but some people have bad mouths, which really ruins the scenery," Shenluo said expressionlessly, extending his right hand to Sun Buer. "Thank you, brother Sun, for the kind invitation. Dongqing number 7 middle school, Shenluo, is disturbing me." Sun Buer didn't know what he was thinking. As if he didn't see Shenluo's outstretched hand, there was a condescending look in his eyes. "Aha, you really laughed me to death, and you invited me so kindly. Are you country bumpkins from the fringe worthy of it?" The big bald man said again, and he shouted at everyone without any scruples. Su Qianxue and others immediately gathered around. Not far away, Yu Xiaoshang from the number 2 middle school and Enqing from the number 1 middle school also looked over, frowning slightly, and hurried over. "Brother Sun, are you really silent? As the master, it's a bit inappropriate to do so, isn't it?" Shenluo still didn't take any action in response to the bald man's provocation. Instead, he turned to look at Sun Buer. His words and deeds had given the host enough face. To become the number 1 in Qing Yuan, Sun Buer's pattern shouldn't be so small, right? Unfortunately, Shenluo still looked highly at this person, and Sun Buer just nodded slightly. "Actually, I also really want to know what ability you have that can make the leader of the Wu League make an exception and give you the position of Qingpao Grand Commander." Really? This Sun Buer still has never forgotten his position as the Qingpao Commander of the Demon Control Alliance. "Brother Sun, this seems to have nothing to do with today's banquet, right?" Shenluo frowned, obviously not expecting Sun Buer to clarify the interest between the two so directly. "I mean, country bumpkin, you're really ungrateful. You're allowed to participate simply because Mr. Sun is in a good mood. He really thinks he is a figure after taking care of this bunch of rubbish from East City like you. What kind of bullshit Qingpao commander is there? He can even reject a proud man like Mr. Sunday. He must be in vain. Qing Yuan is Mr. Sun's territory. Don't take yourself too seriously." The bald man didn't notice that Shenluo's eyes had turned cold, and he was still shouting recklessly. Even Sun Buer on the side frowned slightly when he heard these words. It doesn't matter if peers are fighting against each other, but when it comes to the Demon Control Alliance that protects the lights of thousands of families, this is a bit too much. It seems that Brother Sun is having a hard time opening his mouth. Looking at Sun Buer, who still didn't express anything, Shenluo became angry. "I, Shenluo, come from Dongqing. I may be a country bumpkin in the eyes of elites, but never disrespected anyone. Since the establishment of the Demon Control Alliance, a large number of demon hunters have died on the battlefield of Warcraft every year, but they have never complained. Shenluo, as the commander-in-chief of Qingpao, will naturally not let his colleagues who desperately protect the lights of thousands of families be criticized innocently." "Ah, you really laugh me to death. Since you admit that you are a country bumpkin, don't go on the line here." Not only did Shenluo's words not arouse the attention of everyone, but they even mocked them more unscrupulously. "So, maybe you still want to redress their grievances." Suddenly, a flash of light and shadow flashed, and the sound stopped abruptly. The bald man fell back with disbelief on his face, and a blood hole the size of a baby's fist suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. "Dead?" Hiss! Everyone looked at each other in shock. Under everyone's eyes, Shenluo actually killed the bald man directly. The scary thing was that no one saw clearly how he did it. "How dare you?" "Chi!" The person who raised the question fell backwards, and a bright red oozed from the blood hole between his eyebrows. Shenluo's cold eyes slowly swept over the faces of the elites, and everyone shuddered. Witchers must not be insulted. If there is one here today, I will kill one. If there is a group, I will kill a group. Who else? Chapter 69. Emperor Lu Fei. Shenma Cheng Huang's favor. The whole place was silent. He took action at the slightest disagreement and killed 2 people in a mono manner where blood was prohibited. Shenluo's brutality shocked everyone. Su Qianxue and others were very relieved. They had heard too many taunts from these superior elites along the way. If they had not had any scruples, they would have taken action long ago. However, these guys finally met someone who had no scruples and was not afraid of death. Well, Lu Jun didn't speak, just watched quietly from behind and sighed silently. Brother Sun. Someone looked at Sun Buer tremblingly, and suddenly everyone's eyes were focused on this master. Damn them! Sun Buer glanced at the two bald men with a cold expression, and then fell on Shin Luo. Seeing Sun Buer's reaction, a look of solemnity appeared on the faces of Su Qinxue and others. Sun Buer's strength was not enough to scare them, but the person behind Sun Buer had a very high status. Even Wu Jing and Qin Wuliang had to be polite to him. Although Shin Luo has the status of Qingpao commander, it would be very difficult to pursue that person. Haha, Brother Sun is a righteous man. Everyone can punish such a sharp-tongued, despicable, and shameless person. The silent atmosphere was broken by Shin Luo's laughter. Although he had predicted it a long time ago, he had no regrets about killing the two people. Hearing this, a strange look appeared on the faces of Su Qinxue and others behind them. And even in Qin, who had always regarded Shin Luo as her mortal enemy, had an evil smile in her eyes. Righteousness? What you said was righteous, but they were ready to hold him accountable. Didn't you see the look in Sun Buer's eyes that wanted to kill someone? Brother Shen, must you have misunderstood? Although these two people do deserve to die, they shouldn't die in this place. I think you are in big trouble. Sun Buer's eyes looked cold. If he hadn't had some scruples, he would have done it long ago. Shin Luo took action. Oh, does Brother Sun want to take action against me? Shin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't want to get into a fight on this occasion, but it was a pity that some people were seeking death themselves. Tweet, tweet, tweet. At this moment, an urgent chirping sound suddenly came from deep inside the manor, and Sun Buer's expression suddenly changed. Brother Shin, you are in trouble. Before he finished speaking, a shadow rushed towards the direction of everyone like lightning, followed by two figures, running quickly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The shadow stopped in front of everyone. It was a monster like a fox. The difference was that there were two horns on its back. A middle-aged man with long flowing hair was sitting on it, looking calm and intimidating. Take advantage of Huang. Shin Luo blinked his eyes. Being familiar with the classic of mountains and seas, he naturally recognized the fox-like monster in front of him at a glance. It was almost the same as the divine horse riding the yellow recorded in the book. Cheng Huang, also known as Fei Huang, is a magical horse in ancient legends. According to the Book of Mountains and Seas, overseas Western classics, in the country of the Bai people, there is a riding yellow, which looks like a fox, has horns on its back, and has yellow fur. Those who ride on it will increase their lifespan by 2,000 years. Who did it? The man was Lu Fei, the master of the manor, an emperor-level beast master. After calming down the angry Cheng Huang, he looked at everyone with an angry look on his face. Master, seeing Lu Fei appear, Sun Buer hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. At this time, everyone looked at Shin Luo with a hint of joking in their eyes. This boy is finished. It's you. Lu Fei raised his head and looked past Shin Luo to behind the people in Dongsheng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lao Lu, long time no see. Lu Jun came out of the crowd and looked at Lu Fei with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You still don't give up. After so many years, since the reconstruction of Dongsheng, the successive principals of each school have not cultivated any talents. Is it worth sticking to one side for a promise? Lu Fei said with emotion on his face. After the previous competitions, so I avoided seeing him because I was afraid of embarrassing this old friend. People always have something to miss. Fortunately, there is a little hope this time. Lu Jun looked at Shin Luo with a smile. Just him. Lu Fei frowned slightly. Even if you are your student, there is no reason why you can kill people here at will. You should know my rules. Hearing this, Lu Jun gave a wry smile. After telling what happened, Lu Fei's face brightened slightly, and he glared at Sun Buer fiercely. Sun Buer lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The elites were also a little confused. They didn't expect that this country bumpkin's teacher was so familiar with the master. The faces of some who wanted to see the joke gradually darkened. But rules are rules, especially here. However, Lu Fei didn't seem to want to expose it, and looked at Shin Luo with a calm look. Teacher, let me handle it. Shin Luo didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Jun, so he came out from behind and prepared to argue with the Emperor's beast master. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Cheng Huang, who was beside Lu Fei, suddenly rushed toward Shin Luo, so fast that he, the master, didn't even react. Careful. Lu Fei hurriedly reminded him that at such a close distance, And with Cheng Huang's level approaching the legendary level, it was impossible for a small senior beast master to withstand it. Rich smiles appeared on the faces of all the elites, ready to see Shen Luo's embarrassment after being knocked away by Cheng Huang. Well, it's better to be killed. What's going on? How is this possible? The next moment, everyone, including Master Lu Fei, Sun Fuji, and his disciples, were stunned and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. No way! Shima Cheng Huang rushed in front of him, and Shen Luo pointed out subconsciously. A ray of emerald light flashed away, and his finger directly touched Cheng Huang's forehead. To his surprise, this guy actually stopped. Moreover, a look of enjoyment actually appeared in a pair of crystal eyes. What the hell? This is at least a Lord-level Cheng Huang. Does it mean he likes to be poked? Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Cheng Huang suddenly nuzzled Shen Luo's finger, stretched out his soft tongue, and licked it again, with a fawning look in his eyes again. A wisp of emerald green overflowed from the fingertips and disappeared in a flash. Tweet, tweet. Cheng Huang's screams became even more urgent, and he actually started to circle around Shen Luo, rubbing his head constantly, and in the end, he even lay down on his stomach as if he wanted him to ride on him. I see. Shen Luo instantly understood that Cheng Huang was so close to him because of the light of evolution. The light of evolution contained rich vitality and was the key to the evolution of Warcraft. Because the beast pet advanced for too long last night, the aura of evolutionary light on its body had not completely dissipated, so Cheng Huang sensed such a dramatic scene. This? Lu Fei's eyes flashed, and he caught the flash of green on Shen Luo's fingertips. With his status, he naturally knew what that light represented, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Chapter 70. City Leader Li Jin, the first round of knockout begins. Sun Buer on the side was also depressed. He was naturally familiar with Cheng Huang, although he was not a very irritable kind. Except for his master, he had never seen him be so close to a stranger. He would even look at him in the eyes, all filled with disgust. But Shen Luo couldn't help but feel regretful when he thought about his previous attitude towards him and his master's current expression. What are you looking at? Why don't you clean this place up quickly? Lu Fei glared at Sun Buer. He already knew what happened just now. If his disciple hadn't been unwilling, this situation would not have happened. Sun Buer was scolded by his master in public, and he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. With the help of a group of elites, he quickly carried away the two corpses and cleaned up the grass contaminated by blood. Cheng Huang, come here. Lu Fei, who looked puzzled, greeted him, but he didn't expect that Cheng Huang, who was having a great time with Shen Luo, would completely ignore him as his master. Come on, turn around again. Yes, raise your head and scratch. So good. Chirp, chirp. Looking at Shen Luo, whose fingertips flashed green from time to time, and Cheng Huang, who was so amused that he chirped, a wry smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. The pet no longer recognizes its master. Who would believe it? Old Lu, you really taught a good student. He is... Lu Fei asked tentatively, wanting to verify his guess. Qin Wuyang told Wu Jing to keep it a secret. Looking at Lu Jun with a smile on his face, Lu Fei understood instantly and looked at Shen Luo with burning eyes. Cheng Huang has reached the pinnacle of the Lord level, and the next step is the legend. For him, it means more powerful vitality, as well as unparalleled speed and defense. Of course, the former is the most important to him. However, if you want Cheng Huang to advance to legend, you must have the help of a senior evolutionist. There is only one senior evolutionist in Daxia District, and with his qualifications and status, it may be difficult to recruit him. Not to mention that the Shenlong has been missing recently and has refused almost all invitations from senior officials. The appearance of Shen Luo gave Lu Fei hope. At this time, he had already forgotten all about his murder. He is not that stupid to punish a high-level animal pet evolver for the sake of rules. Okay, no more playing, it's boring. Seeing that there were only a few people left around, and Su Qinxue and others had already gone to attend the banquet, Shen Luo felt bored and stopped teasing Cheng Huang. Yo, it's you. At this moment, Shen Luo suddenly noticed the two people behind Lu Fei. One of them turned out to be the evil young man Li Xiaotsong met in the Beast Tamer Association. Li Xiaotsong's face was a little gloomy. He had already recognized it when he came over just now. Such a strange scene appeared before he could get angry. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not incapable of distinguishing the depth. Xiaotsong, do you know each other? The middle-aged man on the side glanced at his son, and from Li Xiaotsong's somewhat panicked eyes, he immediately saw that his son had some trouble with the young man in front of him. Shen Luo, this is Li Jin, the leader of Qingyuan City. He has devoted a lot of effort to the stability of Qingyuan City. Lu Jun reminded him aloud. It turns out to be City Chief Li. I'm sorry to you for my stupid eyesight. Shen Luo immediately understood, with a respectful look on his face. The man in front of him is the most powerful master in Qingyuan City. If he wants to put on some small shoes for himself, it will be too easy. Little brother, you are polite and decisive. You will definitely be a hero in the future. Li Jin couldn't help but smile when he saw Shen Luo being so understanding. I don't dare, kid. Mr. Li helped me a lot today at the Beast Controllers Association. Now I meet City Leader Li again. What a fate! After knowing Li Jin's identity, Shen Luo calmly brushed off today's events. It would be best if the other party could expose it, but he was not afraid of the opposite. Little brother is such a happy person. If you encounter any problems in Qingyuan City in the future, just come to me. Mr. Lu, you have a distinguished guest here today, so I won't disturb you and say goodbye. Of course, Li Jin knew what kind of character his son was. Although he was used to being arrogant and domineering, he did not do anything harmful to the world. He also appreciated Shen Luo's behavior. After being polite, the father and son left to a mono manor. Although it's a bit slippery, it's pretty good. It's not like you, who won't look back until you hit the wall. Lu Fei has been observing Shen Luo, and based on his experience, he can naturally tell that the son of Mayor Li must have offended this boy, but his words just now made his feelings towards Shen Luo change. A master who is decisive in killing and knows how to assess the situation and act according to the wind is definitely not a short-lived ghost. Lu Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head, but did not say anything. Little brother, can you do me a favor? Seeing that Lu Jun did not respond, Lu Fei turned to look at Shen Luo with a hint of expectation in his eyes. No help. Unexpectedly, Shen Luo decisively refused. He naturally knew what Lu Fei wanted to say. In the process of teasing Cheng Huang just now, he had discovered that Cheng Huang's bloodline was not pure, or that only when he advanced to a certain level would he have a trace of his original bloodline. Through the light of evolution, Shen Luo has seen that Cheng Huang has reached the peak of the Lord level and is only one step away from advancing to legend. Perhaps it is because of this that he has a good impression of and even relies on him. It is very difficult to let a rare Lord-level dragon advance into the legend, although this difficulty does not exist for him who has the system. Although the municipal qualifiers were not a big problem for number 7 middle school, Shen Luo didn't want to be distracted by this. The most important thing is that he can't stand Sun Buer. Well, Lu Fei was a little confused. Before he could say anything, he was rejected by this kid. Cheng Huang, come back. Looking at Shen Luo, who had turned around and left, and Cheng Huang, who was about to follow, Lu Fei's face darkened, and he roared angrily. Chirp! There was a sense of grievance in Cheng Huang's eager chirping, and a pair of crystal eyes stared at the direction where Shen Luo disappeared, with great reluctance. Old Lu. This kid Shen Luo is kind-hearted in nature and can clearly distinguish between grudges and grudges. What your apprentice did today was a bit too much. As a master, he acted like this. The situation is too small. Lu Jun glanced at Lu Fei without saying anything, then turned and left. Sanbur, get here! Lu Fei's roar rang out in a mono manner, followed by a scream. Early the next morning, the first knockout round of the Qingyuan City qualifiers begins. The competition takes place in a large mountain in the east of Qingyuan City, and the rules are very simple. The 32 teams that reach the top of the mountain first will advance successfully, and the rest will be eliminated. It seems that only 8 teams were eliminated, but they are not necessarily the weakest 8 teams. There is still room for maneuver. In all previous competitions, there have been cases of local teams sniping at other big cities. In the past 20 years, the teams from the 7 schools in East City have never entered the National League and have basically been eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries. It's finally started. I really want to know which unlucky guys will be eliminated in this preliminaries. The mountains east of Qingyuan City were originally an abandoned Warcraft battlefield. In order to completely prevent Qingyuan City from being attacked by the Beast Tide, the city mayor Li Jin, together with the Beast Tamer Association and the Demon Tamer Alliance, dispatched 2 legends, 10 emperors, and nearly 100 king-level beast masters to clear out the eastern mountains. As a large number of monsters that posed a major threat were killed, and some secret underground lairs were uncovered, Qingyuan City was completely free of horrific incidents of monsters cannibalizing people, and this place was also regarded as the first round of all previous qualifying rounds. The venue for the knockout rounds. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, 40 teams from various schools gathered here. The four-person team headed by Su Qinxue and Shin Luo was on the edge and was the team with the smallest number of people among each school. Qingyuan number 1 middle school, headed by Sun Buer, was assigned to the middle position. What made Shin Luo a little curious was that this guy had a bruise on his face, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Snort! As if aware of Shin Luo's gaze, Sun Buer snorted and turned his head, secretly vowing to regain his place in the game. Hi! Not far away, and Qing smiled and waved to Shin Luo, making a gesture of wiping her neck, with a flash of killing intent in her eyes. At this moment, a loud broadcast sounded in the air. Chapter 71. Qingyuan Mountains, Thrilling Chase. The first knockout round of the Qingyuan City qualifiers begins now. There are no rules and no restrictions. The first team to reach the top of the mountain will advance to the next round. Friendly reminder: there is still a certain number of monsters in the mountains. If you are in danger, you can send out a distress signal, and you will also be eliminated. Now the game begins. As soon as the voice fell, the 40 battle teams rushed out like arrows from the string and disappeared into the mountains in an instant. Shin Luo and others did not rush too far and always maintained a leisurely pace. The terrain in the mountains is very complex. In addition to the magical beasts that may suddenly appear, there are also some seemingly harmless plants that can deliver fatal blows silently. After the initial sprint, all teams slowed down and began to explore cautiously. Brother Shin, why don't you rush forward in one go? At Dongqing number 7 middle school, Su Qinxue arranged for Qin Feng's blue-eyed bear king to open the way. At the same time, she also accepted Shin Luo's opinion and waited for a while. Haha, although this is only the first round of the knockout round, this was once the battlefield of Warcraft after all. Some Warcraft may not pose a threat to beast masters above the Emperor level, but there are not many king-level ones in the schools in Qingyuan City. What if something unexpected happens? You will either die or be eliminated. Shin Luo smiled slightly. Lu Jun had already told him about the situation here before the game started, and he also believed that this round could not be just a duel of speed. The monsters that cannot be hidden, the constraints between the major school teams, these are all crises. That's right, don't underestimate the monsters here. They are much more powerful than those kept in captivity outside. What's more, don't you think those at the top will arrange some obstacles? Su Qinxue glanced around carefully and added, "Oh." Qin Feng grunted, and the blue-eyed bear king in front of him suddenly pounced on the grass half a man high on one side. A spotted snake king was instantly torn in two, blood rained down, and there was a faint fishy smell. Be careful, the smell of blood will attract more monsters. Shin Luo frowned slightly. Roar! Before he finished speaking, a violent beast roar was heard. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the earth shook and earth-shaking roars rang out one after another. A large number of monsters suddenly appeared and pounced on the team members from various schools who were sprinting to the top of the mountain. Ah! The first scream was heard, and it was obvious that someone had been attacked by a monster. As the roars of beasts sounded, almost all teams were attacked by monsters to varying degrees. Sun Buer's team was attacked by the Iron Ape King. Among all the remaining monsters in Qingyuan Mountains, the Iron Ape King could be ranked in the top 10. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Sun Buer directly summoned a demon-like monster. But the appearance of this demon was a little illusory, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes that were somewhat obvious. Lord-level ethereal demon. Among the demonic monsters, it is considered to be a relatively high-level existence. Kill. Following Sun Buer's roar, the 5 members of Qingyuan number 1 middle school instantly fought with the Iron Ape King. Compared to Sun Buer, the monster Shin Luo and others encountered was much weaker, and was nothing more than a gray, gopher-eating rat. Squeak! Squeak! While Shin Luo and others were still rejoicing, the seemingly insignificant gopher-eating rat blinked its small eyes and suddenly screamed rapidly. No, this is the Rat King. Shin Luo's face darkened. The most terrifying thing about the gopher rats was the endless number. Especially in an environment like the mountains, a huge number of gopher rats was definitely something that no Warcraft would want to encounter. Swish swish. A dense rustle sounded instantly, and all 4 people showed a look of alertness on their faces. Soon, a large rolling gray wave appeared in the sight, and countless armies of gopher rats rushed towards the 4 people crazily. Quick victory! Looking at Su Qinxue, who had summoned the Netherworld Black Phoenix, Shin Luo shouted loudly. At this moment, a white light quickly rushed out behind Shin Luo, Chu Wanwan's Sacred Heart White Fox. Buzz! Where the white light passed, Pieces of dreamlike fog rose up, and the speed of those swarming rats that rushed towards them stagnated slightly. Feng Yin, Su Qinshue's cold voice sounded, and the netherworld black phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a stream of blazing flames, turning the gopher eater into ashes wherever it passed. Squeak! There is a strong sense of fear in the cries of the gopher rats. Flame is the natural enemy of these rats. Despite this, Su Qinshu still subconsciously controlled the range of Feng Yin. If the firepower was fully activated, this would not be a knockout match, but a mountain fire rescue competition. Red-armored black horse, attack. Shen Luo waved his hand, and 100 dark red-armored horses appeared out of thin air. Name: Red Armor Black Horse. Level: Level 1, Level 1. Quality: High-grade rare. Characteristics: Rapid March enhanced. Compound Eye Attack enhanced. Skills: Blessing Halo, Red Flame 1000 miles. Halo of Favor. Derived from the light of favor, it is naturally immune to all negative conditions and the erosion of evil forces, and provides an extremely high mental improvement to the Beast Master. Active skills: After each use of the current Beast Pet will reduce by 1 level. Red Flame 1000 miles. Inherits the characteristics of the crimson-blooded Pegasus. When running, a whirlwind of flames is generated under the feet. The more pets are in battle, the greater the speed increase. Buzz. Under the influence of the beast-controlling talisman, 100 red-armored black horses were like a well-trained army. The whirlwind of flames under their feet instantly formed a sea of fire and rushed towards the group of earth-eating rats. Swish, swish. Hiss. The sea of fire collided with the huge waves, and the gopher-eating rats fell down in pieces in an instant. Unlike Su Qinshue's Feng Yin instant kill, 100 red-armored black horses directly swallowed the gopher-eating rats' corpses at a very fast speed. Shen Luo was speechless. It's really like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Above the Qingyuan Mountains, a huge flaming blue bird was hovering in the air, a feature that only a few flying magical beasts could possess. On the bird's back, four figures glanced across the mountains below. The Mayor Li Jin, the black-robed commander Zhao Wuji, the owner of Tianai Manor, and the Imperial Beastmaster Lu Fei, and the owner of the Fiery Blue Bird, and Mr. Gu, who was also an Imperial Beastmaster and had appeared once in Dongqing. Mr. Lu, you're getting younger and younger. Why did you decide to come out this time? Although they were both at the Emperor level, Mr. Gu behaved extremely respectfully in front of Lu Fei. Few people in the Daxia area could match his qualifications. What can I do if I don't come out? I won't be able to improve if I keep holding it in. Lu Fei's face was dark. Thinking of the scene when Shen Luo rejected him yesterday, he couldn't get angry at all. That hateful boy actually dared to reject him. No one in the entire Daxia district dared to treat him with such an attitude. Mr. Gu and the others looked at each other and smiled. The man in front of them was the one who paid the most attention to nourishing his energy and longevity. Who could make him so angry? All three of them had a trace of curiosity in their hearts. Li Jin frowned slightly and subconsciously looked down. Could it be that boy? Chapter 72. Red Flower Evil Beast. The brave one wins when we meet on a narrow road. In the mountains, Shen Luo and the other four looked at the gophers in front of them, who showed no signs of diminishing, with a look of solemnity on their faces. We can't let this go on any longer. Facing the never-ending swarm of gopher-eating rats, even if the four of them were exhausted here, it would be impossible to eliminate them all. Shen Luo guessed that he and others might have disturbed a rat nest. Listen to my order and prepare to retreat. Take a detour to the back mountain. The three nodded and began to prepare the final attack, ready to retreat at any time. Shen Luo also summoned the bat-winged flying insect at this time, and directly controlled it to fly into the air without any hesitation. Name: Bat-winged flying insect. Level: Level 5, Level 3. Quality: Intermediate rare. Characteristics: Super defense, super endurance. Skill: Indiscriminate bombing. Indiscriminate bombing. Thousand-faced magic bat's resentment is carried by the sickle ant soldiers and thrown out, bombing the target range indiscriminately, with a chance of causing dizziness and hallucinogenic effects. Prepare to retreat. With Shen Luo's soft drink, the three pet beasts release the final blow at the same time. Holy Fox Fantasy. The Bear King opens the mountain. Feng Yin. Boom, boom, boom. The combined attack of the three pet beasts instantly exploded the swarm of gopher rats into a chaotic mess. Retreat immediately. Don't worry about me. bypassed the back mountain, and charged directly to the top of the mountain to save your spot first. Following Shin Luo's roar, Su Qinshue and the others quickly circled towards the back mountain and disappeared in an instant. Snort! Bombing indiscriminately. Black and red bombs rained down on the ground with a roar, and bursts of miserable howls echoed through the mountains and forests. Red flame 1,000 miles. Without the slightest hesitation, 100 red-armored horses lifted Shin Luo up and fled deep into the forest like the wind. Shin Luo did not choose the same direction as Su Qinshue and others. If he could not get rid of these gopher rats, everything he had done before would be in vain, and several people would be entangled again. The mountain wind howls, the characteristic of rapid marching, coupled with the thousands of miles of red flames of 100 red-armored black horses. Shin Luo felt as if he was flying, but the mountain wind slapped his face, which hurt a little. Swish, swish. Behind him, the swarm of ground-eating rats had escaped the bombing range of the bat-winged flying insects and were chasing Shin Luo. Damn it, I still haven't gotten rid of it. Shin Luo's face looked a little ugly. The gophers in the mountains had an unusually sensitive sense of smell. The sea of fire moved forward quickly, and the gray waves composed of gophers behind it were chasing after it. Many hidden monsters were crushed to pieces by the two armies before they had time to emerge. This is not the way to go. At this moment, a cry of killing came from not far away, and Shin Luo's eyes lit up. Divert trouble to the east. As long as the gopher squirrel has a target, he can easily escape with the speed of the red-armored black horse. With this thought, Shin Luo controlled the red-armored black horse and flew towards the direction where the sound came from. Ha! It's not that enemies don't get together. When he saw the team that was fighting with a group of wolves, Shin Luo couldn't help but smile. The key is that behind this team, the person who keeps swaying left and right doing an indescribable dance is none other than Zhao Shichen, who was crippled by him in Dongqing before. And that evil red flower beast, Shin Luo. The team that was fighting Song Lang also noticed Shin Luo, and Zhao Shichen instantly recognized the enemy who had crippled him. Hi, how are you? Shin Luo suddenly put away the red-armored black horse and quickly jumped past several people. Zhao Shichen thought that Shin Luo wanted to take the opportunity to attack him, and there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. Goodbye and good luck. Unexpectedly, Shin Luo ran away without even giving him a chance to speak. After a few breaths, he disappeared. The next moment, swish swish, countless gopher rats rushed over overwhelmingly. Because Shin Luo was missing, the gopher rats charged directly towards Zhao Shichen and his party. Ah, Shin Luo, you must die a happy death. Zhao Shichen instantly understood that he had been tricked by Shin Luo, and the shrill roar echoed in the mountains and forests for a long time. Call! Shin Luo, who finally got rid of the gopher, let out a long breath. After confirming the direction, he started running towards the top of the mountain. Wangshan is a dead horse. Qingyuan Mountain doesn't look big, but the straight-line distance from the foot of the mountain to the top is 100 miles, and Shin Luo has only walked 1/3 of it so far. If he's like this, let alone other teams. Along the way, he has discovered the corpses of many students. It seems that they died from the monsters because they did not have time to send out a distress signal, or they believed too much in their own strength. The corpse was not too damaged, but there was a bloody hole in the heart. It was obvious that these people had encountered a monster that loved to eat people's hearts. Something weird. Shin Luo, who was walking quietly, finally discovered something unusual. After entering this area, no traces of warcraft have been found for a long time. It is obvious that there is a warcraft here with extremely strong territorial awareness and strength. Shadow Sable. The name of a monster suddenly appeared in Shin Luo's mind. This was a Lord-level monster that loved to eat people's hearts and was extremely fast. It was also one of the reasons why Qingyuan City sent strong men to encircle and suppress this battlefield of monsters. Thinking of this, Shin Luo became more and more careful in his actions, fearing that he would make too much noise and alert the terrifying Shadow Demon Mart. Little did he know that not far behind him, a monster the size of a local dog had already stared at him, with a humanistic evil smile in its cunning eyes. Chapter 73, Shadow Demon Martin, Sun Buer being hunted. Shadow Lord. Shin Luo did not summon the scarlet-armored black horse, but summoned the Shadow Lord to surround his body. At this time, the Shadow Lord's role was obviously greater than the scarlet-armored black horse. After cautiously moving forward for some distance, a running figure of a monster appeared not far ahead, and Shin Luo let out a long breath. As long as you get out of here, it should be considered safe, right? Shin Luo thought to himself. However, The moment Shin Luo relaxed, a black shadow suddenly shot out from one side. Bang! Shin Luo, who was about to leave this area, was suddenly knocked away by a huge force and fell directly back to the place where he originally stopped. Damn it! Seeing the dark shadow flashing before his eyes, Shin Luo couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it weren't for the enhanced physical strength of the beast pet, this impact would have killed at least half of his life. Even so, Shin Luo felt bursts of pain coming from his chest. This difficult monster finally took action. The key was that he did not see the speed of the opponent's action clearly, and the Shadow Master arranged around the body had no effect. Speed. There is only one possibility, and that is that the speed of Shadow Magnificent is much stronger than that of Shadow Master. Not only that, after the Shadow Demon Marshal struck, it disappeared again, and even Shin Luo couldn't detect where it was hiding. Bang! 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 Shin Luo was knocked away one after another, but he was still unable to lock on the shadow of the Shadow Magnificent, which made him a little angry. What the hell? If you have the ability to come out, sneak attack is nothing. He knew that Lord-level monsters already had a certain IQ. If they reached the legendary level and had a certain chance, they would speak human words like the blood dragon on the island in the middle of the lake in Dongcheng, or transform into a human form. Squeak. Perhaps because he understood Shin Luo's words, the figure of Shadow Demon Sable slowly emerged not far away. Not good. Shin Luo subconsciously crossed his arms across his chest, but was knocked away again by the Shadow Ferret. Chi-chi. The Shadow Demon Martin's taunting voice sounded, as if it was saying, so what if it comes out? Its two little eyes kept blinking and jumping around Shin Luo. Insult. He was actually insulted by a stupid mink. Come out. Shin Luo roared, and 100 red-armored black horses were summoned, quickly clinging to the upper body, forming a pair of dark red battle armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Powerful power swept over him instantly, and a violent aura like a monster surged from Shin Luo's body. At the same time, he also felt that the possession after the advanced stage was much more powerful than before. Seeing Shin Luo's change, Shadow Demon Martin subconsciously stepped back a certain distance, curiosity flashing in his small eyes. Silly mink, come on! Shin Luo roared angrily and rushed directly towards the Shadow Ferret. The Shadow Demon Martin also seemed to feel that his majesty had been challenged, and he met Shin Luo's fist like lightning. Bang! Shin Luo's fist collided hard with the Shadow Demon Martin, making a dull sound. The Shadow Demon Martin was pushed back a few steps. Its small eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness, and it rushed toward Shin Luo again. Bang! With the bonus of the beast pet armor, Shin Luo's power was obviously stronger than that of the Shadow Ferret, and he knocked it away again. One person and one beast are equally matched at this moment. Chi. Unfortunately, Shin Luo was dumbfounded the next moment. The Shadow Demon Martin actually disappeared again, and Shin Luo suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was so cunning. Silly mink, if you don't come out, I will leave. Shin Luo was unwilling to give in. He knew that if he didn't completely deal with the Shadow Ferrets, it would be difficult for him to get out of this area, so he taunted loudly. No movement. Shin Luo tentatively took a step forward, but the Shadow Demon Martin still made no movement, and its advancing body suddenly accelerated. Bang! The momentum stopped, and the Shadow Ferret knocked him back again. You stupid ferret! Shin Luo cursed angrily, but unexpectedly, this guy disappeared again. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed towards them from the front, and there were faint sounds of angry curses. Madman, it's a game now. Why are you staring at me so much? Shin Luo was slightly startled. It was Sun Buer's voice. Idiot, if I don't kill you alive today, I won't call you in Qing. Damn it. Shin Luo was dumbfounded when he saw the demon-like shadow beside Sun Buer and the giant bloody tree moving crazily behind him. Abyss Blood Tree. Why didn't Qing, a crazy bitch, get into trouble with Sun Buer? While thinking about it, Sun Buer had already rushed into the area and was slightly startled when he saw Shin Luo in dark red armor. As soon as Sun Buer said these words, his body immediately flew out. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Demon was guarding him, so he escaped the fate of having his heart ripped out. Shin Luo. Obviously, Sun Buer thought it was Shin Luo who moved his hand and roared angrily. Idiot, take your life! At this moment, and Qing also rushed into the area, raised her hand and blasted Sun Buer with a bloody light. Madman! Bang! And Qing, who had just landed, was also hit by a huge force and rolled aside. Now it was Sun Buer's turn to be dumbfounded. Isn't this Shin Luo crazy? How could he fight with people who came out of the city? Shenluo, you want to die? And Qing's eyes instantly turned blood red as she stood up. The blood tree in the abyss trembled violently, and she was about to attack Shenluo. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the three of them were knocked away by a huge force almost at the same time and fell into a straight line. Chi chi chi. The shadow magnificent finally appeared, looking at the three of them with mocking eyes. What kind of monster is this? At this time, and Qing and the two also realized that it was not Shenluo who attacked them, but the seemingly non-threatening little guy in front of them. Looking at the shadow demon martial appearance, a look of solemnity appeared on Sun Bu'er's face. The shadow marshal is the most terrifying monster in the Qingyuan Mountains. Then, Sun Bu'er turned to look at Shenluo. How did you provoke it? Shenluo smiled helplessly. I didn't want to offend him, but this silly mink didn't seem to want to let him go. Well, now there are two more. The Shadow Marten has the strongest sense of territory. As long as someone or other monsters enter its territory, it is almost impossible to get out alive. Sun Bu'er saw that Shenluo didn't speak and realized that the other party had barged in unintentionally. Several people have already died at the hands of this stupid Diao. If I could have left, I would have left a long time ago. Why would I wait until now? Shenluo was also a little depressed. Could it be that this stupid Diao wanted to have enough fun before killing him? I don't believe in evil. How can a mere shadow demon Marten stop me? Anne's eyes flashed with blood, and he quickly ran away. Bang! Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, and Qing's figure was knocked back to the original place again. No need to try. I've been trapped here for several hours. If we don't find a way to deal with this guy, we may not be able to get out. Shenluo had known this result for a long time, but he didn't expect that the speed of the shadow demon Marten was much faster than before. Could it be that he had been playing with himself before? This is too outrageous.